What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Izuku was neglected and left. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Prttygoodnoob for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 2. He knows who the man is. Izuku Yagi. He knows he has a family, 2 children and a wife who so happens to be the pro hero Green Tornado. The man licks his lips. Oh, how badly he wants to crush one of them in front of All Might's eyes, watching the skeletal man looking at the things he loves die. It's a sight he wants to, no needs to see. But something else about the man caught his attention that he wanted. He wanted to destroy the man. His fame, his bestowed quirk, his reputation and smile. He though Tamura could have been the one to do it since he is All Might's mentor's grandchild. But he lacks anything other than hatred. Which is a quality that the man likes, but he wished for someone more, determined, spiteful and intellectual. Then he found out that one of Yagi's children got his genes. His quirkless genes. He watched the boy get bullied by his old friends and family. He watches as the symbol of peace himself ignore his child for the same reason he was ignored for when he was a child. It brings a smile to the man's lips. Izuku was the boy's name, and he was perfect. He was smart, determined, and although he had a gold heart and only the will to save those. The man knows that the people around him will make his mind change, make him despise everything. That boy would be unstoppable and a greater threat than what All for One would ever be. He waited, silently making the boy's days worse just to speed up the process. Good teachers that would have helped Izuku at Aldera, he got falsely convicted or gave them a better deal at a different school. Making sure Izuku's life would be hell. There was one boy that used to help Izuku, so he simply slipped the kid a few influences in a drink that made the boy snap. He killed himself in a brilliant blue fire, something that the man wished he could have taken. But Izuku was more valuable than that kid. The man manipulated the boy's fear emotion whenever he could to make sure Izuku would be terrified of the people who hurt him. Terrified of people who were heroes. Everything had gone to plan and one day made the man breathe so violently in excitement, he used up 2 full oxygen tanks. He was suicide baited by his tormentors. He felt it strange that they felt remorseful after that. But the man didn't care, even if their actions made no sense at all. If everything went right, Izuku would be his by the end of the day. He gave the police a tip of a very dangerous murderer, and All Might was sent after him. He created illusions to force the villain in a certain direction that led him straight to Izuku. He never feared that Izuku would die, he would never let that happen, but he didn't have to do anything as the symbol himself finally decided to save his son. The only time he would save his son. The man couldn't help but cackle at that thought of that man's misery. The two interacted the exact way the man expected them to. Because they're predictable. All Might breaks Izuku, crushes his soul and dreams, and the man couldn't be happier as drool leaked from his mouth. He then subtle teleported Izuku closer to home. He was so out of it that the boy didn't notice. He made All Might delivering the villain take as long as possible, so Izuku would be there at the perfect time. He laughed as he watched Izuku's face. Watching the betrayal, anguish and anger swell all throughout it, making the man cackle and wheeze, going through another oxygen take. That boy's suffering is the most entertainment he's ever had, and that beautiful will be something he'll never forget. Now all the man had to do was wait. Wait until Izuku decided to jump. To follow the advice that had been all so perfectly given to him that morning be his sister. He couldn't wait to finally retrieve Izuku Yagi. But Izuku never jumped, he never got Izuku. This did more than infuriate the man, but he kept his calm. Looking for reasons why the broken quirkless boy didn't do it. But then he found the answer. Izuku had his quirk. He had All for One. All for One hoped he would use this newfound power to destroy the people who tormented him. It would give him a fantastic show to see. But he didn't. His heart was still too pure as the prospect of All for One's quirk made the hope of heroism reignite in his eyes. All for One was tired. He failed to get Izuku. If only he had stopped those 2 muggers from getting to him. He would have the boy. He would have had his masterpiece. But alas, he failed. His plan foiled and trashed by a boy who should be spiteful, vengeful and furious. But he is too kind and considerate. The man hates that. He sighs at his loss. He would have to construct another symphony as his previous plan heavily involved Izuku, as he would be the one who would kill the world. Grant the man the power he so desperately craves. But then he spots blue flames. Those brilliant blue flames again, and this time, he knows he can't let them go. He sends Kurogiri out to find those flames. A man who once was a hero hopeful who now is his loyal puppet. The man has no intention of keeping him forever, he wants to see the look on the voice and erasure hero when they see who he is. He had originally planned to take the boy with that erasure quirk all those years ago. But he was just too difficult, not worth the effort. He would find some other ways to gain advantages. When Kurogiri came back to him. He informed the man that he had failed, that the man with the beautiful and powerful fire had bested him. But the man tells him he's wrong. Because all that means is that boy from all those years ago is back. He is not Izuku, but he could still do more than enough to fulfill his symphony. The man crackles in insidious laughter, constrained to his chair as he cannot leave. His life is only hanging on by a thread, but somehow, that has made him want to see more carnage. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage, resilient. Not active. Ember. Himiko's quirks. Transformation, hemomorphy. Author's notes. Okay, sorry for not posting anything on this story for so long now, but I finally had time, and soon I'll have more. I'm putting in more to the story, and I can't wait to see how you all will think of it. USJ. Izuku and Himiko were expecting a nice relaxing day as they had no classes on Monday. But, announced to them at the last minute, they would be traveling with class 1 to the USJ. Unforeseen simulation joined, not Universal Studios of Japan like Himiko had hoped. Izuku was slightly annoyed as he was expecting to do absolutely nothing that day, but he didn't mind. He would be helping the students learn rescue missions in different environments. Which Izuku couldn't wait to see how they would respond in the special environments. Izuku also always wanted to see what was inside that massive down. No pictures are on the internet about its interior, so Izuku would finally get to see what's inside. Izuku was currently walking to the teacher's lounge. He was currently on call with Dabi saying how stressed he is. He hasn't found a single thug for the past 2 days, and he was beginning to become worried. Izuku had to agree, something was going. But then, the next thing Izuku knew was the blaring of a siren. Red lights flashed the hallway Izuku was in. Izuku, what the fuck is going? Dabi said from the other line. I think we're in lockdown. Izuku said, looking around. Immediately Izuku grew his bones and covered parts of his body in metal. He created iron claws and talons on his feet. Izuku's horns grew to 2 feet long as Izuku ran to the teacher's lounge. He felt something bad was going on and it was coming from that room. Izuku couldn't explain it, but his danger sense was going off and he knew better than to ignore that. Izuku busted the door down and his eyes widened. He saw a figure, dressed in a suit with a teal vest over the top. His body was completely mist, a deep royal purple that flowed away from his body. The man's eyes were sharp and glowing yellow. The man was holding something in his hand, but Izuku couldn't see what it was. Before Izuku could act, the man created a portal in front of him and quickly vanished. Izuku stood there in silence, slowly his grown features retracted back into his body. Dabi was still yelling for Izuku on the phone. Slowly Izuku rose the phone back to his ear. So Dabi, you encountered a purple mist man that can create portals? Izuku asked quietly. Izuku talked to Nezu about what he saw. Both of them were quite worried, but Izuku had to leave for the USJ. Which only increased Izuku's looming sense of doom. He tried to negotiate with Nezu as no one could figure out what the man had stolen, but Nezu stated he couldn't cancel. Sighing in defeat, Izuku met back up with Himiko who followed Eraserhead with class 1 to the bus. Apparently Tenyu became the president and Momo became vice. Unsure when the hell that happened, but it did. Also apparently Recovery Girl has 17 students with her in the infirmary as they got trampled from people rushing out of the cafeteria when the alarms went off. Himiko found great humor in that which got her a cane to the back of her head. Izuku, Himiko and Eraserhead were the first to get on the bus. Himiko jumped to the window seat which made Izuku laugh. He sat down and watched Tenyu try desperately to get everyone in single file to board the bus. Izuku rolled his eyes. Eventually, everyone had boarded and the bus was off. Izuku looked around and softly listened to the conversations around him. Eraserhead on the other hand was doing his damn best to ignore his class, zipping up his sleeping bag and covering himself fully. It made Izuku snicker. Himiko had taken a nap as she became tired again. Talking about flashy quirks, Bakubro definitely takes the cake. Mine's just this hardening quirk, nothing special. Ijiro said. Izuku was about to speak up to tell Ijiro that wasn't true, but the person sitting next to him beat him. Boy Hammerhead, quirks being flashy don't mean shit. You're strong and basing that strength on something like what would gain attention is dumb. Edshot mostly works at night, Mariko is just a rabbit and hell the Blood Wild Pussycats were ranked 32 for a bit despite only one of their members even remotely having a flashy quirk. It's how you make your quirk work dipshit. Itsuki huffed, elbowing the redhead. Wow, thanks Bakugo. Ijiro smiled, obviously not expecting that reaction from the hothead. Wow Bakugo, nice speech. But he does have the point of you having an extremely flashy quirk. You're going to gather attention from across the city. Mina pointed out. Kitsuki scoffed and rolled his eyes. But Bakugo has a point. Izuku said, deciding to speak up. The class all turned to him. Most flashy quirks have trouble with not harming citizens. Take Endeavor for example, who has the highest mortality rate with civilians than the entire top 10 combined. Take out All Mights then with the rest, you'd have to triple it to get it close to Endeavor's number. Hiroshima wouldn't have that problem, and he'd still be an extremely successful hero. Izuku said. Aw thanks sensei. Ijiro shouted back from the compliment. The class all nodded their heads with what Izuku had just said, agreeing with him. Excuse me sensei, but I have a question. Sayu asked, putting a finger on her chin. Izuku smiled and nodded his head. Of course Asui. Izuku said. Does your quirk really allow you to just take quirks? Is there consequences for you or the person who you took them from? Sayu asked. Izuku just shrugged. Well, they become quirkless and I gain a quirk. After that, nothing else happens. But I only take quirks from people who only use it to harm others. I have given some back to people who were misusing them. Quirks are gifts, but also not a requirement. Having a not as powerful one compared to yours or not having one at all doesn't make that person weak or useless. It just means they do things differently. Izuku said. Ugh, enough chit chat, off the bus. We're here. Eraserhead groaned as he slipped out of his sleeping bag. Izuku nodded his head and turned to Himiko. He nudged her awake and proceeded to get off the bus. The class filtered after the teachers, and they all ogled and admired the huge dome building of the USJ. Hold your need to praise, wait till you see the inside. Eraserhead said, walking over to the massive door with everyone in tow behind him. The door to the USJ opened and everyone let out a gasp. Including Izuku and Himiko. The USJ looked even bigger on the inside than it did on the outside. There were another 2 domes visible from just the entrance of the building alone. One was red while the other was a deep blue. Right to the left of the building was what looked like a small city that was in ruins as pieces of buildings had fallen off or crumbled to the floor. There was a massive lake off to the right of the USJ. Izuku smiled in wonder as he looked at everything. It was better than what he ever imagined it would be. He looked around for someone as there was supposed to be one final person accompanying them. His search was interrupted by a squeal of pure happiness. Izuku and the rest of the class all turned to Ichako who was pointing down the stairs. Izuku followed her gaze and smiled. It was 13, the space hero. Ichako hopped over to Katsuki and grabbed his arm, squeezing it tight. Katsuki tensed at the contact, making a point to himself to not turn to the girl happily squeezing his arm. Oh my goodness, it's 13. They're my favorite hero, and we're going to be taught by them. I'm so excited. Ichako said with stars in her eyes, shaking Katsuki's arms. Katsuki grunted and stiffly nodded his head. He heard some stifling laughs, and Katsuki sent glares over to Mina and Toru. Yeah, that's awesome. Katsuki said gruffly. The class all walked down the stairs where 13 was waiting for them. Izuku, Himiko and Eraserhead walked over to them as they were also the teachers, supervisors. Izuku walked slightly past them and looked over the nearby ledge. He wonders why that was there, but didn't question it. He wasn't an architect. But that ledge, he couldn't shake the feeling of the looming sense of terror. Something was going to happen, and he was on edge. Hello students of UA. I am the Rescue Hero 13, and I am here to teach you about rescue scenarios. As a hero, you'll have to do many grueling tasks. Fighting villains, discovering and busting large crime rings and organizations and handling traumatized civilians. But something that you will all encounter much more common than you would hope are rescue operations. Your main job as a hero is to protect the public, and if you are reckless, you could hurt the people you are trying to save. Your quirks are not just tools, they are also very dangerous weapons. Take my quirk for example, Black Hole. I can absorb and pull away debris and rubble to help free people pinned underneath them, but it can very easily kill another person if I let it or lose focus on my task for even a moment. That would be the end of someone who I could have saved. That is why we are here to teach you, to make sure these things do not happen and that you are aware of that. 13 said, finally ending their monologue. Izuku was super impressed with their speech, gaining him a lot of respect for the hero. Class 1 has started to clap in applause for the hero and Izuku honed in. Tatsuki took that speech closer to heart than the others. He had arguably the most destructive quirk of the class that can do more harm than just burns and whiplash. Like tinnitus and create dust that could suffocate small children. Katsuki looked down at his open palm before clenching it tight into a fist. He promised to become a better hero, he will not make a mistake like that. Eraserhead sighed, he walked in front of 13 which made the class quiet down. He reached up and pulled his scarf down so he could talk clearly. Alright brats, separate into groups and we'll explain what's about to happen. Eraserhead said in a tired voice. Are fake villains a part of this as well? Ijiro asked. Eraserhead, Himiko's 13's and Izuku's eyes widened at the repeated statement. He was looking down the ledge. The four heroes, well, almost, ran to the ledge and looked down. Izuku's breath hitched when he saw the purple misty portal again. His danger sense was correct yet again. Villains were attacking the USJ. Carmilla, 13, protect the students. Hope and I will hold them off. Eraserhead said. His hair flew up and his eyes brightened with a dangerous red glow. With no hesitation, Eraserhead hopped down. Izuku activated Heavy Skeleton and grew in size, creating metal blades shifting onto his arms. He looked back to Himiko, who gave him a bright smile and winked. Izuku smiled back before hopping down to assist Eraserhead. Himiko turned back to the class, 13 already reaching the front. Everyone follow me. We need to get out fast. 13 shouted and started climbing up the stairs with everyone following suit. They reached the top and booked it for the exit, only to be thwarted by a portal. The group all skidded to a stop as a figure made entirely of a deep purple mist appeared before them, their size monstrously towering over the class. Greetings, children. I am Kurogiri and we are the League of Villains. We've come to take back something that belongs to my master. Kurogiri spoke in an emotionless voice. It sounded distorted and sent chills down the students' spines. Himiko already knew that the original All for One may be after Izuku, and this is only confirming her worry. League of Villains, that's the most childish name I've ever heard. Your sensei a baby or something? Himiko growled with a feral grin, moving into the front of the class. She converted her blood into two large katanas, with a little bit of her blood smeared over it that could be electrified. Kurogiri's glowing yellow eyes narrowed down at Himiko's figure. Carmilla, the beloved of Hope. It would bring him joy to see her suffer as well once we kill Hope. Kurogiri spoke. At those words, Katsuki, Ijiro and Himiko charged forward at Kurogiri. Like we'd let that happen. Katsuki shouted, blasting himself to Kurogiri. But he, along with Ijiro and Himiko, phased through him. Yes, you may be children, but you are a batch of golden eggs. Kurogiri spoke, but at those words, he started to increase to an even bigger size. 13 pushed in front of everyone. They pointed their finger out at Kurogiri, and a small cap popped down. Everyone get behind me. 13 yelled, activating their quirk. The mist of Kurogiri started to be pulled into 13's finger, but Kurogiri didn't seem bothered. 13, you are an excellent rescue hero, but maybe you should stick to that. Kurogiri spoke in a sinister tone. Momo suddenly realized something. If that man could create portals, couldn't he? She then saw the man do exactly that. 13, shut off your quirk. She yelled, but it was too late. 13's back was being consumed by their own quirk. 13 dropped to the ground, face down in the dirt. 13. Ichako yelled. Kurogiri hummed, which seemed to sound like he was satisfied. Well, now that's taken care of, now I can perform my part in this play. Kurogiri spoke in a dark tone. Darkness quickly consumed the area with the students starting to scream in panic. The faster students, such as Tenya and Mina as well Himiko, managed to avoid the attack. Once Kurogiri had returned to his regular size, he noticed he had failed to teleport those three. He hummed as he looked around him. My job is not over yet," he said. Himiko charged at Kurogiri again, electrifying her blades. She swiped at the mist man, but he dodged. He created a portal in front of her, intending to catch her running into it, but Himiko easily dodged, performing a flip over it. She ran over in front of Tenya and Mina, the two escapees, and crouched in front of them in a defensive stance. "Iida, you need to get out of here and get help," Himiko commanded. Tenya shook his head. "I can't leave you here in good conscience." He firmly disagreed. Himiko growled as she pushed the two away to avoid a portal that was created beneath them. "What would be worse for your conscience, running to save your classmates or doing nothing and letting them die?" Himiko accused angrily. Tenya flinched at the harshness of Himiko's words as she flung fire at Kurogiri. "You know it isn't wise to speak about your plan with the enemy nearby." Kurogiri spoke with mild amusement. "It doesn't matter, get out of here, Iida," Himiko shouted. More portals appeared around Kurogiri as he stared threateningly at the trio. "And how do you suppose he will make it to the exit?" he asked with narrowed eyes. The group paused and thought for a moment before Mina smiled smugly. She nudged Tenya and pointed away from Kurogiri. "I can make a new exit," she said. Tenya looked at her, before nodding firmly. He grabbed Mina and lifted her up before sprinting away. Kurogiri summoned a portal in attempt to stop them, but Himiko shot out her blood at Kurogiri again and turned into light. A flash popped in front of Kurogiri like a stun grenade, and he grumbled in pain from being blinded, and he stumbled away. "Look at me, asshole," Himiko shouted before charging at him again. Izuku and Eraserhead were fighting thugs. They were not a challenge whatsoever. They were only low-level thugs. Thanks to Izuku's multiple quirks and Eraserhead's ability to cancel quirks, none of the villains stood a chance. But this entire time, the two high villains hadn't moved. They had just been observing the duo fighting off their rental thugs. One of the men had shaggy pastel blue hair that was close to gray. He had skin so close to pure white that it looked like he had never seen the sun before. But the interesting part about him was that other than his entire black attire, he had hands all over his body. They were holding onto his body and were all connected to each other by red rope. If you looked closely enough, you could spot a lone red eye staring down at Izuku. The second one was maybe a man. It didn't look human, that's for sure. Its skin was pure black, and it had the size and muscles in comparison to All Might. Its veins were purple, and it had a beak like a duck. It had 2 eyes that weren't at the side of its head, but not at the front either. They also seemed cross-eyed. But the most mortifying part of the beast was it had a brain visibly sticking out of its head. As soon as the two had finished fighting the thugs, all that was left was the 2 leaders of this whole thing. Eraserhead and Izuku stared at the 2 as they stared back. Well, the beast didn't, it didn't even seem to comprehend what was going in around it. The man with the multiple hands grunted and started to scratch his neck visibly. You know, Hopper Izuku. It doesn't matter. Sensei liked you a lot. He thought you would be the one to make his plan final, to ensure it would be successful. But then you ended up having a quirk and not being vengeful at the society that tormented you your entire life. You chose to help them. The man said, becoming angrier with every word. He grumbled and stomped on the ground, and Izuku could see his single eye giving Izuku a death glare. I despise you, Izuku Yagi. Nomu, kill him. Shigaraki shouted. With that, the beast suddenly shot up, seemingly coming alive as its eyes focused on Izuku. Then quicker than the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Izuku. Izuku barely had time to avoid it, turning into an electric bolt and zipping away. Izuku skidded to a stop 20 meters away from the beast, transforming back into himself. He looked up and gasped when he saw a tentacle fly at him. Izuku used the blade on his arm and cut the tentacle just before he reached him. Izuku jumped to the side and had to cut the tentacle again, but it had already regrown. Multiple quirks. Shit, these guys really do work for All for One. Izuku cursed internally. Eraserhead moved to help Izuku, but the charging man of multiple hands stopped him. The man swiped at Eraserhead with an outstretched hand. Eraserhead immediately recognized the man was trying to touch him, so he flared up his quirk to combat against the man as he attacked. Izuku managed to use his quirk bolt to get in close again. He had built up his body with heavy skeleton, so he was almost as big as the beast. Izuku reeled back a punch, and the beast copied Izuku's movements. Izuku activated strong impact to increase his punch. Izuku's and the beast's fist collided with each other, creating a shockwave with one another. Izuku slid back a few feet while the beast stayed stationary. Shock absorption. Or is it nullification? Either way, I need to get it off the ground if I want a chance of at least defeating that thing. Izuku spoke in his head. Meanwhile, Eraserhead and the hand guy were brawling. Eraserhead could see that the man didn't know any martial arts, but he did have combat experience, especially while utilizing his quirk. He also had picked a fantastic time to attack as the previous bouts that Eraserhead had been in had worn him down. You know, Eraserhead, your quirk lifts your hair up to prevent it from getting in your eyes. But I've also noticed that it is staying up less and less. Your eyes are getting tired, aren't they? The man asked with insidious sinister joy in his tone. Eraserhead grunted as his eyes were forced to close, the cracking of his eyes being dry getting on him. Sudden pain shot up his elbow. Eraserhead hissed in pain as he suppressed the urge to scream in agony. He flared up his quirk once more, his hair floating again. He kicked the man in the stomach and he stumbled back. Eraserhead jumped away, his elbow limp at his side. Eraserhead looked down at his elbow and saw that the area of his jumpsuit was destroyed along with the skin on his elbow. It looked broken, and Eraserhead was fairly sure that he was missing parts of his bone and muscle fiber. He glared up at the man who he was fairly sure was smiling manically. He couldn't tell because of the hand covering his face. Gotcha. The man said, all too happy. Itsuki was near the entrance of the USJ, attacking a man made entirely of purple mist. But the next thing he knew was in water. Kitsuki gurgled for a breath he couldn't get. He looked around for any of his classmates, or anything really. But what he did not want to see was what looked to be a shark-man hybrid swimming towards him at high speeds. Itsuki's eyes widened. He couldn't do anything. His quirk was nullified while he was wet, and a spark of his support items wouldn't go off because he was submerged. If he were to activate it now, he'd ruin his gauntlet. The shark man smiled at Kitsuki and swam viciously in Kitsuki's direction. He opened his mouth wide, intending to get a chomp out of Kitsuki, but Kitsuki managed to block it by putting his hands on his mouth. One on the top jaw, one on the bottom. Kitsuki was being pushed around the water with no one stopping the shark from doing so. He couldn't breathe and he was struggling to hold on. The shark man started to flail and Kitsuki lost his grip on him. Kitsuki got a punch in the chin, making him lose more air than what he had left. Kitsuki's vision was starting to go black, but he refused to give up. He kicked the shark in the nose, making the man stumble back. Katsuki then saw a second man. He started to panic even more until he saw that person punch the shark man. Another figure came down and pulled at something on the shark man's back, and suddenly, he started flying away. Both the figures that had saved him then started swimming towards Katsuki. Despite them saving him, Katsuki was still in fight-or-flight mode. He started kicking and flailing around. Once he was on the surface, Katsuki started panting, taking in huge breaths, but he didn't stop fighting. He continued to punch the people who were gripping onto him. "Obakubro, stop, you're okay," a voice shouted at him. The nickname caught Katsuki's attention, and immediately he stopped punching and flailing. He looked around, saw that it was Denki gripping onto Katsuki with Koji off to the side slightly. He looked terrified. Katsuki took some deep breaths and calmed himself down. He held onto Denki, who hung onto him, as well as Katsuki tried bringing himself back into reality. He grunted and slapped Denki's shoulder. "Thanks," Katsuki said, looking Denki in the eyes. Denki smiled widely at him and nodded his head. "No problem, man. But we might have to move soon," Denki said. Katsuki raised an eyebrow before looking off to where Denki had turned to look. At least 20 more villains were swimming towards the three at high speeds. Katsuki growled as he faced them. He moved his hand to his belt and grabbed a small nitroglycerin canister. He shoved it into his gauntlet and did the same to his other. He pointed them both at the villains. Katsuki looked behind him and spotted the wrecked boat, but that would have to do for now. "You two better hang on. Pikachu, pull the triggers for me, will ya?" Katsuki said. Denki and Koji moved behind Katsuki, Denki gripping the pins on Katsuki's grenade gauntlets. "Yes, sir," Denki said before pulling the pins. Two large explosions erupted from his gauntlet, and Katsuki along with the other two were flung out of the water. They flew up in the air and splashed back down, Koji coughing up at the pain on his back. He'll definitely have a mark there later. The three then swam the rest of the way to the broken ship as they landed pretty close and climbed on top of it. Only a minute later, they were now swarmed by villains on all sides. Katsuki grunted as he looked down at them and grumbled. "What the hell are we going to do?" Katsuki grumbled out loud, but it was more to himself than anything. The villains were waiting, as they didn't know what exactly the students' quirks were. But Katsuki could see was getting reckless. "I've got this," he heard Denki said. Wait, what the fuck, stop," Katsuki shouted as he watched Denki jump out of the boat. "Cannonball," he yelled at the top of his lungs. The villains looked at Denki confused and others with amusement. But that all quickly wiped away once they saw the electricity crackling off of Denki's body. There were only a few shouts and screams of fear before Denki hit the water. Electricity sprung all around the water, and Katsuki could only look in amazement at what Denki had just done. All of the villains were floating at the surface of the water, passed out. Katsuki wasn't worried about any of them being dead, they all most likely had the capabilities of breathing underwater. "This lake is extremely deep." He watched Denki rise back to the surface. He took in a breath before turning back around to the boat where he smiled and waved his hand. "Yo, we're good," Denki yelled at Katsuki and Koji. Katsuki could only look at him, dumbfounded. "How the hell aren't you, stupid?" Katsuki said, pausing as he struggled to find the word. "I'm a human conductor. I don't lose that many brain cells if I release in water as I absorb a lot of it back up," Denki said happily. Katsuki rolled his eyes, he then turned to Koji. "Teizu-song, help me find some boats or something. This ship has got to have some rafts or something," Katsuki said, turning around and stalking away. Koji only timidly nodded in response. Katsuki and Koji went looking around the boat. Koji was able to spot a non-broken escape boat and lead Katsuki to it. They pushed the boat into the water, and Denki swam over to them. He gasped as he got onto the boat. He frowned when he looked at it. "I don't think we can all fit in this, is there a second one?" Denki asked. Katsuki turned to Koji, who only sheepishly shook his head. Katsuki grunted and gave a stiff nod, looking around. He spotted a lifesaver nearby and some rope. He walked over and grabbed them before turning around. He walked back to the boat and tied the rope to the lifesaver before passing it to Koji. "Sorry mate, you're gonna have to hang on. Pikachu, get in, we rowing," Katsuki said. Both other boys nodded in response. Denki climbed into the boat, getting behind Katsuki. Koji sat in the lifesaver, slightly nervous, but he didn't hesitate. Katsuki and Denki grabbed an oar and started rowing to shore. "I hope everyone else is doing okay," Denki said as they started rowing. Mashirao was currently sat behind a bush, watching as three villains walked by him. Rikito was also there, but he was unconscious next to Mashirao. Well, not unconscious really as in knocked out, he is asleep as of a result from his quirk's drawbacks. He and Mashirao had been teleported to the landslide zone. The two fought off a few villains, but one of them had a quirk that turned their arms into blades. They cut 2 deep gashes into Mashira's tail, and he has a hole in his left hand. Then a landslide happened, followed by several villains. Rakido activated his quirk and destroyed all of the flying rocks tumbling towards him, while Mashira took cover. He then easily defeated all of the villains, but he soon passed out from exhaustion. Now Mashira was hiding from the few remaining roaming villains, as he didn't have the strength to fight them. Rakido made slight gurgling sounds, and Mashira started to panic. Rakido had been snoring, and it had been only getting louder. Mashira turned his head to Rakido and looked down at his sleep-dead figure. "Please Sato, stop snoring." Mashira pleaded desperately to the boy who was not listening. Ejiro let out a yell as he used every last strength he had to punch the villain in the face. They were wearing camo and had a white mask over their face. They had an electrical quirk, and they had badly shocked him and Hanta. The only reason that Ejiro was still standing was because of his hardening quirk, which somehow protected him. The villain dropped to the ground, unconscious. Ejiro was panting. He looked down at the villain. He then looked around and looked at all of the other unconscious villains on the ground, either taped to the ground or stuck together. Ejiro and Hanta was teleported to the mountain zone and struggled to move around. Ejiro slipped down the mountain and only ended up okay thanks to his quirk. Hanta got down okay, and together they were able to take down most villains. Until this one came along. Both Hanta and Ejiro were sporting bad electrical burns. The electricity was also enough to render Hanta unconscious. Ejiro was still standing, but he felt his muscles seize up from time to time. He huffed as he walked over to Hanta and picked him up in a fireman hold and started descending down the mountain. Mizo was on the ground, holding the man they were fighting on the ground with large breaths. He was 8 feet tall, and his entire skin was made of cement. Mizo's arms were bruised so badly from this man that they were bright purple. Ioka was sitting up against the wall, tears streaming down her face. She held her right hand that had her fingers bent 90° backwards. She bit her tongue, preventing any squeals of pain to leave her mouth. Toru had taken down a rat man, the one who led the cement villain to the trio. She tied him up and got up and immediately cringed at the sight of both of her classmates severely injured. She walked over and put her gloves and shoes back on, so she is at least somewhat visible. Mizo, Kyoka and Toru had been teleported to the windstorm zone. The trio were all incredibly wet and had to fight off a duo of villains with ice-related quirks. Kyoka absolutely destroyed the ice that was created with her heartbeat thanks to some support items. But they still needed to escape. Mizo grabbed the 2 girls and scaled the buildings by extending his tentacle-like arms. He climbed the buildings but still had to find shelter. Villains were still out and about looking for them. But now that there was a giant hole in the building they were hiding in, they had to leave quick. Toru walked to the hole and looked up and gasped when she saw a horde of villains coming their way. "Guys, we need to leave, now," she shouted at her classmates. Mizo grunted as he forced himself up and he walked to the hole. His eyes widened in shock at the mass of villains quickly approaching them. With no time to hesitate, Mizo grabbed Toru with arm. He then turned to the crying Kyoka and extended out his arms to grab her. He picked them both up with ease before sprinting out of the building as fast as he could. "Look, there they are," a villain shouted, and a chorus of yells from the villains followed up from it. Knives flew at them, but Kyoka blasted them away with her speakers connected to her boots. "Run, Shoji, run," Toru screamed. She was terrified. "Haven't considered stopping," Mizo answered as he continued to race away. Yumikage wailed as he dropped to his knees. He was carrying Yuga and dropped him as soon as he got into cover. Yuga grunted as he hit the floor, but otherwise didn't react as he continued to convulse in pain from his stomach. Aoki and Sai were already there, but they had already passed out from heat exhaustion. The group of 4 had been sent to the conflagration zone, and Sayu immediately felt the side effects of her quirk. After about a minute, she collapsed. Dark Shadow was too weak from the light to do much of anything from the burning light of the fire, so Fyoki and Yuga had to protect the group. Fyoki could only defeat 2 villains before succumbing to heat exhaustion while fighting another villain. Fumikage barely saving her and somehow managing to get the villain to take themselves out. Fumikage carried Sayu and Fyoki to a dark area so he could protect them while Yuga held off the villains. But he was slowly losing power as he was rapidly getting a stomachache. Suddenly Yuga panicked as a group of villains ambushed him. Yuga released a giant beam of light as a laser and took down the villains. But that made him pass out from the pain of his growling stomach. More villains were coming, and Fumikage had to run out to save him. The grueling fire made it almost impossible for Dark Shadow to fight back, but in a wave of desperation, Dark Shadow grew in size and swiped the oncoming villains away. Fumikage rushed to the dark shelter with Yuga in his arms. Fumikage was panting, the heat greatly affecting him, but he would not let it take him out. He was the only one of his classmates left standing, and he had to fight. "Thank you, Aoyama, I'll take it from here," Fumikage said, turning to the corridor as villains approached them. He felt Dark Shadow growl as he grew in size from the darkness, happy for finally getting away from the light. Take them out, Dark Shadow. Ichako squeaked as she narrowly avoided an arrow of light from hitting her. She moved her floating debris around in protection of herself and teammates. Both Minoru and Momo were injured on the ground, having Ichako barely protect them from 3 flying villains, all trying to take her out. Minoru, Ichako and Momo had all been sent to the ruin zone. Everything had started out fine, easily taking villains down. But these 3 were proving to be a problem. A man with black skin had wings made out of light and was firing arrows of light at the students. The second one was a woman who was chucking small pebbles from her telekinesis at Ichako and the 2 on the ground. The final one was just a birdman swooping in only to be knocked away by a baseball bat Ichako was wielding that was created by Momo. But Ichako was slowly turning green. She was slowing down and becoming incredibly sloppy. Momo and Minoru were noticing this, and so were the villains. Mineta looked around, terrified of dying. But he then noticed something about the angel villain. He turned to Momo, who was forcing herself up. Both of her arms were scratched and bleeding profusely from the bird villain. "Yayoi Rozu," Minoru whispered, getting her attention. She turned to him, but he moved to her ear. He whispered something into it and she gasped. She looked to the angel villain and noticed it as well. A small smile came on her face. "Yeah, that would work. They'll be fine. These are just low-rank thugs, nothing they can't handle," Kitsuki said, rowing the boat with Denki in tow. "Still, unpredictable things can happen," Denki said. Kitsuki scoffed. "Didn't take you as the narcissist type," Kitsuki answered, looking back over his shoulder. Denki only smiled sheepishly. "Hey, I'm just worried. I doubt that everyone will have an easy of a time as what we did," Denki responded, defending himself. Kitsuki nodded his head and continued rowing. "So, what's the plan once we reach shore?" Denki asked. "Well, we're going to need to help Hope. Seeing as that mist guy is probably an underling of the guy that Hope shares a quirk with. Seeing as he's also looking to kill him, whatever that thing was that we saw before we ran away probably has multiple quirks," Kitsuki said. Denki didn't reply for about 10 seconds. Kitsuki was confused as of why. How do you know that?" Denki asked. Kitsuki froze. He just realized what he had done. Izuku had told him about the encounter Dabi had with Kurogiri a few days ago and told him to notify him if he sees him. Kitsuki gulps and squeezes his oar tight in his hands. "Shit, just forget I said anything," Kitsuki said a bit too harshly. He really hoped Denki would drop it. He didn't want to explain to Denki how he knew Izuku, Hope. Even though Kitsuki was still an ass, he didn't want everyone to know of how much of a shithole he was before this point. "I'm sorry, Bakugo. I may be an idiot, but I don't think even I know it would be smart to let that go," Denki said, but he wasn't accusing Kitsuki. His tone was also soft, which Kitsuki didn't know how to feel about. Kitsuki clenched his teeth, trying to keep his mouth shut. He felt like lashing out at Denki, but he really didn't want to do that to the boy. Denki didn't deserve it, and Kitsuki wanted to be better than what he was. Screaming his head off at the electric teen would only cause bad things. Kitsuki let out a low growl and lowered his head. I knew Hope in school. So I know who he actually is and he has told me some stuff. Just, please tell people any of that," Kitsuki said, keeping his cool. "Whoa, so Hope is our age?" Denki asked. "Yeah, he's our age," Kitsuki answered, repeating Denki's words. "So, are you 2 friends or something?" Denki asked. Kitsuki grunted and looked to the side, momentarily stopped rowing. "Not, X. No," Kitsuki said, stopping his previous answer and just making it simple. He was hoping to just end it there. But he could feel Denki's questioning gaze drilling into the back of his head. Kitsuki grunted and mentally prepared himself to answer Denki's unspoken question. I was an ass. I would say I was a bully to him, but that wouldn't even give justice to how much I did to the guy. I was an egotistical brat and made his life miserable. Fuck, I'm not a good person, I'm not," Kitsuki spewed. He was shaking, trying desperately not to cry because he would not be weak. Besides, he didn't deserve to cry. He felt Denki put a hand on his shoulder, but he shrugged it off. "Hope-sensei doesn't seem to hate you, he actually seems to like you a lot. So I think he's forgiven you," Denki said, trying to make Kitsuki feel better. "But that doesn't matter. He could forgive someone for slaughtering puppies. Just because he's forgiven me doesn't make me any better of a person." Kitsuki spat angrily, his eyes glaring at the water ahead of him. He then shoved his water back into the water and started paddling angrily. "Hey man, you are correct that him forgiving you doesn't make you a better person. But you trying to become a better person is what makes you a better person. I didn't know you before you, but if you were really that much of an ass, I can look over that like Hope. And trust me, if you weren't a good person, I wouldn't be trying so hard to be your friend," Denki said. Kitsuki paused. He looked back at Denki, who gave him a blinding smile. Kitsuki grunted and nodded his head and wiped his stray tears away. Kitsuki went to say thanks but caught his tongue. Despite what Denki had said, he still knew he wasn't a good person. He hadn't done anything to earn that from Izuku yet, so he wasn't allowed to accept thanks. Not yet. Hey Koji, you doing okay back there? He then heard Denki yell. He looked back and was reminded of the boy sitting in the lifesaver behind them. Another reason why he wasn't a good person. He completely forgot about Koji despite him literally saving his life just about 10 minutes ago. Denki didn't forget because he's actually a good person. Itsuki and Denki didn't talk for the rest of the rowing. Well, at least until they reached shore and saw Hope brawling a horrid monster. Izuku growled as the beast's arms turned into a tentacle and wrapped itself around Izuku's neck. The beast raised Izuku into the air and threw him several meters away, almost throwing him into the water. No. They heard Carmilla shout. Kitsuki, Denki and Koji all turned to look at Carmilla. She was at the top of the ledge with Kurogiri near her. She reached into her pocket and grabbed something that looked like a vial. She appeared to open it and consume the contents with it. The boys' eyes widened as they watched a goo start to surround Himiko. The goo took shape as a large person before getting color. The boys were in awe as they just watched Carmilla turn into the #1 hero. All Might. Kitsuki however recovered quicker than the two as he knew that Himiko had the capabilities of doing that. All Might, Carmilla charged at the beast as it slowly approached Izuku and punched it. The beast caught the fist, but Himiko was not deterred and punched again and again and again. The beast tried to counter, but Himiko blocked its punches while wailing on the beast. However, it didn't seem to be hurting it. Whoa, how the hell did she do that? Denki said in complete shock. That's her original quirk, she can turn into another person by drinking their blood. The quirk you've been seeing her use was given to her by Hope. Kitsuki said. Denki nodded his head, obviously impressed. Hey Koda, don't tell anyone that, hey? Denki asked with a smile, nudging the boy next to him. Kitsuki swore under his breath. How did he forget about the silent boy, again? Eraserhead slung the man he now knew as Shigaraki to the ground with his capture weapon. Shigaraki grunted as he hit the ground. He moved his hand around and gripped the scarf that was holding him, disintegrating it. Eraserhead flashed his quirk up to stop the disintegrating his scarf fully, but he could only do it for a quick moment as his eyes were heavily blurred. Shigaraki pushed himself up and turned to Eraserhead, who was positioning his injured arm away from Shigaraki. Shigaraki growled at Eraserhead and grabbed his shoulder. Eraserhead couldn't stop the smile when he realized his arm was limp at his side. He had dislocated his shoulder. But that smug success didn't last long as the mist figure appeared next to Shigaraki. Shigaraki, I regret to inform you, but 2 students escaped. Reinforcements will be arriving in a few minutes. Kurogiri explained. Shigaraki squealed in displeasure and stomped his foot on the ground in anger. Ah damn it Kurogiri, if you weren't our getaway I'd turn you to dust. He spat. His eyes then widened. Wait, when the hell did All Might get here? Shigaraki shouted, becoming even angrier. That is not All Might, that is Carmilla who has turned herself into All Might to combat Nomu. Don't fear, she seems to be losing. Kurogiri stated. Eraserhead took a step back, allowing himself to be forgotten for the time being. He moved his goggles away from his eyes and wiped them so he could see clearer. Kurogiri was right. Himiko and All Mights may be blocking and landing way more hits than Nomu, but her hits weren't damaging the thing. Izuku groaned as he pushed himself up. He shifted his bones once more as he watched who he presumed was Himiko fighting the beast. Hope wait. He heard a voice yell behind him. Izuku looked behind him to see Kitsuki running over to him with Denki and Koji pushing themselves out of the water. He looked up at Kitsuki and looked at him in the eye. He could see worry in his eyes and also fiery determination. How can we help? Kitsuki asked. Izuku thought for a moment before sighing and shaking his head. You can't Bakugo. That thing has multiple quirks. It seems to only be able to operate because of these quirks. I would be able to defeat it if I could get it to stay still for a second. But it has shock absorption, the ability to regenerate almost instantly, even lost limbs. It's also brain dead so no aversion tactics or the ability to stun it will affect it. You can't help me Bakugo, but you can help your classmates. Izuku said before turning back and shifting into an electric bolt. Denki and Koji ran up to Kitsuki who clenched his fists and bit his lip in frustration. He felt useless. Kitsuki, Denki and Koji went to help Eraserhead fight Shigaraki, but Kurogiri just ended up teleporting them away. The 4 could only then watch the fight, Denki and Kitsuki on his feet while Eraserhead was laying down. Koji kneeling next to him, trying to help. They're losing. Kitsuki said angrily, watching the Nomu throw All Might, Carmilla into the air with zero care, so it could attack Izuku. And we can't do anything. Kitsuki said angrily. He was squeezing his fists and they were shaking in rage. Denki stood next to him, he was thinking observing the fight. I think I could do something. Denki said. Kitsuki gruffed out a huff and turned his head slightly so he could see Denki. How would you do that? Kitsuki asked, keeping his fury down as much as he can. Hope said he just needed to have the beast stop moving for even a moment. I could paralyze it. Even if it can heal from that, it would still give Hope Sensei enough time. Denki replied. You can't do that, it is way too risky. You'd die. Kitsuki said, fully turning to Denki. Denki looked back at him. So will they if we don't do anything? Denki said, pointing his finger at the fight. As Denki said that, Carmilla was slapped away and slammed into the wall. She screamed in her voice, not all might. The goop slid off of her as she dropped off of the wall onto the ground. Her naked body only covered by the strange goop. Itsuki looked over to her and could only look at that in fear. He looked back at the fight and saw Izuku not fighting. Just trying to save alive. Kitsuki grunted, looking back at Denki who looked scared, terrified even, but determined nonetheless. Kitsuki raised his gauntlet and put his other hand on the pin. Then I'll give you cover. Kitsuki said. Izuku was on the ground, coughing up blood. He had overused heavy skeleton, fat inflammation and tentacles. He had no other tools, no other abilities to stall out this fight. Even if he turned into an electric bolt to escape, the Nomu would catch him as he de-transformed and kill him. Izuku could only watch as the brain-dead beast walked over to him. He drowned out the happy squeals of Shigaraki on the ledge as he cheered Nomu on and chanted for his death. Izuku looked over to Himiko and could only pray she would be okay. Then an explosion erupted behind him. Smoke flew to the Nomu and covered it. But as Izuku expected, it did nothing. Nomu raised its fist, preparing himself to kill Izuku, and he was ready to accept it. But what he didn't expect was Denki, covered in electricity, to jump out of the smoke trail. The Nomu didn't see him as Denki latched onto the beast's back. Atya? Denki said in a tone mixed with triumph and utter terror. Then, he let loose. Electricity flowed through him and electrocuted the Nomu. Izuku heard the beast scream, which he didn't think it could do. The light Denki was creating was so bright that everyone had to look away. This light was so bright that even people from outside the USJ could see it. Midnight, Present Mick, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Vlad King were all in a car with several ambulances and police car behind them, driving to the USJ as quick as they can. Vlad King was driving while Nezu sat in Ectoplasm's lap in the passenger's seat. The heroes could see the USJ, and they saw a light PF electricity flash in it. Present Mick, who was in the middle seat at the back, leant forward and practically shoved his face to the windscreen. Step on it. The hero said in a panic. Vlad King grumbled and put the car into fourth gear and slammed the pedal all the way down, going as fast as they can. After 10 seconds, the electricity stopped. Denki dropped from Nomu and landed on his ass. He could only look around weakly and stick his thumbs up. He kept wheezing out way with a bloody nose and unfocused eyes. Shigaraki seemed to become infuriated at what just happened. The Nomu was severely burned, its eyes had rolled to the back of its head. But despite this, it was healing, yet it hadn't moved. Izuku saw this and knew this was his chance. Izuku pushed himself up and activated Bolt once again. Izuku landed on Nomu's chest, his hands digging into the beast's shoulders. Izuku then pushed his right hand up and gripped the beast's face. Izuku felt the flow of quirks crash into him. But what he wasn't expecting was the quirks to break apart. Break apart a lot. Izuku gasped and screamed in pain, but that only happened for a second as Izuku fell from the Nomu and fell limp onto the ground. The Nomu made no noise as it slowly swayed backwards and fell onto its back. Dead. No, no, no. I didn't think these stupid NPCs would be the reason why I lose. Shigaraki screamed angrily like a child. At the moment, the door to the USJ bust open. Kitsuki looked over to it and relief washed over him as he saw Mina, Tenya and the staff of UA standing there. No worries Class 1A, I brought back help. Tenya yelled out. Shigaraki, I think it is time for us to leave. Kurogiri stated, creating a portal in front of him to protect against bullets that Snipe was firing. Shigaraki huffed grumpily and he turned around to look at Izuku's unconscious figure. I'll kill you next time. Shigaraki growled before walking through the portal. Nezu looked around the USJ. Several villains laid unconscious. 13 looked to be ripped apart by the entrance. Eraserhead was injured with Kitsuki and Koji by him. Carmilla was naked and slumped against a wall covered in a strange colorless goo, and there was a terrifying monster that lay dead next to an unconscious Izuku and stupefied Denki. Well, isn't this interesting? Nezu said. Author's notes. Finally another chapter and at last I got to the USJ. I know I skipped a few steps, but I didn't want this chapter to be too long. Didn't reread this because I am exhausted from block exams. But hopefully with more free time, I can get you guys more chapters. What was that? Izuku sat by Himiko's hospital bed. Thanks to his newly acquired resilience quirk, Izuku managed to recover quite quickly. After eating a bit of food he was able to use fat inflammation and was almost as good as new. However, Himiko on the other hand was still severely injured. Recovery Girl had done what she could, but Himiko would still be in the hospital for a while. Izuku wishes he could do more, but he can't leave resilient in her, as it would do more harm than good. As well as her being unconscious, fat inflammation will also not help. Izuku sighs and runs a hand through his hair. School had been called off for today from yesterday's events. Vultures, or otherwise known as news reporters, had already swarmed them, asking students and Eraserhead for their parts of the story. Some of his students also got hurt, but none of them was severe, which relieved Izuku greatly once he heard that. The worst one was Hanta from his electrical burns. Izuku was also happy to hear of how well some of his students handled the villains. Particularly, Mizo, Kyoka, Fumikage, Ijiro and Denki. Also, the villains knew exactly what Izuku's students' quirks were. They were all sent to a zone that would hinder their performance. They must have gotten that information when Kurogiri snuck into UA. Well, minus Denki, most people with his quirk would have been affected, but he was slightly different. Speaking of Denki, he did save his life. Izuku wasn't sure what to think of that, nor know how to repay Denki plus Katsuki for being the only reason he was alive. Those people were wanting to kill them, from orders of All for One. But what scared Izuku the most was the Nomu created to specifically kill him. The beast had the ability to morph his arms into tentacles to prevent any chance of being restrained. It had supersonic healing abilities as well as super strength and speed, and final, possessing the ability to have insane shock absorption. The beast was designed to have the ability to be invincible, as well as the ability to keep moving. As much as Izuku could tell, the only way to kill it would be to completely destroy the brain, or have Izuku take the quirks that keep it alive in the first place. Which Izuku did, but only found in terrifying truth. That Nomu, that creature. Whatever it was before becoming All for One's puppet, possessed exactly 100 quirks. The beast had 41 strength quirks, 20 speed quirks, 32 regenerative quirks, 5 shock absorption quirks, a tentacle quirk, and finally a mind wash quirk. But what was incredible was the fact that all of those multiple quirks that had the same purpose were combined together. That must be the reason that beast could still operate. Having more than one quirk could break. The Nomu was obviously modified to be able to hold more, but it still wouldn't have been able to hold all of those quirks unless they were combined. Izuku tried combining them back, but he could only have 2 combined. So now Izuku has 21 strength quirks, 10 speed quirks, 3 shock absorption, and 16 regenerative quirks, plus 2 other quirks. None of these help Izuku as he can't activate them because of his limit. So he doesn't know what to do. He can't just terminate all of them with Dabi's quirk because some of them are actually strong. But some of them are also useless, and Izuku doesn't have the power to train, so he can use more quirks. Perhaps he could give them to some of his students. You know, just to help them out a little bit. Itsuki watched Chako fly through a small obstacle course he set up for her to help her with her flying capabilities. With the sports festival so close, she had asked the only person in the class that can fly to help her. Katsuki. Fumikage and Momo could also probably fly, but it may take them a while to learn the capabilities. Itsuki grabbed a drink of water and had a towel around his neck to stop his sweat to run further down. He did love his quirk, but he did hate the fact it became sticky when it dried. Chako slipped through a tire that signaled her finished before deactivating her quirk. Chako, who is really good at landing, uncharacteristically slumped to the ground. Rainbows of light formed in her mouth which she fought to keep in. Katsuki growled at that and quickly stood up, running over to her. Seriously, round cheeks. I said not to push yourself to that point. Katsuki huffed out, trying to appear annoyed while he was actually really worried. Chako bobbed her head up, trying to keep her nausea down. She graciously took the water Katsuki was giving her and took a few sips. I know the festival is a week away, but remember what Hope said. Don't exert yourself to your limits, that will only harm you more than it would help. Katsuki said, remembering the words of others because God knows he'd just insult her. Chako weakly nodded her head. Thank you. She replied, forcing herself up. Katsuki put a hand on her shoulder to make sure she would be okay. Chako smiled up at him, which seemed to alleviate his worries by only a tad. Come on, that's enough for today. Katsuki said, quickly turning away. Chako wanted to argue, but the dizziness in her head said otherwise. She just sat down where the duo had been resting the entire time and had more sips of her water. Katsuki went over and started assembling the makeshift obstacle course and packing up the rest of the supplies he brought. He wanted to stay out a little bit longer to avoid returning home, but Chako had different limits than him, which is fine. He sighed, thinking about asking Izuku if he could crash at the caravan again. The two are being found a house by Nezu and Eraserhead, so perhaps he could just move there. Ochako stood up, although a bit wobbly. She heard a ding of the phone. Both of hers and Kitsuki's belongings were stacked next to each other. In case it was her parents, she walked over to it. Another ding spammed the phone, and then another. Ochako frowned. She saw it was Kitsuki's phone highlighted. She knew she should ignore it, but his phone was being spammed. Sue her, she was curious. Hell, maybe it was Denki just spamming him memes or something. Ochako bent down and had a closer look before gasping at what she saw. "Kitsuki!" Ochako shouted. Kitsuki flinched at his name being screamed at. Normally Ochako called him Kaken or Bakugo if she was upset. But never Kitsuki. Gingerly, he turned around to her because judging by her tone she was upset. She was running over to him with his phone. "Kitsuki, what is this? Are you being hurt? What's going on at home?" Ochako pleaded, shoving Kitsuki's phone in his face. Kitsuki jerked his head back with a frown. He grabbed it and looked at it before growling in annoyance. "Looks like his sister stole his dad's phone again." Kitsuki shook his head and grabbed his phone. "Nah, that's just my bitch of a sister," Kitsuki rumbled. He quickly opened his phone and responded with "Give dad back his phone." Ochako didn't seem satisfied with that answer. "The contact said dad," Ochako argued. Kitsuki shook his head, making a point to ignore the holes drilling into his head. "I've blocked her so she steals my dad's phone to text to me," Kitsuki muttered, turning his phone back on silent. "So your sister just gives you death threats?" Ochako asks pointedly, giving Kitsuki a glare that he knows isn't directly at him. "Yeah, it's a long story," Kitsuki says, rubbing the back of his neck. Ochako frowns and looks at him sadly. "Kitsuki, that isn't okay," Ochako says to him. Kitsuki grunts and shakes his head and covers his eyes with his hand. He would not cry. He didn't deserve to, and something like this would not break him. Yeah, I know. I kind of deserve it, but not from fucking her," he growled, masking the tears threatening to spill from his eyes the only way he knows how, anger. "Why would you deserve that?" Ochako accused, not fazed by Kitsuki's tone or actions in the slightest. Kitsuki silently cursed his mouth again. Saying things that come to mind first without thinking. It's a habit he can't seem to shake and it's pissing him off. Kitsuki is yelling at his mind to shut up. It stopped telling him to yell at Ochako, to tell her to fuck off. He was fighting the urge to pop out explosions from his frustration. Kitsuki seethed out a breath and fought the urge to stomp, to hit something. When Ochako gingerly placed her hand on his shoulder, he fought his instant reaction to slap it away. He didn't want to hurt her. But he was then surprised when she pulled him into a hard. She pulled him in hard and gripped him tight. He felt circles were being rubbed into his back and froze at this unfamiliar position and circumstance. "It's okay to cry sometimes, you know," Ochako said. Kitsuki didn't move, but he did put an arm around Ochako because it felt right. The touch felt weird and it was something he was unfamiliar with. When was the last time Kitsuki was hugged? Trying to remember, Kitsuki doesn't even think he was hugged before the whole Izuku fiasco went down. "Do you want to go home?" Ochako asked. Kitsuki scoffs and hisses at those words. "Not really," he grumbled. "You can come to my house then." Ochako replies with little care to her words. Kitsuki pauses for a second before resuming. He looks down at Ochako with shock on his face and removes himself from the hug. "But no, I couldn't do that. Especially your folks," Kitsuki says, his face rising in heat. "No, I insist. You don't have to worry about my parents either. I live on my own because my parents don't live close enough to you, Ochako said with a fierce determination. Kitsuki continued to argue with her for a bit before eventually giving up, and he thought he was stubborn. The two then started walking to Ochako's apartment. Kitsuki with a slight scowl on his face. He has his hands shoved deep down into his pockets and walked with a mood. Ochako seemed oddly nervous, which Kitsuki didn't get why she would be. "Hey, round cheeks. You good?" Kitsuki asked. Ochako flinched suddenly when she was addressed. Quickly she spun around with a nervous smile. She chuckled slightly and looked down at the ground. Sorry if my apartment isn't much. I don't have a lot of money. So we'll probably need to get takeout for dinner," Ochako said, almost like she's ashamed. Kitsuki raised an eyebrow. "So do you need groceries? I can get some for you," Kitsuki offered. Ochako immediately shot up and shook her head violently at him. "Oh no, you don't have to do that," Ochako said, waving her hands up in front of her face. Kitsuki frowned disapprovingly at her and shook his head. He walked forward and grabbed her wrist and started dragging her to a shop. "Yeah, I do. If you insist on me spending a night in your apartment, I can insist on getting you some groceries to make up for it," Kitsuki said, smirking when he saw Ochako's pouting face. It was Monday and Izuku was excited for the day. Himiko was all better and the press had finally calmed down. Not that they were a problem for Izuku or Himiko, as no one knows that they work at UA, but still. Izuku was called to Nezu for something urgent which did scare the teen a bit, but it was probably just a question Nezu wanted an answer to. Izuku also had to make a quick pit stop. Izuku went into class 1C while it was vacant. Present Mick is the homeroom teacher of this class, so Izuku knows where the seat of the individual he was looking for. He wanted Hitachi to succeed and get into the hero course. It is clear the kid has the capabilities and the drive to do so, but the odds just aren't in his favor. So Izuku wanted to give the boy just a bit of help. In his hands is a notebook, a lot smaller than the ones he used to use. There was information on his quirk, what he should do in the sports festival, and how he may want to go about in the future. It was just to give the boy a bit of a helping hand, just so he could make it to the final round. Izuku placed the book on his desk before promptly leaving to find Nezu. Izuku walks around the building for a bit before reaching the principal's door. Izuku just walks in as the door opens as he knows Nezu would do it. Izuku sees the chimera creature sitting in his chair. He was drinking a cup of tea. Nezu sighs when Izuku enters and sets his tea down. The stern expression on Nezu's face does have Izuku worried. He knows Nezu to be over the top and jovial, even when he isn't supposed to be. Because the rat is a sadist. He had never actually seen Nezu not with a smile. It didn't feel right, and suddenly Izuku could feel that his good day had been washed away. Nezu then pointed to the seat on the other side of his desk. "Take a seat, Izuku. You're not going to like this," Nezu said. Izuku gingerly nodded and took a seat and waited to hear what Nezu needed to say. "Taken what?" Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage, resilient, ember. Not active. Strength enhancements x21, speed enhancements x10, shock absorption x3, regeneration x16, tentacle arms, mind numb. Himiko's quirks. Transformation, hemomorphy. Author's notes. This is more of a building up chapter, sorry. But the next one is going to have more story and plus the sports festival. May end up making it 2 parts, we'll see how much energy I'll have left. Sports festival. Izuku was in a special observatory room. Himiko was sitting right next to him, chowing down on their snacks before the festival even began. Izuku had to forcefully stop her from eating everything before it began. Izuku and Himiko had to hang out in this room because obviously, the whole vigilante thing. Eraser had also wanted to hang out in here instead of hanging out in the crowd. But apparently the moron lost a bet with Present Mick and now is assisting with the cockatoo and narrating. Poor man. But Izuku was excited and angry. 2 very different emotions, but he was trying to push his emotion of anger down for the sake of his students. This was their big day, and Izuku was the person who had taught them. He was excited to see how far they would go for the victory and who would get into the tournament round. Although Izuku already had a good guess on who could make it. Izuku could judge by the events. Which, surprise, aren't as random as UA tries to make them. Don't be mistaken, the events are solely random generated, but they are made a week in advance so everything is prepared. This year, the first event was an obstacle course. Which Izuku intervened in with what the original plan was supposed to be. The race was going to be a flat race with robots, a geyser canyon, sand traps and a minefield. But the problem was that if someone could fly, all of those obstacles could be ignored. Only one student had the capability of doing that for the entire time. Itsuki Bakugo. But Izuku wants to make him work for his spot, not just breeze through. He also bet the Kitsuki would be thankful for making the race harder on him and not allowing him to have a free victory. Which also makes Izuku proud. Before, he would have gloated at how easy it was. But now, he wants to earn things and would help the others as well. Something Kitsuki would have never done in a million years, even if it was one of his old friends. The second one was tug team battle. Teams of 3 to 4 are selected by the students and are all connected to each other by a 10-foot rope. If it is cut by the student or another student, the team who cut the rope will instantly be disqualified. The headbands on the students are all of different point value, which are determined by the placement they were in from the first event. This is the same everywhere. The first event dictates your points you are worth for the second event. That is, always the case. Stolen headbands will count to the end score, but if a team ever loses all of their original headbands, they are out. For some reason, the first place student has 1 million points which Izuku sees as heavily unfair, but Nezu was unwilling to change it. It causes instant targeting, and it has made people purposefully place lower to not get first place, or even top 10. The final event is always the same. One-on-one tournament with the top 16 from the last event. They run up from each bracket until there is one winner. Izuku runs a nervous hand in his hair, feeling his body start to tense up even more. He feels Himiko hold Izuku's left arm and snuggle up to him before pulling Izuku into a hug. one that Izuku gladly accepts it. The airborne camera on the TV they were watching was panning through the crowd, and he heard Himiko growl when a certain group of people came into view. Izuku felt tears start to attack his eyes, and he hugged Himiko tight. The people who he never wanted to see again were all right there. In a line, audience members of UA's sports festival. His parents, sister, Kitsumi, Shoto, Zyado and their mother Rei were all there. Izuku never wanted them here. They shouldn't even be here. But of course, they were allowed a chance. Why shouldn't they have one? Not only have they already had multiple chances before, but they must have another, shouldn't they? Izuku hated it, he despised them. Flashback. What? Izuku yelled. He stood up from his seating position behind Nezu's desk and stared at the Chimera wide-eyed. Several emotions swirled around him as tears spilled from his eyes. Izuku smacked the desk in frustration. He felt betrayed, hurt, confused, angry, worried all at once from what Nezu had just told him. Nezu sighed and sadly nodded his head, keeping his paws together in front of him. This isn't my decision. Those four shouldn't have this chance, I gave them one, and they all failed. But Izumi's father All Might managed to convince the Hero Committee to give these kids a go. Whoever wins the sports festival will have to fight those four. Whoever wins will be allowed to attend UA. Nezu said firmly, but you could tell that there was anger in his voice. Izuku croaked out a sob. He reached his hands up into his hair and grabbed a handful. He pulled onto it hard, with tears leaking down his face. Why? They had their second chance, they had it. Izuku croaked out, landing onto his knees and sobbing violently. Nezu got down from his seat and walked over to the sobbing Izuku. He pat the boy's back. I'm sorry Izuku. They do not deserve this chance, but they are getting it anyway. My hands are tied for this. I deeply apologize. Nezu remarked sadly. Izuku barely registers what happens next, but he eventually remembers Himiko slithering around him and gripping him into a hug. He was still distraught and hurt and cried into her until he blacked out. Flashback over. Izuku glared at the TV. If any of those smucks make it in, Izuku will personally make their world a living hell. Itsuki enters the stadium and immediately winces at the booming claps and scream of the audience. The light also hurts his eyes, but he forces himself to look up to stay standing tall and with confidence. He was going to be a hero. But he knew his main reason was the four people were in the crowd. Kitsuki naturally looked around for them as the rest of the other classes came out. He heard President Mick had introduced them as the class who survived a villain attack, which made him scowl. That isn't something to gloat about in his perspective. Several of them almost died, and it also seems as if that would put them higher than the other classes. But Kitsuki was more focused on something else. His sister hadn't told him about it because they have been nothing but feral ferrets to each other for months. But Izuku did, very angrily and sadly. Those four assholes are being given another shot for UA by challenging the winner of the festival and beating them. Itsuki's eyes finally found the bi-colored hair of the Todoroki twins. He then found Izumi, Kitsumi as well as Rei Todoroki and the Yagi parents also sitting there. He matched Kitsumi's heated gaze glaring down at him before turning to Midnight, who was yelling out. Welcome everyone to this year's sports festival. But first we need to hear a word from the first year's representative. Kitsuki Bakugo. She yelled out. Kitsuki blinked in surprise. His friends around him clapped and pushed him up. Kitsuki was still surprised. Why was he representative? Tenya was class president. Was it because he placed first in the entrance exam? It was the only guess he had, as Nezu nor any of the other teachers would just let him be the year representative. Itsuki walked up to the stand where Midnight was standing. She moved over from the microphone and signaled for him to take the place. Kitsuki slowly walked over to the microphone and gave Midnight a look. She smiled gingerly and looked out to the crowd of students. Kitsuki nervously took in a breath and his stomach felt light. Butterflies formed around before Kitsuki squashed them down. He didn't know what he was feeling right now, and he knows for a fact that he doesn't like it. Kitsuki took a quick look over to the people who he had left behind and glared for a second, steeling himself before speaking. Izuku wouldn't lie that he was slightly nervous. But he believed in Kitsuki, that he was better. But Izuku was very curious in what he would say. I am here to win, and you should be too. Kitsuki starts off, nervously swallowing the spit that had built up in his throat. We want to be heroes, to make a difference in what happens in our lives in the future. So everyone here should be giving 100%. If you aren't, then you obviously don't belong. So give it your all, everyone here, because no one will be going easy on you, and there will be no cheap way out. Kitsuki finishes before walking away from the microphone. What he wasn't expecting was the loud clapping and applause he got from the crowd. Even the other students cheered, mostly the hero course, but still. When he got back to his group of friends, they all patted him on the back and said that was awesome, or manly in Ijiro's case. Kitsuki smiled at that. He was being praised, not because of his quirk or because he proved something to the people around him. No, he was being congratulated for being a good person, not being an ass. He felt proud, like he had accomplished something. Not like before though, it wasn't ego or anything else. It was just a good feeling welling up inside him. He wanted to feel it more. Alright, let's see what the first event will be. Midnight yelled. She walked over to a wheel. The students and the audience were all waited with bated breaths for what the event would be. Izuku and Himiko weren't, as they already knew what the event was. The wheel span. A color landed on the wheel with the picture of a man running. A screen appeared behind Midnight and she shouted for joy. The words obstacle course appeared and the class all looked up at that. Midnight, with a devilish smile, turned back around and strutted back to the front of the podium. She stood on with my sway of her hips, than ever necessary. Alright boys and girls. Your first event is the obstacle race. Your task is to make it from the start to the finish in one go. But be careful, there are going to be some things in your way. There aren't a lot of rules, but the main one is to not purposefully harm someone. You can sabotage, but not to the point of severe injury. Now everyone, to the entrance of the stadium. Midnight yelled out. The first years all turned around and walked over to the entrance of the stadium. The general courses were all at the front to give them a little bit of an advantage, but it really didn't matter. They all stood, ready to run. Himiko had grabbed some popcorn for the occasion, which she happily shared with Izuku. Alright everyone. Are you all ready? President Mick yelled over the microphone. Eraserhead groaned and slammed his head down onto the table. He had his arm in a sling as it was still injured from the USJ, but other than that, he's perfectly fine. Well, perfect as you can be when sitting next to the human microphone. The doors to the entrance of the stadium swung open, cracking out a bright light that blinds all of the students. Go, go, go. President Mick shouts. With those shouts, the students started to scramble out. Unfortunately for the general core students at the front, they quickly found out that the immediate exit of the building is covered in a thin layer of ice. Himiko laughed at the unfortunate students who ended up tripping and slipping all over the ice. Many of them falling onto their stomach or butt. Izuku just felt sorry for them. What's the point of giving them a head start when they purposefully make it hard to exit? But Izuku did smile when he noticed a certain purple-haired student of the general course being lifted over the ice by his classmates. The hero core students quickly sprinted ahead, most of them having the capabilities to maneuver of the ice with ease or destroy it. But that wasn't the first obstacle. No, the first obstacle was the huge zero-pointers that were used in the entrance exam. Sai was the first one to approach the zero-pointers, since she easily jumped over everyone in the ice. However, she had to fall back as all 4 zero-pointers changed their attention to her. The other hero core students also arrived, but none of them could really do much to the zero-pointers. So the best option was to avoid them. Itsuki deduced this and smirked. He pointed his hands to the ground and let his palms ignite. From the propulsion of his explosion, Kitsuki flew into the air and flew way above the robots. He easily took the lead and gained huge distance over everyone else. Kitsuki saw that the next obstacle was a forest-type area. It bended around. Kitsuki thought it was probably the best course of action was to just continue to fly over it. So that is what Kitsuki attempted. But something slammed into his back. Kitsuki coughed and roared in both pain and shock. Kitsuki spun around and blasted whatever had hit him. He couldn't see much of it as his flash of light and smoke blocked most of it. But from the sound, Kitsuki assumes it is metallic. Kitsuki looks down and aims to fly back up into the air, but he feels himself being rammed into again. Kitsuki shouts in pain as he hurtles into the large leaves of the forest underneath him. Kitsuki tumbles through the tree, hitting branch after branch before finally gripping onto one to stop his fall. With a grunt, Kitsuki pulls himself up, resting his chest over the branch he caught himself on. He looks up and can see the hole of where he fell through from the moved leaves and broken branches. Kitsuki then looks closer and sees a few things flying in the sky. They were drones. They weren't large, only about as big as his torso, and looked mostly flat. Kind of like a Roomba. They had small wings and an engine that granted them flight. Kitsuki smirked up at them. Didn't want to give me an easy victory, did you, Izuku? He smirked. Kitsuki then looked around the tree before dropping down. The forest trees were dense together, which prevented him from just blasting around. He also couldn't fly over it from the patrolling drones in the air. Huffing in annoyance, Kitsuki marched forward. Using his explosions when he can, but mostly doing it on foot. Though our front runner Kitsuki Bakugo has been swooped out of the sky. But he is still up and going, but that has allowed the people at the back to catch up a bit. President Mick yelled out. Itsumi smirked with sadistic happiness at that and pumped her fist in the air. Yeah, take that, cunt fucker. She swore. Izumi flinched back from her friend's harsh words. Zyado seems to agree with that statement, but she still has a small smile on her face. Shoto mimicking that as well. Hey, settle down, Kaken, he may be hurt. Izumi says softly, but knows it would be pointless. Nah, the fucker deserves everything pain related he gets put through. Kitsumi smiles in an unnatural way that only Izumi seems to take note of. Denki tried avoiding a zero-pointer, but it seemed dead set on striking him. For it being extremely large, Denki wasn't so sure about shocking it. But seeing how it wasn't letting him past was being an issue, Denki decided to give it a go. Charging up some electricity, Denki avoided the devastating stomp of the zero-pointer. He then slammed his hands onto the robot and released some electricity. The robot wasn't being as affected as much as he wanted. So, Denki ramped up more volts. He stopped when a loud bang erupted from the robot. Slowly, that zero-pointer started falling down. Squeaking in surprise and fear, Denki turned around and sprinted away. Using a bit of his quirk to push himself further. A huge zero-pointer started to tumble. The students started to scream and rush back when they saw the behemoth fall to the ground. 2 students couldn't move fast enough though, and the robot landed on top of them. The crowd gasped at that and were worried until they saw both boys bust through the robot. Ejiro and Tetsu activated their quirks and punched through the metal robot. Then climbed out and sprinted into the forest ahead of them. Himiko laughed and made the comment of how they were long-lost brothers from their sheer similarities of their strange character. Izuku had to agree. Look at now, folks. The forest is proving to be a challenge to our students. The mud pits and smell are really throwing them off, but some are powering through. Tokoyami, Sayu, Shoji, Shiro, Shishida, Tokij and Kawaro are all quickly making up ground on Bakugo. Present Mick narrates. He was right. Kitsuki was quickly losing ground to those with better suited quirks for this environment. But he still was the first to make it to the next obstacle. The canyon. Kitsuki sprinted forward and took note of the obstacle. It was a large crater that stretched way too far for anyone to be able to go around it. It was a long drop down, so far that it would certainly kill someone, but there was a net to catch anyone who fell. But Kitsuki wasn't intending on falling. There were large stones that could be hopped on, each at minimum 15 meters apart from each other, which would certainly make jumping across difficult. But Kitsuki didn't have to jump across. He could fly. Pushing himself up from the ground, but not to hide to gather attention from the drones. Kitsuki started popping explosions to get him to the other side. What he wasn't expecting was to be attacked. Hot water sprayed him from below. Kitsuki gurgled from the sudden intrusion. He was lifted higher into the air. Kitsuki opened his eyes when he finally felt that he wasn't being pushed up by high-pressured water. He looked down and saw that he was at least 100 feet in the air and he was slowly starting to descend. Kitsuki tried activating his quirk. But not so much as a spark appeared. The water really fucked him. Kitsuki luckily was going to land on one of the pillars, but he knew it was going to hurt. Bracing himself, Kitsuki bit back a scream as he felt pain shoot up him through his legs like a dagger. He started coughing as a substitute from the pain and dropped to his knees. He looked behind him to see other students had finally caught up. Sayu and Hanta were having zero issue whatsoever thanks to their quirks. He was surprised when he saw Mizo flying. A few other Class 1B students were also there, but 2 of them seemed unsure of how to proceed, while the one that looked like the beast from that Disney film jumped straight on in and was pelted with the hot water, much like how Kitsuki was. Kitsuki had quickly been placed down to 3rd, but he was not a quitter. His quirk was still washed out from the time being, but he would keep going. He had to. Forcing himself up onto his feet, Kitsuki looked around for the closest pillar. He was already close to the other side, but not close enough to jump to it. Kitsuki spotted the closest pillar. It was way further than what he could jump, but he still had to keep going. Waiting for his quirk to come back was just losing him time. Taking a step back, Kitsuki lined up for his jump. He then sprinted forward and leapt to the next pillar. He was nowhere close to making it on the top, but he gripped onto the side of the pillar. Grunting, Kitsuki pulled himself back up and prepared himself to jump again. Would you look at that, folks? Sayu Asui has taken the lead, but if she wants to keep it, she better keep hopping fast. Looks like more students are reaching the canyon now. Present Mick yelled. Eraserhead sighed for what seemed like the 1,000th time that day while watching everyone run. Izuku frowned when watching the general core students and support students try and race. They all almost seemed scared and not really trying. Izuku understands that they may not have a suitable quirk for battler movements, but other hero core students also have that issue. Like Toru, Kyoka, Kinoko. They don't have suitable battle quirks without the help of support items, and maybe if you squint, Kyoka has movement capabilities with her quirk. The only exceptions to that were Hitachi, another girl from his class and a girl with pink dreadlocks and several pieces of equipment. Izuku's eyes widened when she saw her fly across the canyon with her jetpack and boots. She actually seemed impressive. Not that he could admit that to Himiko. She'd take it the complete wrong way. Hanta and Sayu were now the two front runners, with Katsuki quickly catching up by flying low to the ground. Fumikage and Mizo also passed the canyon and now ran to the next obstacle. Setsuna and Jiroda were close to completing it as well. More Hero Corps students approached the canyon. Mina was one of the first one and was able to traverse it quite easily. Her increased speed from her sliding on her acid made it easy for her to make it to the close jumps. However, this seemed to only hinder everyone else. It made people who present Mick like to call. The monkeys who were Kendo and Mashirao jumped from the side to side on the pillars, never touching the top. While other people weren't as affected by it, like Fyoki and Ichako, who flew over it or evaporated it. Itsuki was only slightly behind Hanta and Sayu when they reached the next obstacle. Luckily, he wasn't the one in the lead, as he probably would be the one suffering the consequences of what lies ahead. A minefield. Thankfully, Hanta found that out first. Well folks, it looks like Zero is the first one to discover what the next obstacle it is. A minefield. Present Mick roars. Katsuki pushes himself to a stop and looks at the pink cloud that erupted from the ground. Itsuki looks all around the ground and can see the mines are incredibly close to the surface. His explosion would cause the mines to explode, so he can't fly close to the ground. He looked up and saw about 30 drones swirling through the air. Flying high is certainly a no. Screaming of Hanta wakes Katsuki up from his thoughts. He turns and spots Hanta land on the ground hard. The poor boy starts groaning as he rolls over in pain. Gritting his teeth, Katsuki turns back to the minefield. Sayu already has a huge head start, but he would not let her keep it. That's for sure. However, he would have to fight more people than just Sayu, as other students like Fumikage and Mina caught and made quick work of the minefield. They got through it way faster than both Sayu and Katsuki and now were in the lead. Whoa, would you look at that. Tokoyami has taken the lead with a Shido ride on his tail. The front runner for this race just keeps on switching folks. Present Mick yells with enthusiasm. Ichako makes it to the minefield somewhere under top 25. Her quirk in the canyon really made up her lost time. She looked around and flinched at the loud sound. Tageru from class 1B just hit a mine and blew up into the air. High into the air. Ichako then looked down at the ground. She noticed a mound where a mine was and got down on her knees. She swiped away the dirt carefully and gently grabbed the mine. She lifted it up without it blowing up, which was a relief for her. She saw another person fall victim to the mines. Ichako knew she could fly over it, but she had no clue how long the minefield actually stretched out. She was already feeling woozy from using her quirk at every other obstacle so far. She didn't want to vomit before the finish line, and with a horde of people coming up after her. She didn't have faith her ability to outrun them for the finish. So Ichako developed a plan. From what she saw, he was no burns on the boy who was hurled into the air, so the only damage it does is the shockwave from the explosion. If she can launch herself to the finish, she surely would have enough stamina to finish. So Ichako got to work. She shoveled up the mines and placed them off to the side. Others gave her weird glances but continued to run forward. She ignored them, as well as the sinking feeling in her stomach as she quickly fell in places, but she kept digging and digging until she got about 20 mines. Ichako gently stacked the mines on top of each other, making sure that none of them would go off. Ichako took in a deep breath as she took a step back. She turned around, her back facing the mines. Ichako touched the pads on her left hand onto her arm. Taking in a deep breath and squeezing her eyes shut, Ichako jumped back onto the mines. The next thing she knew, she was flying in the air. "I see your rocket is making herself a launch pad," Eraser had said, one of the few things he said that day. But not many people paid attention to that, as they were all more focused on the front runners. Fumikage and Mina were fighting for first. Fumikage is covered in dark shadow to make himself go faster, but the beast also is extending its claws to swipe at Mina. Every time, however, she skillfully dodges like it's a dance and continues the slide with little setback. Itsuki manages to make it past the minefield but has dropped to 10th at that point. But he would not be beaten. He revved up his quirk and smiled when he felt the burning pops in his hands before launching forward. Very quickly, Katsuki passed other people and made up his lost time. He quickly reached third and could see his two classmates fighting for first. But he could also see the finish line. So Katsuki stepped it up. Right before the finish line was a massive drop. It was an extremely steep hill that had been purposefully made smooth. Mina reached it first and covered herself in acid before sliding down and quickly reached insane speed. Fumikage decided to ignore that and sent Dark Shadow's claws out like wings and tried gliding down to the finish. He was going slower than Mina, but he was making more distance to the finish. It would be close between the three on who would make it first. 3. Yeah, because Katsuki was barreling in and was quickly approaching Fumikage. The three are barreling for the finish, each determined to make it first. Present Mick yells, forcing Eraserhead to use his quirk on the blonde as he hops out of his seat. But I don't think any of them are going to get it. Eraserhead said into the microphone, causing a huda wisp out from the loud hero. Izuku and Himiko couldn't help but smirk when Ichako came crashing down. Right before the finish, Shiri activated her quirk one more time to stop herself from dying on impact with the ground. Her head was spinning and her stomach was doing somersaults. But somehow she kept herself together. Ichako couldn't stay standing and slumped down to her knees. She closed her eyes as the light was hurting her eyes. She felt sick and she had no clue if she had even made it or was at the finish. She was at the finish line, right? She kind of just closed her eyes and prayed for the best. But then she felt firm hands grip her shoulders and a presence come down right next to her. The palms of the person seemed sticky and warm, so she didn't have to guess that Kitsuki was sitting right next to her. Rubbing her eyes, Ichako turned to look at the mostly blurred figure of Kitsuki Bakugo. She squinted her eyes and rapidly blinked to desperately try and get the water away and see clearly. Once she mostly had, she could see him smirking down at her. She couldn't help but smile back. "Did I make it?" she asked, slightly out of breath. His face was beet red, so she could tell he pushed himself far to make it. "Did you make it? Round cheeks, you won." Kitsuki grinned. Ichako stared at him stunned. She then rested her eyes and allowed a soft chuckle escape her lips. She didn't want to believe him, call him a liar, but Ichako knew Kitsuki. He wasn't an asshole. She allowed him to lift her up. He swung one of her arms around his shoulder and helped her walk away. Ichako let Kitsuki take her away, hoping that it would be to the infirmary because damn, does she have a killer headache. What an amazing finish. Uraraka set up a launch pad for herself and managed to snatch victory from Bakugo, who narrowly came second. Ashido barely scraped third with Tokoyami in tow as the 3 Hero Corps students all passed the finish line within a second. Present Mick yelled. The other students all ended up finishing. The 39 Hero Corps students all made it in predictably. That happens almost every year. The top 42 students get to make it to the next round, so 3 people from the general and support course are guaranteed to make it in. A few kids had to take a trip to the infirmary as they were injured during the race. Most of them being the students who made it into the next round. Everyone took about a 30-minute break as the students were all cleared up. Eventually, the remaining students came back onto the field and were greeted by the loud roars and cheers of the crowd. They quieted down as Midnight came up to speak. A wheel was right next to her, as well as a huge screen right behind her. Midnight struck a pose and licked her lips as she looked over the crowd. Masha leant over to Rakido and whispered to him. "Is Midnight Sensei really a good choice to run this?" he asked. Rakido shrugged his shoulders and shook his head and out his focus back on the screen. "Alright cuties. After that eventful round, I think you all are dire to know what is next in store." Midnight shouted, which received thunderous applause. Midnight swayed her hips as she trotted over to the wheel. She put her hands on top of the wheel before pulling down hard. The wheel spun and spun before landing on a picture of 3 people tied together by a line. The screen behind Midnight flared up and the words "Tug Team War" showed up on display. Midnight yelled out in happiness before stomping over to the pedestal again. "Well, would you look at that? Tug Team Battle. The rules for that are quite simple. A team of at least 3 and max 4 will be paired together. You will be connected by a rope that extends at max 10 feet from person to person. You are not allowed to ever cut the rope. If you do, you will be disqualified immediately. Their objective is to steal headbands off of the other students while keeping yours at the same time. The headbands you wear all have different points determined by your placement in the first event. Seen here." Midnight shouts as she walks away to give clear view of the scoreboard. It goes like this. 42. Kinoko Komori. 5. 41. Manga Fukudashi. 10. 40. Ryaiko Yanagi. 15. 39. Toru Hagakure. 20. 38. Tatsu Rikira. 25. This is the extra girl from class 1C, but she won't have an impact at all. 37. Koji Koda. 30. 36. Minoru Mineta. 35. 35. Kajiro Banda. 40. 34. Ibarashai Izaki. 45. 33. Rakido Sato. 50. 32. Niranjeki Shota. 55. 31. Kyo Kajiro. 60. 30. Hitachi Shinso. 65. 29. Yasetsu Awase. 70. 28. Yui Kadai. 75. 27. Mei Hatsum. 80. 26. Nido Monoma. 85. 25. Fyoki Nanami. 90. 24. Yuga Aoyama. 95. 23. Hiryu Rin. 100. 22. Juzo Hananuki. 105. 21. Hanta Siro. 110. 20. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. 115. 19. Ijiro Kirishima. 120. 18. Denki Kaminari. 125. 17. Senator Kabara. 130. 16. Kasate Tsubiraba. 135. 15. Pony Tsunatori. 140. 14. Mizo Shoji. 145. 13. Tageru Kamakiri. 150. 12. Itsuka Kendo. 155. 11. Mashirao Jiro. 160. 10. Satsuna Tokichi. 165. 9. Shihai Kawaro. 170. 8. Tenya Iida. 175. 7. Momoyoi Rozu. 180. 6. Sayu Asui. 185. 5. Jiroda Shishida. 190. 4. Fumikage Tokoyami. 195. 3. Mina Shido. 200. 2. Kitsuki Bakugo. 205. 1. Ichako Uraraka. 1 million. Ichako's eyes widen. She instinctively looked at number 1 as that was what she was told she was placed. The points above her are from Kitsuki, who has 205 points. They are going up by increments of 5 each time, so why does hers change to 1 million? She can already see eyes turn straight to her, and she immediately tenses up. Those are the placements that you got and how much points you are worth. The observant ones of you will have noticed that the first place person isn't worth 210 points. They are instead worth 1 million. Midnight smirks devilishly. Ichako flinches when the heads of everyone snap to her. She could hear the craning of others' necks face her. Izuku shakes his head in disappointment. Now she is going to be a high target. She would have been before with her point value of 210, but now she is basically a hit for mercenaries. No one will want to be on her team. Wow, the look in all of your eyes really turned me on. Midnight shouts with a seductive smile. Instantly, the moods in the students fall apart. They all look down and away with a face of appall and tongue sticking them out of their mouth in disgust. Izuku slaps his forehead hard while Himiko starts laughing at Midnight's incredibly stupid character. Eraserhead slams his head on the desk while Present Mick groans and rests his head in his palm. Eraserhead, after a very long grunt and sigh, reaches forward and grabs the microphone. Choose your teammates now. You have 10 minutes. Eraserhead says in a tired voice before slouching in his chair again. He brings his injured arm up and lazily glares at it as it is annoying him. The crowd instantly comes back to life and people all of a sudden start pushing and shoving. Kitsuki looks for a certain bob of brunette hair, but a large hand pushes him out of the way. Kitsuki grunts as he falls back onto his foot harder than what he would have expected. He glares over to the unknown Class 1B boy who shoved at him before trying to find Ichako again. He doubts anyone would come up to him. He has the second highest points, his amount alone is probably more than what some of the team's totals will end up as. Kitsuki knows he is strong, he has a powerhouse of a quirk, but his mobility and shockwave would end up hindering others because of the tethering. If he could get Ichako as a teammate, perhaps they can wait out most of the fight in the air. He knows Ichako could only hold them up for maybe 6 minutes at most if they have a team of 3, but they could use that as instant safety at the end. Itsuki growls when he still can't find that bob of brown he is searching for. When he finally spots it, he sees Denki already talking with her. Kitsuki doesn't mind Denki actually being one of his friends at UA, so teaming with him wouldn't be so bad. His quirk control is not the greatest, but he has improved, Kitsuki knows that. Itsuki moves to walk over to them, but is stopped by a familiar sturdy arm, locking his around the neck and shoulders. Ikubro, you still need a team, right? He heard Ijiro ask. Kitsuki looks over to Ichako again and finds her following Denki in another direction. He feels disappointed but hides that feeling as he turns to face Ijiro's bright toothy grin. He also spots Hanta and Mina behind him. Yeah, come on Bakugo. Come with us. Mina says happily. Kitsuki notes that Mina came third, so that already puts them over 400 points. The Malone would probably have them near the top point value teams already. That's not mentioning the fact that he will also be on a team with Ijiro and Hanta, two people who he knows scored pretty well. Other than Ichako's team, Kitsuki believes he will be on the highest point value team. Something he'd rather avoid, but it is either this or nothing. Besides, he gets along with them. Alright Hammerhead, I'll join your team. Kitsuki says. Ijiro somehow smiles wider and turns around. He high-fives Hanta and Mina, like getting him on their team was some kind of achievement. Kitsuki feels a pit form near his heart but shoos it away. He still is not a good person, Kitsuki needs to keep reminding himself that. Ichako feels small. She has 1 million points. 1 million, having her headband would be an instant win. So now she's a target. A huge one. She isn't like Kitsuki with a powerful quirk or Mizo with a strong defense. she can make herself and other things float. Floating herself and her teammates may be useful though to secure a win, but they have to have a winning position by that point, as Ichako knows she can't hold out for 10 minutes. Ichako sees people instantly move away from her, and honestly it hurts. So she starts looking around for someone who want. Katsuki perhaps, he is her closest friend here. She already sees Tsuyu and Tenya looking around for others, so they are a no. But she can't seem to find the explosive teen. She looks around for a little while for the familiar spikes of ash blonde hair, but comes up with nothing. Ichako sighs and slouches her shoulders. What was she going to do? If she couldn't find anyone to team with her, will she just be disqualified or will she be put onto a team with 3? There has to be at least 2 teams with 3, as 42 doesn't evenly split into 4. Hey, you're Raka. A voice chirped up from behind her. Ichako spins around and spots Denki smiling at her and moving over towards her. Hey Kaminari, do you want something? She asked tentatively. Not convinced Denki would want to be on her team. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to be on a team. Denki asked with a smile. Ichako eyes widened in surprise, but then came a smile of relief. Really? I'd love to. Ichako says, as she let out a breath before frowning again. Wait, we need at least one more teammate. Ichako says worried. Denki however smiles more and pats her shoulder. Don't worry, I think I have someone. Denki said before turning around. Her looked over his shoulder and waved at her. Follow me. He replied before walking off. Ichako could only nod her head despite the fact that Denki wasn't looking at her. She followed the electric blonde to where the person was. What she saw was a lone boy, scanning around, who had floating purple hair that seemed to defy gravity. He also sported heavy eye bags not so different from her homeroom teacher that made her worry about his health. He also seemed incredibly out of place, and Ichako can't even recognize him. The duo's approach made the boy turn and raise an eyebrow at them. Denki waved. Hey, you're Shinso, right? He asked. To which the boy seemed confused and slightly uncomfortable. Cautiously, he nodded his head. You also have a type of mind control quirk, right? Denki asked. Ichako could have sworn she saw fear and panic flash in the boy's eyes. He seemed slightly unnerved but didn't make any complaints. Yes, I do. Hitachi said. Denki's smile only grew wider as he looked over to Ichako. This made Ichako slightly scared. Denki had an idea, which always was worrisome to Ichako as she knew he wasn't the brightest cookie. But that didn't mean he was dumb, he was the one who took down that bio-engineered thing at the USJ. So she had little power other than to let it ride. What's the worst that can happen? So you mess with the mental abilities of a person. So how would that work with nausea? Denki asked. Ichako suddenly was getting the idea of what Denki was thinking, and she wasn't 100% sure if she was okay with it. Hitachi had to think for a bit. Well, in theory, I delay those types of reactions. I don't know in practice though. Hitachi admitted. Denki still smiled before turning back to Ichako. So you know what I'm asking, right? He asked Ichako. Yes. Ichako asked, slightly scared but would do it. It was a plan and it wasn't likely they would get a better plan. So are you cool with it? Denki asks. Ichako fakes confidence and nods her head, but one thing she isn't faking is her determination. She wanted to win. Hitachi finally recognizes the girl that has been silent for the entire time as he and Denki talked. Wait, aren't you the girl who won? Hitachi asked but knowingly, and Ichako could only sheepishly nod in response. Hitachi sighed and slumped down, knowing that he was going to be on the targeted team. Denki smirked and walked to his side, slinging his arm around his shoulder. Welp, I don't see you going to any other team, so you're stuck with us. Denki grinned. Hitachi sighed and dropped his head, rolling his eyes. Oh boy. He said in a monotone voice. Alright contestants. Are you ready? Midnight shouted. Everyone was now in a team. They were connected by a tether that sprawled the teams into a line. There was over 15 teams, but they were all looking at a single one. Ichako, Denki and Hitachi. Hitachi was at the back with Ichako slightly in front of him. Denki was in the lead looking around and being the protector. Unless they had specific quirks, no one could touch him, but he also was constantly putting his teammates at risk. Midnight raised her flag, and the teams got ready to run. Ijiro elbowed Katsuki, who growled in response and looked over to him. Do we go over to the 1 million? He asked. Katsuki looked over and looked at the team. It was Denki, Ichako and some other person from Class 1C. He didn't know their quirk, and most likely he wouldn't be a problem, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Katsuki shook his head. No, none of us can get close to Pikachu. So we'll have to wait when he's shocked himself out from other team's stupidity or vending machine, Momo, takes him down. Besides, that purple-haired one is a wild card, and it would be stupid to underestimate him. Katsuki says sternly, getting the memo to his less bright friends who like being reckless. Go. Midnight shouts. Instantly the teams to start get ready. For example, a full girls team takes charge at Denki, Achako and Hitachi. That team is Setsuna, Ryuko, Yui and Kinoko. However, predictably like Kitsuki had said, the team was easily taken down by ignorance of Denki's quirk. Swiftly they all fell flat on the floor. Denki ran up with his teammates in tow and collected their headbands, immediately eliminating the team. Achako spotted Team Tenya sprinting their way with Momo, Fyoki and a girl she doesn't recognize. She also sees Tenya and Fyoki wearing some equipment that they shouldn't be. They look too steampunk-like to fit Momo's style, but they certainly fit the other girl from going off of her goggles alone. Most likely her doing. She pulls her team away by the rope and they quickly follow. Hitachi runs up to Achako and grabs her shoulder. "Can you look at me?" he asks. She turns around to stare at his tired eyes. "What weighs more, ton of bricks or feathers?" he says hurriedly as the other team starts to gain on them. Achako just opens her mouth, but nothing comes out as Hitachi snaps his fingers. Achako goes slack, her eyes becoming dull and her movement slowing down. "Float us," Hitachi commands and Achako quickly complies. She floats the two boys first before floating herself. "Jump," Hitachi hollers. He, Denki and Achako all quickly jump and ascend quickly, reaching way above the reach of the oncoming teams. Their ascension slowly comes to a stop. They look down and all of the teams look like ants. Denki turns to Hitachi with a grin who in response rolls his eyes. "Well, let's hope we last the 10 minutes because if we don't, we are fucked," Hitachi says, more to himself than the boy next to him, but Denki clearly heard. That thought was also in the back of the blonde's mind, but he was a lot more positive than his new insomniac friend. Since Katsuki's class was wise to wait on attacking the smartest team, that left him as the high-priced target. Ijiro had already tanked a laser and fist from Rikito within the first 30 seconds of the match, and more teams kept on coming. Anta managed to snag Toru's headband, and Mina got someone from Class 1B Katsuki, and Ijiro were more focused on defense, as they really couldn't afford to get risky. However, they were about to face the two strongest teams that could be thrown at them. "The Kugo move," he heard Hanta shout. Katsuki barely had time to react when he saw a flying furry beast heading his way. He felt tape wrap around him and he was jerked back. A flying fist narrowly missed him. Katsuki squirmed back up and he saw Ijiro do the same in the corner of his eye. Hanta saved them both. He saw 3 members of Class 1B. The big one that looks like a mix of a human and bear was huge and stood at 8 feet tall, as far as Katsuki was concerned. It was also broad enough to easily lift 2 people on their back. Those 2 being girls, one having vines for hair as she wrapped her vines around the stomach of the beast, herself and teammate to stop them from falling off, and the second one was a girl with fiery orange hair and a ponytail. The beast quickly turned to them and charged once more. Katsuki didn't have much time to act. A massive hand was made from the orange-haired girl, and vines shot out at the 4. Ijiro was in the lead and sharpened his whole body and got to work on slicing the vines. Mina tried multitasking on both the vines and the approaching hand. But it wasn't good enough. Katsuki was trying to save both of his hands for the large beast of Class 1B, but he had to use on hand to create an explosion on the large hand, threatening to flatten him. Ijiro and Mina cleared the vines, so he had a clear shot of the beast. But Katsuki had to be precise. With how big and animalistic the boy was, no doubt he can take a beating, so one explosion wouldn't be close to enough. Katsuki waited until the beast was right on him before forcing himself up and aiming his hand at the face of the beast. He had to let out everything he had. A large crackle and spark erupted from his hand, and a firework-worthy blast knocked the trio far away. A large dust of smoke blocked his view of them, though so Katsuki couldn't see if the beast was back up. With his other hand, he reached up and grabbed his right wrist that was starting to throb. He was really pushing himself. But Katsuki couldn't lose, especially with what is on the line. "Eyes help a bit," Hanta shouted again. Katsuki turned and saw Mizo running at him alone. Katsuki was confused for a second before he saw the way Mizo had his arms. He had created a shield with his arms on his back. Katsuki couldn't see into it, so he had no idea who was inside. It had to be a team of 3. There was no way a third person could be hiding in that shelter, even if it was Minoru. Which he knew it wasn't as he saw that purple-haired pervert before on a team with a random Class 1B boy and that general studies girl who made it. Then it hit him. Fumikage is in that little cubby hole. Before Katsuki could call it out, 2 giant claws sped out from it. Their team was still a far distance away, but Dark Shadow moved incredibly quick in broad daylight. That could only be enhanced in the darkness. Katsuki had to act quick and he quickly pointed both arms forward. Unfortunately, Mina and Hanta were both in his way. Katsuki could only get one word out. "Duck," he screamed. Mina quickly hopped down, but Hanta jumped to the sides. The claws still shot forward and Katsuki barely had time to light them up with his spark of explosions. The claws quickly retracted thanks to the light, however that victory wouldn't be celebrated for long. Where Kitsuki had hit dark shadow with light, smoke now replaced it. Thunderous stomps were heard behind Kitsuki and he knew what that meant. They had to move, to run. That up. We need to book it away. Kitsuki shouts as he drags his teammates by the rope closer to him. Not once to question Kitsuki, Hanta and Mina swiftly booked it away. Using their speed to create as much distance as possible while Ejiro and Kitsuki tried to keep up. Kitsuki watched Jiroda swipe away the smoke with his large bear-like hand. He unleashed a mighty roar before lunging at Kitsuki and Ejiro. Ejiro hardened himself, but Kitsuki knew that they had to get away. He got behind Ejiro and with his right hand, holding his waist. He pointed his left hand at the oncoming monster and used his explosion to propel himself away. He didn't get very far though as he had the weight of Ejiro with him, but luckily, tape flew around him again. Kitsuki was yanked back and he still held Ejiro firmly. They landed next to Hanta and Mina who were still moving away. Kitsuki now had a bit of time to breath. He checked his team and saw that both Ejiro and Hanta had lost their headbands. Kitsuki stood up and as he chased the two leaders, he yelled out. "Where the fuck have your headbands gone?" Ejiro looked sheepish and Hanta ran a hand through his hair. "The vines took mine," Ejiro admitted. "Asui was with Shoji and snagged mine," Hanta shouted behind him. Kitsuki could only grunt. They had 4 headbands now. But only 2 of them really mattered. His and Mina's. They were still high points which still gave them a chance at victory, or at least making it to the next round, but if they lost them, they were out. Just then Kitsuki felt his feet move further down into the ground than what should have happened. Looking down, he saw a portion of the ground was darker and now was acting like quicksand. Kitsuki saw Ejiro, Mina and Hanta also affected by this. Kitsuki looked around, trying to find the source of it. What he found was a light blonde-haired boy with a jaw like something he's seen in a show before. To his side was a boy with crystal white hair and pitch black skin. Slightly behind them were another 2 boys, one looked like a praying mantis, while the other had light brown hair and a sloppy and goofy grin. Kitsuki howled out in anger. He grabbed Ejiro and blasted himself and him backwards, but he couldn't get out of whatever trap he was in. He ended up just getting closer to Hanta and Mina. He watched as the black boy jumped into whatever mushy trap that the weird jaw boy created and seemingly disappeared. Only for him to reappear centimeters from Mina with a terrifying grin. He grabbed her headband and was about to disappear, but yanked his away first. Kitsuki also smashed an explosion in his face, which spat an incredibly painful yell from the boy as he was thrown away. The force made the group of boys stop and hold the rope to make sure they wouldn't slow down. They continued to charge. Kitsuki went to create an explosion, but the boy with a weird grin created an air shield to protect his team. It did little though as Ejiro quickly smashed it, allowing Kitsuki to fire a direct explosion at them. Firing them away, the squad were forced out of the ground as whatever quirk was affecting them now was deactivated. However, the team still didn't have time to rest as Jiroda and Mizo ran at them again from different angles. This infuriated Kitsuki as it was clearly visible that they only had 1 headband left. Why were they still going for them? It was pissing him off. His hands hurt, he was tired, and the thought of his old life friends getting a shot at UA was really wearing him down. To the point where all Kitsuki saw was red. "Fuck off." Kitsuki bellowed as he fired 2 large explosions at Jiroda and Mizo. Enki had been observing what had been happening beneath them as nothing else was happening. He had thought about who could get them and only had a few people. Momo could make some stuff to fire at them, but it would just be a waste of resources as it wasn't even confirmed they would get a Chaco's headband. Kitsuki could fly up there, but him being tethered to 3 other people stopped that. A girl with horns from another hero class seemed to be able to fire them at the team, but she was quickly eliminated. The girl with vines for hair tried to get them, but Hitachi and Denki moved just out of her reach. The only other person who could reach them was Fumikage with the use of Dark Shadow. But doing that would leave his team open, losing their strongest defense and greatest weapon. They were also incredibly far ahead of everyone else that it wasn't worth it. Denki cringed when Kitsuki started going apeshit and unleashing powerful explosions in an angry panic state. He turned to Hitachi who was also observing, but more so Ichako to see if she was getting sick. "Hey, should we help them?" Denki asked, pointing down at Kitsuki's team. He knew that there was probably nothing they could do, but he didn't like the fact they were being targeted so hard. They were his best friends. Hitachi scoffed and shook his head. "Seriously? Do you see the guy with explosions? If he is taken out, it makes our lives a whole lot easier," Hitachi replied. Denki looked down sadly and nodded. He knew that would be the answer, but he didn't like it. It was smart. Kitsuki was by far the most powerful and spectacle of the students. It was hardly a match. Young Bakugo is cooperating far better than I have ever seen him." Toshinori muses from his seat. Izumi had to agree, he is paying attention and worrying about his team. With them, he hardly gave them thought and just tried doing it himself. She frowned. She clearly sees why he was allowed to attend. He had changed dramatically while her group really hadn't. She was furious when she and the rest of her group were denied and Kitsuki wasn't. It didn't make sense to her at the time. But after speaking with Nomi, one of the girls from the villain rehabilitation, she went. A clearer idea was formed in her head. She was just guilty. Nothing more. She hadn't changed, neither had her friends. That was the difference that allowed Kitsuki into UA. He certainly felt guilty, probably more so than any of them. But he changed and made a huge attempt at it instead of moping or half-assing it like his sister. They hadn't spoken since the reveal that Izuku had all for one, but she knows that Kitsuki avoids going home to see both his mother and sister. Where he goes, she has no clue. If she had to guess any place, it would be Izuku. When she got the second shot at UA, would she see him? Would he be willing enough to face them? They hadn't seen him in well over 2 years now, but they just know he is out there. It upsets Izumi greatly, but she knows there is nothing she can do. Izuku will never forgive her, Kitsuki will never forgive her, and more importantly it will be hell. Come on. Kick his ass. You've got him cornered, just get him. Kitsumi screamed from next to Izumi, who crawled into herself. She wanted to disappear, get away from her group of friends and family who just don't get it and refuse to blame themselves. Was this how Izuku felt? Itsuki wasn't thinking. He was just firing at whatever moved. He was becoming sloppy and tired. Although it meant his explosions were stronger from his sweat, it meant that they were a lot less controlled and way more likely to injure Kitsuki. Mina, Ijiro and Hanto all tried pulling him back, but clearly something snapped in him, and now he was just acting violently. Since he was their last headband, the group had to protect him. Mina climbed on top of Ijiro's shoulder and started spinning around. She flung acid all around and basically created a moat and pools of acid which made reaching them extremely hard. But people kept trying. Itsuki was no more conscious than a bull when seeing movement. All he saw was red and was attacking with shrieks of yells that were meant to be battle cries. His hands were deeply throbbing and he was barely standing. Sweat ran down his red face and his lungs were puffing up and down rapidly, yet Kitsuki kept fighting. Izuku was almost in a panic when he saw what Kitsuki was doing. He recognized that look Kitsuki had and how he was acting. This violent nature was out of character for how Kitsuki operated, now that about everyone could tell something was up. Izuku, however, was the only one who knew exactly what it was. Izu babe. Please relax. I'm sure it is not that bad. Himiko said to her boyfriend as he frantically pressed numbers on his phone. Izuku violently shook his head. No Himiko, he's going to kill himself if he keeps going. Izuku said as he tried calling Eraserhead, only for it to go past the rings. Itsuki had lost the clue on what was happening. He just knew he had his headband still and was he going to protect it? Everything was a blue to Kitsuki. Noises of voices were yelling, but he couldn't hear a single one. He kept popping up his quirk in attack to make everyone fuck off. He was angry and he hated it. He didn't want to feel this way, he wanted it to be over. Itsuki screamed when he felt two things grab his wrist. Pain erupted in him as his wrists were heavily damaged. He tried to pop some explosions out to save himself, but they were way too weak. But Kitsuki was no quitter and kept fighting. Strong arms wrapped around him and attempted to hold him down, but Kitsuki tried fighting back. He slammed his head on it and immediately regretted it as whatever it was hard. But Kitsuki couldn't lose. Those fuckers were not allowed at UA. They did not get a free chance after failing the first time at redemption. He worked hard to make himself a better person, while none of them had even got up from their fucking asses to do squat. He wanted to hit them, throw explosions at their faces and yells obscenities at them. But right now he couldn't think and the only thing he knew he was doing was fighting. Bakugo, it is alright bro. It is over, no one is attacking you anymore. He heard Ijiro say. Kitsuki gasped and it felt like everything rushed back into him. He could see again, not just red that had clouded his vision. He was on the ground with Ijiro gripping him tight and looking at him worriedly. He could see Cementus and Midnight also giving him a look of concern, and he hated it. But what he couldn't ignore was the immense amount of pain and exhaustion that he was feeling. Itsuki's rapid breathing slowly started to slow down. He let his eyes shut and the adrenaline stop attacking him and let him rest. He was exhausted and couldn't keep fighting. Kitsuki was moments away from becoming unconscious when a last-second thought popped into his head. Wait, did I hurt my team? Author's notes. Sorry for another long one. The tournament will be next chapter as I want more detail in it. The Yagis are finally back and are having another shot at UA. I tried to incorporate a lot of the students and give you ideas on who good they would actually be, but I ended up more focusing on Kitsuki and Ichako. Itsuki was more planned, but Ichako was something I couldn't really avoid, especially if I wanted some Hitachi in the chapter. Who do you think made it to the tournament? Tournament? Eraserhead walked away from the booth. He had some time to waste while the injured students were patched up. The team battle was a lot more violent than what he would have thought. Katsuki was the main reason for that, but it looked like something happened. He thinks Katsuki may have had a panic attack from how he acted, but he couldn't be too sure. He just knows that when Jiroda and Mizo ran at them for the second time, Katsuki became 10 times more violent. But everyone was fine. He was impressed by Denki, Achako and Hitachi. The trio using Hitachi for an easy victory with Achako's quirk. Very few of the students could actually reach them, and many of them realized that obtaining the 1 million points was impossible. But thinking about this stuff is the last thing Eraserhead wanted to do. Sitting next to President Mick as he screamed in excitement about everything was wearing him down. He needed a coffee as well as some Panadol. Shota. A cheery voice yelled. Eraserhead stopped his walk and threw his head back. He groaned, long and exasperatedly. His eyes were shut as he tried his best to tame himself and mentally prepare himself with this encounter. Slowly and begrudgingly, Eraserhead turned around and spotted Emi, or otherwise known as Miss Joke, who was walking over to her. Joke. Eraserhead said in a monotone voice. Emi laughed and flopped her hand down. She smirked up at the taller male and elbowed him in the side. Aw, don't be so cold, Eraser. Besides, I hear you have a new student to take care of now. She winked, which made Eraserhead audible grunt, causing another laugh to vibrate from Miss Joke. But I must ask, is he your son? She asked. Eraserhead growled before turning around and stomping away. Emi laughed and chased after him. He had been bothered by that fact by Izuku, Himiko and several other staff members of UA. He doesn't need Emi of all people to bother him about it. Come on, Shota. Don't be such a sourpuss. Emi laughed while jogging to keep up with him. Itsuki had no clue where he was. He knew that he was on something that was trying to be comfortable but was just too hard for its purpose. A bed. It didn't matter, he felt like shit and his eyes and hands hurt. Itsuki stretched out and quickly pulled himself back, and when he realized whatever he was laying on was small, he let out an annoyed growl. He definitely was on an infirmary bed. Kitsuki quickly wiped his eyes. He placed a hand on the back of his bed and pushed himself up. Kitsuki moaned. He felt exhausted. Finally finding the power within himself, he opened his eyes. He was indeed in the infirmary. Kitsuki looked around and saw no one else was in there, not even Recovery Girl. Kitsuki got up from the bed. His throat felt dry and he could feel his face burn. He had bandages on his palms, but none were covering his fingers. His hand aches and he could only guess it was from his explosions. Kitsuki growls and puts his hand on his face before sliding it down. He walked over to the sink and filled himself a cup of water. This is fine, isn't it? Kitsuki shakes his head and quickly grabs his water and scoffs it down. He coughs and shakes his head. It wasn't enough, so he fills up his cup again. The door opens and Kitsuki turns around to look at who enters. Recovery Girl came in with Ejiro behind her. She spotted Kitsuki by the sink and gave him a warm smile. Looks like you're up, sweetie. I'll be with you in a second. Recovery Girl said and waved her arm over for the boy behind her. Kitsuki looked up to his shark-toothed friend. Their eyes met and Ejiro gave him a blinding smile and gave Kitsuki a thumbs up. Kitsuki smiled at that, it was small but noticeable, and nodded his head. He quickly turned away though as guilt ate at him. He hardly remembers what happened near the end of the tug team battle. He just got so frustrated and angry that he just exploded. Kitsuki could feel his fist clench in anger, but not at anyone. But at himself. He could have severely hurt someone, or at worse, killed them. He wanted to be better, but why is that task so hard? Kitsuki didn't even register the part where he sat down and his fists went into his hair. Each hand took a handful, but he didn't pull it. Moments later he felt a hand grip his shoulder. Kitsuki turned around and saw that Ejiro was now right by him. Kitsuki noticed a bit of tape around his neck and wondered if that was because of him. Ejiro was looking down at him with a slightly concerned expression that Kitsuki didn't like. But Ejiro still had his bright smile on his face. Recovery Girl walked around, the sound of her tapping cane as she walked brought Kitsuki's attention over to her. He looked down at the elderly nurse as she walked up to him. Hello there, Bakugo, you got kind of hectic during that last event. Recovery Girl chuckled to herself, which made Kitsuki frown and look away. Your wrists are slightly fractured. I managed to heal most of it, but we'll need to do it one more time before you start the tournament event. You have half an hour until you found out who your matches are, so just come back to me before you start, you hear me, young man? Recovery Girl said sternly. Itsuki rolled his eyes but nodded. But something she said caught his attention. He stood up and looked at Ejiro. We made it to the next round? Kitsuki asked. Ejiro smiled brighter and nodded his head. He started to walk out of the infirmary with Kitsuki in tow. Yeah man, we did. Although barely. Zero bro didn't actually get in as he got the lowest place in the obstacle course out of us though, which sucks. Ijiro said. Katsuki felt another twinge of guilt attack him at that. Hanta saved his ass so many times and was probably the reason why they didn't lose on so many occasions in that event. Ijiro elbows Katsuki, gaining his attention. Katsuki growls and looks over to the spiky red head who is looking at him sympathetically. Hey bro, it isn't your fault. You're the reason why we even got into the next round. And hey, everyone is really worried about you, you know. Ijiro said with a smile. Katsuki eyes widened at the last part. Everyone was worried about him. Why, he was screaming and yelling and firing explosions with little worry about his surroundings. He could have badly hurt them. Katsuki lowered his head in shame. Yeah, Ijiro is probably only saying that to pity him, to make him feel better. But Katsuki didn't like the feeling of guilt and shame, so for the time being, he pushed it to the side. So, who else made it to the next round? Katsuki finally asked as he and Ijiro walked into the cafeteria. Katsuki and the rest of the finalists walk out into the stadium, loud applause scream in excitement. Katsuki forced them out as he just finds them annoying. Only 16 students get to make into the tournament round, so in theory these are the best of the best. He noticed that most of them were from his class, -4. 3 of them were from the other hero course, while the last one was from general studies. He didn't exactly know what that boy's quirk was, as Ochako and Denki refused to tell anyone, but Katsuki wasn't that scared of him. Not saying that the boy's quirk was weak. Probably the opposite, but seeing how it made Ochako float herself and 2 others for more than 10 minutes, it isn't raw power, and Katsuki can quickly overwhelm him. Izuku and Himiko are still watching from the television in one of the security rooms. The people in the tournaments are close to which Izuku expected. But it does show the capabilities that each student has in teamwork. The students who made it are Denki, Hitachi, Ochako, Tenya, Momo, Fyoki, Mei, Mizo, Tsuyu, Fumikage, Itsuka, Jiroda, Ibara, Katsuki, Ijiro and Mina. All of them are strong and capable students, and Izuku agrees that they all deserved that place in the final event. But they aren't necessarily the strongest. Izuku knows he isn't supposed to be biased or judge others on strength, but even he knows that others are stronger. If Izuku were to pick the top 16 strongest students, Itsuka, Mei and Fyoki would all be replaced. Nido, Ryuko and Satsuna from Class 1B Izuku believes are in the top 16 in terms of strength. But it is more than just strength and determination that depicts how far someone will get in a competition. But Izuku is curious on who will win. Obviously more so as whoever wins will fight against his tormentors. Izuku growls at the thought, and Himiko immediately snuggles up to him to comfort him. If Izuku had to guess who the winner would be, he would say Katsuki. But there is a chance a surprise victory could be made. But would Izuku want that? Does he want Katsuki to win to fight the people who he left behind 2 years ago? Izuku is stuck in a moral zone and trying to decipher who would be the best candidate to fight Izumi and her gang, or letting the flow go. Izuku feels like, for his own sanity, see who would be the best pick. But would he do after that? Help that person win and give them pointers on how to beat the 4 challengers. Izuku would have to sabotage and he can't do that. He's supposed to be the teacher of these students. What would that tell them if he picked a favorite to win the tournament? Izuku slumps in his couch and holds Himiko close. He feels like crap right now and there isn't any way to fix it. Not until everything has sorted itself out. All Izuku can do is wait. The students all walked up to the board, their next match results up. Katsuki looks for his name so he can locate his opponent. He spots his name in the first slot, which means his fight is up first. Katsuki internally groans at that before audibly groaning when he sees his opponent. Ochako Uraraka. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. Mizo Shoji vs Jiroda Shishida. Momo Yaoi Rozu vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Bijiro Kirishima vs Fyoki Nanami. Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsum. Itsuka Kendo vs Hitachi Shinso. Mina Ishido vs Ibara Shiozaki. Denki Kaminari vs Tsuyu Asui. Katsuki looked around for the Ochako in the small crowd around him. He spotted her already looking at him. The 2 teens stared at each other from over the group. But then, Katsuki smirked and walked over to her. You better bring it round cheeks because I'm not going easy. Katsuki laughed as he looked at her. Ochako looked stunned for a second before smirking in return, staring at Katsuki with fire in her eyes. Don't get too confident, Kakin. I may surprise you by kicking your ass. Ochako laughed and tapped his chest. Katsuki scoffed and folded his arms. Doubt I'd be surprised, but that doesn't make fighting you any easier. Katsuki said. Hitachi looked at the board. He was the 6th match out of the 8. Hitachi didn't know who he was up against, but he's glad it wasn't that Bakugo guy or the boy with Ascension Shadow for a quirk. But he didn't know who this Itsuka Kendo was. He was looking in the crowd and tried listening for the name but couldn't get anything. He then spotted a flash of bright yellow jump next to a boy with spiky red hair. Hitachi sighed as he walked over to Denki. He grabbed his shirt sleeve and pulled him away. Denki was shocked and looked over to Hitachi. But he quickly smiled when he saw it was the sleep-deprived teen. "Hey Shinso, what do you need?" Denki asked with a bright smile. Hitachi mumbled in displeasure and looked to the board. "Who's Kendo?" Hitachi asked. Denki shrugged before turning around. Hitachi looked at the boy oddly and saw that they were looking at a group of three. A girl with orange hair tied in a ponytail and was quite muscular. An extremely hairy brunette boy with glasses and a serious-looking girl with vines for hair. "Hey, which one of you guys are Kendo?" Denki asked. The group of three turned to him and Hitachi. Hitachi visibly tensed as focus was now on him. The girl with orange hair smiled and walked over to them. "That's me, and I'm guessing you're Shinso," Kendo said, her hands placed at her hips. Hitachi nodded. "That is correct," he replied. "Alright everyone, go back to your booths. The first round will start very shortly," President Mick shouted. Everyone looked over the announcer box where President Mick sat before quickly resuming what they were doing. "I would wish good luck to you, but you are my opponent." Itsuka smiled before heading back. That sentence actually put a small smile on Hitachi's face for the humor. Itsuki had to exit quickly as he had to head back to Recovery Girl. He wanted his fight to at least be second, but he'll have to deal with what he's got. Ichako and Kitsuki were greeted by blaring cheers and roars from the crowd. Light blinded them, but they kept walking strong. The two found each other's gaze and gave each other a shit-eating grin. Ichako did notice the bandages still present on Kitsuki's palm. She cringed at that and knew that Kitsuki wasn't at 100%. But despite that, she knew he would still give it his all. Who was she to not do the same? Don't mention the fact that he would blow her ass up if she didn't give 100%. On the left is the boy with the personality matching his explosive quirk, Kitsuki Bakugo. On the right is who I'm personally rooting for, the victor of both previous events, so she is certainly a force to be reckoned with. "Ichako Uraraka," President Mick announces. The two shook each other's hands before backing away from each other. Kitsuki did more than Ichako to give himself space. Midnight yelled out to the crowd to hype them up, which they happily did by cheering even louder than before. "Alright you two stallions. You may fight, now," Midnight yelled, flailing her arms up and down. On that mark, Ichako instantly sprinted forward. Kitsuki stood back and got into a stance, both hands out in front and waiting to rip out sparks of an explosion. Ichako kept running, but Kitsuki wasn't attack. She knew what he was doing. Ichako needed to touch Kitsuki for her quirk to work. On almost anyone else, that would be an instant victory. But Kitsuki is the one other student with the capability to fly. Her floating ability won't instantly take him out. It will greatly affect him, and he will lose a lot of control, but he'll still be able to fight. But the problem is that Kitsuki knows that as well. He is luring in Ichako close because she needs to get in close before blasting her away. There is a risk, but he is taking it. He can't afford to get tired quickly in this fight. Ichako is closing the gap. She stretches out her hand in hopes of grasping Kitsuki, but he takes a step back and throws his hand up. A crackle, then a boom shakes from his palm, creating a flash of light and smoke. But what he didn't expect was for Ichako to come rolling out on the left. Instantly, she sprung back up and charged at Kitsuki again. Kitsuki swore and let out a panicked explosion in her direction. But to his surprise and annoyance, Ichako was already right back on him. He swiped at her again with an explosion, but Ichako managed to avoid it. Kitsuki released a second one and knocked her to the ground. He then attacked her with two hands and launched her away, but the problem was now smoke covered most of Kitsuki's surrounding area. Itsuki kept turning around, waiting for Ichako to jump out and attack him. Kitsuki saw a shadow in his peripheral vision. Quickly turning, he saw it pounce out, and he quickly attacked it. But Kitsuki realized what he just blew up was a shirt. Itsuki heard footsteps rush up behind him. Acting quickly, he pointed his hands to the floor and let out a large explosion. Blowing himself off the ground, he heard Ichako scream as she flew away. Itsuki grunted as he felt his hands coil and grind in discomfort. But he pressed on. He landed back on the ground and let out a groan of pain as he felt his legs give out from underneath him at the impact. But Kitsuki was not one to be deterred and stood back up. He had pushed the heavy smoke away from him with his previous explosion, but a thin line of gray still covered the area. Itsuki spotted Ichako sprinting back to him, her bright red. She was now sporting no shirt, just a black singlet as Kitsuki had blown it up. Kitsuki turned to her and prepared his palms. They hurt like hell, so he couldn't fully unleash explosions if he didn't want to injure himself. Itsuki also ran forward. He pointed his hand at the ground and activated his quirk. Rubble shot up and it made Ichako stop. He then pointed his other hand at her directly and let out an explosion. Ichako screamed as she tumbled back. Kitsuki cringed and turned his head away, but kept his eyes on the girl. She rolled on her back until finally uncurling on her stomach. Ochako groaned but got back up, albeit shakily. "Oh come on, finish this." Kitsuki heard a voice yell from the crowd. "Stop playing with her you asshole." Another voice yelled. Kitsuki stopped what he was doing and looked away from Ochako. Several parts of the crowd were booing him, which pissed Kitsuki off. Why? What the hell had he done? He was being cautious because if he wasn't, he'd lose. "Shut the fuck up shitbags." Kitsuki shouted up at them. The booing crowd stopped and looked at Kitsuki, stunned at his outburst. His old friends also looked at him, confused at his outburst into the crowd. "Are you a hero?" Eraserhead voice said in a dangerously low voice over the speakers, making the crowd freeze. "If you couldn't tell what he was doing, then you probably shouldn't be here. So I suggest you leave before you make yourself look like a bigger fool." Eraserhead said in a dangerous tone. Itsuki managed to spot the idiot who started this. His face looked scared and horrified as he sat back down. Kitsuki couldn't help but laugh. He then turned back to Ochako, who was now on her feet and smiling over at him. "Thank you Kaken," she said. Kitsuki nodded his head. He then watched as Ochako straightened her posture and held her hands close together, her fingertips almost touching. "For not underestimating me," she said before slamming her fingertips together. Itsuki was confused, but that quickly turned into concern. He knows what that was, it was Ochako deactivating her quirk. But the problem was that Kitsuki didn't know what she had it even activated on. So, he looked up. Large pieces of stone were tumbling down from the air. Kitsuki gasped at them all, and it seemed like the crowd finally noticed that as well. One rock was low to the ground, and Kitsuki barely had enough time to move out of the, landing on his back to do so. Ochako was running towards him, dodging stones on the way. But she wasn't in that bad of his own, all of the rocks were directly above Kitsuki. He didn't have time to run and he couldn't blow them up. That would only crack them and create dust clouds above him that would prevent him from seeing. So Kitsuki only had one option, and he didn't really like that option. His hands were already fucked and they were on fire. But he had to do something. So biting his losses, Kitsuki pointed both of his palms up. To his advantage, large amounts of unused sweat was still there, as he had to hold back to prevent himself from injuring his hand. But that only means he is going to hurt his hand more now. Ochako was getting in close, so close that she could almost touch him. Kitsuki didn't have any more time to wait. So taking in one last deep breath, he unleashed a powerful explosion. The explosion spread all above him and took out every rock in sight. The blast was strong enough that a gust of wind was felt by the crowd. The shockwave that Ochako felt was so strong she was sent flying back and she hit the ground hard. Kitsuki didn't have a much better time as his blast pushed him onto the ground. Kitsuki yelled as he felt his left hand crack, but he kept pushing. He turned to face Ochako, who was laying face down on the ground. He could see her struggling, trying to desperately push herself up. But couldn't. After 5 seconds, she succumbed to exhaustion and gave out. "You're rocked and incapacitated. Bakugo is the winner," Midnight yelled. Although Kitsuki had won, he didn't feel like it. His hands hurt like hell and Ochako was unconscious on the ground. Kitsuki grunted in pain as he forced himself onto his feet. He wanted to help Ochako, but his hands hurt too much, so Midnight helped her get on a sling for the medbots to take her away. Itsuki followed them out, holding his hands up to his chest as he did so. He ignored the yells of the audience. "Alright, we have the match of two opposing titans from different classes up next. On the left, standing at 6'1" and weighing 110 kilograms. It's Mizo Shoji from Class 1A with arms equivalent to a brick wall. On the right is the literal beast of Class 1B standing at 5'11" and weighing 90 kilograms is Jiroda Shishida. Present Mick announces. Two behemoths of 14-year-olds walk out on the field. Each of them have a neutral expression but fire present in their eyes. They shake each other's hand and wish each other luck. Midnight stands on her podium and prepares herself to start the battle. "Alright you two giants, you may fight, now," Midnight yells. At her words, Jiroda instantly throws his shirt off. Mizo sprints to him and holds his arms in front of him. As soon as his shirt is off, Jiroda grows in size. Becoming 5'10" to 7'4". Jiroda roars before leaping over to his opponent. He raises his arm over his head and quickly slams it down onto Mizo. The action stops Mizo in his tracks as he braces. But Mizo doesn't move, he holds strong. Mizo's two real arms reel back and he starts wailing on Jiroda's stomach. The beast groans and attempts to swat Mizo from the side. But Mizo is quick. Using his left arm, he vaults over the attack and extends his other arm to deliver a harsh blow to the giant's face. Jiroda roars and flings Mizo up into the air. But this hardly affects the white-haired teen. He does a flip and glides back down with his webbed arms. Jiroda, becoming infuriated, races towards his opponent and gives everything he has on Mizo. Mizo either blocks it with his arm or manages to avoid it, which is miraculous considering Mizo's size and Jirota's speed. Mizo is knocked to the ground and forced to take the defensive, and Jirota gives everything that he has. But in a stroke of genius, Mizo uses his multiple hands to grab Jirota's arms. Now the boy does not lack power, but in his state, his is incredibly stupid. He easily lifts Mizo off the ground, but it takes him a second to register it. Mizo, using this opportunity, drops onto Jirota's head. The beast drops to his stomach with a wail of pain. But he wasn't out but hurt. Mizo wasn't one to hesitate, however. He pulls his arm up and strikes down on the head of his opponent hard. So hard that the force results in the ground around Jirota's head to break. Jirota shrank back to his regular size, his tongue hung out of his mouth. Midnight blew a whistle and raised her arm. Shishida is incapacitated, Shoji is the winner. Midnight screamed in excitement. Mizo nodded his head as the crowd cheered. He bent down and put Jirota's limp arm around his shoulder. He then proceeded to help the boy out of the stadium. Coming in on the left is a recommendation student of WANA and is their class vice president. Momoyoi Rozu. On the right is mysterious boy who lurks in the shadows, Fumikage Tokoyami. Present Mick shouted. The two students of WANA walked out of the field. Momo smiled but did nothing else. Fumikage walked with his head held high. He knew many people would be looking at him because of his strange appearance, but he had learned a long time ago to ignore it. Fumikage and Momo shook hands before walking away from each other. Alright kids, when I say go, go. Ready, go. Midnight yelled. Now Momo can create things incredibly fast, but unfortunately for her, Dark Shadow is faster. There was at least a 100-meter distance between her and Fumikage. Dark Shadow managed to make that distance in less than 2 seconds. Momo squealed in surprise. She quickly made a shield to defend herself, but the force of Dark Shadow pushed her far back. Dark Shadow was not yet satisfied and kept on pounding on Momo's shield. All this time, Fumikage was just running to the action. Momo created a staff and tried hitting Dark Shadow, but he just grabbed it with his shadowy claw and tossed it away. Momo was losing, and she was losing fast. Without much time left, she tossed her hand up and created fire. The light from it made Dark Shadow back off, but only for a moment. Her arm now had burns, but she ignored it. Fumikage came rushing in and instantly started wrestling with the shield. He pushed it out of the way, and Dark Shadow swooped back in and grabbed her stomach. Momo yelled as she was shoved to the ground. Not wanting to give up so easily, she created firecrackers and tossed them in the air. They exploded and the light forced Dark Shadow away. The shadow bird hissed in displeasure and sped away, leaving Momo alone. Looking back up, she saw the Dark Shadow had retreated back to Fumikage and wasn't coming to attack her again. At that, she created another staff. Aoi Rozu is out of bounds, Tokoyami wins. Midnight yells. Momo blinks in confusion. She looks around herself and sees that she is sitting on the boundary line. She had lost, hardly even a fight, and was overwhelmed. Momo dropped her head in shame. She stood up and hurriedly exited the stadium. Fumikage felt bad for Momo, but couldn't do anything as she was too far away. So he walked out of the stadium as well. Next up we have Class 1A's second recommendation student. Fuyuki Nanami on the left, and she is fighting against Class 1A's definition of manliness, Ijiro Kirishima. Present Mick yells. The two kids walk up to each other where Midnight stands and waits for them. They give each other a handshake before backing away. Midnight looks between the two of them, her mischievous grin standing on her lips. You two can fight in 3, 2, 1, go. Midnight yelled. Instantly a wave of heat washed over Ijiro before he even had a chance to harden himself. He coughed at that, but he charged forward. Fuyuki concentrated her heat into a beam and fired it at Ijiro. Even though he was hardened, his skin was being burned and he kept having to pat his body where fire was being created. But he wasn't slowing down. Fuyuki then had to focus more on combat than her quirk as Ijiro clearly had the defenses to take it easily. She pushed a punch from Ijiro away before swinging him around. But Ijiro was just too strong for her and chopped her in the shoulder. Fuyuki tried to fight, which she did well in. She was the better fighter out of the two, but Ijiro's quirk just made it impossible for her to hurt him. She got knocked to the ground and before Ijiro could pin her, she raised her arms up. I surrender, you win. She breathes exasperatedly. Midnight raises her hands. Nanami has surrendered, making Kirishima the winner. She calls, getting shouts of excitement from the audience. Ijiro helps Fuyuki up and they walk out of the stadium together. Our next student on the left comes from a line of notorious heroes, Tenya Iida. The person on the right is actually a support corps student, now that's something you only see every few years. It's Mei Hatsum. Present Mick yelled. Mei came out with a brilliant smile. She certainly was a character. Her eyes zooming in on certain people in the crowd. Her face dirty from smoke and ash as well as her clothes. She also had small bits of equipment but nothing major. Izuku was curious as to where the rest of her stuff had gone. Until Tenya had walked out. The blue-haired speedster stumbled out. He was completely decked out in different equipment. A jetpack, boots, something around the waist. A vest, he had way too many things going on. Many people laughed at Tenya from his ridiculous getup and how much he was visibly struggling. The two went up, but Midnight stopped Tenya as it was taking him too long to get to the middle. She looked over Tenya questioningly. She raised an eyebrow over to May, who was just smiling widely. Midnight shook her head. She rose her arm. "You two may fight, now," Midnight yelled. Tenya instantly tried to race and attack May, but doing so was hard with all of the stuff he was wearing. May easily dodged. But what was surprising was that May pulled out a microphone from her pocket. She tapped on it and the speakers of the stadium registered it. "What's going on?" President Mick asked. "Hello everybody," May yelled into the microphone, which somehow was picked up by the speakers. Izuku and Himiko started laughing from their room. "No way, did she hack into the speaker systems?" Izuku asked with a laugh. Himiko giggled next to him. "That's hilarious," she said. May then gestured over to Tenya Ida. "I am Mei Hatsum, and these are a few of my inventions," she yelled out, then pressed a button. "The first one is my steel zip net," she announced, and all of a sudden, Tenya's legs got caught in a green tinted net. He tried getting out, but the net was solid. "As you can, the net is immovable. Unless you heat it up. Flamethrower for example," May yelled out. All of a sudden, a large blast of flames erupted from Tenya's pelvis, which scared the poor teen. After a few seconds, the flames calmed back down. "Now the net can be moved, but it still isn't easy," May said cheekily. Tenya grunted as he wiggled his way out of the net. He then turned around and started to charge at May. His ears were bright red from embarrassment and he was infuriated with the pink-haired girl. "But that isn't all, folks. Because I have both hover boots and a jetpack," May announced with a gleeful smile. She pressed a button and the next thing Tenya knew was that he was flying in the air. Tenya yelled out in fright before desperately trying to correct himself and stop flying away. "As you can see, a first-time flyer has great control over these contraptions," May yelled. Tenya, while she was speaking to the crowd, tried to land. However, he spun and slammed his head into the ground. A loud chorus of oohs and ahs were sounded in the audience at the impact from Tenya. "Maybe not for landing though," May admitted. Tenya groaned as he laid on the ground, utterly humiliated. He held his head with his hands and curled himself up into a ball. "That's all from me, everybody. But remember my name, Mei Hatsum, as you'll hear a lot more of it in the future," May said. She waved at the crowd before forfeiting and walking over the line. "Hatsum has forfeited, making Iida the victor," Midnight yelled. Tenya just groaned. Medbots ended up coming and placed him on a stretcher, taking him out of the arena. Coming in from the left is Class 1B's class president, Itsuka Kendo. Now on the right, a real treat and surprise. He is a mysterious boy all the way from General Studies. The first student from General Studies in over 14 years to make it into the tournament. Hitachi Shinso. President Mick announced. Hitachi and Itsuka walked to each other. They shook each other's hands, but did not wish each other good luck. They walked back to their positions on the field. Itsuka got into a fighting stance while Hitachi stood lazily with his hands in his pockets. "Alright, you two can fight when I say. Go," Midnight yelled after a small pause. Itsuka smiled as she slowly approached Hitachi. Hitachi did not move as he waited for her to move. "So what's your quirk? Must be pretty good to make it this far," Itsuka stated. Hitachi smirked as he raised his hands from out of his pockets. He smiled sadistically and reached his hand out to her and curled his fingers. "Uh-oh, can you guess what it is, Kendo?" "Tick-tock," Hitachi said with a low chuckle. Itsuka's eyes widened. She was slightly unnerved but still extremely confused as she had no clue what Hitachi's quirk was. But then started panicking as Hitachi moved away and his hand stretched out towards her was starting to shake. Whatever was going to happen soon. She was running on borrowed time and she can't afford the risk of waiting anymore. So Itsuka charged forward. Hitachi smirked but kept it hidden from her. "It won't matter if I defeat you fast," Itsuka stated. "But you've already lost," Hitachi said quietly, his voice not heard from the ginger. Itsuka reeled back her right hand before punching, enlarging it as she does so. But Hitachi expected that. He did watch everyone from above while he was floating with Denki and Ichako. So he knew exactly what her quirk was. Hitachi jumped back and put his hand on her large one. "Stop," he commanded. The audience was silent as they wondered what made the purple-haired boy say that. Hitachi smirked and put his hands in his pockets. Kendo stayed still, not moved from her position when Hitachi took control. The audience was also confused, they thought he was conceding, but why had the girl not moved? Hitachi walked next to her and smiled. Go on, lose for me, will you? He asked but commanded at the same time. Itsuka deactivated her quirk and started walking to the boundary line. She stepped over and as soon as she did, Hitachi deactivated his quirk. Endo stepped over the boundary line. Shinso is the winner. Midnight announced. Hitachi nodded his head before turning around. He expected the audience to yell at him and call him a villain for his quirk. Everyone had always called him that. He put his hands back in his pockets and lowered his head, walking back through the way he came. Woo. Way to go, Shinso. He heard a voice shout excitedly. Confused and slightly stunned, Hitachi looked up. At the top was his class, all looking down at him. They all had smiles. Great job, dude. You showed them. You totally can win this. His class had shouted. Hitachi was surprised at the praises he was getting from his classmates. He didn't understand. Everyone hated him before for his quirk, why wasn't that happening here? Hitachi couldn't lie, the praises certainly felt good. He smiled and nodded his head, but still kept his head down. For the first time since he was 4, he wasn't worried about what people thought about his quirk. Coming in from the left is the alien girl with a bright personality, Mina Shido. And in from the right is the botanist of the hero course, Ibara Shiozaki. Present, Mick yelled. Mina skipped in from her side of the stadium, while Ibara walked in with a bored expression, making Mina frown. The girls shook hands and got into position. Mina bent down and placed her hands in the ground, while Ibara didn't move. Alright girls, I want a clean fight. Go. Midnight yelled. Mina instantly started flying forward. Ibara sent her vines into the ground. One by one, they shot out and slapped at Mina. They did hurt, but Mina powered through. They attempted to hold her, but Mina burned through them with zero trouble. The vines then started shifting in the ground, which made Mina slow down. She slid backwards to avoid a sweep of vines and a herd that all came up and attacked at once. But Mina kept powering through. As she closed in on Ibara, she slapped her hands together, one on top of the other. Mina fired a hose of acid. It was direct on course, but a wall of vines came in front of Ibara. But the acid still ate through the vines and reached the other side. But Ibara was not standing on the other side. The ground rumbled from underneath Mina, which made her pause. That proved to have been a crucial mistake. Tons of vines broke out of the ground and attacked Mina. She yelled out in fright as she was lifted into the air. Mina tried to burn her way through the vines, but she was not fast enough as the vines kept coming back. She was thrown in the air at fast speed and hit the wall of the stadium. Bushido is out of bounds, leaving Shiozaki as the winner. Midnight yelled. Ibara bowed before quickly leaving the stadium. Mina groaned as she forced herself onto her feet. Hitting the wall really hurt her back. She limped out of the arena, holding her back in pain. For the final match in the first round, we have the electric whiz on the left, Denki Kaminari. He is facing up against a cool and collected girl from the pond on the right. Sayu Asui. Present, Mick yelled. Denki walked into the stadium with a wide smile and waved to the crowd. Sayu walked in with a plain expression as she looked over to her goofy classmate. They shook each other's hand before hopping back to their spots. Final match, guys, do your best. Go. Midnight shouted. Sayu instantly started hopping circles around Denki as he fired up his electricity. Both parties knew that Denki would win. Sayu can't attack him without shocking herself, and she has no defense to save her. But she'll give Denki a challenge. Sayu was hopping around fast, giving Denki a difficult time in tracking her. When Denki didn't have eyes on her, she leapt into the air and way over his head. She flung her tongue down at him as she moved across the air. Denki managed to spot her when she went airborne. He looked up and saw a flying pink appendage swooping down at him. Denki surged his electricity into his muscles to move faster. He dodged the tongue and managed to catch it. While he had a hold of it, Denki sent a shock of electricity running through it. Sayu buzzed with yellow light and let out a gurgled scream as Denki had her tongue pinched. She flopped to the ground, twitching a bit from aftershock. I think it is safe to conclude that Kaminari is the winner. Midnight said, concerned about Sayu. Beanie nodded his head before speeding towards the injured frog girl. He helped her up and walked her over to the approaching medbots. He helped her on the stretcher and watched as the robots rolled out. Denki quickly jogged out of the stadium. Itsuki Bakugo vs Mizo Shoji. Ejiro Kirishima vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Tenya Iida vs Hitachi Shinso. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Itsuki sat in the infirmary with his hands behind his head. Sayu was just wheeled in after being shocked by Denki, but she wouldn't be in her for too long. He was here since he fucked his hands up quite badly. With the time, Recovery Girl was able to heal him, but if he went too hard again, they'd break. Unfortunately, that is a confirmed outcome if Katsuki wants to win as his opponent is Mizo. He hasn't fought the boy before, but he has hit him with some explosions and watched him fight. The guy's a tank and practically an unbreakable wall. He's seen the guy take hits that would snap other people in half, like that beast boy from Class 1C. Katsuki has hit Mizo in the face with an explosion during the tug team event. But he still got back up afterwards. That either knocks someone out or stuns someone so bad that they can't properly function. Mizo kept fighting like his explosion pinched him. That was his face. Katsuki hates to see how little his explosions will do if he hit the boy's arms. Recovery girl came walking back in and looked over to Katsuki. You're up now, Bakugo. I would tell you to try and be cautious, but knowing you and how tough your opponent will be, I'll see you in here again. Recovery girl sighed. Katsuki grunted and nodded his head, thanking the elderly nurse. He looked over to Ichako, who was still on a bed with a wet towel over her forehead. Good luck, Kakin, she said with a smile. Katsuki gave a soft smile in returning and nodded his head. Thanks, I'll need it, Katsuki replied before exiting. Katsuki walked to the stadium and held up his hands. They still felt really tough, and the bandages just felt restricting. He clenched his fists tight and looked up in determination. He wasn't doing this for himself. This was to make sure those four didn't get a shot at even being a hero. He was going to make sure of that. For his and mostly Izuku's sake. On the left comes the Zarbomb as a person, Katsuki Bakugo. His opponent on his right is a person with the strength of a bomb, Mizo Shoji. Present Mick shouted. Katsuki and Mizo walked up to each other. Katsuki shook Mizo's hand before backing up. Backing a far way back. Midnight looked between the two boys before raising her hand. Next fight is here now, don't kill each other, boys. Fight. Midnight screamed, whipping her hand down. Mizo instantly charged at Katsuki and in reaction, Katsuki took to the air. He zoomed himself to Mizo, who stopped and raised his arm. Katsuki quickly changed course and popped himself to go over the top of Mizo. Katsuki pointed his hand at the back of Mizo's head and sparked his palm. The flash of light followed by smoke completely covered Mizo from Katsuki's point of view. He hoped that has taken the Titan out. But he knows that it won't. Out from the smoke his three hands. They roughly grab Katsuki's shirt and pull him in. Katsuki is then slammed on the ground. Katsuki panics. He knows one punch from Mizo will take him out. No doubt in his mind. Katsuki swings his arms up and fires out in explosions after explosions to propel himself away. Katsuki skates across the ground, his ass on fire, part of his shirt gone. Mizo probably still has it in his hand. But Katsuki breaths, he isn't dead. Yet. Katsuki looks up and sees Mizo charging at him again. He reaches his arms out and his tentacle appendages extend out all the way to him. Katsuki growls and blows all of them up in a second with 4 separate explosions. But Mizo was still on his way. Mizo, with his right arm and blocks the entire front of his body. Mizo goes in for a heavy slap and Katsuki jumps back but is still hit. Katsuki shouts in pain as his entire body is flung away. Katsuki spins in the air. He hits the ground roughly but gets back up and fires explosions from his palms away from Mizo. He can't beat the man in an open area head to head. His hands are already on fire and the sheer speed of him despite him being significantly larger than Katsuki proves it to be almost impossible for Katsuki to take him out. So he'll go for a different way. Katsumi scoffs. Howard. She mutters under her breath. Katsuki looks back and sees Mizo chasing him. Good. Katsuki thinks he needs to get him away from the center. When Mizo gets close, Katsuki unleashes a massive explosion followed by a barrage of them. Mizo still walks out of the smoke, lunging at Katsuki, but he was prepared. Katsuki ducks down, getting real low, and sends an explosion at the back of Mizo's legs. The force makes him fall to the ground with a harsh thud. At that, Katsuki quickly jumps and blows himself up into the air. Once he was about 100 meters up, he started spinning. He opened his palms and let the air drag in them as he built up speed. This was a technique that Katsuki had yet to perfect, but he had been learning. But the idea is that he could build air up in his palm by spinning incredibly fast in the air. The resulting blast will be incredibly powerful if he could get it to work. But Katsuki wasn't good enough at it yet. He calls it howitzer impact. Katsuki can barely see where he is going. But he does manage to spot Mizo's stationary figure and the ground approaching at an alarming rate. Not trusting Katsuki's ability to not kill himself, he sent his explosion out early. The large explosion erupted from Katsuki's palm and a wave of crackling power and smoke launched itself all the way down to Mizo. Mizo shouted in distress, but Katsuki couldn't tell if he had won. He could feel his right palm burn and twinge in pain, but he bit his tongue. The smoke started to clear and Katsuki's eyes widened. The fucker was still standing. Katsuki just angrier at that. Don't get him wrong, Mizo looked badly hurt. His arms were raised out in front of him and looked badly burned. He was breathing heavily and obviously trying to catch up with himself. But Katsuki was now just pissed off. Katsuki instantly launched himself at Mizo. Mizo saw this and was prepared to use that momentum against him, but Katsuki wasn't an idiot. He put out his hands in front of him and sent an explosion. Mizo's eyes widened as smoke now surrounded his vision. Mizo created eyes from his quirk and lifted them up so he could still see. Kitsuki slammed his knee right into Mizo's blocked arms, but it only shoved the boy back a little bit. But Kitsuki did not stop. He started pounding explosions after explosions at Mizo in hopes to find victory. Every explosion, Mizo just took, standing with his arms over him and protecting himself. He was starting to wince though as his arms were looking badly injured. But Mizo was just waiting for his opportunity. Once he saw Kitsuki starting to struggle, he retaliated. Mizo put his arm down and uppercutted Kitsuki. Kitsuki yelled as the force brought him into the air and he was knocked back a few feet away. He landed on his back and growled in pain. He was about to blow himself away, but the sound of Midnight's whistle stopped him. He looked over to the 18+ heroine and saw that one of her arms was raised. Shoji has been pushed out of bounds, Bakugo is the winner. Midnight yelled. Kitsuki's eyes widened before he looked down at Mizo's feet. Mizo did the same thing. Midnight was right, Mizo's left foot was slightly over the line. Kitsuki laughed out a gargled breath and shakily got up. Mizo looked down sadly, but did not look defeated. He created a mouth and an extended over to Kitsuki as he walked over to the boy. That was a good match, Bakugo. Mizo said in his mysterious tone of voice. Kitsuki grunted and nodded his head. He saw that Mizo was now right in front of him and had his hand out extended. Kitsuki cringed, knowing both of his hands were fucked. But he didn't want to seem like an ass in front of an entire audience. Don't shake too hard and yeah. You were rough, you tanky fuck. Kitsuki gasped shakily as he cautiously grabbed Mizo's hand. It wasn't a firm or rough handshake, but incredibly soft. Not matching either of the boys, but what can Kitsuki do? His hands hurt like hell. Our next match is going to be brutal, folks. On the left is Sharp Brick with teeth of a great white, Ijiro Kirishima. Then on the left, the Raven of Darkness and a shadow with an attitude, Fumikage Tokoyami. Present Mick announced. Both boys entered the stadium, Ijiro with a bright smile. They shook each other's hands before walking back over to their spots in the stadium. Midnight raises her hand. Alright you two, the fighting May comments. Now. Midnight yelled. Dark Shadow instantly fires out towards Ijiro. Ijiro instantly hardens himself and blocks Dark Shadow's headbutt. But the force stops Ijiro from advancing. Ijiro delivers an elbow directly onto Dark Shadow's head which knocks the Shadow Beast to the ground. Ijiro then tries running over to Fumikage, but Dark Shadow's claw manages to get a hold on Ijiro's leg, tripping the boy. Dark Shadow constantly gets in Ijiro's face and slaps Ijiro, knocking him around a bit. Ijiro constantly knocks Dark Shadow away and advances towards Fumikage. But Dark Shadow is a person and doesn't have stamina like what a person would do as its ability solely relies on Fumikage's mood and the light. But Ijiro is human and therefore gets tired. Since Fumikage constantly moves around and Dark Shadow's constant ability of stalling the red head, exhaustion washes over Ijiro. Eventually it is enough where Dark Shadow zooms at Ijiro. It grabs the boy's waist and flies him over to the boundary line, shoving him out. Ijiro has been shoved out of bounds, leaving Tokoyami the winner. Midnight shouts. The match was quite boring as it was just a basic brawl. But Fumikage was smart and stayed away until Ijiro could no longer run at the raven-headed boy. Alright everyone, here on the left is a speedster and the president of Class 1A, Tenya Ida. Then on the right is the underdog from General Education, with the ability to control the minds of others, Hitachi Shinso. Present Mick shouted. The two boys walked into the stadium. Tenya with a very serious expression while Hitachi had a very bored expression. The two shook hands before walking back to their spots in the ground. Midnight laughed and waved her hands. You two ready? Midnight asked and Tenya stiffly nodded his head and Hitachi gave a lazy smirk. Are you going to make a fool out of yourself, Robo? Hitachi asked smugly. Tenya's face turned red and his expression turned into one of anger. White, that is none of your concern. Tenya stated angrily, which got an amused chuckle out of Hitachi. Fight. Midnight shouted at the two. Hitachi kept his smile up as he already knew he won. But Tenya didn't know. In a flash, Tenya was launching himself at Hitachi at high speeds. This did catch Hitachi off guard as he felt his shoulders roughly being grabbed. Hitachi suddenly panicked as he was being pushed at an alarming rate. Hitachi grunted and took control of Tenya. Stop! Hitachi screamed. The crowd gasped at the display and watched as Tenya and Hitachi went from going at over 80 km an hour to a sudden halt. Hitachi took a breath, but as he looked down, he saw he was centimeters away from the boundary line. Hitachi shuddered and pulled himself up. A single step would have been a loss for him. Pull me back. Hitachi commanded and Tenya complied, dragging Hitachi back into the arena. Hitachi sighed and put a hand on his chest, relieved that he didn't instantly loose. Now do me a favor and loose. Hitachi commanded, which Tenya complied and walked out of the boundary. Hitachi released Denya from his hold, then started walking out of the stadium. Iida has walked out of bounds. Shinso is the winner. Midnight yells out. The chorus of cheers and praises Hitachi hears as he walks out makes him smile. Although he'll never admit it. The final match of the second round, the boy coming in on the left is someone who resembles a human Pikachu, Denki Kaminari. The girl on the left, the final contender of Class 1B mother, Nature's daughter Ibara Shiozaki. Present Mick shouted excitedly. Denki came bounding into the stadium with a bright smile. He waved at the audience yet again as he came in. Ibara was the complete opposite, looking incredibly bored and trying her best to ignore the audience. The two shook hands, and Denki tried setting up a bit of small talk, but Ibara completely ignored him. Alright, you two can start fighting, now. Midnight yells. Denki instantly starts running towards Ibara as she sends out vines towards him. Denki has to dodge the vines as he isn't stupid enough to not know that he can't shock them. But the vines are too quick. They snatch Denki's right wrist, yanking him off balance. More vines follow up and wrap around Denki, restricting him with ease. Denki is lifted into the air as he struggles to free himself. Dini growls and bites his tongue as small thorns in the vines start scratching his skins. Denki starts buzzing electricity around him in hopes of creating a small spark to burn the vines. Kaminari, are you out? Midnight asked, looking up at the struggling figure of Denki. Denki shook his head and smiled. Nope. Denki said proudly as several patches of the vines holding him sparked into fire. The crowd gasped, including Ibara. The vines loosened around Denki and he was dropped to the ground. Not unscathed as parts of his body are burned. Denki fuels himself with electricity and kicks his body into overdrive. He then sprints over towards Ibara. Ibara was slightly panicked as most of her vines were dangling in the air. But she still had some to attack Denki as she pushed her other ones into the ground. Denki jumped over vines flailing on the ground as he approached Ibara. He knew the same trick of him escaping won't work a second time, and this technique will leave him numb after using it, so he had to end the fight now. He couldn't be sure if Ibara had something prepared or not, so he decided to test that. Denki smirked and raised his arms in front of his face and charged up his electricity, so it became wild around his body. 1,000,000 volts. Denki yelled. At his words, he saw Ibara turn around and create a shield of vines to protect herself. Denki smirked as he continued to charge. He jumped to the side where Ibara wasn't protected, and her eyes widened when she saw Denki. Denki flared his charged electricity and hit Ibara. She screamed in pain before dropping to the ground. Denki was slightly loopy and he could feel blood running out of his nose, but he still smiled. He stumbled around and saluted to the crowd. Shiozaki is incapacitated, Kaminari is the victor. Midnight shouts out. Denki laughs but stumbles back, holding his head. He couldn't feel his face, nor anything for that matter. Medbots came and collected both Ibara and Denki and took them to the infirmary. Itsuki Bakugo vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Hitachi Shinso vs Denki Kaminari. Itsuki was standing in his entrance to the stadium. He pushed his hands through his hand and sighed. He was up against Fumikage. In theory, this should be an easy fight. Kitsuki created light and that weakened dark shadow. But it was never that easy. Fumikage was smart, so Kitsuki would have to work for this victory. Alright everyone, we are in the finals. Coming in from the left is the boy who has exploded his way through the competition, Kitsuki Bakugo. Then from the right is a boy whose partner is a shadow that can move as fast as light, Fumikage Tokoyami. Present Mick shouted. Itsuki and Fumikage walked over to each other. They shook each other's hands before walking backwards, their eyes never leaving each other's. Midnight raised her hand. Okay, let's do this boys, fight. She hollered. Itsuki raised his hands and was prepared to attack the screaming bird of shadows. But Dark Shadow never charged at him. Dark Shadow shot out from Fumikage, but instead of attacking, they coiled around Fumikage, giving him self-defense. Itsuki swore at that. He knew Fumikage wouldn't make it easy on him, but this was just going to be infuriating. Itsuki then charged forward with his arms outstretched. Dark Shadow dropped down in front of Fumikage, but did not charge to attack Itsuki until he was close. The black bird screamed and raised its fist, but Kitsuki just exploded it. He knocked it away before lunging into the dark coil Fumikage had created. Fumikage was standing with a wide stance and was waiting for Kitsuki to attack. Kitsuki happily did and popped an explosion right at Fumikage. But the bird team dodged. Kitsuki swore and activated his quirk again, and this time struck Fumikage. Itsuki then shouted in pain. Large claws dug into his back and ripped him out of the hole he was leaning into, so he could attack Fumikage. Kitsuki was punched in the stomach and he spat out saliva onto the ground. Kitsuki shouted and blasted the dark shadow. The shadow bird screamed as it was knocked away. Kitsuki stood back up and looked over to Fumikage, only to realize he couldn't see him. Because his smoke was completely surrounding the raven-headed teen. Kitsuki suddenly realized that he was in deep shit. He saw deep red eyes pop out from the smoke. Kitsuki knew he had to get away. He exploded the ground and got airborne, trying to push himself away. But Dark Shadow was still quick. A large claw reached out from the smoke and slapped Kitsuki out of the air. Kitsuki screamed as he hit the ground. But he couldn't rest as the giant shadow beast now charged at him. Kitsuki popped out an explosion at the beast's face before launching himself away. Kitsuki barely escaped the crash of the giant shadow beast. Kitsuki looked around for the host of the monster and saw Fumikage maneuvering himself around to be behind the shadow. Smart fucker. Kitsuki saw that Dark Shadow dove back into the small smoke pile to maintain its enhanced size. But Kitsuki had noticed the monster size of Dark Shadow was a lot more manageable than it once was. Kitsuki shot himself up into the air and over the oncoming beast. Kitsuki flew into the air in hopes to lead the shadow away from Fumikage. Which may have worked against Dark Shadow, but not when Fumikage was ordering him. But Kitsuki wasn't done. He shot himself down, Dark Shadow back to his regular size. It was prepared to pounce at Kitsuki, but that wouldn't happen. Kitsuki smirked and put his hands close together, his palms facing one another. He created light in his palms. Kitsuki squeezed his eyes shut before erupting an extremely bright flash. He heard Dark Shadow scream and Fumikage grunt. Kitsuki cracked his eyes open and exploded himself down towards Fumikage. He punched the bird head in the face and knocked him to the ground. Kitsuki knelt down on top of him and pinned him to the ground. He grabbed Fumikage's beak and pointed his other palm of his hand threateningly at Fumikage, sparks buzzing in his palm. "Give up." Kitsuki spat, incredibly out of breath as he panted above Fumikage. Fumikage cracked his eyes open. His eyes connected with Kitsuki before sighing and slumping his head back. "I concede," Fumikage said. Midnight blew her whistle. "Though Koyami has surrendered, Bakugo is the winner," Midnight yelled. Kitsuki grunted as he forced himself up. He looked down at the laying figure of Fumikage and sighed. He reached his hand down for the boy. Fumikage looked at the hand before taking it. Kitsuki pulled the raven head up and Fumikage thanked him. "God, that was tough, fuck your shadow," Kitsuki said as he shoved his hands down his pocket. Dark Shadow immediately popped out from Fumikage's chest. "Hey, I'll rip you apart pom-pom," Dark Shadow squawked. That made both Kitsuki and Fumikage laugh. Itachi stood at the entrance with his arms crossed over his chest. He had made it a lot farther than what he thought. That book he was given randomly really did help him understand more strategies that he could use with his quirk. Despite not being able to test the questions the book also asked. Itachi sighed as he was getting ready to walk into the stadium. He knew no matter what, he could not win. Kitsuki had won against Fumikage, and there was no way Hitachi could beat him. It wouldn't have mattered if Fumikage pulled a miracle and won, he would have lost to him anyway. Hitachi had made an effort to keep his quirk activation a secret. No one had an exact idea from what he knew, the best guess was proximity or touch. But since Hitachi loses next round and he also needs to take Denki out immediately, he may as well not play any games. This is the final of match of the finals round. The winner here will face Bakugo in the grand finale for this year's winner. Coming in from the left is this year's underdog that has taken this year's competition with ease, Hitachi Shinso. His opponent coming in from the right is the light bulb of electricity, Denki Kaminari. Present Mix shouted. Hitachi and Denki walked out into the field, Denki doing his usual wave to the crowd. Hitachi rolled his eyes at his opponent's childish behavior. The boys shook hands before trotting backwards to their spot in the ground. Midnight waggles her eyebrows and lifts her arm up into the air. "This is for second place, boys, ready, go," Midnight shouted. Denki charges electricity up around him, but Hitachi didn't really care. He looked to an open spot behind Denki and pointed to it. "Is that a toaster?" Hitachi asked, hoping the idiot blonde will fall for the bait. "Huh?" Denki says as he turns around. "Gotcha," Hitachi thinks as he activates his quirk. "Alright, go walk out of bounds," Hitachi says tiredly as he pushes his hand back in his pocket. Denki took a step forward before stopping. Hitachi was confused. Electricity started buzzing around Denki's head before switching off. Denki then gasped as it seemed like he woke up. He looked around before he started laughing. Hitachi was just in shock. How did he get out of the trance? "Oh, you ask questions," Denki said as he put the pieces of the puzzle together. "Sorry Shinso, but it looks like your quirk doesn't work on me," Denki said, looking back over to the usual tired teen, who now had a wide-eyed expression. "How did you get out?" Hitachi asked, slightly angered. Denki shrugs and allows a bit of electricity running around him. "My electricity affects my cognitive ability and I have to focus to not let it run wild as it can't be turned off. I guess that directly counters your quirk," Denki said. Hitachi gritted his teeth and clenched his feet. What the fuck? He had won, he took control of his opponent only for it to not work. Hey man, sorry you went against me, but you did an awesome job. Can't wait to see you in the hero course. Denki said. Hitachi looked up at him confused. I mean, it would be ridiculous for you not to be let in. That would be wasted potential. Denki said with a large smile. Hitachi looked at him before dropping his head. He released the tension he held in his body and let his arms become loose. He took a deep breath and exhaled it out. Hitachi then reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I guess I just lose then. I forfeit. Hitachi states in his regularly tired tone. Are you sure? Midnight asked and Hitachi yawned. Yeah, don't feel like getting shocked. Good luck in your next match, man. Hitachi says, looking over to Denki, who smiles widely. Thanks, man. Denki replied with a thumbs up. Midnight blew her whistle and raised her hand. Shinso has forfeit, giving Kaminari the win. She yelled. True that the fight may have been anticlimactic, but Hitachi didn't care. This entire experience had made him happier than he has been since his quirk diagnosis. Itsuki Bakugo vs Denki Kaminari. Itsuki grunts as he walks the hallways of the UA stadium as he angrily ruffles his hair. He had one more fight on more battle, and then he would be fighting his old friends in prevention of them getting into UA. Itsuki growls as he turns to his waiting room. Angrily he kicks the door open and stomps in. The thought of those hooligans just pisses him off. Kitsuki walks into the room and looks up, then pauses as someone else was in his room. Denki was sitting in a chair, drinking a chocolate smoothie. He was looking up at Kitsuki with a straw in his mouth and his phone in his left hand. Kitsuki frowns and narrows his eyes at his next opponent. What are you doing in my room? He asks. Denki raises an eyebrow. No, this is my room. Your room is 1, this is 2. Denki states. Kitsuki grunts and walks backwards. He reaches the door and looks up above it. The big number 2 is right above it, making Kitsuki groan. He drops his head and shoves his hands in his pockets. Kitsuki takes one more step into the room before pausing. Sorry. Kitsuki says as he realizes he was being a major asshole. Denki meanwhile just smiled, which makes Kitsuki grunt at how joyful the idiot was. Denki stood up, putting his phone and drink down. It's cool, man, but what's got you so worked up? He asked. Kitsuki looked at him before muttering a curse under his breath. What was he going to fucking say to Denki, huh? That he was fighting to win so he could prevent his ex-friends from getting another chance at becoming heroes. He already fucked up and telling Denki that he knew Izuku before he became Hope. Kitsuki doesn't want to fuck up even more. He just wants to get this last match over with. But then a thought rang out in Kitsuki's head. Could he beat Denki? Mizo he could, because Kitsuki had better mobility options and could attack a lot more than Mizo could. Fumikage had the weakness to light, which Kitsuki's quirk so happened to make. Denki, however, what advantage did he have? Both of them had quirks that require the duo to be at close range. But Denki has the ability to push his quirk at a lot further range. Not only that, Kitsuki wasn't sure one attack would take Denki out, and most certainly one shock from Denki would finish him. Even if he wasn't incapacitated, his sweat would all have been fried. If Kitsuki lost and Denki won, Denki would be the one fighting his ex-friends. Kitsuki seemingly played situations out in his head in the middle of the room, while Denki just waited expectantly for him. Eventually Kitsuki groaned and slammed his hands on his face. He walked over and grabbed a chair before sitting down. Alright Pikachu, sit down and listen. Kitsuki said sternly. Denki nodded and complied with no words, sitting down in his previous seat. Kitsuki sighed and psyched himself up. Remember when I told you I knew Hope before he became Hope? Kitsuki asked and Denki nodded. How you were his bully? Denki asked for confirmation with got a strangled grunt from Kitsuki. Yeah, well, I wasn't alone. Kitsuki said. He felt something attack his eyes, and he quickly wiped it and forced it away. With my twin sister, I along with another set of twins and Hope's sister bullied him relentlessly. Kitsuki started, but Denki butted in. Wait, you're telling me Hope's twin sister bullied him along with you guys? Denki asked, completely shocked and appalled. Kitsuki sneered and nodded his head. Yeah, I know. Anyway, when he ran away and it was discovered what we did, we had to do several things to get a shot at UA. Community service, assist in villain reform programs and get a good review. I was the only one seen fit enough to be able to go to UA. The rest of them failed. But since those fuckers have hero parents, they have another shot. Depending on which one of us wins, we'll fight them, and the ones who beat us get entry into UA. Kitsuki states. Denki is silent for a moment. He has his hands pressed together, his elbows on his knees and resting his face up against his hands. Kitsuki could see that Denki was becoming angry. The usual jovial teen was easy to read. So you're telling me? Denki starts, sitting back in his chair. That Hope had hero parents, they didn't notice all the shit that he was put through and are giving their daughter and her friends another shot at UA after they failed the first time. Denki asked, trying to get this straight. Kitsuki nodded after every point. Denki moaned and put his head in his hands. Unbelievable, who are they? Denki asked. Kitsuki grunted and crossed his arms over his chest. I can't tell you that, but even if I could, you wouldn't believe me as they are very popularly and respected heroes. Kitsuki states. Denki seems to get even angrier at that. Denki was about to speak, but the announcer came on, telling the two boys to get ready to go in. Kitsuki sighed and looked at Denki. Do not go easy on me or let me win. Just promise me if you win, you fucking kick their asses. Kitsuki says sternly. Denki nods his head and smiled at Kitsuki. You got it, Bakubro. Denki says, determinedly. Welcome everybody to the grand finale. We have our two finalists. Coming in on the right is Katsuki Bakugo. His opponent on the left is Denki Kaminari. Present Mick shouts. Denki and Kitsuki walked to each other in the stadium. The crowd was roaring in cheers as the two boys came in. They shook each other's hands and wished each other good luck. Toshinori, Inko, Shoto, Zayato, Kitsumi, Izumi and Rei were focused on the two boys. They were going to fight one of them. Alright, this is it you boys. Fight with all of your heart's content. Fight. Midnight screams. At those words, Kitsuki zooms towards Denki with the use of his explosions. He goes higher into the air before falling back quickly when Denki releases a large charge around him. Kitsuki goes back in and repeats this. Denki quickly realizes he was trying to bait him, so Denki holds on for one large electrocution attack. Kitsuki growls as his one trick to weaken Denki quickly stops working. He needs one large attack to end this battle. So Kitsuki uses his explosion to spin himself incredibly fast in the air. He falls down to the ground quickly, Kitsuki's sight barely there. But he presses on. Denki sees this and unleashes his electricity as Kitsuki comes crashing in. Cementus, stop it. Midnight yelled quickly to the hero behind her. She knew what was about to happen was going to be dangerous. Cementus dropped his hands onto the ground and activates his quirk. A wall of Cementus appeared between Denki and Kitsuki, but it didn't last long. Kitsuki unleashed his powered explosion and completely decimates the wall. A thunderous boom sounded for miles, and a mushroom cloud rose from the stadium. No one could see the thing, and everyone was staring down to see if at least one of the boys were okay, although it looked pretty grim. After about a minute, the smoke eventually cleared. Denki was on the ground, still conscious although not in there. His pupils were dilated, and his grin was sloppy. He had thumbs raised in the air and he was mumbling incoherently. Kitsuki was on the other side of the stadium. His face in the ground and his body twitching violently as electricity sparked off of him. Visible scorch marks were present on Kitsuki and a huge area of the ground. Eventually Present Mick coughed, which caught the audience's attention. Kitsuki is incapacitated. Meaning Denki Kaminari is the winner of this year's Junior Sports Festival. Present Mick shouts. The crowd then roars as people cheered. Zayato was staring down wide-eyed. Whoa. She said quietly. Kitsumi however was laughing as she looked at Denki's stupefied state. Oh my god, that's what we're up against. Fucking pathetic. She laughed. Rei smiled and patted her daughter's arm. Don't worry sweetie, they are a no-one. You guys got this. She said softly. Izumi however was staring down the field, a feeling of guilt and resentment welling up inside her. She did not deserve this. She knew that. How must Kitsuki feel? Shigaraki looked at the television screen. He had been watching the sports festival because UAs are geniuses and still held it after the USJ. So Shigaraki was looking at the kids. One of them caught his eye. The four kids on the podium were all strong, but the boy in second place seemed familiar, like he was told about him. Shigaraki turned to Kurogiri as he was wiping wine glasses. Kurogiri, what do you know about a Kitsuki Bakugo? Shigaraki asked with his raspy voice. He was one of Izuku Yagi's bullies, but managed to reform and make it into UA. He was the only one of his group to do so. Kurogiri stated. Shigaraki hummed and turned back to the television, an amused expression on his face. Ex-tormentor to the poser sensei. He may be useful in the future. Shigaraki mused. Kurogiri nodded his head. He had no clue what Shigaraki was thinking, and it was his job to support him. But whatever plan he had mind would have to wait. They had to get Dobby first. Undeserved chance. Brown cheeks, get up or you'll be going to school without breakfast. Kitsuki growled as he swung her blanket off of her. He had gotten tired of waiting for the girl to get up and eventually stomped into her room. Achako grumbled and whimpered at the loss of heat and curled up. I mean it. Kitsuki shouted exasperatedly. Achako stirred and put her hand over her eyes. Stop whining like a pig, I'll get up. Achako grumbled, still half asleep. Kitsuki muttered some things under his breath before exiting the room. Achako eventually stumbles out of her room, still in her pajamas with her school uniform in her arms. I'm going to have a shower. Achako said with half-lidded eyes. No, come eat first. Katsuki said, pulling her attention. Ochako turned and her eyes widened. On the table was Katsuki eating his food, matching plate next to him. He had 2 pieces of toast covered in avocado with bacon and poached eggs on top. Ochako finally recognized the smell wafting in the air. Her eyes brightened as she pounced to her plate. Instantly she started to dig in. She consumed her plate like a hungry animal who hadn't eaten food in weeks. Katsuki ignored her and calmly ate his. He glanced over to her and rolled her eyes but felt pity for her. How poor was she that something as simple as this makes her go feral. After that the two finished, they got ready and left through the door. They moved to the train station and got tickets. Katsuki had been living with Ochako for almost 2 weeks now, as he went with her before the sports festival. Living with one of your classmates who doesn't have a lot of money is strange, but Katsuki doesn't really care. He can help her and she's helping him. It's a win on both sides. They sat next to each other on the train. They chatted about recent events as the train started moving, Katsuki being silent about a worry that he is feeling. But then a small kid came up to them, no older than 4, with a look of awe on his face. "Wow, it's you two from the festival, right? The flying girl and bomb boy," the kid said, like he was seeing a man pick up a car with one hand. Both Ochako and Katsuki turned to him, slightly shocked and taken aback by their sudden presence. Ochako smiles brightly at the boy. "Yes, we are," she said. Katsuki nodded his head, not sure on what to do. He doesn't have any experience with kids. They are all so bright and blunt, he's not exactly sure what to do. "Oh, wait, you are the kids from the festival. You two were awesome," a male says from beside them, looking up from his phone. Ochako smiles awkwardly and shakes her hand at the male, turning her head away as his face grows into a blush. Katsuki smirks at her. "Oh no, I'm not that strong." "He is," Ochako said, motioning towards Katsuki, who frowned down at her sentence. He was about to say something, but the other male spoke up. That's just false, coming from the girl who won the 2 first events," the male said. Ochako stopped and looked at him with wide eyes. Katsuki scoffed and smirked and elbowed Ochako, but not hard. "See round face," he told her with a grin. Ochako thanked the man and nodded her head, turning back to Katsuki. "Yes, I do, Kaken," she said. "Are you two dating?" a woman's voice asked. Both teens squeaked at the question. The duo had encountered several more people that recognized them on their way to school. It was like they had become minor celebrities overnight. But both agreed it was kind of uncomfortable with how people were acting. The two walked into class, talking with each other the entire way. They entered, one of the first people. Katsuki's eyes were instantly drawn to a desk. But it was not his. That desk belongs to a particular electric blonde friend of his. Denki Kaminari, the winner of the sports festival. He would be the one fighting his old friends. "Hey, it's alright, everything will be okay," Akito said, patting Izuku, who was curled in on himself, pulling his hair. Akito, Nomi and Himiko were all around him, consoling him. They were in a dark alleyway, but that didn't really matter as Akito could teleport them, as long as the space was dark enough. No, it's not," Izuku seethed, biting his lip hard, causing it to bleed. Himiko was trying her best to stop him in doing so. Izuku was breathing roughly, trying his best to calm himself down. He was about to meet with his old life, the life he was determined to leave behind. He wanted to strangle them, give to them what they had done to him so many times. But inside, Izuku knew he couldn't do it, he was scared. Somehow, even in his new life, he knew power and love from others he has never had before. He still is frightened of what those people did to him. Himiko is soothingly rubbing his back and nudging her head up into the creak of his neck. Akito is still talking to him, but the voice is distorted. Izuku tries to breathe, but every time he does he feels a fist slam into his lungs. The face of the person keeps changing, from Izumi to Katsumi, Zayato and Shoto. Nomi was looking down at the 3, all trying to convince Izuku that it would be okay. But they all knew it wasn't true. Nomi could feel disgust boiling up in her at the memory of those 4. Other than Izuku, she knows the most about them. How spoiled and rotten those 4 are. Eventually she moves around to be in front of Izuku's face. She bends down. She reaches her hands forward and grabs Izuku's cheeks and makes him look at her. Her eyes stare as his bright green orbs while he stares directly into her eyes, full of black with no light inside. "Izuku, you are stronger than them now. They don't hold a candle to them now, they are at your mercy. Don't let them dictate your thoughts and decisions, forget about them and move forward. You don't need them because you are Hope, the hero of the abandoned. You do what no other hero does, that is already more than what they will ever be," Nomi said. Izuku just stared at her, tears streaming down his face. His eyes were wide at what she was saying as the noises around him finally registered in his head. Izuku's mouth was agape as all he could do was stare at Nomi. Eventually, Izuku gulped, removing all of the saliva that had built in his throat and shook his head. He looked up and gave her a weak smile. "Thank you, Nomi," Izuku said. Nomi smiled proudly and nodded her head, letting Izuku go and standing up again. "So, we ready to go now?" Akito asked. Izuku smiled up at him and nodded his head. "Yeah, if you could, thank you," Izuku said. Akito smiled and bent down. He grabbed Izuku and Himiko with both of his arms before disappearing into the darkness. The trio then reappeared in a dark shadow in a room. Izuku and Himiko stood up and both turned and looked at Akito. "Thank you, Akito," Himiko shouted happily, waving her hand high in the air. Akito chuckled and nodded his head. He waved his hand. "No problem, see you later and good luck to you too," Akito said before disappearing into the darkness. "Ah, you two arrived, we can get started now," a small chirpy voice said. Himiko and Izuku turned and saw Nezu standing next to Denki, who was both confused and excited. Izuku smiled at the boy and walked over to them. He could feel his stomach slosh uncomfortably as he walked, knowing what was going to happen. Izuku's face felt hot as the thoughts and memories of his old life. He had never wanted to see them again, and the dread that overrid Izuku at just the thought of it tore him apart. But he needed to do this. This was not something he could avoid it. Izuku couldn't run, not this time. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not entirely sure on what was happening. I know I'm fighting some people to keep them out of UA who don't deserve that, but can I have more information?" Denki asked, his hands down deep in his pockets. Izuku lowered his head, not wanting to speak. But Himiko gave Denki a soft smile, placed a hand on the other teen's shoulder. These people hurt Hope badly. They don't deserve to go to UA, but thanks to their hero's high hero status they are being given another chance. You may actually recognize one of them as Bakugo's sister. So do your best in fighting them?" Himiko asked. Denki was listening intently before smiling and putting his thumb up. "Will do, Carmilla-sensei," Denki said enthusiastically. Izuku kept his head down as they walked. They reached a door and Nezu pushed it open. In the room was a large battlefield, the light blocked by a roof that was raised 30 feet in the air. The field was about 25 feet wide and 40 feet long as it stretched almost all of the room. There were benches at the side so people could watch whatever was going to happen in the room, in this situation a fight. The only other things in the room were the 7 people in the center of the room. 3 of them had blonde hair with only 2 matching in shade, 2 of them had mismatched colors, split from red and white. A woman had pure snow white and the last had forest green. Izuku looked up slightly and glared at the people he saw. They all turned to the group, clearly having hopeful eyes. They all gasped in shock, their eyes focusing on Izuku. He looked different, white hair, red horns, purple patches of skin and muscular. He did not loom like the Izuku they remembered. But his eyes, despite the clear hatred displayed in them and emotion they've never seen Izuku have, they could tell it was him. Denki looked across the group, his eyes registering the ash blonde girl with her spiky and shaggy hair, pulled up into a lazy bun as Bakugo's sister. The young girl with green eyes matching the woman with long flowing green hair, and the freakishly skinny man with wavy locks of golden hair running down his face, coming to the conclusion that they are related. The last 3 were very obviously family. The looks and hair gave it away, despite the mother not having the same half-red hair her children have. Denki thought that they could be Hope's parents, but the expressions on their face were wrong, and did not match as well as the eyes and missing red in his hair. Yagi's, Todoroki's and Bakugo. I would say welcome and happy to have you here, but that would be a bold-faced lie. Nezu said in a chirpy voice, but no cheery or sadistic smile to back him up. But none of them were really listening, instead all of them had their eyes locked on Izuku, who had his eyes mostly covered by his overgrown white hair. Inko was the first to take a step forward, her eyes watering at the sight of her son. But Izuku quickly tensed and became distressed. Himiko instantly got in front and pulled out her knife, her eyes lasered down Inko. She hissed, her fangs showing, and her eyes were piercing the soul of the older woman. Ashinori hated the disrespect that this girl was giving his wife. He stood forward, glaring at the girl who he thinks is Carmilla. But his glare wasn't nearly as strong as Himiko's. He got next to his wife and looked at her, who looked back at him with a look he has only seen all for one half. "Do not speak to my wife like that, you vile child. You have no right to speak to her like that and you don't belong here," he said with vindication. Himiko growled as the thoughts of sprinting at him and slicing his throat played through her mind. The words that All Might had said, talking to Himiko like that, snapped something in Izuku. He became infuriated and he cracked. Izuku pushed in front of Himiko, his eyes ready to kill whatever is in his way. Toshinori's eyes widened at the look he saw on his son's face as he stepped forward. Izuku grew in size from his quirk, his horns also doing the same. Himiko smirked over his shoulder at the two as they suddenly became very worried. You. Izuku started, his words lost as he stared at the people who he hated most. Don't you dare speak to her like that, no don't speak to her, don't talk, look or even respond to her. You have no right to do anything to her, do you hear me? Izuku said, his voice growing in volume. The emotions starting off weak and feeble but quickly growing. Izuku. Inko started off, tears leaking down her face. No. Izuku screamed, his body growing even larger. Do not call me Izuku, Yagi or even Hope. I don't want to even hear your voices. You have no right to apologize to me. You lost that right as soon as you failed to give sympathy and kindness to those who have also been tormented just like me. Let's just get this over with. Izuku said, gritting his teeth, his body violently shaking, making it clearly visible to everyone. Son, please listen. Toshinori asked, but from the use of the word son flared Izuku back up into rage from how he was just trying to calm himself down. I am no son of yours. You made that very clear to me. Fuck you All Might, symbol of peace my ass. You were quirkless, like me. You were just like me, but you turned into everyone else. I despise you. Izuku says, his eyes bawling out water. Emiko was also close to tears as she squeezed Izuku. Trapping him in a firm embrace, Izuku choked up and put his head into her shoulder and cried, holding his head. Izuku pulled him in close before she glared at them. Inko held her hands over her eyes as she cried. Izumi's face was red as she looked away, not having the courage to look over at Izuku. I'm sorry, but that's All Might and he's his father. Denki said. Everyone minus Izuku turned to him as he stared wide-eyed and pointing at the skeletal figure of Toshinori. Denki was beyond baffled. He was confused, stunned but most of all appalled. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and he didn't want to. But no one was correcting Hope or trying to deny it. Wait, Hope's name is Izuku. Denki thought to himself. Unfortunately Kaminari, that is the truth. As well as his wife being Green Tornado and her being Ice Queen. Nezu informed Denki, whose jaw dropped to the ground. Electricity buzzed around his brain as thought struggled to come to terms and understand what he was hearing. The others scoffed at Denki's struggling brain, which made Himiko glare at them. We are not here to chat, so Carmilla and Hope, follow me to the left. You all go to the right and decide amongst yourselves who will start. Nezu speaks with no emotion. Himiko drags Izuku's almost limp figure to the benches, while Denki just stands awkwardly on the field. Several questions surged through his head, but his hyperactive thoughts managed to focus on a single topic. Not only would he be fighting the child of All Might and Green Tornado, who is also related to Hope Sensei, but also the two children of Endeavor and Ice Queen. Would he be fucking killed? Surely he didn't stand a chance against the children of the two strongest heroes in Japan. Electricity sparked around his head as worry filled his thoughts. He knew he was stronger than what he thought, but taking on the children from the two top heroes. Is that even possible? Boy retard, snap out of your lightning brain tumor. I've got to kick your sorry ass. A snarling voice cracked at him. The electricity whizzing around his skull suddenly ceased, dispersing outwards into invisibility. Denki's eyes widened and he snapped his neck to look over at the new voice. It was basically Kitsuki, just with feminine features. Her hair was longer and tied into an untidy ponytail, which was just as spiky as the rest of her hair. Her ice glare was cold and aggravated in her stark red eyes. She had a thin collar around her neck and a nose ring in her nose. This is Bakugo's sister. Man, she really is a prune. No wonder she isn't in UA with him. Denki thinks. He frowns at her insult, noting that she is an ass and selfish than Kitsuki. Denki sends out a glare to her and shakes his head. Don't know what you're going to do, I beat your brother and you would easily follow. Denki said with a smug smile. The girl gritted her teeth and her face became envigored in rage. Oh what, you'd beat me because I'm a girl? She asked with a growl. Denki shrugs and places his hands on top of his pockets. Your gender doesn't determine your quirk strength. But tell me, is it you or your brother in UA? Denki asked smugly. Kitsumi's cheeks flared red and her fist started to open and shut, debating within herself on what to do. Shut up cunt. She yelled before reaching her hand out and firing off a blast of light. Denki squeaked at the sudden attack and barely had time to move. He swung his head to the left and the blast of light narrowly avoided him. It moved through the air with a zipping noise before crashing into the wall. A blast of an explosion popped out similar to Kitsuki's from the point of impact. Emiko stood up in her seat. Hey, we haven't started yet. She shouted out at Kitsumi. We have now. Kitsumi retaliated. She dropped her hands to the ground, her palms alighting before an eruption of light, fire and smoke came from beneath her. Kitsumi shot herself into the air, a trail of smoke coming out from her palms. Denki craned his head up to look at her before squeaking and running. Kitsumi had already fired more missiles at Denki as she zoomed high into the air. Denki dived and turned, avoiding the blasts but not easily. He kept his eyes up so he can keep his sights on what the foul-tempered girl was doing. She seemed to building up light in her hands, creating balls of light within them. Denki wasn't sure what she was doing, but he didn't like whatever it was. Kitsumi shouted and swung her arms down, pointing generally at Denki. Then the balls of light dispersed and created several missiles at once flying downward at Denki. Denki's eyes widened in fright. There were about 12 of them hurling their way at him with no chance to dodge. He couldn't take Kitsumi out this very second, so the only thing he could do was fire out his electricity, so that's what he did. The sparks of wires around him quickly transformed into rays of lightning. Every occupiable space around him transformed into blistering light as electricity discharged from Denki. It shot out faster than Kitsumi's missiles and met them about halfway. Since these missiles were basically concentrated sweat, anything that touches them will set off the bomb that they are. Denki's electricity was no different. It acted as a shield as the missiles were struck by electricity. 12 blasts of explosions erupted at the electrical barrier, stopping them in their tracks. Kitsumi eyes widened, starting to fall back to the ground. Denki moved forward, slightly dizzy from the sheer amount he released but moved onward. He stumbled forward. Kitsumi tried firing missiles at him. 2 of them hit, but they were incredibly weaker than her other missiles, thanks to her previous attack. Once she was in range, Denki let loose and emitted electricity far around him again. Kitsumi could do nothing as her entire body seized up. Electricity ran through her, and pain was completely unbearable. She shut her eyes and was forced into unconsciousness. Kitsumi. The fiends on the right shouted as they instantly came to her aid. Denki was now stupefied, his brain not working as he stumbled around with a wobbly grin and his thumbs up. Izuku appeared at his side with his bolt quirk. He placed his hand on Denki. Denki felt his buzz of energy zip out from him. His headache fading and tingling feeling from his skin evaporating. Denki felt his senses come back too and he looked around. He was still on the battleground, almost exactly where he remembered. He saw Kitsumi on the ground, her body twitching with small sparks of electricity. Denki then turned and saw Hope-sensei right next to him. "Sorry Kaminari, here is your quirk back," Hope said. Hope placed his hand back on Denki's chest, and a sudden sensation of sparks and crackles filled Denki again. The feeling of his quirk back onto him. Denki smiled widely at Hope. "Thanks Hope, didn't know that worked like that." Denki smiled. Hope nodded his head, but keeping his eyes down near the ground. Denki frowned and was worried for his teacher, but then heard a soft voice from him. "Thank you," he said. Denki smiled happily and gave a salute. "I'll do my best sensei," Denki said happily. "You know he is your age," a cold monotone voice said. Denki turned and saw the group had mostly gone back, pulling Kitsumi with them. Except for the tall boy with heterochromatic hair. Left side red while the right was white. It reminded Denki of Napoleon ice cream. Minus the chocolate. True, but he also hasn't attempted murder, and you're his age. Himiko scowled from her bench. Shoto's face crunched up in discomfort that Denki recognized to be a scowl. It looked weird on his face. "Didn't?" he growled, but Himiko shook her head. "He would have if it wasn't for Dabi. Now shut up you whiny tramp." Himiko scoffed, resting her head onto Izuku. Denki did feel awkward, but he was more worried. He was facing off against the son of Endeavor, who also has an powerful ice quirk. He gulped but stood, waiting. "Alright, you two can fight now," Nezu called out from his side. Fire instantly flared from his left. He outstretched his hand and unleashed flames of fire. 3 spears of fire unleash around Denki, who managed to avoid it. A wave of heat launched out next, and Denki avoided by jumping back. Electricity dancing around him to boost his physical performance. Shoto huffed in annoyance as his attack didn't even hit his opponent, so he turned up the heat. Bright red flames danced around Shoto for a moment as he powered up for an attack. He raised his foot and stomped it on the ground and unleashed a tidal wave of fire. Denki's eyes widened as scorching hot fire approached him like flooding water. Denki noticed though it was just a large attack, not controlled. He smirked as he dropped to the ground, prone on his stomach and out his head as far down as possible to stop the rising heat around him. Eventually the flames stopped and Denki looked up. His opponent Shoto looked puffed, his face red and steam rising from him. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw that Denki was on the ground unharmed. All Denki could do was smile at Shoto triumphantly. "For the son of the number 2 hero, you have incredibly bad quirk control," Denki said. Shoto scowled at Denki. He raised his right foot and stomped it on the ground, a cone of ice shooting from the ground. Denki spun himself to the side, easily avoiding it. Nezu smirked from the sideline as he, Izuku and Himiko. Denki seemed to have pushed Shoto's buttons and having him make rash and poor decisions. He used a lot of ice immediately after overusing his fire, which isn't a good idea. He can counteract his balance of ice and fire with each other, but it is a bad idea to overuse one then use all of the other. It creates nerve damage, and that is exactly what Shoto is experiencing right now. He may not realize it, but annoying his opponent is an incredibly effective tactic. Nezu said to his two companions. The other two nodded. Denki currently was biting his tongue as the frost of ice gripped his hand and leg. He had to admit he got a bit cocky, which is how this happened. But even though he was in pain, Shoto was worse. He was shuddering, his right side gripped in ice and turning red in pain from trying to counteract it. But he was using too much in both, and now he is in a lot of pain. Denki sparked up a bit of electricity, enough to free himself, but it had a greater effect than what he thought. His electricity cracked the ice and surged through the molecules, breaking the rest as it went. It surged into Shoto, making him scream in pain. He dropped to his bottom, his hand and legs seizing from the shock. Denki watched this happen and surged electricity through his body and pounced forward. Stop, the match is over, Kaminari wins. Nezu shouted, raising his paw. Denki forced himself into a stop and he skidded across the floor. He looked over to Nezu, then back at Shoto's injured figure. Realization hit him. He beat Endeavor's kid without too much of a fight. Shoto's mother and sister had to run over to him and help him up as standing was a chore currently. He was taken back to the stand where Katsumi was still unconscious. Zyado then came back over, a dark look in her eye. She looked furious but was keeping it down. Her hair is similar to Shoto's but different. She has it in a braid, but it gradually turns from white to red. I don't think I ever explained that. Whoops. Izuku quickly swapped quirks with Denki, giving him fat inflammation to heal himself before returning his quirk to make sure he was in fit shape. Denki and Zyado stared off against each other. Well, it was more Denki being glared down by the other while looking awkward. Alright, the match begins. Nezu shouts. Instantly steam shoots out all around Zyado, quickly covering the area and hiding herself. Denki immediately sparks electricity around himself in defense as cool air starts to surround him. He looked around in the mist for something to pin his opponent's location, but was not able to. A large push of boiling hot air rushed into Denki. It pushed him back and it hurt like hell. Denki zoomed out of the attack to try and help himself. He felt another gush approaching and moved again. He sparked electricity where he could, but he never could find Zyado. If he couldn't find her, he'd have no hope of winning. Sight wasn't going to help him locate her, so he'll have to do it another way. Denki stopped in his tracks and focused. He listened for things he wasn't listening for before. The soft tapping of feet could be heard sneaking behind him almost 20 feet away. Once they stopped and Denki heard Zyado intake a breath, he turned around and bolted towards her, electricity crackling off of his skin. Zyado gasped and released a wave of extreme heat of steam. Denki cried out in agony as his skin burned and peeled, but he didn't give up and pushed forward before unleashing high-charged electricity. Zyado shouted, her body shaking and her eyes rolling to the back of her head. Gurgled noises coughed out from her mouth as she stiffly fell to the floor. The steam was dying down as the spectators hadn't really seen anything that had gone on during the match. All they saw was that final flash of electricity. Once they had an unconscious Zyado with a slightly brain-dead Denki writhing in pain. Ray and Inko leapt up, rushing towards her while Izuku flashed over to him. He swapped his quirks again and gave Denki fat inflammation. Denki gasped when it was used, not used to the feeling. He was feeling weak and his body was tired thanks to the obvious effect of the quirk. Izuku swapped the quirks back while trying to keep Denki steady. Thanks, sensei. Denki said roughly. No worries Kaminari, just one more fight. Hang in there a bit. Denki could only tiredly nod. Even with his extra energy from his quirk taking in joy with Izuku's bolt quirk, it was not enough to keep him going. Izumi was looking at the battleground in her seat. Her fingers crawled around the board she was sitting on as she watched intently. Several thoughts were running in her head, but none of them were about beating Denki to get into UA to become a hero. They were about the what ifs and should. What if she got in and everyone hated her? High possibility seeing as Katsuki was there. Should she even become a hero? Her quirk is strong, but clearly, she is not hero material. If hero officials agree with it then she must be in the wrong. How bad is she? A tentative hand touches her back and Izumi looks up at her father who was smiling down at her. She smiled back but it was wobbly, filled with doubt. For so long she thought he was the perfect father, he could do no wrong. Now though, she wonders how her life would have turned out if herself and Izuku had different parents. Could it have been better, would it? You'll be alright princess. You got this. He said with a smile. Izumi lowered her head and nodded. Forcing herself to her feet, she walked to the field. Her opponent Denki was already there, but he looked exhausted. No doubt, Izuku had healed his wounds and he was forced to fight again after injuring himself to get a victory. Izumi was trying to think of what she should do. Forfeit now, but what would her family think? She wouldn't get anything for surrendering and who she has left will be furious at her. Does she stay and try? Could she even fix her past mistakes? Izuku and Himiko already seem furious at this second or third chance they are getting. It won't happen, will it? Alright, you two start now. Nezu said. Izumi instantly flares up once she spots electricity circle around Denki. She still hadn't decided on her decision, but she guesses she doesn't have any more time to think. Denki unleashed electricity that didn't reach her, but definitely did flash her. She was forced to take her eyes away from a second, allowing Denki to run up. He used everything he had to sprint as fast as he could, coursing electricity in his muscles. He unleashed his second burst, hoping to take her out. Izumi flinched as small sparks hit her skin, but they were only there for a moment. She looked back and pushed him away. He zoomed across the room and collided with the wall. She released him and he dropped to the ground, defeated. He was out of bounds and she had won. Her family cheered in happiness as Izumi managed to secure a place into UA. But Izumi didn't share the same excitement. She watched Himiko and Nezu race over to Denki to make sure he was alright, and her eyes drifted over to Izuku. He was staring at her, no emotion evident. His eyes were cold and broken as she could only look back, conveying regret that he long since stopped caring about. Slowly and very slowly he shook his head, and Izumi watched a tear roll down his cheek. She made a mistake. Author's notes. Merry Christmas. Sorry this chapter was supposed to come earlier, but Christmas and family came around and I couldn't miss them. So what do you think will happen with Izumi now attending UA? Izuku doesn't seem to like it, and neither does she. Will she change or be forgiven? Who knows, I do. Nomu attack. Itsuki and Ichako walked to UA again. Today was the last day of proper school that term, as the last week of school is internships. The fame that Ichako and Kitsuki had from the sports festival had died down thankfully. No more random subway questions. The two walked to school excited as today they would be picking their choices. They have the whole weekend to figure it out, and Kitsuki and Ichako would help each other out. Kitsuki thinks they'll also be choosing their hero names but isn't sure. But if he would be choosing a nickname he'd have to be prepared. Because his previous ideas weren't exactly the best. His middle school ideas were supposed to be menacing, intimidating and badass. To show the world he was on top from his name. King Explosion Murder, Master Nuke Killer, Bloody Explosion Slaughter. He regrets telling Ichako about that. Her name idea was Uravity, the zero-gravity hero. The name, although a bit weird, did fit her perfectly. It wasn't a bad name at all, so he agreed that should be her pick. But his was a different problem. His goal was to change, to be the hero to people that felt unwanted or weak. The very same people he hurt in attempts to make amends. But he couldn't admit that to Ichako, so that was making things harder. His name couldn't be intimidating, it was supposed to be a name that represented him that didn't match the harshness of explosions. A name that did relate back to explosions in a way, but wasn't common that people would think the name of hurtful or an aggressive individual. The two walked to class, still chatting to each other. They turned the corner and walked into class. Some people turned but then resumed their conversations, but not all did. Oh, the two lovebirds arrived. Mina said with a coy smile. Kitsuki frowned with a light dust of pink covering her cheeks, while Ichako's face turned red. We're not dating. Ichako said quickly, her face glowing even brighter. Mina just grinned wider at her reaction and Kitsuki's glare. Then why do you two keep coming to school together? It has been 3 weeks. Mina smiled mischievously. Kitsuki grumbled, turning to his seat and sitting down. Because we live close to each other. Better walking to school together than alone. Kitsuki replied, slumping down into his seat. But the blush on his face was definitely noted. Ichako quickly nodded in agreement before quickly hurrying to her seat. About a minute later, Eraserhead came in. His eye bags were noticeably less but still prominent. He had his sleeping bag over his shoulder, which meant he would be sleeping today, so someone else was taking over the class. Alright problem children. Today you will be picking your hero names. These names will be what you are referred to when you work with another hero. These can be changed later, but they are a pain to do so, making you have a good name to start logical. Since I don't care, I'll have another teacher come and. Eraserhead spoke was cut off. By me. Himiko yelled out happily, barging the doors open. Izuku walked in behind her, shaking his head but clearly amused. Eraserhead just loudly sighed. Couldn't wait for me to finish. Eraserhead said in an annoyed tone. Himiko giggled and shook her head. You were taking too long. She whined with a grin. Eraserhead just rolled his eyes. Whatever, I'm taking a nap. He said before sauntering over to a corner and hopping into his sleeping bag. Night Eraserhead. Himiko waved, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Izuku walked over to her, placing an arm on her shoulder to try and settle down the ball of energy. Mina and Toru just awed at them. Izuku then turned to the class. Before we start, we have another person here. You can come in. Izuku said, turning to the door. The class all turned to the door and Hitachi Shinso walks inside. Denki immediately perks up seeing his old new purple-haired friend. He raises his hand and waves. Shinso? Denki said with a wide grin. Hitachi turned to him. It was evident he was slightly nervous, but he was holding himself together. He gave Denki a stiff nod before focusing his attention to the rest of the class. Izumi is not here, she joins the class in term 2. She is also the reason why Hitachi isn't permanently in this class. With his performance from the festival, he will be participating in our heroics class, but unfortunately unable to fully attend this class. Izuku said, his answer being acceptable to the entire class. Except Katsuki. He's always paid attention to Izuku, even when he was an asshole, and now since he's actually his friend he notices more. The kid he used to know to never be angry, upset or frustrated, will forever be burned into his mind. So whenever even the slight bit of rage wells up in Izuku, Katsuki notices. He noticed Izuku's voice strain when he said the word unfortunately. He knows the boy would not be upset to teach Hitachi at all. If anything, he'd be ecstatic to learn more about his quirk. So why was he being apprehensive? Itsuki took the time to think, not registering that Hitachi sat behind him. He was thinking on why Izuku would be unhappy. Something happened that obviously upset him, and it related to Hitachi not being officially in 1A. But what would have happened to do that? Katsuki thought for another second until it came back in full force. Fucking them. Katsuki screamed in his head. He turned his head alarmed and faced Denki, who didn't notice. He completely forgot to ask him about it since he was focused on helping Ichako instead of avoiding his sister. He'd have to talk with him after class. Hey Kaken, you decided on a name yet? Ichako's voice appeared beside him. Katsuki quickly turned his attention to her. He cleared his throat and nodded his head. He noticed that she had a whiteboard in her hand. Fuck, he must have missed that. Katsuki, thinking quickly, turned to his desk and opened it. Thankfully there was a whiteboard and marker in there. Yeah, I have an idea. Katsuki muttered, starting to write his hero name idea. Hitachi grabbed his whiteboard. He was still a bit stunned that he was even here in the first place. He wasn't technically in the hero course, but every hero activity the course would do. Hitachi is also now going to be mentored by Eraserhead, which is amazing. A hero that he's always wanted to meet but didn't think he could from the anonymity surrounding the man. But now he is his mentor. It made Hitachi giddish, as strange as that both sounded and felt. Hitachi felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning his head he saw two people looking at him. Denki, the over-friendly boy who talked to him during the sports festival, and a punk rock girl who sat to his side. He couldn't remember her name, unfortunately. Not sure if he even heard of it either. Hey Shinso, you made it, man. Denki said happily. Hitachi nodded unsurely. He still wasn't used to people being carefree around him. Maybe it was because Denki knew he was immune to his quirk. But he still acted like that around him before he knew that about himself. He just felt odd to the insomniac. But just after that, his eyes widened. The punk rock girl that was to Denki's side, her ears elongate. Hitachi notices the earphone jacks at the end of her ears. She then rams one of them into his ear. Denki squeaks before ducking his head and holding his ear. Ah. Denki moans. You're making him uncomfortable, moron. The girl hissed. Denki could only dumbly nod his head. She then looked over to Hitachi and jerked her head up in a half-hearted greeting. I'm Jiro, by the way. She introduced. The strange duo was oddly fun. Their relationship with each other was also very strange, but in a good sort of way. Kyoka liked to tease Denki with him taking it in stride. Kyoka made fun of him, calling him jamming way as a descripting word for when he goes into his quoted way mode. Denki huffed then waved it off. The three of them talked about name ideas. Kyoka didn't want anything flashy and just went with something simple. Earphone jack. She offhandedly made the comment on the idea for chargeable, which Denki happily took. Then, both turned to Hitachi. So you have an idea on what your name should be? Kyoka asked him. Hitachi shrugged and leant his face on his hand. I don't know, I was more worried about getting to this point. I also kind of want to be unheard of. The less people who know about me, the more effective my quirk becomes. Hitachi answered. Yeah, isn't your quirk mind control? Kyoka asked. Well, it's called brainwash, but yes, it is mind control. Hitachi answered. Kyoka frowned at that statement. What? Why the hell is it called brainwash when it isn't brainwashing? Kyoka asked. Hitachi scoffed and shook his head. No idea. He answered. Well, you still need a cool name. It can something mysterious like Shadow or Shroud. Denki inputted. Kyoka snorted. Those names already exist, moron. Kyoka replied. Denki just raised his hands in defense. It was just a suggestion. Denki replied in his defense. Hitachi snorted and chuckled in amusement. Maybe it can be subtle things like white noise or white knight, or maybe something about overcoming the societal norms or something. Kyoka suggested, leaning back in her chair and putting her arms behind her head. Maybe something sought relating to your quirk-like persona. Denki put in. Hitachi nodded and jotted those ideas down. Not bad. Alright class, you can keep talking with each other, but if you have your name idea, come up here and show it to the class. We will see if the name is good and criticize if the name choice is bad. Don't be afraid to speak up about it, better being honest than letting it go. Izuku said, turning to Kitsuki specifically, who responds with a smirk. As that is said, Yuga bounces up to the front first. He has a wide smile as he walks to the front. He has his whiteboard in hand. He twirled it around and showed the class. I can't stop twinkling, Yuga said enthusiastically. The class was silent, just looking at his suggestion. One common word popped into all of their heads. Seriously? That's a sentence, not a name. Kitsuki barks. Yuga just huffs and turns his head. You're just jealous because I'm fabulous. Yuga retaliates. Izuku thinks for a moment before speaking. Maybe Shooting Star? Still a fabulous name that would fit you. Plus, you have star in the name. Izuku's suggestion, but it was more advising to Yuga that his name choice was going to be a horrible one. Yuga put a finger to his chin and thought for a moment before humming in satisfaction. Yes, because I am a star. Yuga yelled out and struck a pose. Several more people went up and made their names. They were told that they weren't final, but what you would be referred to for a period of time. Yumikage called himself Tsukiyomi. Sayu called herself Froppy. Ioka called herself Earphone Jack. Bajiro called himself Red Riot. Anta called himself Cellophane. Mina wanted to call herself Alien Queen, but there was copyright problems with that name, so she had to settle for Pinky. Koji names himself Anavis. Mizo called himself Tentacle. Minoru called himself Grape Juice. Aoki called herself Solar Flare. Momo called herself Creati, which is a very uncreative name given her power. It was ironic. Tenya just called himself Tenya. It was strange, but he could change it later. Izuku visibly frowned at the boy and a thought appeared in his head. Mashirao called himself Tailman, but Kitsuki spoke up at how basic and boring the name was, so he went with Acrobat instead. Enki called himself Chargeable. Bachako called herself Uravity. Bakito went to call himself Captain Diabetes, but for obvious reasons, the class unanimously agreed that the name was awful. He changed it to Cake Fist. Still not a great name, but it would have to do. Toru originally could only think of the name Invisible Girl and wanted a bit of help. With the help of the class and Himiko. Izuku chuckling to himself with watching his girlfriend be enthusiastic about the most ridiculous things. Toru stuck with the name Shimmer. Itsuki was the one TP get up next because Hitachi was going to be last. Reluctantly walking over to the front of the room. He still wasn't certain about the name, but Ichako liked it. So with more careful steps than what he wanted, he made his way to the front of the room. He turned to the class and looked over it. They were all looking at him, waiting for his name. This wasn't the first time he stood at the front of the class, but this time was different. He wasn't shouting at them, looking over them to make sure they knew their place. Because they were equal, quirk or not, no one in this room was better than the other. Taking a bit of a shaky breath, he turned his whiteboard around and showed it to the class. Round 0. Kitsuki said firmly. The class nodded their head and complimented Kitsuki for his name choice. Kitsuki could only nod his head and put it down. He walked back to his head, sending a glance to Izuku, who nodded at him. But Kitsuki could see something in his eyes. It wasn't directed at him, but he could tell he was crying. Now Hitachi was the last person. He got up and pointedly put his head down to avoid the looks the class would be giving him. He got up to the front of the room more nervous than he dare let on and turned his board around. Persona, the white noise hero. He mumbled. Class was practically over at that point and people just waited for the bell to ring. The class talked all happy and excitedly with each other. Izuku and Himiko had handed out forms that held the hero companies that they could go to. There was the usual list that everyone had access to and the one where heroes asked for those kids. Since they are first years, they don't often get a lot of attention. But there definitely are some stars that get a lot of attention. This year being one of them. Itsuki Bakugo. 2164. Enki Kaminari. 1298. Yumikage Tokoyami. 1005. Ibarashi Izaki. 365. Mizo Shoji. 112. Hirota Shishida. 92. Ichako Uraraka. 75. Momoyaoi Rozu. 31. Bajiro Kirishima. 23. Sayu Asui. 12. Tenya Iida. 7. Itsuka Kendo. 7. Anta Siro. 3. Itachi Shinso. 1. He wasn't allowed to be asked for since he was a general core student. But that is Eraserhead. Some people like Itsuki, Denki and Fumikage had their work cut out for them. But it's unlikely they'll actually even consider more than a fifth. The bell rung and the class got up and went to lunch. Kitsuki waited for a bit before grabbing Denki. Without a word he dragged him behind a corner. Denki was unsure what was going on, but this wasn't the first time Katsuki dragged him off somewhere, so he let it happen. When they were hidden, Katsuki let go and spoke to Denki. "Alright, what happened when you fought those four?" Katsuki asked. Denki was confused for a second before memory resurged itself back in his head. He had tried blocking it out as his image of inspirational heroes had shattered, but he can't ignore it anymore. How much did you know about?" "You know," all Denki started extremely unsurely, but Katsuki interrupted him. "That he is husband of Green Tornado and is the father of Hope." Yes, I do," Katsuki said calmly. Denki nodded his head. He was speechless. Well, actually he had so many things to say, but just didn't know how to say them. Katsuki sighed and shook his head. "Yeah, I know. I was bad," Katsuki said. Denki took in a breath and nodded his head. "Not disagreeing with that. But like I said, you have changed and Hope forgave you. It was a lot to take in. My whole image of them kinda shattered, you know," Denki said. Katsuki nodded, understanding Denki's point of view. He stopped looking at them like heroes a long time ago. Denki would have still idolized them. But Katsuki still had a pressing question. "So, how did you do against them?" he asked. Denki perked up. He smiled, but it was slightly skittish. "Well, I faced your sister and destroyed her. Also beat the boy with red and white hair, as well as his twin sister," Denki said. Katsuki was relieved and nodded his head. But he noticed he didn't say all of them. He looked at Denki, expecting him to finish, but he never did. Katsuki's eyes widened in panic. "What about Yagi? Did you beat her?" Katsuki asked. Denki chuckled nervously and looked away. He dropped his head and rubbed the back of it. "Sorry bro, she beat me," Denki admitted. Katsuki's world froze. Feelings he had pushed back to change himself rised up again at the memory of her. He gritted his teeth and clutched his hand hard. Then he turned and punched the wall, releasing an explosion in his closed palm. "Fuck," Katsuki coughed. Unknown to him, at the end of the hallway around the corner was someone listening. They gasped, but Denki or Katsuki couldn't hear it. They were too far away, but they could still hear them. They had more questions that they needed answering. The Nomu squawked as it flied down. Its arms that has been doubling as wings, making it tumble and spin in the air. It screeches like a banshee as it flies down. Its face was black with the forehead giving clear view to the brain of the creature. It had a snout of a crocodile, but it was missing its bottom jaw, leaving no chin on the beast. Dabi moved to the side of the falling monster, grabbing its face. Fire burned around Dabi's hand and he blew it up. His fire covered the beast and burned a brilliant blue. Dabi was pushed back, but he didn't relinquish his hand. The Noma roared and Dabi just flared his quirk up more. When the noise stopped, he deactivates his quirk. A mushy pile of ash on a blob lies on the ground. Dabi smirks and leaves it. He wanted to just go home, but Nomu started attacking everywhere. Since they have pretty strong regeneration quirks, heroes are finding it hard to take down. Izuku and Nezu told the police the best course of action was completely destroying the brain. Fire quirk's doing the best job at it, hence why he was here. He also knows Hope and Carmilla are running around helping since he can nullify them as well. He states that these Nomus are notably less strong and have far less quirks. He also states that they aren't responding to a purpose, as the one in the USJ had a quirk that let it be controlled easier. So they are creatures causing madness. Well, thankfully most citizens with brains are inside. But a few of the vultures are trying to catch some of the heroes beating these strange and horrifying creatures. Dabi's quirk naturally garners attention because blue fire. But what his biggest problem currently was who he was forced to work with. Endeavor. He didn't know what to think of the situation, but he knew he didn't like it. His father was still the same man who left him burning in the middle of the training room. The same man who looked at him coldly while he held his throat. His hands searing in heat as he gripped him hard. He'll never forget what kind of man he was. He has no clue how Izuku forgave Katsuki. He had been walking with Endeavor surveying the area. They had no clue how many Nomus were up and around. He had not spoken with the man, and he seemed to understand that Dabi had no interest in speaking with him. If he could be thankful to the man in one way, he would be thankful he now understood boundaries. Then the two heard gurgling noises, one in front of them, one behind them. They both saw a skinny tall Nomu turn the corner. Their eyes were bulging out of their head, and their hands were skinny claws. Their mouth was stretched out with their teeth ranging in several different sizes. Behind them was another Nomu. It seemed a lot stronger. Wasn't as tall but definitely had more muscle. It has an open brain with two beaks on its face. Neither where they were supposed to be. Its veins were purple and wrapped around their arms like snakes. Dabi cracked his fingers and walked over to that one. "I'll get this one," Dabi stated, not even waiting to hear Endeavor's answer. He didn't seem that he wanted to rebuke the statement and moved forward towards the skeletal Nomu. Dabi smiled wickedly as he made his fire dance around him. Dabi pushed his fire towards the Nomu as it raced towards him. The Nomu stopped almost instantly as Dabi focused on its head. The Nomu stumbled before slumping to the ground, its headless body smoking from the neck. He laughed at his success, but suddenly stopped when he heard a dull thud. He heard a wet cough from behind him, and he turned around. Dabi's eyes widened. The skeletal Nomu held Endeavor in his hand with a bloody face like he was scratched. The Nomu's large eyes and wide mouth grinned in happiness at the struggling man he held by the neck. Its face seemed burned though, and it was bleeding. But not red, the monster's blood was sliver. But then the Nomu looked over to Dabi. Its eyes that may have once been from a human or animal now passed the point of ever looking sane again. Dabi. The beast croaked, making Dabi jump a bit. Why did it know his name? The Nomu threw Endeavor to his ground. The Nomu then walked quickly over to Dabi, reaching its claws like a zombie. Dabi took a step back and flared fire out all around him. The Nomu then lunged at him and Dabi combusted into flames. He focused it forward and attacked the Nomu, but it appeared to do nothing. A large claw now covered in silver gripped Dabi's face and slammed him against a wall. Dabi grunted but stayed conscious, his natural pain resistance and his merged adapt quirk. He looked at the now mostly silver monster staring straight at him. But then, purple wisps came around his vision. Dabi's eyes widened as he recognized the color. It was the villain with the portal quirk, who most likely worked under the original All for One. Dabi started to panic and punched the creature, burning and attacking the Nomu that held him with a strong grip. He even fired his blue flames into the portal, but he didn't know if that did anything. He felt himself being pushed and pushed further into the portal, completely powerless to stop it. With the only thing he could think of, he looked over to Endeavor, who was forcing himself up from the floor. He stumbled forward but stayed on his feet as he ran towards Dabi. "Duya," he shouted. Despite how much he hated that name, how much foul memories that came with it. This was the first time in his life he wanted his father to be a hero to him as his vision faded to black. Author's notes. New plot point. Dabi has been kidnapped, wonder how Izuku will take it. Sorry, I am going to take a break for this series for a bit, but not too long. Just want to focus a bit more on other books I am writing at the moment, but I am not leaving this book. Izumi will be coming soon, not sure how soon, but she will be there. I haven't given Izuku any new quirks yet. He's passed out some of the quirks he has gotten from the Nomu to his classes, but not really kept any of them. Interesting ideas he could have. I already have one idea, but I would like a bit of help. Public appearance. Izuku was mad. No, he was more than mad. He was furious, rage welding around him, and it was like everyone in a 1-mile radius of him could feel it. He wanted someone in pain, he wanted someone to hurt. Yesterday was bad enough, the fact that Izumi had made it into UA was horrible enough as it is. But now was that the League of Villains had Dabi. He was targeted, something that Dabi had feared since his meeting with Kurogiri that time ago. Dabi's quirk was strong, he knew that, Izuku knew that. Anyone with a brain cell knows that Dabi had an extremely powerful and deadly quirk. Add on the fact that Izuku gifted him the quirk Adapt, which helped Dabi build a tolerance to his own fire, and you have one of the deadliest men alive. A hero should be bowing before him with the power he possesses. Izuku wouldn't want to fight him, and he has 15 quirks, not including the enhancements and fusions he has made in quirks. That's just how strong cremation is. Izuku couldn't even take it as it would have burned him from the inside. But now he was gone. They took him, All for One has him now. They made a Nomu specifically designed to withstand Dabi's power, so they could take his quirk. He just got his life out of the streets, and now was doing his job he dreamed to be doing since he was a kid. Now he was in the hands of the most dangerous person in the world. Izuku wants to melt Endeavor. He's the number 2 hero and probably allowed Dabi to be taken. He let him burn years ago and let him get kidnapped now out of anger. Despite being told that he was taken out by the same Nomu before Dabi was taken, it still doesn't evaporate the fury Izuku feels. Izuku knows Endeavor couldn't have done anything, if Dabi couldn't he most certainly couldn't. But Izuku still needs to find blame. His anger is boiling and he has nowhere to put out the fire he feels. Nomus are still around, no longer as rampant and raging as what they were yesterday, thanks to Izuku and a bunch of fire heroes. But the threat isn't entirely gone. A few were purposefully left standing in hopes of them returning to base, but it seems that they had no intention of doing that. So Izuku is now going to take out his anger on them. Zipping around the city at sunset is a bolt of electricity. Izuku wanted to hurt something. He knew what he was doing was wrong and he didn't like it. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It was something unfamiliar to Izuku that he didn't know what to do with it. Izuku stopped and perched himself on a roof. He heard gargling and groaned cries of pain. But they weren't of someone human. Or well, someone who was human. Izuku looked around and spotted a tall and lanky Nomu. It had 5 arms, the extra 3 being in weird positions. One on the back, one on the chest and one on the stomach. Its skin was a pale aquamarine, and it had wet thin black hair that looked disgusting on the top of its head. Izuku felt himself smile with a crazed look and immediately recoiled. He covered his mouth with both of his hands. Why did he feel so happy and wanting to hurt something? Izuku rapidly shook his head as he was appalled with himself. Why was he feeling like this? He didn't like and didn't want to feel like this. The growl brought Izuku's attention back up from his own internal questioning and confusion. The Nomu he tracked was no growling at him. Its entire head was essentially a mouth and it kept spewing saliva, leaving a large puddle on the side of the building. It reached a hand to Izuku, claws protruding from its wrist and swiped at him. Izuku jumped back and frowned. He wiped his previous feelings away and focused on the task at hand. To stop this creature from hurting anybody else. Izuku formed his bones to the outside of his body. Their shiny metallic silver gleaming in the setting sun. Izuku pounced forward and prepared his bones. They shifted into a thin but long blade, and in one swift motion, the head of the Nomu was flying off. Izuku got his other hand ready to grab the regenerating head of the Nomu to steal its quirks, essentially killing it. But after a few seconds of waiting, Izuku dropped his guard. The carcass of the Nomu was not getting back up or somehow pulling itself back to life from missing vital organs. Izuku looks over the building and looks at the squished head on the ground. He then looks back to the Nomu, still anticipating it to get back up. After a minute of waiting, Izuku let out a sigh. He got out his phone and texted his location to the police, informing the location of the dead Nomu. He pockets his phone again with his head down. He still didn't know what he was doing. Why was he so angry to the point of wishing pain onto someone? Izuku felt ashamed, disgusted with himself. He didn't know and had no clue on what he was feeling before. Izuku didn't like the feeling, but it felt so good at the time, so nice to let it out and release it. But what the hell was it? Izuku? A stern voice says. He whips his head around, some of his white hair falling in front of his face. Now on his building is Himiko, who is pouting at him with a frown. She doesn't look angry but definitely not happy. Izuku gives her a meek wave before slowly walking towards her. Himiko had her arms crossed over her chest. What are you doing? You left without a word and fighting a Nomu by yourself. Care to explain? She asked. Izuku was shaking slightly as he neared her. He had no clue on why or what he was doing, and now he felt incredibly guilty. I'm not sure. I just feel. Izuku started saying. He was moving his hands in the air, trying to bring the words that weren't in his mind and force them out of his mouth. Izuku groaned and brought his hands to his face and slapped his cheeks like he was in some type of dream and wanted to wake up from. Angry. I'm not sure, I'm just so overwhelmed. Izuku admitted, crouching down. He balled himself up and brought his knees to his chest, holding them tight to him. Himiko's expression softened. She walked over to Izuku and got down on her knees. She placed a hand on his shoulder and rubbed him. She pulled Izuku in close to her where he started silently crying. Himiko didn't speak and just rubbed his head. Minutes passed and Himiko put a soft kiss on Izuku's head. I'm your girlfriend, you know. We aren't normal and that's okay, that's what we appreciate about each other. So when your unnormal bubble gets popped you need to tell me what popped it. Himiko giggled. Izuku couldn't help the appreciation he feels of her childlike attitude and nods his head. It's just, he's gone again. I thought it was a miracle when he came back at first, but now. He would have to beat God himself. Izuku said in a low, exasperated tone of defeat. Himiko frowned sadly at Izuku as she knew why he was feeling that. She wasn't as attached to Dabi as Izuku was, but she understood why Izuku loves him so much. He was the only one nice to him throughout his entire childhood. His parents didn't care, his aunties and uncles were oblivious, and their children who were supposed to be his friend turned his life into hell. Dabi was the only light Izuku got. He might be a lot different to who he was when Izuku last saw him, but it doesn't change who he was and still is to Izuku. His idol and hero. Now that he is in the clutches of a great evil, Izuku seems so lost. Especially as his bastard of a sister weaseled her way back into his life again. Something that he was so happy to leave behind. She wanted to slice her throat and watch her bleed, but Izuku wouldn't like that, as much as he hated her. She also couldn't afford to go to prison after getting off the street. I know Izu, I know it hurts, but you have to hold out hope. Dabi is strong and hasn't given up. He never gave up on you, so don't give up on him. Himiko said, trying to hold hope in Izuku. But even she knew that seeing Dabi again was almost a positive to never happen. Izuku sadly nods his head, not believing her at all. That still doesn't explain why you went out here without me. Himiko said, showing her disappointment but not letting it get the best of her. Izuku shivered and grabbed his head. The thoughts he needed still evaded him like the plague. I felt something. It was something I hadn't felt before, but piled with Izumi getting into UA, then Dabi being kidnapped. I just let my emotions go. Izuku admitted, still shaky. Himiko looked down at him, her head going into thought. Gears forcibly shifted in her head as her mind struggled to put together the information she was told. But after a few seconds, the answer slams into her brain. "You were angry," Himiko states. Izuku looks up at her. "Huh?" Izuku responds. It all made sense. Izuku has always tried looking for the positive in things and has held hope in hopeless situations. That's why his vigilante name is Hope. Izuku had never felt anger, despair, uselessness, depression, scared. When those things were happening in his life, those were his feelings, not anger. So for someone to never express anger because of their environment changes environment and improves. It makes sense that they wouldn't know or understand the new feeling that they are being influenced under. Not that Izuku has never been angry before. It's just that when things happened, those previously aforementioned emotions were the ones to default to. But now that Izuku has changed, his defaults don't work, so he went in unfamiliar territory. Izuku goes to speak, but a shriek stops him. Izuku gets up and goes to the building's edge and looks down. A woman is running away from something behind her. It was a Nomu, but it was familiar to Izuku. It was skinny and tall, its figure being almost skeletal. It had black skin that seemed to be tearing off of its body. Its hands and arms were way too long for its body, having fingers like claws that are longer than pencils. Its mouth was ajar, every tooth visible and everyone a different size. The blood of the creature was molten, seemingly dripping down large parts of the Nomu like lava. It was silver and clumpy, metallic. A skeletal figure, metal blood and described features. Izuku was told it was a Nomu like that stole Dabi, that took him away. Izuku felt his blood turn into fire, his bones grew and his horns becoming larger than his torso. Rocks shifted in the ground and cemented the Nomu in place. Izuku hadn't meant to do that, but he's not going to fix it. That was the thing that took away someone who he owed everything to. Izuku felt rage as electricity flowed around him. He wanted this thing dead. Izuku sat on a beanbag completely exhausted. Last night was tiring. But it was nice, it was needed. Izuku does feel a little guilty at the bloodlust he had, but at the end of the day, those Nomu had to be killed. They were dangerous and as far as anyone knew, couldn't be reversed back into who or whom they were. Izuku flexed his fingers a bit, light coursing through them. He now possessed the quirks of the Nomu who had taken Dabi. Hard blood, making his blood turn into a silver metal-like material that was close to titanium. Focal vision, which was a weird quirk. If Izuku wanted to find something, everything would become this weird black grainy color, except for things to help find whatever he was looking for. It was probably used so the Nomu could find and locate Dabi. The last quirk was energy consumption, which allows the body to intake energy and turn it into food, but it gives a resistance to physical, fire and electrical attacks, perfect against Dabi. It was designed to take him out. Himiko was snoring happily off in the hammock. Izuku looked over to her and smiled before grabbing the remote to the TV. He had made himself some tea since Eraserhead took the last of their coffee when he was here. Izuku didn't know what channel to change it to, so went to the news just to see if something interesting he hadn't heard of had happened. Breaking news. I am Mataki Ninsu, and I am reporting to you live from the spot where it happened. Yesterday at 4:53 p.m. just before nightfall, we caught footage of an elusive vigilante duo that took on All Might. The dangerous duo of Hope and Carmilla. We are going to the police and hero committee to see what they have been doing about this threat. A video of Izuku and Himiko fighting came onto screen. Attacking the Nomu that took Dabi away. Izuku felt dread as he realized what this meant. He fucked up. Itsuki was strolling through the shops. Izuku and Himiko, otherwise known as Hope and Carmilla, have become the talk of the media. UA junior students has had to keep their mouth shut as no one knew that the vigilantes with the power to take quirks were teaching the next generation of hero. Itsuki tried talking to Izuku, but with that on the news he couldn't at the moment. He just hopes everything gets sorted out. For Izuku's sake. He was currently at the shops with friends to just hang out with and maybe get some supplies for their internship tomorrow. Why they wanted to go to the shops for fun, he'll never fucking know. He was with Achako, Ijiro, Hanta, Mina, Dinky and Kyoka. Or well known to him as round cheeks, hammerhead, soy sauce, raccoon eyes, Pikachu and ears. Itsuki had a scowl as he looked around the shops. What the fuck was he supposed to do? Look at fucking clothes or pets he has no interest in getting. Not like he could go home either, he'd need to go with Achako as she had the keys. He also didn't want to seem like a prick for bailing either. So hopefully he could make some type of excuse. He turned around to look at Achako. He opened his mouth but paused. She was staring off at something. Kitsuki looked at what she was looking at. It was a clothing store. It wasn't anything fancy, but the clothes he could see were definitely nice. Kitsuki looked back at her, a pitiful look on his face. He felt so bad for her, they weren't expensive, and she was looking at them like they were far out of her reach. He didn't know how bad her financial situation was, but he knew it was bad. Without a word, Katsuki walked up to her. He grabbed her arm and pulled her in the direction of the store. She gasped and looked up at him shocked. The rest of the group snickered at the two as Ichako fumbled over her words in a pitiful attempt to get him to stop. But Katsuki was having none of it. "So are we placing our bets on when they will finally get with each other?" Mina said, pulling a $20 note from her pocket. Ijiro and Hanta laughed as they walked along, giving their ideas on when it will happen. Denki goes to walk with them, but a firm clasp on his arm stops him. He turns around and looks at Kyoka, who is looking up at him. Denki's confused, but that's a normal feeling for him. He smiles brightly at her even when his expression is dead serious. "Hey Jiro, something wrong?" he asks. Jiro waits for a few seconds before nodding her head. "Yeah, can I talk to you about something?" she asks. Denki happily nods his head. "Sure, what is it?" he asks. Kyoka looks around before looking past Denki to see the other three friends walking away. She then drags Denki away to a seat and sits down. Denki is heavily bewildered at this point, but still smiles. Kyoka looks around for a second before turning back to Denki. She seems to be preparing herself up to speak, which concerns Denki. "At school a few days ago, Bakugo took you somewhere to talk about something. I also wanted to speak with you, so I waited and may have heard some things," Kyoka stated, looking away. Denki's brain rattled for a second before it hit him like a brick. Suddenly he became very nervous. "Oh," Denki said, looking down at Kyoka. She nodded. She looked up at him, expecting Denki to be the next one to say something. Denki coughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his neck. "So what did you want to know about it?" Denki asked nervously. "Well, I want to know what he was referring to about who you fought," she questioned. Denki gulped and nodded with a sheepish smile, pulling at his collar. "Well, Bakugo used to be friends with not so great people. They wanted to be heroes, but did some awful stuff. They had to go into rehab and only Bakugo got back out so he could attend UA. But they lied and blackmailed people so they could have a second shot, and I guess I had to fight them," Denki said, trying not to spill the whole truth despite not knowing the whole truth. Kyoka nodded, accepting the answer as he wasn't lying. "Was one of them All Might's child?" Kyoka said. Denki shrugged his shoulders and nodded his head. It was still a huge revelation to him. His image of the greatest hero of all time, the symbol of safety, is also a criminal. It still hurt to know that. "Also a sibling to Hope, who is our age," Kyoka said. "Apparently, look, I don't know that much. Bakugo knows a lot more than me, and I mean a lot more." Denki admitted, most of the information he has is from Bakugo, so if Kyoka wants to learn more, it will have to be from him. The message pinged on Kyoka and Denki's phone. They both grabbed it and looked at it. It was a message from the group, mainly Ijiro, Hanta and Mina, asking them where they were. Denki and Kyoka both stood up and answered them back. "Well, we better hurry and get back." Denki smiled, trying to get rid of their awfully awkward conversation. "Yeah?" Kyoka said before she started to follow. "We're getting a new student?" she asked quietly. It's All Might's child," Denki answered. Dabi yelled, his raspy voice overpowering the pain. He gripped his collar that was supposed to be suppressing his quirk, but Dabi was fighting through it. His blue flames still exploded from his body, little control and not as powerful as they could be. But the point was, they were there and were protecting him. The short man was watching him, a gleam of curiosity in his eyes as he watched the male suffer. He was writing down notes as he analyzed the flames and how they were reacting. Dabi craned his neck, blood seeping from the collar as he fought against it, and glared with hatred and death at the man who just laughed. Fucking die." Dabi gurgled and screamed. Fire roared against his entire body, large enough that the doctor had to take a step back. If Dabi could have controlled it in his direction, he would have been nothing but ash. The doctor hummed and adjusted his glasses before turning around. "More suppressing is required to keep him calm. Looks like his quirk can burn through drugs," the man said as he walked away. Dabi watched him as the man casually walked to the door. Tears filtered his eyes, but he continued to shoot insults and slurs at the short fat man. "Gee, get back here, coward." Dabi wheezed, blood draining down from the table he was strapped to, his fire unable to burn through it. The doctor just laughed as he opened the door. He flicked the light off before closing the door. "Sweet dreams to you, Todoroki," the man said. Dabi laid in a black room, unable to see or think as pain filled his mind. The only time light appeared was when his blue flames ignited. Dabi never thought he would feel pain worse from anyone other than his father. But here he was, feeling it. 10 times worse than what that man had done to him. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage, resilient, ember, hard blood, focal vision, energy consumption. Not active. Still a child. Izuku and Himiko were walking back to UA. Nezu wanted to speak with them. He wanted to wait about what it was, so the duo were left wondering. They didn't mind though, they both could easily travel to UA. They are kind of stuck at Izawa's house. Yeah, Izuku and Himiko have had to stick at Izawa's place thanks to Izuku getting reckless. Someone recorded Izuku and Himiko killing the Nomu that took Dabi. It went everywhere on social media overnight and became news headline everywhere in Japan and even outside of it. Pandemonium and fear blasted across the nation as the person who was suspected to have multiple quirks was in fact still alive. It wasn't even a confirmed rumor, just that someone could take quirks. The accusation mostly came from thugs, so people waved it off as it being some kind of drug. But then 2 girls had their quirk stolen from a man, which made the fear of someone with that ability existing. Then the fight between All Might and that man happened. The man that people quickly realized had multiple quirks. The fight was intense with All Might looking like the victor. But then a second All Might punched him. Then ran off with the man with multiple quirks. Izuku and Himiko were not aware of the speech afterwards as Izuku was recovering, but apparently the police and All Might confirmed his death. It was an attempt to stop widespread fear, as someone with that quirk existing would elicit fear amongst the populace. But with Izuku stupidly reappearing with his accomplice in public, that fear has reappeared. The media is rampaging, calling the police liars and saying that Hero Association is planning to take over the world. The students at UA could at least be trusted because if word of Izuku and Himiko got out, they'd be expelled. Izuku wasn't wearing a disguise because there was no point to, no one knew what he looked like, so it didn't matter. Although he regrets not doing that because thanks to all of his quirks, he has an odd appearance. Unruly white hair, thick red horns, purple patches of skin, lime green lines of light on his hand, small body, but obviously ripped, the stiffness of his movement, showing that he is heavier than he appears. People keep looking at Izuku, staring and taking glances. He sticks out like a sore thumb, and his appearance people find unnerving and scary. Especially with the threat of the man who can take others' quirks. Well, they assume they are a man, but a kid could still easily be the culprit. A few brave souls managed to find the courage to come up to him and give him shit for simply looking different. Himiko drove off. But the few who asked about his quirk, Izuku just smiled. He had answered this question multiple times. Mutation. His body could randomly grow a mutation, like horns or wings, or already existing mutations can be taken away. There is no pattern or a way to control things, they just happen. This seems to calm people down, but they are still apprehensive. Izuku was looking down, slightly irritated and upset. He finds it upsetting of how many people label him from appearance. He understands that some people just look scary or look uncaring. He should know, his father is All Might and he knows what he is actually like. But Eraserhead looks like an uncaring hobo, but Izuku knows he is the most caring person in the world. Still a hobo. Izuku feels his hand being squeezed. He looks up to see Himiko, who is smiling brightly at him, her fangs hanging over her bottom lip. Izuku chuckles and smiles at her, pecking her on the cheek. She laughs and drags him into a hug. Izuku hugs back with a bright smile on his face. They pull apart with their hands still firmly linked. Izuku looked up, his eyes setting on the gates of UA. Putting his hand over the sensors that rests on the gate as a large metal box, his ID is registered. Hope Izuku. The gate opens and Izuku walks in, Himiko right next to him. Entering school grounds, Izuku and Himiko walk the long halls of UA. The building is a maze, navigating it would be impossible if you had zero clue on where your destination was. But Himiko and Izuku did. It would be bad if they didn't because they work there. Himiko turns to Izuku with a mad grin on her face. She stops walking, her hands twirling the blade she unconsciously spins in her hand. Izuku has gotten used to it. Izuku stopped and turned to her, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Himi? Izuku said in a questioning tone. She just giggled. Izu. Wanna race? She laughed. Izuku's eyes widened before smiling. He nodded his head, which made Himiko jump with glee. She got back down in a position sprinters take before starting the race. Izuku went over to her, going to take the same position as her. Ready? 321 GO. Himiko spat out in less than a second. Izuku blinked, he was still standing when Himiko sprinted away. Izuku laughed before turning into an electric bolt. He skidded to a stop at the end of the hallway, he looked back at Himiko, who was sprinting like a maniac. He grinned before transforming again. Izuku knew he had a clear advantage as zipped without issue as a bolt of electricity along the halls of UA. But he knew not to underestimate Himiko. She may not be bright, but she was creative and a survivalist. Capable of doing and thinking of things no sane person would do. So Izuku still went all out. Ripping around hallways. Lights flickering as he zapped past, he deactivated his quirk. He re-emerged as Izuku, going down low, putting both of his hands on the ground to slow down his moment. He slid across the floor, his eyes set on Nezu's door. He stopped right in front of it before raising his arms high up in victory. Izuku looked over to the window that was shoved open and saw Himiko clambering in. She pouted as Izuku as she hopped in. She crossed her arms and shook her head. "You cheated." She frowned, making Izuku laugh. He walked over to her and patted her head. She sighed and hugged him, and Izuku hugged back. The door to Nezu's room then suddenly swung open, and the two young teens froze. "You two can come in." Nezu's chirpy voice squeaked. Izuku and Himiko slowly released each other before walking into the room. Nezu was behind his desk, a teapot next to him. He had a cup in his hands that was undoubtedly filled with tea, and he was happily drinking it. The two walked over to Nezu, both slightly nervous. Normally they wouldn't be, but after the recent events, they definitely were on edge. "Tea?" Nezu asked as the two sat down. They both politely declined, and Nezu nodded his head, understanding. "Thank you both for being here. Now, this meeting isn't exactly about the publicity you two are getting, but that has made some plans speed up," Nezu stated. Izuku and Himiko both turned and looked at each other before slowly nodding at Nezu. "What is it, Nezu?" Izuku asked. Nezu opened a drawer next to him. He grabbed something and pulled it out. He closed the drawer and placed a black box on the desk. It was a small rectangle with a thin red line in the center wrapping around the width. "The box looks like it would hold a pen." "One for all," Nezu says seriously. Both Izuku's and Himiko's eyes widened. Nezu continued. "The original All for One is still large and is becoming more dangerous by the day. The successor of One for All needs to be chosen, and All Might is clearly not capable of doing it. So the authority falls to you, Izuku, as you will need a partner," Nezu said. Izuku blinked, his mouth hanging open. This was such a shock to Izuku. He knew All Might would not be the one to decide who his successor will be, as Izumi no longer is a contender but him. Izuku was still legally a child. Also, what did he mean by partner? Nezu, what do you mean by partner?" Izuku asked. Nezu sighed. "Listen, Izuku, you are still young, and although a decision like this shouldn't fall into your hands. But All for One is dangerous, his quirk able to take away weapons of strong and powerful heroes. We are thankful that you are on our side. But he needs to be defeated, so people who can stand against are going to be his opponents. Which will be you and whoever is decided to be the next holder of One for All," Nezu stated seriously. Izuku was flabbergasted. He had never thought about that, but it is true. He will be needed to fight against the looming threat of All for One. His power is growing by the day, and he has 100 more quirks than Izuku. All the power will be needed to defeat him, so having a partner with All for One is absolutely necessary. I wouldn't even know where to start. That responsibility is large, not just for me but who I choose," Izuku says. Nezu nods. "I understand. Actually, I have a potential candidate for you to meet who was previously considered for the quirk. I have the address here and I suggest you take the day to go and talk to them," Nezu said. He reached out a piece of paper and Izuku grabbed it. Izuku pocketed it. He then reached forward and grabbed the box that held One for All. He looked up at Nezu. "So, what is actually in this?" Izuku asked. "A stand of All Might's hair, the quirk is transferred via ingesting DNA. But you have to make sure the assailant's body can handle it. If not, the quirk will blow the limbs off of whoever ingests it," Nezu states. Izuku nods his head. He holds the box up and slowly it starts to glow. Yellow light spreads around the box like a liquid before disappearing in Izuku's hand. He now holds it in an extra space from Izuku's quirk. Storage. He doesn't hold much in that quirk, his notebooks on quirks and lesson plans for teaching. But now he also holds the essence of One for All. The quirk that was passed to his father, that no longer made him quirkless. "Thank you, Nezu," Izuku says, standing up. He needed to take a breather, to relax. This was a lot to process, especially after publicity of him was spread across the nation. He took Himiko's hand in his and got up. They walked to the door. "One more thing, Izuku," Nezu yelled from his spot. Izuku turned around and looked at the white chimera. "Don't let the past affect your future decisions. You are your own person now, so don't let that cloud your judgment," Nezu spoke wisely. Izuku nodded, not fully understanding. Nezu was speaking vaguely, probably trying not to hurt Izuku's feelings. Along with Himiko, Izuku opens the door and leaves. They wave goodbye to Nezu before shutting the door. Nezu sighed, pouring himself another cup of tea. Izuku has been through so much. Tormenting him at such a young age, being betrayed by loved ones for a reason he can't control. Miraculously, he has defied the odds and overcame everything. With help, Izuku can be happy again. But with everything he has been through, you tend to forget that he isn't an adult. But only 15. He is teaching people his age and overcoming obstacles while going through puberty. He is brave, strong and resilient, but at the end of the day, still a child. He still has so much more to learn, develop and understand. He is still immature despite his intelligence. But Nezu will help him. Be by his side every step of the way. Izuku looks up at the address he was given, a frown on his face. He didn't know what place he was going to, but it should have been obvious with what he is looking at. The building was still and clean, better and more eye-popping compared to every other building around it. Izuku frowned at the statue of All Might in front of it. This was a hero building, a company of a high-ranking hero. This specific hero being very closely connected to All Might. Sir Night-Eye, All Might's ex-sidekick, now full-ranked hero. It was late into the day, and Himiko was unfortunately not with him. Izuku sighed as he forced himself to go forward. It would be a long day, Izuku just hopes it will be quick. He entered the lobby of the building. He walked to the receptionist who smiled at him. He gave her a piece of paper, she read it and looked at it oddly. Her eyes scanned over his odd appearance, his young face in particular. But she had no choice but to let him go. Izuku walked into the elevator before shutting the door. Music played, but Izuku tuned it out. He was slightly stressed. He has seen Sir Night-Eye on television, both fighting villains and in interviews, and he is incredibly intimidating. The elevator door dings, and the door slides open. Izuku steps into the hallway. He walks down the hall and looks at the paintings on the wall. But soon he forces himself to turn away with a frown. The pictures framed that hang down on the wall progressively become more and more All Might, which makes Izuku frown. He reaches a door. The name Sir Night-Eye is labeled on a bronze plate on the door. Izuku wills himself to raise his hand and knocks on the door. "Come in." He hears a muffled voice say from behind the door. Izuku sighs and grabs the knob of the door. Pushing it open, Izuku walks inside. Sitting behind his desk was Sir Night-Eye, looking at his compute. His small slitter eyes focused and serious, his small rectangular glasses sit straight on his nose, making him look more sophisticated. His cleanly cut green hair combed to the side with one strand of yellow hair peeking out. He looks up at Izuku and sits up straight, his eyes narrowing into a glare. Izuku gives him a bored glare back. "You must be Hope, come and sit down," Sir Night-Eye says. Izuku nods his head and takes the seat. He stares down forward the man who is glaring back at him. It was a nice distraction from the blinding smile of All Might behind him. "Yes, I heard that a potential candidate would be here," Izuku stated, getting to the point so he could leave and go on patrol with Himiko. Sir Night-Eye hummed and crossed his arms. He leaned back in his chair with a thoughtful look on his face. His eyes were closed, but then he opened them again. His eyes were glaring hard at Izuku, judging him and looking him up and down. "I just don't understand," Sir Night-Eye started. "Why is All Might not in charge in choosing his own successor? Why is that job in the hands of his enemy? A child nonetheless who breaks the law. How can you be trusted?" Sir Night-Eye accuses, his gaze firm and his eyes narrowed. Izuku matches his glare, his expression souring as he looks at the man. "Enemy? I've done nothing but help people my entire life, even before I knew I had a quirk. All Might had his chance to give away his quirk, but because of his own selfish actions, he no longer has authority over that decision. Because of stance and sudden situation changes, that responsibility has fallen to me," Izuku states coolly, keeping his composure while speaking to the man across from him. This seemed to make Sir Night-Eye angrier. He stands up, his hands placed firmly on the table. "You have the same quirk as the most dangerous man alive, the very same man who you and the next user will have to fight. You can't be trusted. But All Might can be, being the literal symbol of peace across Japan for over 4 decades. He has done nothing but self-sacrifice and done things for other people. Don't you dare claim you know anything about him." The man snarls, his eyes twitching as he points threateningly at Izuku. Izuku's eyes widen, his brow furrows as he snarls. He feels his teeth grow in his jaw and the horn on his head become longer. Izuku stands up, his face angry. He shifts his bones to become taller, so he isn't so minuscule in comparison to Night-Eye. "You have no clue who I am? You have had no clue on what has happened to me, and have no clue on why All Might no longer has a say in what is going on. No one outside the public knows about All Might's heinous deeds, because if he did, the crime would skyrocket. I don't need to prove my trust to an idiotic fanboy who is stuck on the image of an actor. I am trusted by people who actually matter." Izuku growls, his arm pointing to the large All Might poster. Sir Night-Eye lets out a low growl and seems to bite his tongue to prevent himself from screaming. "I was his sidekick for many years. I know the man better than anybody. He is justice and safety. You're delusional and insidious," Sir Night-Eye spat. Izuku felt his eye twitch. "No, you know All Might better than anybody. You don't know Toshinori like I do." Izuku spoke, his hands shivering as memories piled back up. Night-Eye scoffs, his hand reaching into his pocket. He grabs something but doesn't pull it out. He lowers his glasses and glares right at Izuku. "Really? How do you know Toshinori, Hope?" Sir Night-Eye accuses in a mocking tone. I am his son. Izuku states, his eyes flashing in anger as his body shakes with rage. Sir Night-Eye smiles triumphantly as he laughs. Wrong. He doesn't have a son, but a daughter. He states proudly. Izuku sneers and shakes his head. He does have a daughter, but that daughter also came with a twin brother. That being me, but since I was quirkless I was an embarrassment to his name. Izuku spat out the words as they felt like poison on his tongue. Sir Night-Eye doesn't seem to believe him. Impossible, Toshinori was quirkless before he received One for All. He stated. Don't you think I know that? For 14 years, he kept his quirk a secret to both me and Izumi. I was identified as quirkless while she and the rest of her friends had powerful ones. I was scorned and seen as a disgrace and beaten up relentlessly every day without fail. I came home, battered and bruised, but Toshinori and Inko turned and gave a blind eye. I asked All Might, before I even knew he was my father, if I could be a hero, and he said no, like the answer was easy. Like he didn't have the exact same dream. I watched him laugh and hug Izumi, tell her about his quirk and how she was perfect while I was pathetic. I was at the end, I didn't know what to do, but I discovered my quirk. Something that I had no clue existed inside of me until I had stopped trying to do everything for others people. I focused on myself for once in my life, and I was finally able to be happy. I know the man Toshinori Night-Eye more than you ever will. So don't scold me like a child on a topic you have zero understanding in. You are just a blind fan of a man, you sad fuck. Izuku yelled. His tone shifting and turning as he spoke. Tears rolled down his face, and his hands had broken off part of the wooden desk. Sir Night-Eye could only look at him, his face still firmly neutral but his eyes wider. Izuku coughed, trying to reverberate his throat. He cleared the wet tears that stained his cheeks and calmed himself down. Izuku sighs before turning away to the door, his eyes locked firmly on it. I am here to meet a candidate, so either you show me to them or I am leaving. I did not come to argue with a stubborn moron. Izuku snarled. Izuku sighed as he walked out of the building. His face tired and his energy drained. That boy Mirio was very glamorous was a nice way to put it. But what Izuku hated about him the most was how much he resembled All Might. Izuku knew that wasn't a bad thing, and he was supposed to not judge people off of bad people in his past. But he can't in good conscience think kindly about the boy, especially how he has the same style, same mindset and personality. It made Izuku uncomfortable. Izuku walked past an alleyway but stopped. Feelings welled up inside him like a doomsday getting ready to set off. His gut feelings were going haywire and he felt danger was coming. His gut was never wrong, so Izuku looked into the alleyway. He expected some villain to walk out, but what he got instead was a small girl. Izuku rose an eyebrow, but then became panicked as the girl got closer. Her hair was a hazy blue, and her eyes were shining red. She had a horn on her head that came out of her forehead. But Izuku could see tears streaming behind her. Her barefoot feet slapping across the ground as she ran for her life, and her clothes were ragged and dirty like rags. Bandages covered her arms and legs, slowly flopping off. Izuku got down on his knee. The girl rushed into him, practically jumping into his arms. Izuku instantly felt a wet patch form on his chest. Izuku softly rubbed the girl's head, softly saying SH to try and calm her down, while reassuring her she is safe. Hey there, are you okay? What happened? Izuku asked. The girl looked up, her eyes wide with fear, making Izuku freeze. Please help me. She pleaded quietly, the words almost silent on his ears. Ah, there you are, Eri. A voice said further down the alleyway. Izuku's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto the approaching figure. Eri whimpered and brought herself closer to Izuku, hanging onto the teen for dear life. The man was thin and about average height. He had neat brown hair and firm amber eyes like a hawk staring Izuku down. He wore a large green coat with purple feathers around the collar. He had a black shirt on underneath with a loose white tie. He had ripped jeans, but he seemed to have black pants on underneath to prevent any exposure on skin. He had basic leather shoes that looked incredibly shiny. He also had thin white gloves and a bird mask over his mouth and nose, almost exactly like a plague doctor. Heaving a brown leather base with a heavy yellow tip at the front. Izuku frowned, his hands wrapping around the girl in his arm protectively. This guy was trouble and he seemed to be the source of the girl's fear. Emiko was out at night alone, unfortunately. Izuku will join her out later tonight. She could have waited, but where was the fun in that? She hopped around on the roof, being careful of being spotted. Specifically heroes. They'd be on her ass in a second. But Himiko would be in jail if she didn't know how to hide. Himiko jumped, her ever-present smile squished on her face. She spotted a figure leaping across roofs in the distance. Himiko frowned as she looked at them. She didn't recognize who they were, but could see they had long red cloth whipping behind him. Himiko decided to follow him, jumping across rooftops in pursuit. She then watched a figure who she thinks is a man hop off the roof into an alleyway. Himiko stopped her running and started moving forward cautiously. She made it to the edge of the roof and looked down. She couldn't see the figure. She looked to the left, the sound of an engine catching her off guard. It sounded off, and it was loud. It didn't seem like it was a car, and she was right. The pro hero Ingenium sped down the street, leaving dust behind him. But as he passed an alleyway, he shrieked in pain. Himiko saw a knife was embedded into his arm. Himiko watched him turn and flare his quirk up. 2 more knives flew at him at sonic speed, but he slapped them away with one arm thanks to his quirk. She looked down back into the alleyway, looking for the figure she saw before. A man came out of the shadows, his hands resting on a blade sheathed on his back. He had a long bandana that waves behind him, it covers his eyes. He is wearing a lot of combat equipment, but what caught Himiko's attention was the sheer amount of knives the man has on his body. That was the infamous hero killer, Stain. Ingenium? Stain spoke, his voice dry and cold. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Ingenium. "You will be purged," he said. Ingenium got down into a fighting stance, blood trickling down from the knife in his arms. "I will defeat you, hero killer," he shouts, revving the engines on his arms. Himiko looked down at the 2 boys, unsure of what to do. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage, resilient, ember, hard blood, focal vision, energy consumption. Not active. Fight for your life. Izuku stared at the weird man with the bird mask approaching him. His amber eyes moving from Izuku to the girl in his arms. The girl was shaking furiously, and he could feel her sobs reverberate through his chest. Izuku glared at the approaching man and stood up from his crouched position, holding the sobbing girl in his arms. Sorry about my daughter, she gets distraught easily," the man said. Izuku hums, his eyes scanning over him and hoped to find an identifier for a quirk. Normally gloves would be an instant identifier for a quirk, usually contact-based, but that isn't all of the time. But the accessories and the craziness of the man's weird outfit, Izuku couldn't be 100% sure. "It would make sense, she's scared. Specifically of you," Izuku accuses. He feels the girl shake her head. Izuku takes the second to look down, and he sees big red eyes staring back up at him, tears rolling down her cheeks. "He's not my dad," she whispers, her voice shivering. Izuku nods his head, his face frowning further. That makes the situation even worse. He looks back up at the man who has been silently approaching. Izuku takes a step back. "She's just upset I didn't give her what she wanted. She's just currently throwing a temper tantrum," the man states calmly. Izuku shakes his head, not deceived by him in the slightest. He was currently trying to figure who he was. There was no way a man with a calm facade and uncaring eyes like that has not been doing something like this for a while. He was wearing a bird mask, similarly to a plague doctor's mask. Someone with a getup like that would have to be known. Nothing immediate was coming to mind, which was concerning. Usually that would mean that he couldn't be that dangerous, but Izuku's gut was telling him otherwise. His attitude, his calm and monotone voice. He acts like a leader and his eye lead to danger. "Alright, what's with the bandages and her rags resembling a hospital gown?" Izuku asked, his eyes now looking around. He may have to fight this man, and if his gut feeling is correct, which it always has been, he'll need to use everything he has to take him out. "She's quite clumsy, she often gets her own clothes dirty and hurts herself," the man states calmly. Izuku watches as the man raises his hand and takes his gloves off. That lets Izuku know that he does indeed have a contact quirk, a dangerous one especially. Izuku tries and racks his brain in desperation, and some insight he knows he should have of this man. He was clearly dangerous. His mind went back to Sir Night-Eye, sitting across from him in his office. Sheets were sprawled across his desk, the name coming into mind. Overhaul, Kai Chisaki, a member of the Yakuza. The image of the man was above the name. It wasn't exact to the man he was looking at now, but it was close enough for Izuku to draw the connection. "You really think I'll fall for that, Overhaul?" Izuku said, testing his theory. He sees the man's eyes narrow, telling Izuku that he is indeed correct. His eyes then shift to the girl in Izuku's arms, which he believes is called Eri. She is looking back at the man, her eyes wide and terrified. "Come on, Eri, unless you want this nice boy to meet an unfortunate end," the man spoke, his tone turning into something threatening. Izuku was about to speak, but he felt the girl shift. Her voice was whimpering and she was shaking. All of a sudden she was struggling. She ripped herself out of Izuku's grip and with a strangled cry, started stumbling over to Overhaul. "Ah, smart girl," the man spoke, his voice scary as a smile taunted his lips. Izuku watched wide-eyed as the girl cried. Her legs shaky as she walked over to his tormentors. A flash appeared in Izuku's head. a memory of when he was a kid. Izuku's ribs were bruised, breathing in caused him pain. His mother had come to pick him and his sister up from school. He remembers being behind them, straggling along. His sister right next to their mother. His legs were shaking because he was scared, pain filled his sides as he pushed forward. His sister looked back at him, a wicked smile on her lips. She raised her hands, closing on into a fist. She then smashed them together. Izuku stopped, his body frozen as his legs trembled. Izuku has been terrified at several points in his life, before and after this. But nothing compares to this moment right now. Because recently, he lost his one lifeline. Huia, the only person who would help him. They were relentless, not caring and cruel. She laughed at his reaction. His mother opening the car door for her. She asked why she was laughing. Izumi said nothing, but Izuku knew the actual reason. His mother then looked over to him, scolding him for being slow and yelling at him to hurry up. Izuku gulped. Izuku knew there was nothing he could do. Pain was coming to him and he couldn't stop it. Nowhere to run, no one to yell for. The only option he had was to walk over and wait to take it. That must be what Eri is feeling right now. Helpless, as her only option was to run to the very man causing her pain and misery. Izuku had to think fast, he had to save this girl. Izuku outstretched his hand. A purple tentacle formed on the ground. It reached over and grabbed Eri. She screamed as she was carried away. Izuku ran up to her and put his hand on her head. He knew she would be terrified and would have to make up for it later, but he had to make sure she wouldn't be in danger. Izuku gave her a quirk, one that he knew her small body couldn't control. It was a quirk he recently obtained as well. Stasis, when activated the user would be frozen. Unable to be moved or hurt, but they also can't do anything but watch. Since she is too young, her body can't handle a second quirk, so immediately stasis will activate. She won't be harmed by the effects of having more than one quirk. Izuku then turned to Overhaul, his eyes deep in fury. He retracted the tentacle, leaving Eri stuck in midair. The man's eyes were as he looked at Izuku. Thoughts ran through his head before his eyes resumed to his normal monotone state. So you're the one who can steal and give quirks. I would have thought you'd be older. Don't try and change the subject, Overhaul. Izuku said, his voice deep and serious. His horns grew thick and his bones shot out from his body. Izuku grew in size and raised his arms out in front of him. Overhaul's eyes darkened, he swiftly removed both of his gloves. We currently live in a dangerous society. A society where we are infected. Quirks are a disease that need to be eradicated, but people have grown accustomed to them, believing they are human nature and a savior in this society. I will purge the sickness that has infected the world. Overhaul says, his hand slowly reaching towards the wall. Izuku listened as he talked and was slowly becoming disgusted. This man was trying to cleanse the world from quirks. Not that Izuku disagrees the quirks have overall benefited society. But they are here now and not going anywhere. But they aren't a disease. They have single-handedly altered society, but it doesn't make someone who they are. He is just selfish and wants a reason to be powerful. Hurting others isn't curing them, especially hurting a little girl without her consent. You are the biggest patient of this virus. Able to hold the quirks of others. You may be able to help me, so let's make a deal. Overhaul said. Izuku frowned. Not a chance. You're not doing this to cleanse the world. You're doing this to be more powerful. Izuku stated. Someone has to rule. Overhaul said before slamming his hands on the wall then floor. Spikes fly out from the wall and ground. Electricity buzzes around himself before dashing forward, his body now an electric bolt. Izuku weaves around the concrete spikes before turning back. Overhaul stares up at him, his eyes hardening as he moves his hands up to reach Izuku. Izuku opens his mouth, his teeth suddenly firing out life rockets. They move around Overhaul's hands and strike his ribs, knocking the man back. Overhaul then put his hand on the ground, creating a wall in front of him. Izuku then turns to the wall and screams. A bubble of sound fires from Izuku as it bounces off of the wall. It slams into Overhaul's head and he grunts. He puts his hand on the wall and the ground, sharp shards firing out. Izuku moves his metal bones, making an iron shield in front of him. The spikes from the wall don't damage Izuku at all, but he didn't realize spikes were coming behind him. Izuku grunted, the spikes from the ground punching him hard and piercing his skin. But the mixture of his metal blood and bones protect him from damage. Izuku raises his hand and pushes the rock away with his quirk. He rips the wall out of the ground that Overhaul created. Izuku raises it in the air and goes to slam it down on the man. But Overhaul raises his hand and touches the concrete block, instantly dispersing into the molecular level. Izuku points his hand at Overhaul, his fist closed. Small embers of flame spark out from his wrist before firing out. They all bend in the air, looking like they are going to miss Overhaul before turning. They press together right in front of Overhaul, creating a fiery explosion. Overhaul grunts and uselessly swings his arms out in front of him. He flies up and lands on the roof, burns covering his body. Overhaul grunts, slamming his hands down in frustration. He notices a bolt of electricity shoot up into the sky. He glares at spark of yellow. Izuku then untransforms, his metal body staring down at the man on the roof. Tentacles then sprouted out from the ground around Overhaul. They slammed onto Overhaul's back, pinning him down. The man yelled out, flailing in discomfort. Izuku pointed his hands down at Overhaul, and he felt his teeth shift in his mouth. Overhaul yelled out before touching his finger on the roof. Almost the entire building was instantly destroyed. Dust flew up everywhere, and Izuku could only stare at the scene with wide eyes. He was slowly falling, but Izuku stopped that by controlling a stone to stand on. Izuku didn't know what was about to happen. He stared at the collapsed building, hoping to find Overhaul. Izuku activated his new quirk focal vision, turning everything he saw into shades of blue. He saw wisps of orange in a small area of the rubble at the building, letting him know that Overhaul wasn't that far away. Izuku was slowly getting closer. But because his quirk made it hard to focus on anything other than Overhaul, he missed the huge stone pillar shooting at him. The pillar slammed hard into Izuku, causing the wind to be knocked out of him. He was sent flying in the air, pain surrounding his torso. Izuku slowly cracked his eyes open, looking around to find a spot to land with Bolt, but he saw orange. Looking up he saw Overhaul, zooming towards him on a pillar of rock. His hands were on it, meaning he was creating them. Izuku didn't have time to react when Overhaul leapt towards him, his hand outstretched. Electricity buzzed around Izuku, but he was too slow. Overhaul touched Izuku and suddenly, pain spiked through him. It was instant. The pain was searing, live fire specifically attacking each and every part of him. Izuku couldn't breathe, he couldn't see, he couldn't feel. He felt nothing as the pain disappeared quicker than it came. The entire body of Izuku just disappeared at Overhaul's fingertips. He smiles under his mask as he continued to move through the air. But, something glows. Overhaul looks back, where he had killed Izuku, the area was glowing bright gold. His eyes widened as a figure appeared from the glowing light. Izuku formed again, the shock overwhelming Overhaul. Izuku spun in midair, his eyes locking onto Overhaul's. He turned his arm into a tentacle and grabbed Overhaul's leg. He yanked the man over to him and reeled his other arm back. He focused his bones into his arm, metal encasing his entire left arm. He activated strong impact and slammed his fist down. A shockwave emanated from the sky. Overhaul was blasted down, zooming back down to earth. Izuku turned into an electric bolt and followed after him. Izuku landed on the ground, a small crater had formed. In the very center of it, Overhaul. His body was bloody and his arms and legs were twisted, obviously now not being able to function. He weakly looked over to Izuku who was slowly becoming smaller, forming his bones back into his body. Overhaul coughed, glaring at the boy. Why you are at the disease? Overhaul gargled. Izuku nodded his head and walked over to Overhaul's weak body. He crouched down, matching the intensity of Izuku's stare. When people want to be cured, they go to a doctor. If they wanted to be cured then they go to you. Since you believe quirks are a disease, I'll help you out. Izuku said, reaching his hand out to Overhaul. Overhaul's eyes widened, him trying to shift away, but his body being too injured to comply with his demands. No, no, no. Overhaul screamed as Izuku grabbed his face. Then pain shot through him. Overhaul screamed as Izuku entered his body. Swiftly, he took the man's quirk. Overhaul twitched, he was fighting for consciousness, but pain was overwhelming him, and slowly, he started closing his eyes. Izuku stood up and walked away, he heard sirens, but there was still one thing he had to deal with. He quickly sped up his pace. He reached the girl who he think was called Eri. He ran over to her and touched her forehead. He took back his stasis quirk, freeing the girl. The girl gasped. Izuku caught her and brought her in for a hug. Eri was terrified, she screamed at first, but stopped when she saw it was Izuku. She looked around her and noticed the destroyed building and the crater in the ground. Police and heroes were shown up to the scene. The bright light and several heroes continued to scare Eri, but Izuku pat her head. It's okay Eri, that man won't hurt you anymore. Izuku said as he walked to the center so the police and heroes could see him. Oh really? Eri asked him, tears in her eyes. Yes Eri, really. Izuku said again, looking at her with a smile. He got down on his knees and raised his free hand, not trying to cause panic in the heroes and police that were watching him, being cautious. "Do you promise?" Eri said. Izuku smiled warmly and nodded his head, bringing her in close. "Yes Eri, I promise," he said. Ingenium charged at Stain, flames flying from his arms. Stain jumped backwards, flipping onto the wall on an alleyway. He threw 2 knives at Ingenium which he was able to punch as deflection. Stain went to grab more knives from his position, but quickly jumped away. Emiko had flung her blood down at him which she ignited into fire. She ran across the roof and threw a couple of knives at him which he deflected with his blade. Himiko jumped down, grabbing her 2 daggers. She clashed with Stain, catching his sword and moving it away. She sliced at him 4 times with her knives. She then clashed a dagger against his sword and pinned it to a wall. She then went to stab him, but quickly retreated as Stain pulled out a second sword. It wasn't nearly as big or long as his other one, but it was definitely larger than Himiko's daggers. Perhaps a short sword. Ingenium came up behind Stain and went to punch him. His punches' speed were greatly enhanced by his quirk, but Stain was still incredibly fast. He ducked down, swung his sword up intending to slice Ingenium's arms, but he got them away just in time. Stain then kicked the hero's stomach, pushing him back. He then stood up straight and pointed both swords at his 2 attackers on either side of him. His long sword at Ingenium and short sword at Himiko. So I have to purge both Ingenium and you, Carmilla. Unless you are willing to get out of my way. Stain said, his eyes jolting from both hero to Himiko. Not a chance, Stain. Hope I agree that several heroes are corrupt, but at this point you are just using this as an excuse to murder. Himiko replied. Stain hummed, his eyes becoming dark and bloodlust seeped from him. Then you'll just have to die too. Stain spoke in a low tone. In a blink of an eye, Stain dashed towards Himiko. He kicked a trash can over to Ingenium, smashing him hard in the face. He brought his 2 swords in front of him like an X. Himiko cut her arm and sprayed dry ice in front of her. Stain grunted in pain and discomfort but kept moving, hardly deterred or faltered. Himiko brought up her blades and countered Stain, putting her blades against his. But Stain was faster, stronger and had more experienced. Within the span of a second, he managed to cut a part of Himiko's shoulder. Himiko hardly registered it, not thinking much of his sword nipping some of her blood. Not until Stain took a step back. He raised his sword to his mouth and licked Himiko's blood off of it. Himiko then froze. Her body seized like crab legs sprouted from her back and held her body firmly. Like a ragdoll, her body flopped to the ground. Her eyes could barely move and her mouth hung slightly open. She looked up at Stain, confusing etching her face. She was stuck, frozen with no capability to move. If he wanted to kill her, she'd be powerless to stop it. He smirked down at her. His tongue licking his lips. The revving engines brought his gaze away from her and his eyes traveled to Ingenium. Stop, Stain. Ingenium yelled. Stain rolled his eyes and pointed his blades over towards him. 1 down, 1 to go. He said. Stain and Ingenium then started to battle with Himiko being powerless on the floor. All she could do was watch. Her body was numb and unresponsive. Ingenium was doing his best to compete with a notorious hero killer, but he was no match. The closed space like an alleyway really limited his quirk and fighting capabilities, while Stain was more than in his element. Ingenium also had to be extremely careful. A single injury would cause defeat, and a minor mistake could cause that mistake. He was losing and he was losing fast. Himiko felt useless as she tried to move. Her fingers were tingling. They twitched, making Himiko's eyes widen. She grunted and tried again. She slowly slid her hand over the ground a few centimeters. Her body felt sluggish, but she had to try. Slowly she lifted her body, sliding her arms inward to give herself the tiniest bit of leverage. She felt feeling return to her, but her body still felt tired and stiff. She retrieved her daggers and looked over to Stain and Ingenium. Ingenium's hands were clasped together like a clap, in between was Stain's sword. Stain smiled as he slowly moved his hand over to his short sword that was sheathed in his belt. Ingenium shivered as he tried to think of a way to get him out of the situation, but his mind was drawing blanks. This where your time ends, hero. Stain spat, the word hero coming off like venom from off of his tongue. Suddenly, a knife penetrated his hand, making him let go of his long sword. A second knife flew at him, and he raised his short sword to block it. He grunted and took a step back, his eyes narrowing in fury at Himiko. How are you already up? Arg, you must have a blood quirk. Stain snarled, his body shaking in rage. Himiko laughed and moved forward. Ingenium kicked the long sword away so Stain could no longer use it before facing the villain. Stain, this is where your reign of terror will end. Ingenium announced, getting down into a fighting stance. Stain growled and readied his blade. Himiko reached into her pocket and grabbed a small ball. She then threw it at Stain before it exploded. Blood sprayed from the ball, flying everywhere and covering Stain and parts of the alleyway. Before Stain could attempt to consume some of the blood, Himiko transformed it into electricity. Stain screeched and convulsed as he was electrocuted. Ingenium then took this opportunity to attack. He zoomed forward, reeling his arm back. He punched Stain in the face. Stain flew backwards, his body slamming onto the ground. He was unconscious, and blood was pouring out from his now split lip. Himiko and Ingenium walked over to the villain. Thanks for the help, Carmilla, this could have been bad for me if you didn't show up. Ingenium thanked. He then bent down and started cuffing the unconscious villain. No problem. Himiko said, still slightly confused. She didn't expect a hero to be so kind to her knowing about her relation to Hope. She was also a vigilante, so Ingenium does have a right to try and apprehend her. He grabbed his phone from his pocket, presumably to call people to grab Stain. But when he looked at his phone and was silent for a second, he then turned over to Himiko, who was just balancing on her heels and looking around aimlessly. "Carmilla," Ingenium said, standing up. Himiko turned her head and looked over to the hero as he approached her. "I don't mean to alarm you, but you may want to look at this," Ingenium said, turning his phone for Himiko to see. Himiko leaned forward and looked at it, her eyes becoming wide. Breaking news: Hope has defeated the Yakuza boss Overhaul and has surrendered himself with a mysterious girl. What will come of this? Author's notes. Hello again, just wanted to thank you all for taking the time to read this book. Although not technically my first, it was the first book to actually take off, and I thank you. Sorry future updates will be a bit slow as school has started back up. Izumi will appear next chapter and she'll be a bit more impactful, but I'm not sure about the rest. They may not show up again as they have no reason to. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage, resilient, ember, hard blood, focal vision, energy consumption. Not active. Overhaul. New term. Itsuki stood over the sink in the kitchen. He had just cooked breakfast and was washing the pots and pans he used. Achako had gone to have a shower as the first day back to school was today. This meant several things for Kitsuki. The first one was, what was going on with Izuku and Himiko? The news has been all over them lately and Kitsuki is worried. He managed to get a hold of Izuku and he assured the blonde that he would be okay and still teaching at UA. Being a minor has given him some perks, but it doesn't make it any less stressful. But Kitsuki noticed something clearly to him while they were talking. Something was swirling behind his eyes and Kitsuki thinks it was pain and anguish. Two reasons Kitsuki thought that could be the case, and he didn't like either of them. The first one was Dabi, or Tuya. Whatever, Kitsuki hardly knew him. The last time he saw him was when he was 5. Granted, at the time he hated the fucker, but now he doesn't. Mostly because what he was doing was protecting Izuku while Kitsuki was abusing him. Kitsuki doesn't know the exact details, but does know he was kidnapped. Being one of the people that cared for Izuku when he was so young, it makes sense that Izuku cares for the man a lot. Now being taken and probably dead or tortured by horrible people, it makes sense that he would not be taking it well. But the second thing that Kitsuki believes is on his mind is Izumi. Izumi, his sister, the person he wanted to close to and be the one to help him so much, is now at UA. She definitely wasn't the worst to him. Kitsumi and Shoto definitely take that spot, but she definitely hurt more emotionally. Ignoring him, lying to their parents, getting all of the attention. She definitely scarred him the most emotionally. Now she was at his dream place, where he had finally escaped, gotten rid of her. No doubt he was upset, angry and distraught. He was finally happy as well. Selfish bastards. Bitsuki sighed once he had finished putting the pan and dishes on the rack to dry. He rested his elbows on the ledge just before the sink and dropped his head into his hands. He feels a large weight resting on his shoulders and he doesn't know why. He's not Izuku, he's the one with all of the shit happening too. So why does he feel like this, a dark cloud swarming around him? Pakin. Achako squealed happily. Her arms wrapped around his torso and pulled him. Kitsuki let out a small gasp of shock as he didn't hear her coming. The strength she has is still surprising to Kitsuki. Also her holds are a lot better thanks to Gunhead. Almost 2 months now that he had started living with Achako. It all started because his sister was spamming his phone. Sending death threats and typing horrible slurs to him on their dad's phone. She refused to believe him at first, insisting that it wasn't okay. He knew it wasn't, but he didn't expect much better from his devil of a twin. Although when Kitsuki was dragged to her apartment for her to help him, he ended up helling her more. He found it extremely depressing about the situation she was living in. A crap apartment that barely had 3 rooms, an awful smell and loud neighbors that were probably high 24/7. Her poor parents had a horrible financial situation and were struggling to stay afloat, which is why Achako is out here. She needs to succeed at UA because she has nothing else if she fails. So Kitsuki makes sure she takes care of herself. Proper meals, good hygiene products and a television, so she didn't get bored. Just like how she denied him of saying no, Kitsuki gave her the same treatment as he gave her all of these things. It was weirdly satisfying, and Kitsuki has yet to figure out if it is a good or bad thing yet. "You ready, round cheeks?" Kitsuki asked, trying to hide his surprise. He heard her giggle as she pulled away. He didn't like that. He turned to face her straight on and smiled slightly at her, beaming at him. Although he could tell that she had something to say. "What's on your mind?" Kitsuki asked, leaning back and crossing his arms. "What's on your mind?" Ochako replied immediately. Your grumpiness is different and you are constantly sighing. What's up, Kaken? Ochako asked. Kitsuki's eyes widened before he huffed and looked down to the floor. Of course she'd notice, he isn't exactly a subtle person and they have been living together for almost 2 months now. Kitsuki then looked away to the right, avoiding her worried and bright eyes. Her face really radiated positive energy. He could tell her, but he'd have to explain more about the situation. She already knows about the hatred he and his sister harbor towards each other, but not why they hate each other. She deserves to know, but Kitsuki is hesitant on telling her. Kitsuki is a lot closer to Ochako than he is to Denki and he knows. Not that Kitsuki had any intention of telling him, it kind of slipped out of his mouth. But Denki had a nice enough and positive outlook to Kitsuki that he didn't mind when he discovered how much of an ass he was. Knowing All Might and Green Tornado were horrible people wasn't a great revelation to him, but he still thought positively of Kitsuki. But Ochako was his best friend. He was literally living with her to escape the pain of going home. His sister and mother most certainly don't miss him. His father does but is glad that he is at least someplace safe. He has blocked all of their numbers, including his dad thanks to his sister. The last thing he wants is for Ochako to resent him. She accepts his flaws and struggle of properly expressing his emotions in forms other than anger, and he couldn't appreciate her more. The last thing he wants is to lose her. Itsuki thought for a minute, looking at the clock as time ticked away. He wanted to make sure they weren't late for the first day of school, but still wanted to know if he was brave enough to admit to Ochako of his past or be a coward and tell her another time. Sighing in defeat, he looked up at Ochako, finally making eye contact. Her eyes were soft and earnest, she was patiently waiting for him, letting him go at his own pace to cope with his thoughts. He didn't want to lose her. Ochako, Kitsuki said seriously, trying his best to keep his composure and drop to the ground. Ochako nodded to the use of her first name. The only time Kitsuki has referred to Ochako as Ochako instead of her nickname was when she was being extremely self-conscious about her financial situation. Kitsuki felt horrible that she felt that way for not having money. He wanted to make sure she knew it didn't matter. Kitsuki opened his mouth but stuttered over his words. Sweat was pouring down his neck, his fists were clenching and unclenching, and he felt useless whimpers coming from his throat. He felt pathetic and he hated, but he had to stick with it. He had to be brave and admit what he has done. If he can't admit it to Ochako, he'll never admit it to anyone. Ochako, please. Fuck, I hated myself back then. I was a horrible person along with a group of other people. Fuck, it was horrible. I've changed, I promise I have changed. I don't want you to change how you think about me. Kitsuki managed to spit out. His hands roughly grabbing the kitchen ledge around him. His breath was ragged and his head was forced downward as he admitted that. God, it was awful, barely even coherent. Why is speaking to another individual so hard? Kitsuki froze when he felt arms wrap around him. Ochako pulled him in, giving him a reassuring hug. She was rubbing circles into his back. Kitsuki felt his breath even out after one shaky breath, but his position and posture did not change. Kitsuki, thank you for telling me that. It was probably very hard to admit, but hey, I believe in second chances. You want to be given a second chance and I'll happily grant you that. Don't think I'm letting you walk out so easily. Ochako smirked, winking up at him. Kitsuki huffed, but Ochako didn't miss the smile on his lips. He sighed once again, his head changing from looking down at her to looking up. It was all from something stupid as well. For some reason doing some inhumane act but passing it off as noble like we weren't aware of what the fuck we were doing. Kitsuki grunted. Ochako nodded her head, listening intently. She was patient for him to spew all of his bottled up feelings to her. Ever since she saw those text messages, she has been extremely worried for Kitsuki and has been waiting for him to talk to her. It must be hard, but she'll listen for as long as it takes. We were 3, got dropped off at a kindergarten with my twin sister. But what was interesting was that there were another 2 sets of twins, 1 boy 1 girl. Because of that fact, we all instantly bonded and became really good friends. But then everything went to shit when we got our quirks. The other 2 sets of twins had pro heroes for parents, so they were almost guaranteed amazing quirks. Me and my sister also got extremely powerful quirks, so the usual dream of being heroes was perfect for us. Other kids and adults saying we would be great heroes. It all boosted our little egos. But the problem was that even though both parents of the other 2 twins had amazing quirks, there was still a chance one of them wouldn't have a fantastic quirk. So, when one of the twins never got his quirk, he was identified quirkless. It was funny to us that we were all powerful while he was weak. But what got us was that he still wanted to be a hero, despite his quirkless status. So us being his friends and worried he'd get himself killed for being weaker than all of his opponents, we decided to beat him up to make him not be a hero. He would walk home limping, blood covering his arms and legs. He had frostbite, explosion scars, concussion, burns all in an effort to keep him safe. The worst part was nobody cared. Not his parents, not the teachers at school, not even the other school students. He was literally being abused in front of everybody and people just shrugged it off, the quirkless getting what they deserve or something. Then one day, things went too far. His sister went too far. He ran away, but I'm not sure if it was to end himself or to try and escape. Both options seem plausible. We were punished but not fully thanks to the other twins having heroes as parents, we were given a second try. Volunteer at a villain rehabilitation center and get their approval for you to become a hero. I was the only one that they said deserved to be heroes. The others were pissed but I didn't care. Katsuki huffed. He was rambling, spewing everything that had happened with him, his sister, Izumi and the Todoroki twins that he was completely lost in thought. He only came back to reality when a soft finger rubbed across his cheek. His head snapped to Ichako who was humming, her mouth shut into a closed line. He then realized what she was doing. She was wiping his tears. Katsuki huffed and ducked his head down, blocking his face from view. He was so embarrassed. Ichako didn't care, she walked up and hugged him. Hey, it's okay, I understand what you're trying to say. That just lets me know you are a good person. You regret your mistakes, you learn from them and have become better. Now that you've learned from the past, you should move on from it, go further. Ichako soothed, calming down her friend who now was breathing hard. Katsuki shook his head. I thought I did. But we're having a new student. She's here now, the twin sister of the brother we tortured is here at UA. Katsuki scowled, his teeth gritted and a small amount of smoking steamed from his palms. He was doing everything in his power to not explode. Ichako's eyes widened. It made sense why he was suddenly becoming grumpier. Someone who he had tried to remove from himself to become better was back at UA for a shot to be a hero. She was still missing some holes and she wanted to ask Katsuki about them, but he already seemed worn out from telling her all of that. Ichako had shot around and she found the clock sitting against the wall. She shook Katsuki slightly. Hey Kaken, I know you don't want to go, but we still have to be at UA. You can tell me more on the way or wait until later, I don't mind, but… Ichako said, getting serious. Katsuki huffed and looked up when she said but, looking into her eyes that were filled with determination and brightness. Whatever happens, I'll be by your side and we'll make it through together. Ichako said, her words firm and stern. Katsuki looked up at her, his brows furrowed. He tried to nod, to calm his breath and get up, but that was not what he did. His heart sped up and a feeling that was still weird to him, but only felt with Ichako sprouted through him. He smiled at her, a proper grin. Class 1 quickly skittered back to their seats as Izawa entered the room. The class were happily talking with each other and caught up with the students they hadn't been in contact with. As Katsuki took a seat, his eyes wandered to the empty seat at the back of the room that laid in between Rikido and Momo and behind Fumikage. Ichako noticed Katsuki's gaze and followed it. She frowned at the empty seat. She already knew what was going on inside of his head. He didn't tell her any more on the train to the school as he was calming down. Ichako understood and was right by his side. Her eyes then moved to the door as she waited for the expected words of the teacher. Izawa looked around the room with tired eyes. He was not excited for what was to come. His eyes naturally went towards Katsuki. Despite the idiocy and cruelty he knew the boy of, he has shown his willingness to change. It doesn't excuse him, but Izawa is willing to give him a break. But not so much the other. His eyes travel to the door and he lets out a sigh and turns his attention back to the class. Alright class, welcome back to school. I hope all of your internships went well. Now we have another student, don't be idiots. Come in. Izawa said in a monotone voice, his speech raising as he said the last part. Slowly, the door creaked open. The mountain of door was obviously hard to push, so the view of the new student was obscured for most of the class. But some of the students didn't have to wait to know what she looked like. Walking out from behind the door, ruffled yellow hair hanging low like a ponytail walks out. Her blue eyes shine bright as she cautiously steps into class. She was short 5'3" tall, and her cheeks had several freckles covering them. She seemed nervous when walking into class, but only few knew why. Her eyes looked around the classroom, trying to find a certain ash blonde. When her eyes met Katsuki, he furiously glared at her. His fist shaking and his teeth close to clattering as his stare of burning hatred was given straight to her. Izumi quickly averted her eyes. She shuffled next to the stand that Izawa was standing behind. 3 students noticed her glance towards Katsuki and immediate look away. Ichako, Denki and Kyoka all turned towards Katsuki who had his head down. He seemed to be focusing on his breathing, his fist shaking underneath the desk. Kyoka turned to Denki and kicked his foot with hers. Denki tore his eyes away from Katsuki and looked at her. Is that her? Kyoka asked, her earphone jack pointing at Izumi. Yeah. Denki whispered. Hi, my name is Izuku Yagi, my quirk is telekinesis and I'm here to become a hero. Izumi said nervously. Kitsuki shook his head and put it down on the table. He would not lose it, he would stay strong. Minoru whistled as he looked up and down at Izumi. Fuyuki, who sat in front of him, sat up and quickly spun around, slapping his face. Izumi was shocked by this, but by the reactions of everyone else, shrugged it off. Alright, go sit down at the empty desk at the back. I'll do the announcements before you all go to your next class. Aizawa said tiredly. Izumi nodded, she purposefully stepped away from where Kitsuki was to take the longer way before walking to her desk. Classes were boring and when the bell sounded, the class all quickly escaped the room for lunch. Izumi was all rushed as people wanted to know more about her, how she got to UA a term late and more about herself. Kitsuki huffed, stomping to lunch and making sure to ignore her very existence. He slumped at a table with a tray of food from lunch rush and started scoffing it down. He just felt so mad. Not long after, Achako, Denki and Kyoka sat down next to him. Kitsuki grumbled as he looked up to them. He could hear everyone else somewhere to the left of him, but he refused to look. He felt Achako rub his shoulder and he shuddered slightly. Okay, I'd hate to be so blunt, but what's the deal here? Kyoka asked. Achako looked over to her. Give him a bit. Achako said, soothing Kitsuki. Kitsuki grunted and let out a rough sigh. He opened his mouth to speak, but harsh breaths of air were the only thing that weaseled out. He groaned and covered his face with his hands. Odd shit, she just shouldn't be here. Kitsuki growled, his fingers close to clawing his face. Achako grabbed his wrists and pried them away. Kyoka nodded, then looked over to Denki, who was looking at Kitsuki sadly. So she got a chance because her father's all might. Still don't know how you fighting them makes any sense. Kyoka said, facing Denki. Achako's eyes widened as her eyes snapped to Kyoka. She's the daughter of All Might? She questioned. Kyoka shrugged and motioned over to Denki. That's what he said. Kyoka said, moving the attention off of her. Denki became sheepish and looked over to Kitsuki. Yeah. Bakugo, do you want to say or should I rely what I know? Denki said. Kitsuki growled but shook his head. No, it's my problem, I should do it. Kitsuki says, stopping Denki. The bright blonde nods his head and sits back in his chair. Kitsuki calms his breath before looking up at the three around him. I had a twin sister and we were friends with another two sets of twins. One boy, one girl. It was really crazy about that coincidence. The other two had top pro heroes as parents, and I mean top pro heroes. One had Endeavor and Ice Queen with the other having Green Tornado and All Might, but none of us knew about All Might. Kitsuki said. The others all listened in, mainly Kyoka as she hadn't heard of this part before. Kitsuki took in a deep breath before continuing. We all got powerful quirks, commonly referred to as heroic quirks. But one of us didn't, the son of Green Tornado and All Might. He was quirkless, we bullied him for it, and it only got worse because he wanted to be a hero. His parents didn't care, the teachers at school didn't care, no one cared. They only cared when he ran away. When it was found out that he was being abused and neglected, we were punished. Forced to volunteer at a villain rehabilitation center and connect with them. They would vote if we were worthy to go to UA or not. I was the only one who got yes votes at all. I wanted to leave that behind and restart, try and become a better person instead of an egotistical ass. Itsuki admitted, wiping a hand over his face. Achako patted his shoulder and rubbed his thigh. Okay, wait, so Hope is Yagi's sister if he is the son of Green Tornado and All Might? Kyoka asked. Achako's eyes went wide. What? She yelled shocked, her eyes turning to Kitsuki who nodded his head. Yeah, he ended up finding out he did have a quirk when he ran away. Things have happened and now he is a teacher here at UA. Don't ask me about it hardly makes sense to me. Kitsuki grunted, rolling his shoulders. But he seems to like you. Achako said confused. She would assume the boy would be bitter and a lot more wimpy than their sensei. He may act a bit more serious because he is a teacher and has to keep Carmilla in check. Yeah, I managed to figure out what he would do if he would run away and found him living in a caravan in a dump. I said I was sorry, didn't think he would forgive me because, who would? I had been nothing but a literal devil to him his entire life. But for some reason, he did. He somehow managed to forgive me because I had at least changed. He still hasn't forgiven the others because they have yet to make the effort to apologize. Kitsuki stated, his voice still rough. But that doesn't explain Kaminari fighting them. Kyoka reminded. They blackmailed the Hero Commission into giving them another shot. It wasn't enough, but they gave them all a chance to get in if they defeated whoever came first in the sports festival, which was Kaminari. Unfortunately, Yagi won. Kitsuki growled, his eyes piercing over to Izumi, who was currently surrounded by a few members of Class 1A. Hey, do you mind if I sit here? A tired voice asked. The group of four all turned to the voice. Hitachi stood there, a food tray in his hands. Achako and Denki smiled although it wasn't full, it was still earnest. Kyoka gave a greeting salute while Katsuki grumbled and dropped his head. Denki moved over and allowed Hitachi to sit down. Izumi was smiling as she talked with her new classmates. Even though she liked the attention and smiles they were giving her, she was still worried. Her eyes moved over to Katsuki who was sitting with another 4 people. People would be annoyed at Katsuki's attitude, his constant mockery and insults of others dissuade other people from getting close to him. She would not be worried about his new hatred for her if it was the old Katsuki she knew. But Katsuki's changed, he has improved. If people in his class respect him, he could easily make everyone hate her. That's her biggest fear. She knew she would deserve though, her brother was hated throughout the entirety of school, it would only be fair for her to experience the same pain as well. But she was a coward. She wants to hopefully redeem herself. But Izuku is way past forgiving her, Katsuki despises her, and all the teachers here will be cautious of her. She destroyed her life and the only person she can blame is herself. All she has is regret and she hasn't been able to say sorry yet, not like it would do anything, but it feels like she needs to say it. She hopes she can be like Katsuki, escape from the pain and guilt from the past, and move forward. Be the hero like she always wanted to be. But she has yet to be able to, and it is eating Izumi alive. She hopes she can be friends with Katsuki again, and at least be on good terms with Izuku again. Family may be too far gone and friends might be out of reach, but she hopes he would stop hating her. It may stop Izumi from hating herself. Izuku sighs as he sits in the teacher's lounge. He was currently reading a book while petting Himiko's hair as laid her head in his lap. Cute. Izuku was stressed, but this was calming him down. He luckily didn't have any classes today, which was a godsend. He had to push himself in slowly to not stress out. Izumi was now his student, his very own sister who told him to kill himself 2 years ago. The daughter that got the love from his parents while he received nothing. Jealousy, anger all mixed inside him, and the fact that she still got more chances to be a hero frustrated him to no end. But he has no choice, so he has to calm down. He has friends now, family. He has saved people, made people happy and put the evil away. He can't save everyone, and karma doesn't come back around for everyone, and he'll just have to deal with that. Although he has a sneaking suspicion Carmilla will hate Izumi more than he will. After the lunch bell sounded, the door immediately opened. Aizawa was slumped in, his sleeping bag flung behind him. He looks to be in dire need of a coffee or a nap. But knowing him, he'll have both. His tired eyes looked around the room, eventually landing on Izuku and Himiko. He let a tiny smile play on his lips for a short second before his usual frown appeared again. Izuku, Nezu needs to see you. Take Himiko with you too, you'll probably need her. Aizawa said. Izuku's eyes go wide. Sudden panic filled, but he quickly calmed himself down. It was nothing, perhaps just a mild concern about the whole fiasco that went down after his fight with Overhaul. Nezu and Aizawa have helped a lot and kept the public away from him. Luckily his minor status has kept vultures away from him, along with his connection with Nezu. Izuku nods his head, stiffness in his neck that he didn't want to be there. He shook Himiko, her stirred. Slowly she cracked her eyes opened and purred like a cat. Izuku sometime wonders if one of her parents had a cat quirk because of her behavior and eyes. Is it time to go home? She slurred, a yawn escaping her lips making Izuku chuckle. We have to go to Nezu, come on. Izuku insisted. Himiko pouted but nodded her head. She got up with a bounce and grabbed Izuku's hand. She yanked him up and started walking out of the room with a skip. Izuku smiled and shook his head disbelievingly. Somehow she brings up his mood even when she doesn't mean to her. Her energy is amazing. A big reason why Izuku loves her. They made it to Nezu's room, which is daunting as always. Izuku held in a breath and pushed the door open. He had yet to come to Nezu with him holding good news. The closest was him choosing the next successor of One for All. He still had the box stored away in his storage quirk, waiting for the right person. He wonders if anyone in his class would be worthy of it. When the door opened, Izuku and Himiko's widen in shock. Nezu was sitting behind his desk, but there was a second person in the room. He had a beige trench coat with a beige fedora. His face was plain and he had short black hair. Izuku then seized the badge on his coat, he was a detective. Suddenly the intensity of the room became very cold. Do not worry, he is here to help Izuku and Himiko. This man is Tsukauchi Naomasa, and he has been the officer on your case since day one. Nezu replies to their worries. Izuku nodded, he trusted Nezu, but he still didn't like the situation. Naomasa stood up, he turned to Izuku and Himiko and bowed his head. Izuku, I am Detective Naomasa, and I truly want to apologize to you. I have been good friends with your father for years, and I never noticed what was going on. I forgot you existed from your parents' constant babble about Izumi that you never crossed my mind. I could have ended this years ago, but my own trust and faith in that man made me believe nothing was wrong. I truly apologize, Izuku. Tsukauchi said, his head flat facing the floor. Izuku's mouth was wide, but he quickly composed himself. Yeah, it's alright Namasa. Most people turned a blind eye thanks to my quirkless status, but you looked away because of All Might. I don't blame you for that, he was your friend and is the #1 hero. If you can't trust him, how are you supposed to trust anyone else? Izuku said rhetorically, smiling at the detective. Emiko still and a frown on her face as she narrowed her eyes at the detective. Tsukauchi noticed her hostility but continued if nothing was wrong, he chuckled at Izuku's words. Anyway, let's get down to the reason you're here. Nezu said, motioning to the 2 empty chairs. Izuku sat in the middle while Himiko sat to his left, clinging to his arm and rubbing his arm to try and soothe him, despite her being more anxious. Nezu cleared his throat before putting his paws together, looking at Izuku seriously. Izuku, I am sorry that Izumi made it in, my hands are tied. They shouldn't have had that chance. But what I am worried about is them getting another chance to become a hero without going to a hero school by recommendation of their parents. With them being heroes, the chance is pretty likely. Nezu stated. Izuku felt his heart clench, and he stiffly nodded. He didn't know other ways of becoming a hero that wasn't going to a hero school. It was basically the only way the media portrayed the ability to become one. But it does make sense, the first heroes didn't have schools to attend to. So, how do we stop that? Himiko says, picking up the silence that Izuku was leaving. Tsukauchi sighed. This will be where I come in. In my hopes to try and find you Izuku almost a year ago, we met up with Dabi. He knew of you despite not knowing what had happened to you, but he said something strange that I remember. He said that he found you almost dead in an alleyway and brought you to doc. That's when you gave him your painkillers. I think it was 4 years ago. Tsukauchi said. Izuku gulped and shakily nodded his head. That was a day he did not want to remember. That day was a horrible day for Izuku. It wasn't the worst day of his life, that title is held by the day he found out his father was All Might. But that was the day he had been the most scared his entire life. Warm arms instantly came and wrapped around him. His head was pushed to Himiko's neck and she wormed around him. I'm sorry if this is sudden, but these people don't deserve another chance. This may be the only chance we have to stop them permanently. Tsukauchi said. Izuku gulped and feverishly nodded his head. He understood, he perfectly understood the situation, but it didn't make it any less painful. He had never been more scared in his entire life. The feeling of uselessness as pain spiked through his entire body. The pain of heat and cold made him seize, vibrate uncontrollably, and his blood crawled down his entire body. It was so dark, so silent. He thought he was dead. Emiko soothed him, making sure he was ready. Tsukauchi and Nezu waited patiently as Izuku calmed himself down and mentally prepared himself. This obviously was painful for him, but this was something needed to be done. To be off his chest and for the punishment they would receive. Okay, I'm ready. Izuku said breathlessly. Tsukauchi nodded. He reached his hand into his pockets and grabbed his recorder. He put it on the counter and pressed the red button. Flashback. Izuku was walking home. He made it out first and practically ran out of the school. He heard that Izumi and Kitsumi left something out in the cafeteria, so Izuku took this opportunity to try and race home. He didn't want to be beat, he had a particularly bad one yesterday. A deep purple bruise spread around his leg that almost covered the entirety of it. He was limping so his running was slow and walking was slower. But he would make it home fine, still before Izumi, so he would at least be fine for the rest of the day. Izuku noticed people looking at him, noticing his heavy limp, but did nothing about. Heroes were the people who helped people, not regular civilians, so they all turned away. Izuku had thought it was because it was something on him. Something that told him that he was quirkless that made people stay away. His skinny and pathetic look that told everyone that he was useless because no one was helping him. If he saw someone in need, he wouldn't hesitate to help. But would they actually accept his help? Izuku didn't know that answer. Hey, there you are. Izuku heard a wicked voice. Immediately he stopped in his tracks. He thought he was fine, he thought he escaped, but oh how he was wrong. Slowly turning his head, he thought he would see 5 people, but he only saw 2. Shoto and Zayato. Shoto smirked as he traveled over to him with his sister. He put his hand on his shoulder and smiled innocently at the shaking Izuku. You thought you could skip what you deserve. Come on, you can't miss it. He said. His face smiling but his words coming out as a growl. He gripped tightly on his collar and yanked him. Izuku squeaked as he was dragged into an alleyway. He looked over to Zayato, but she was just smirking, her eyes barely focused on Izuku. He was terrified. Izuku was thrown against a wall. He gasped but all that came out was air. His body dragged down against the wall. Izuku looked up at his 2 tormentors, but instead of seeing them, hot steam was blasted at him. Izuku croaked in pain and quickly changed into the fetal position, stray tears slipping down his cheeks. "Don't you see we are doing this for your own good?" Zyado said. Izuku wheezed, he was going to open his eyes to look over to them, but pain erupted through him. Fire burned all over them and all Izuku could do was scream. But he was quickly silenced as he was suddenly encased in ice. Izuku's body still screamed in pain from the fire, but now the ice was making him go into shock. His body was trying to violently shake and move, but he was stuck, trapped in a cold popsicle prison. He couldn't move, he couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. Izuku felt the ice around him melting. Suddenly he could breathe, but his ability to do so was minimal. Just as he took in a deep breath, he felt a hot hand forcefully grip him. Izuku gasped as his head was smashed against the thick ice. Although it was melting, it was still pretty strong, so it took a few yanks and smashed of Izuku's head for it to break. Fire swirled around Shoto's hand, and it burned a hole through Izuku's chest and leaving a nasty scar. "Don't you see, no one cares. We're the only people trying to help you. Stop being a useless moron and take your place as the filth beneath our feet," Shoto announced with sadistic grin. Izuku was scared, he was whimpering, and his tears were leaving puddles on the ground. "PP please, St top." Izuku pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation for the pain to stop. Shoto's grin turned into a deep frown, and he snarled at Izuku. "Wrong answer, idiot," he growled. He activated his fire and blasted Izuku away, hitting the wall hard. Cold steam surrounded Izuku. He started to hyperventilate. His eyes went wide with fear. His fight-or-flight response kicked in and he chose flight. With shaky legs he stood back up. But it hardly mattered. Shoto created sharp ice and shoved it at Izuku. The points pierced his skin. It trapped his throat, preventing him from being able to breathe. Izuku tried, he punched the ice and shook his head to try and free himself. But he was too cold, too hurt and too tired. The small burst of adrenaline he got quickly died out and Izuku slowly went limp. His breathing almost impossible and his eyes were closing. Dark spots covered his vision until that was all he saw. He thought he died, and the worst part was he didn't care. He thought he deserved it. Flashback end. Izuku was in tears, and when he finally finished he smashed his face into Himiko's neck, who hugged him and whispered sweet nothings into his ears. Nezu's and Tsukauchi's were wide in disgust and shock. Nothing that Izuku told was a lie unless he was hallucinating. So either the Todoroki twins were sick and twisted individuals or Izuku's subconscious viewed these two in particular to be sick and twisted in particular. Both options weren't good. Tsukauchi reached over and stopped the recording before pocketing it. He looked back over to Izuku to thank him, but the teen was still bawling his eyes out with Himiko hugging him tightly, her attention solely on him. Tsukauchi nodded his head sadly, understanding the trauma Izuku has for that. That's something only an insane person would do to another, and to a boy who was already broken and traumatized, it was obviously stuck in his head. He turned to Nezu and bowed. "Thank you for your time, Principal Nezu. I'll make this a case quickly and get it done. I'll take my leave," Tsukauchi said, turning around and leaving the room. He opened and shut the door quietly in order to not disturb Izuku and Himiko, but even if he did slam it, they wouldn't notice. Author's notes. Don't know what to put here, but yeah. I don't think Izumi will have a huge redemption arc and be forgiven and respected like Itsuki, but she'll at least forgive herself eventually. Looks like the Todoroki twins are done, but that leaves Kitsumi. What is happening with her? Teamwork. Izuku groaned, looking up. He was in the small bathroom that was in his caravan, the toilet touching his thigh. His hands were pushed up against the sink and his eyes were focused on the mirror, staring intensely at himself. Body was such a mess. First was Dabi being kidnapped and most likely killed. He has seen no signs of him and it has destroyed Izuku. He was getting better, but bad things were still coming. Izumi was now going to be in the class he teaches. The pain of her memory still stings and hurts Izuku. But what he had to do yesterday was close to torture. At least he won't have to worry about Shoto and Zyado again. He was mentally preparing himself. It had been so long since he had seen Izumi. He hasn't interacted with her since the day she told him to kill himself. Since then, he has seen her twice. First time at the cafe he used to sing at and the second time when Denki fought them. Now he had to interact with her as a teacher. She is under conditions to only address him as Hope and respect him. She will be in serious trouble if Hope or Carmilla get into problems with her. But it hardly makes the situation better. He can't really rely on Himiko either because she'll be death glaring her the entire time. Izuku may need to restrain her to not rip her apart. A knock is at the bathroom door and it finally makes Izuku tear his eyes away from the mirror. He reaches his hand over as the door was right next to him and Himiko was behind it. She was pouting and had her arms crossed over her chest. "Izu. I understand you're stressed but don't stand in the bathroom for 15 minutes. We have to get doing now too," Himiko says. Izuku sighs and nods his head. He stumbles over to her and pushes his head into her neck. He weakly wraps his arms around her waist, and Himiko reciprocates by wrapping her arms around his neck. I know. I'm trying my best," he says, cuddling up to her, making Himiko giggle. "If she does anything though, you know I'll protect you," Himiko says. Izuku smiles and releases a light scoff. "I'm worried you'll protect me a little too well," Izuku responds, making Himiko laugh. Izuku takes in a deep breath. He looks behind him and Himiko nods happily, flashing him a thumbs up. Izuku smiled and nods his head. He then looked back over to the oversized door. Slowly he pushed it open. As soon as he did, he could feel all eyes turn on him. Izuku recognized the normally empty seat at the back was filled and ignored it. He swept his eyes across the classroom, not looking at that seat. He then smiled widely at them and clapped his hands. "Welcome back, class. I hope your holidays and internships went well," Izuku says with a bright smile, with Himiko waving behind him. As Izuku mentioned the internships, a certain raven-haired teen tightened his fist. Mina stood up from her chair and shot her hand up. "Hope. Carmilla. Are you two okay? You guys were everywhere on the news," Mina said, slightly frantic. Several other class members nodded their head in agreement. Izuku waved his hand and gave the class a bright smile. "It was certainly stressful, but Nezu and Eraserhead are helping us out. Soon we'll be proper heroes. But I'm not exactly looking forward to the reporters asking us questions," Izuku said sheepishly, rubbing his neck. He then shook his head and smiled brightly again. "Never mind that now, we have heroics. Everyone go grab yourself your hero uniform. Carmilla, mind grabbing Shinso for us?" Izuku asked. Carmilla jumped up happily and nodded her head. "Absolutely, be back in a jiffy," Carmilla replied before skipping out of the classroom. Izuku followed her out, but before he left he turned back to the students who were getting out of their chairs. "Meet me at ground beta where I will explain the exercise," Izuku said before hopping out of the room and heading down to ground beta. He sighed and slapped his cheeks. He still needs to prepare himself, as he will have to be in closer contact with Izumi. Izuku waits at the training ground beta for class 1 to show up. Himiko and Hitachi are the first to arrive, simply from the fact that Hitachi doesn't have a hero costume. All he has is a less refined version of Eraserhead's scarf. That reminds him. He has to have a conversation with all of the students about hero costume changes and potential support items. Those are actually a lot more important than what people believe. Your costume represents what you want to represent as a hero, plain and simple, to go into the night like Eraserhead or be flashy and casual like Hawks. A certain black-haired girl came to mind with her more than inappropriate costume. That will be something Izuku discusses with them next time he sees them. He also has several support item ideas for the vast majority of the students, so he'll discuss his ideas with them at a later date. Not too long after those thoughts, the students came down. Unintentionally, his eyes found Izumi. She was wearing a mostly green jumpsuit, small black shapes on her side. She had a gray mask over her face and a hoodie on her back that had 2 long pieces of green fabric hanging down. He instantly recognizes the costume and forces his head away to not get distracted or go into an episode. He smiles at the class as they arrive. "Alright class, the first lesson back to school will be stealth. However, there is a few twists," Izuku stated, his eyes scanning the crowd. Stealth was differently reviewed by many of the students, some being great at them while others, not so much. His eyes going past Katsuki and Yuga at those thoughts. "It will be in duos with one group of 3 since we have 1 extra. You will all wear bands that are connected to each other. If you move further than 5 meters away, a large beeping sound will emit from them," Izuku said, making a few of the students groan, mainly Denki, Fyoki, Katsuki and Toru. Denki and Fyoki, who will have to be cautious of their quirks since they are close with teammates. Katsuki because he struggles with stealth already and being stuck near someone else made things worse, and Toru because she had to wear a band. Himiko had grabbed a bucket and started walking around. She handed out the bands to the students randomly. Confused, the students all put them on. Izuku reached into his pocket and grabbed some earplugs and put them into his ear. "Alright, press the small button at the top and a light will glow around the band. Your teammates will have the same color," Izuku said. Himiko quickly ducked back over to him and shoved her earplugs into her ear. The students all pressed the button near the exact same time, and once they did, horrendous beeping sounded. It didn't happen to all of the students, but even those who didn't have their bands beep covered their ears and the screeching loud noise. Without much words or thoughts, the students quickly moved around to find their partners. Katsuki, Mizo. Michako, Ijiro. Masharao, Koji. Denki, Yuga. Fyoki, Tenya. Momo, Sayu. Toru, Fumikage. Rakido, Minoru. Hyoka, Izumi. Anta, Mina, Hitachi. The students all looked to their partners. Before they could speak they turned to a laughing Carmilla. Hope shook his head as he took out his earplugs and faced the class with a smile. So here is how this works, your job is to tag enemies with stickers. That's it, no need to fight, but that is an option. Although that will just bring enemies to your location. People who don't tag anyone and get tagged will receive double homework. If any time can tag enemies and not get tagged themselves will not have any homework. Izuku said. The students gasped at that. Small smiles and looks to their classmates nodding their head. Tenya shot up his hand and Izuku pointed over to him. Yes Iida? Izuku asked. What does this teach us? He asked, his hand chopping down in a quick motion. Well, stealth missions will be something that some of you have to do. Even those who aren't fit them will need to learn who to sneak around undetected. If you have a partner, this test will teach you to look out for them and not split up. Izuku replied. Tenya nodded at his answer. Izuku hummed and looked at a clock on his wrist that was not there before looking back up at the class with a raised eyebrow, a smirk pulling at his lips. What are you all waiting for? Go. Izuku shouted. The students all nodded before scrambling away. Grabbing their teammates and heading in different directions to try and get away from other teams. There seemed to be an unspoken peaceful period as others ran away, trying to get a strategy going with their teams. Brown Beta was the biggest training ground at UA, a large patch of dirt in near the middle, with a thick dirt pathway leading up to it from the entrance. But from there, the rest of the grounds were forest. Trees and ponds, bushes and twigs on the grounds that makes having to move around difficult. Itsuki ran after Mizo, the taller teen having an incredible stride. Kitsuki was almost sprinting to keep up with him, and he could tell that this was only a fast-paced jog. He watched as Mizo raised his hands, them morphing into ears and eyes. The eyes going high into the tree to see and the ears spreading wide away to hear. Mizo looked down at Kitsuki who was breathing slightly heavier. Do you have an idea on what we could do? Mizo asked, his normal eyes focused on Kitsuki. Kitsuki grumbled and looked around, his eyes narrowing in annoyance. He hated stealth tasks for the fact he wasn't good at them. It wasn't because he was impatient and bored with the little action. He would prefer to be attacking, but he was wise enough to be able to stand still and wait silently. But it was moving around to find something without being located that Kitsuki struggled with. Silent steps is something he's never been able to do, his gauntlets and nitrogen vials clank with quick jerky movement and his quirk literally creates an explosion. If he let out a moderately strong one, everyone could hear it. He growled and faced into the trees, not meeting Mizo's eyes. The other boy wasn't overall great at stealth either. Scouting and locating people trying to be sneaky, he could do easily, but stopping his heavy body from crushing the ground as he walked didn't exactly work. But Kitsuki was glad he was his partner. No, just try and stay hidden and if you can, extend your hands out and tap them with stickers. I don't want to fight as I would alert literally everybody. But I will if I have to. Kitsuki said. A few seconds of silence passed before Kitsuki sucked in a breath, he then turned to Mizo with a fierce gaze. Mizo was not fazed at all, but he was intrigued. Shoji, can we try and find Yagi? I used to know her before UA and well. I want to fucking pop an explosion in her face. Kitsuki straight out said. Mizo looked at him, shock coming over the features that weren't obscured by their mask. He lowered his head down at Kitsuki. She doesn't seem too bad, what did she do? He asked. Kitsuki grumbled and looked down. She doesn't look bad, but that's because you don't know her like I do. Kitsuki snarled, not looking up at Mizo. Mizo narrowed his eyes at Kitsuki but sighed, he then slowly started wailing away. Alright, but I do want an explanation. I do trust you Bakugo, but I want to hear the reason. Mizo said. Kitsuki nodded his head and followed Mizo. Yeah, you deserve to know. Kitsuki replied. Izumi was following her partner who she didn't know the name of. She had short purple hair and what looked like earphone jacks hanging down from her ear by skin. She looked like a punk rock chick, leather jacket and combat boots. Izumi could see speakers on her body, both legs and wrists. She was kind of worried about striking up a conversation with her. She seemed like a hardcore chick who would give back snark to people who she didn't like. Considering she was with Kitsuki at her first day with UA, may mean she already doesn't like her. The fact she is ignoring her makes her theory right. Quenching her fears, Izumi spoke up. Hey, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Yagi. Izumi said with a shaky smile, her eyes staring at the back of the girl's head. The girl then jerked her head up, not turning back around. Jiro? She replied. Izumi smiled awkwardly, feeling like she wasn't welcome to Jiro. But she didn't give up for the simple fact of, they had to work together. I can place stickers on others from a distance with my quirk. Do you have enhanced hearing to locate them? Izumi asked. Kyoka just responded with a nod, she then pointed her earphone jacks in a direction and started to lead the way. Izumi looked down sadly and silently followed behind. She knew she would get treated like this, but it still hurt. But she can't say she didn't deserve it. Itsuki followed close behind Mizo, allowing the boy to keep eyes and ears around them at all times. Kitsuki was bored, but he put up with this. Things would be like this out in the field and most likely having his heart pumping. Right now, this was just an exercise, but in a real situation, his heart would be pumping, a rogue villain would be out there, and people's lives would be in trouble. So he will put up with his boredom, it would be needed. Itsuki was suddenly stopped, Mizo's strong hand gripping his shoulder. Kitsuki looked up at the back of Mizo's head, the boy looking out into the forest. He then turned a tentacle arm to Kitsuki, the end turning into a mouth. Others are ahead, stay close. He whispered before slowly walking forward. Kitsuki kept his mouth shut about already doing that and just kept close to Mizo. He kept his eyes and ears open to try and pick up on what Mizo heard. Turns out, it wasn't that difficult. "Come on, I have to let my sparkle shine to the world." He heard Yuga flaunt, his voice rising in pitch, and he can practically see the boy's expression. "I know Aoyama, you're fabulous dude, but right now we are trying to be quiet." Denki tried to reason, surprisingly being the intelligent one in the duo. Kitsuki immediately cringed at that thought. He shouldn't think like that, he really did like Denki, and he was honestly a great friend. He needs to get his douchebag personality out of him. Denki wasn't even dumb, he was just slow to realize things. Mizo looked behind Kitsuki who nodded his head up at him. They walked a bit further and hid behind cover of the bush. Denki was holding on to Yuga and leading him to try and make him quiet. Mizo slowly reached out his tentacles, creating a fist to hold the stickers. His arms moved towards Denki because his eyes were focused on Yuga, who was directly in front of him, leaving him open. Mizo was cautious, making sure he stayed silent to not alert the opposing duo. Mizo inched closer to his target, Denki clueless to what was happening. Until he shocked Mizo. Mizo's body seized, his tentacle arm retracting away. He let out a quick short breath, but it was quiet, no way Denki had heard it. But he still had felt his electricity spark. Turning around, his eyes widened at the tentacle arm of Mizo. Mizo tried putting the sticker onto him, but Denki fully surrounded his body in electricity, forcing the boy to retract. Denki then shook Yuga. "Dude, Shoji found us," he said hurriedly, pointing to where Mizo was pointing at. Yuga got up from his squat position and looked over to where Mizo was hiding. Yuga smiled and put his hands behind his head, looking like he was relaxed. "Leave it to Maya," Yuga replied. He then thrusted his pelvis forward and fired out a laser of light. Mizo quickly raised his arms up in defense, but the force of the laser still hurt and was powerful. Mizo was pushed back, stumbling 3 steps. Yuga smirked and moved further forward, keeping his hips forward. Mizo narrowed his eyes and moved behind a tree for more cover as Yuga attempted to attack him. Kitsuki stayed where he was as he had yet to be noticed, despite being relatively close to Mizo. He had to make sure he didn't move out of his range, so that horrific noise plays again. Kitsuki tore his eyes away from his teammate and Yuga to see what Denki was currently doing. His eyes widened when he saw Denki sneaking, trying to move over towards Mizo. Kitsuki quickly thought he saw that Denki hadn't seen him, so what should he do? He still didn't want to have to use his quirk. But that didn't seem to matter anymore as Denki realized he was there. Electricity buzzed around him as he squared up to Kitsuki. Kitsuki growled and stood up fully, pointing his hand at Denki, a orange glow emanating from his palm. "Back away, we don't have to do this," Kitsuki growled from gritted teeth. Dini smirked and raised a hand. He grabbed a metal pole he now had from his belt pocket and pointed it at Kitsuki. In his other hand was a sticker. "I believe we do," Denki responded with a smile. Kitsuki groaned but let out a laugh. His eyes locked with Denki and each other was smirking over at each other. Then, Kitsuki let his explosion rip. Denki jumped away but still got hit from the shock wave, tripping over and rolling on the ground, but quickly got back up. Yuga looked over and his eyes widened. "Oh merd, Bikugo is with him," Yuga cursed. He bent his body and pointed his mirrors around and unleashed several broken up lasers at both Mizo and Kitsuki. The 2 boys dived for cover trying to negate as much damage as possible. Mizo stayed in front of Kitsuki just in case Denki rushed forward. He could take some electricity, but he still didn't want to be hit full blast by it. The 2 teams fought, but were mostly cautious thanks to Denki's and Kitsuki's quirk. Kitsuki raised his gauntlet up, ready to hit Yuga with a strong explosion. However, intense hit bashed his face. Kitsuki yelled and covered his eyes, ducking down and shaking his head like it would remove the damage. He heard engines rev up and he knew Tenya was coming. Currently he was blind, so he pointed his hand to where he thinks he hears Tenya. An explosion ripples from his palm in the direction of Tenya, but unfortunately for Kitsuki, he missed. Tenya avoided the explosion and charged at Kitsuki. The boy slammed a sticker onto him, his band now beeping loud. They ran past Katsuki to get away, but unfortunately Mizo was fast. The tall teen clotheslined Tenya, his thick arm smashing Tenya's chest. Tenya wheezed as his momentum came to a sudden halt, and the next thing he knew, he was on the ground, his band beeping loud and a sticker now on him. More teams came, and it turned into an absolute brawl. All just to put stickers on opponents so others weren't really trying to hurt their classmates. Katsuki covered the area in smoke, he and Mizo then ran through it to get away from the fight. Once they were out they turned around and saw the fight. Despite knowing most of the class were here, they could only see 3 other students, so they were all still trying to hide. Katsuki then felt a slap on his back. He quickly turned around, his palm alight, but no one was behind him. Katsuki was confused for a few seconds before cursing. Toru had probably placed a sticker on his back. He felt a tap on his shoulder, and he turned towards Mizo who was looking somewhere else, but had a mouth in front of him. "Look, she's there," Mizo said. Katsuki turned to where Mizo was pointing, and he saw her golden hair. Izumi. Katsuki felt his blood boil, he fist clenched and his brows furrowed deeply. Smoke already emanated from his palm, but he didn't care. Currently Izumi was attaching stickers to others from a distance. Kyoka was able to keep them clear of danger thanks to her quirk. No one has tagged them yet, which is a plus for their team. An explosion rang out and Izumi spun her head in that direction, trying to see Katsuki. But it wasn't only smoke. The sounds of explosions continued to pop and the smoke cloud grew bigger. Izumi stumbled away, slightly frightened at that, but it wasn't nearly enough. She was pushed against the tree by a powerful explosion, and now smoke completely covered her. She couldn't see, the area was dark, and her quirk was nullified. At this very moment, Izumi felt scared. Katsuki ran forward. He could not see, but he didn't care. He was looking for Izumi and Izumi only. He didn't care that his band was beeping loudly, one thing was on his mind, and that was to give Izumi just desserts. Which would be an explosion to the stomach. Suddenly he heard the beeping again and instantly ran over to it. Once he got to the source he slammed his hand against the stomach of the person. Katsuki squinted and attempted to see who was right in front of him. Gold locks of hair filled his vision, making Katsuki snarl. From his hand on her stomach Katsuki smiled and let out an explosion. Izumi screamed as pain filled her stomach as she was launched away, small wisps of steam following her. Izumi and Himiko sat together on the ground. Izuku having an iPad is his lap to watch his students on surveillance cameras. Himiko was laughing at their antics, but Izuku let out a frown, although he couldn't ignore the minor joy of watching Izumi take an explosion to the stomach. I did think that this may be a possibility, but I didn't believe it would actually happen. Izuku muttered, a frown covering his face making Himiko laugh. Izuku let out an annoyed sigh. He normally made elimination a thing in stealth to make it stay a stealth task instead of a brawl, but he didn't like it how some people got out early from the students who excelled in scouting and stealth. But it looks like it needs to be this way. Welp, live and learn. Himiko replied, snuggling into Izuku's chest to make him feel better. Izuku smiled and put an arm around her, happily accepting Himiko's quirk. Eraserhead was tired. Although that was normal, but it doesn't negate the fact that he had a lot on his plate, and having things on your plate when you are tired creates a horrible mental ability for days, weeks, months and even years. But it is annoying Eraserhead greatly because his stack is getting larger. First was the Izuku Yagi case that he had thought came to a close. But now his status of hope and his quirk, the whole of Japan is in a panic state. He also now has lessons to keep up with Hitachi. He is not only teacher class 1, but becoming a full mentor to the kid. Then right now, he was currently taking guardianship over an 7-year-old girl. Izuku had saved the poor little girl from the clutches of Overhaul, the leader of the Yakuza. The rest of that ragtag group is currently in hiding. She was apparently being experimented on, making the girl suffer unimaginable amount of pain from Overhaul's quirk, ripping her apart and putting her back together. That man was a devil. She was being experimented on because of her quirk. Some specialists identified it as a powerful time manipulation quirk and named it Rewind. Whatever she touches, she can move the appearance of that person back in time, potentially reverting someone into a sperm cell. She was extremely scared of the nurses and doctors around her, but she seemed more terrified of her quirk. She became extremely panicked when it activated, causing the girl to cry even if it virtually did nothing. Eraserhead's quirk is mostly one of a kind. Not many quirks are classified as quirk-related, the rarest classification for quirks in fact. The few that are classified as quirk-related are copy quirks or quirk identifiers. Not including the all-for-one quirk, there have only been 3 recorded quirks that actively prevent another quirk. 2 of those directly damaging the other's quirk permanently. Eraserhead was the only one of those 3 that didn't. His quirk acting like a blanket. Placing a cover over the quirk temporarily that quells the flames. It doesn't work on mutants as it still pumps away from the quirk. But some mutant quirks are still affected by Eraserhead, like Tenya and Mizo, who can change and activate parts of their body from their mutation. But that wasn't the issue right now. Right now was the traumatized girl that was named Eri. Although he was a teacher and a hero, he was horrible with kids. Worse the younger they were. He could soothe and reason with children and adults quite well, but actually cheer them up, way out of his element. Eraserhead walked through the hospital, going to room 327 where Eri was stationed at. He would be taking her to his home, which was slightly terrifying. His home wasn't anything special, just a larger than average apartment, having 3 bedrooms instead of the usual one. It was just in case Namuri or Hisashi needed to crash or stay over at his house, which most of the time was against his will. Eraserhead walked down the hallway, trying to convince himself that things would be fine. It would probably be rocky to start, but slowly she would become accustomed to it. Izuku and Himiko would also be extremely willing to help and would be a lot better at supporting and making Eri smile than he would be. Eraserhead looked up at the top of the door. He was reading the numbers, he was trying to figure what side the room was on and how close he was to Eri's room. Once he understood the pattern and realized he was close, he looked back down the hallway and his eyes widened. Mimi, Miss Joke was standing in the hallway, looking above the doors like he was for a room. She eventually stopped in front of a room which Eraserhead saw was 327, Eri's room. Miss Joke reached for the door handle, but Eraserhead quickly stepped forward and called out to her. "Joke," he called. Miss Joke spun her head and smiled widely. She lowered her hand and took a step closer. She only had to take one step as Eraserhead quickened his pace. "Hey Shota. Glad to see you're here," she said, her smile spreading all over her face. Eraserhead grunted, nodding his head at her to not seem entirely rude. "Yes, but what are you doing here?" Eraserhead asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Miss Joke laughed and waved her hand in a non-caring way. "I was asked to help the little girl that Izuku saved. She apparently has bad trauma, I have a therapy license, and I know about Izuku and Himiko. Seeing as she is insistent to be with Izuku again, but thanks to his vigilante status has to be on hold." Miss Joke smiled widely, placing her hands triumphantly on her hips. Eraserhead blinked. Honestly, he kind of forgot Miss Joke had a therapy license. To him, she takes everything as a joke, telling jokes to him casually 24/7 and while fighting villains. She literally has pieces of paper in her pocket filled with puns. Puns, not even jokes but play on words. It does make him feel bad when he remembers she isn't an idiot. Miss Joke is incredibly kind and more intelligent than what others may think. She likes to be funny and make jokes, but can be serious when it is required. She is a competent hero and isn't praised nearly as much as she should. "Why wasn't I been informed of this?" Eraserhead asked, ignoring the guilt that just attacked him. Miss Joke looked sheepish for a second, pulling her lips inside her mouth, hiding them for a second before smiling freely. "I found out about it this morning and asked to help," Miss Joke replied. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow at her, confused. First was how she knew about this, and second was why was she not at her school, she was a teacher. Eraserhead had the excuse of him being dismissed from Nezu, but what about her? Wait, didn't she say they asked for her help? Eraserhead quickly remembered. "Come on, can't keep her waiting," Miss Joke said quickly before turning to the door and opening it. Eraserhead eyes widened, he went to say something, but grumbled. He would leave it alone, perhaps he misheard. If it comes up again he'll ask about it. The door opens, and the plain hospital room shows clearly. Only a few distinct things filled it, making it look different. All of them being toys at the end of the small hospital bed. A few of them were on the ground, seemingly pushed off the bed. Eraserhead and Miss Joke looked away from the toys to the girl. She was looking straight at them. Her ruby red eyes wide, slightly shaking, and there was apprehension in them, nervous and worried but not afraid. In the small girl's arm was a small white bear which she was clutching tightly to her chest. Her hair was almost white, a tinge of blue ever so slightly present in her hair. She also had a horn on her head that was currently a small nub. Her eyes looked between the two, looking them over before turning to the other then back. She was obviously very uncomfortable. From what Eraserhead has heard from the doctors, she was extremely terrified of them, gender not mattering. Even when they managed to make her go to sleep with laughing gas, her quirk still activated, not on purpose, but it was definitely a reaction. She made the needle of the doctor's hand fall apart, becoming the very basic parts it was before constructed. Miss Joke smiled sweetly at the girl, but not to startle her. "Hi Eri, don't worry, we are here to discuss something with you," Miss Joke said with a caring voice. Eri slowly nodded, the apprehension remaining the same. Eraserhead nodded her head at her reaction. The doctors managed to figure out she was terrified of them because of the white coats they had, switching and making other doctors come in without white coats on. Both Eraserhead and Miss Joke were in casual civilian outfits. Eraserhead still in all black and Miss Joke wearing ridiculous colas. So right now, they were Shota and Emi. Shota and Emi grabbed chairs and pulled them alongside Iri's bed. The small girl shuffled slightly away from them. Who are you?" The girl squeaked out, her voice soft and shaky. Shota looked over to Emi. He was waiting for her to speak because no doubt in his mind did he think she would immediately start spewing out words. To his utter unsurprise, she did exactly that. "Well Iri, I'm Emi and this grumpy man here is Shota." Emi introduces, making Shota scowl. Emmett turns to see his reaction and giggles at him. Iri looked between the two, noting the interesting interaction between the two. Emi was about to speak again, but Shota put a hand over her mouth. He wanted to get this done quickly. "Alright Iri, your situation is a difficult one. We couldn't locate any relatives of yours so you would go into foster care. But you also have difficult control of your quirk, the effects being devastating," Shota put simply. Iri sadly nodded her head, turning away. The heroes then heard her sniffling, making them raise an eyebrow and become worried. "I know, I have a sea curse. It hurts pee a plea." She sniffled, rubbing her eyes feverishly. Emi frowns and elbows Shota in the ribs. Shota turns and glares at her, swatting her elbow away. Emi smiles softly, leaning forward to the cowering Iri. "Hey, you're not cursed, you're a little angel Iri. We're going to help you, okay?" Emi said sweetly, trying to calm the girl down. Iri sniffled, wiping her eyes and turned back to the two. She lightly shook her head. "But the bad man said I was infected. Quirks are sea curses, but I see could help cure them." Iri stuttered. This made Shota scowl again but not at Emi. The bad man Iri is referring to is probably Overhaul. Shota was never on his case as the man mostly stayed hidden and never got close to his line of work. But after his arrest, he heard a bit about him. The man hated quirks, believing them to be a disease, but relying on them so much. His entire threat was off of his quirk and minor intelligence, and he picks allies from their quirked abilities. He was a hypocrite, a monster who tortured a poor young girl for the wish to have power over others. Sternly he leaned forward looking at Iri, his gaze wasn't intense, but it was serious unlike the caring expression on Emi. Iri's body momentarily froze and he came closer. "Iri, look at me. The bad man is nothing more than that, a bad man. He had no morals and only desire to make himself stronger. He used you and made you terrified of yourself. Iri, your quirk is not a curse, it is a gift. I understand it is scary now, but that is because you don't have proper control over it. That's why I'm here, I can make sure you don't harm anyone with your quirk and help you perfect it. I'm a pro hero so you can trust me, I can take you home and make sure you're safe," Shota said. Iri's eyes widened and her mouth hung open. She was shocked. Her eyes then rapidly scanned over him to see any trickery or malice in his face. Overhaul shown that expression to her so much even when he was being nice. But as she searched his face, she found nothing but a serious expression. Emi smiled and looked over at her. "And I'll be visiting a lot. I'll stop all of those little doubts and fears when I am around, alright?" Emi cued. She risked reaching her hand over to rub against the girl to assure her. But to her surprise, Iri jumped past it and gripped her in a hug. "Thank you," she whimpered, her voice almost breaking. Iri shoved her face into Emi's neck and cried soft tears. Emi patted her head and held her in her arms. She then turned to Shota with a wide grin, a look of pure happiness. Shota looked away and let out an exasperated sigh, her shook his head. But then he looked back up, turning to Emi and gave a soft smile. It made her squeal. Abi was struggling, he felt constrained. He hadn't been able to move in so long, and the areas that strapped him to this hard and cold table had broken his skin. His dried blood covering a large area of his wrists, stomach and ankles. His stomach was caving in, putting large amounts of pressure on his ribs. He hadn't had solid food as long as he has been here. He has no concept of time, for all he knew it could be night. He must have been here for a month at most, right? That doctor guy seems to come in at pretty set times as how much of a neat freak he was. Abi hasn't kept count, but if that guy came in once a day, he is somewhere around the 1 month period. Abi was startled out of his twisted mind, trying to form some type of sense to prevent him from going insane. Well, sanity has become a relative term for him. He tried cooking himself alive and has both seen and done some pretty messed up shit. But the point was that he wanted to keep his mind intact and not broken any further, but that task is becoming increasingly more difficult. "Dear master, he is ready." He heard the shitty doctor's voice rasp out with a Cheshire grin. "Master?" Dobby thought. "He'd better not be talking about who I think he is talking about," Dobby growled, but his voice gave up on him, causing him to cough. He heard a deep hum, one that he has heard many drugged up thugs make before. The man was amused and was grinning, except this time Dobby suspects the guy isn't on trigger. He cranes his neck, shaking his head slightly to try and rid of his overgrown hair away from his eyes. His neck was stuck to the table, but he could slightly move his head. He could see the doctor, his short body easily laughable to Dobby. The only reason he has any kind of power over him is the assortments of drugs he has on his stupid bench behind him. The second man was too tall, Dobby couldn't see his face, but he could see what he was wearing. A clean tuxedo, Dobby could also see his hands and they were giants, veins were on the back of his hands, and they looked as thick as fingers. Odd, that is definitely All For One. Dobby growled in annoyance to cover up the small feeling of terror he was feeling. He hates feeling weak, something his father made him despise, but what could he do? He was only able to force small wisps of his quirk, and doing so caused incredible pain. He was stuck to a table with a man that could possibly have every quirk wanting something from him. Most likely his quirk. Dobby put his head back down and tried to look up at who he presumed to be All For One, but his hair obscured the man's face once again. Dobby then felt something on his cheek, moving his eyes over, he saw All For One's hand. All For One was brushing his finger across Dobby's cheek, and he moaned. Dobby took in a breath, and his expressions tightened into a deep frown of disgust. "I let you go the first time, Tuya Todoroki," All For One said, his voice deep, but Dobby could hear the fucker's smile. "I'm not fucking Tuya," he wheezed, biting through the lack of oxygen he was getting. The atmosphere of the room dropped and suddenly he felt like something was crawling in his lungs. "Ah, that's right, what do you call yourself nowadays?" Dobby was it. Dobby, cremation, not very subtle. All For One mused in a mocking voice, making Dobby spit at him. "I had tried getting rid of you the first time because you were prohibiting Izuku, giving him hope. I could not have that. I needed him to break as he would be perfect at breaking everyone else. The villain that the symbol of peace created. A boy who longed to be a hero becoming the most terrifying villain in existence. That would have been a fantastic tale," All For One said with a disappointed sigh. Dobby was in shock for a second. All For One knew all about this. Was he playing with strings all this time? How much of an effect did he make on what happened to Izuku, and what was that about All For One killing him? Dobby vividly remembers trying to commit suicide. His influence couldn't have been that much though. Izuku wasn't a villain. "Ah, but Izuku isn't a petty shit bitch." Dobby coughed up a triumphant smile. "I don't see why you're trying to act tough," the doctor said. Dobby snarled at him, but his eyes suddenly widened when he felt two heavy fingers on his forehead. "I had to let you go for someone who would have been greater. But that plan unfortunately collapsed. But luckily for me, you did not perish and now can be made useful. Both your quirk and your determination for a Nomu." All For One spoke. Dobby froze at his words. His quirk being taken was a given from this man, but being a Nomu. He has seen and fought several of those things, each and every one of them being amalgamations. Dead eyes, exposed brain and forced to be servants to a man who acts like a child and has never heard of chapstick. That was a fate he never wanted to meet. Dobby hated being scared, it reminded him of how small he was compared to his father. Being forced to remember his past was what Dobby thought to be his worst nightmare. But now, as he lays stuck on a cold metal table with All For One over him, two fingers pressed on his forehead with the imminent future of being a mindless beast. Before Dobby could get some words out or even think of what words to say, pain shoots through his entire body. All For One hums, a wicked grin on his lips, and he licks them. He feels relieved as he floods into Dobby. This is an experience he is quite familiar with, but this time is a lot more exciting. He was going to receive one of the most powerful quirks he has seen. It could kill someone in seconds from a distance. Most quirks with that power are touch related like his protege Tamura. But Dobby has just so much more power, more potential. It would be so pretty to watch and listen to people burn. All For One found the quirk. The light of blue and red swirling around each other. But what caught his attention was second light of a quirk. It was mostly white, but small wisps of green and brown swirled around. This confused All For One. He has heard of people having two quirks, but usually they either combine together at birth, like Kitsuki and Shoto, or through a huge amount of trauma. All For One shrugged, ignoring that fact. It would just mean he would receive a second quirk. It couldn't hurt. All For One reached out his spiritual hand, but paused when he took a closer look at Dobby's quirks. The blue and red quirk was attacking and trying to consume the other quirk, but it seemed unfazed. All For One became excited. Very few quirks showed activity in the unseeable state. He couldn't wait to get his hands on that quirk. He grabbed Dobby's quirk, his wide smile turning into a laugh. As soon as he touched it, he expected to reel the power inside of him. But that didn't happen. The quirk flared up and started consuming All For One. He was stunned and shocked, he attempted to fight back, but it seemed like the second quirk was protecting him. All For One growled. He pulled back from Dobby's head, stumbling onto his knees. His breathing had become hard and ragged, and he put a hand to his chest. Dobby snapped his neck over to the man on the ground. All For One's head was facing the ground, so he still couldn't see his face, but he didn't need to. The man was in pain. Dabi rubbed his thumb over his index finger and managed to create a tiny blue spark. Dabi smiled with a psychotic grin. Ha! That happened with Izuku, he couldn't take my quirk. Guess even your long existence couldn't compete with the destruction of my quirk. Dabi laughed, his throat was dry and it made it sound like a horse, but he kept going. Wheezing and coughing up laughter at the other man's misery. The doctor quickly ran up to All For One and tried helping him. But his small body was little help with the sheer size of All For One. The doctor guided All For One out of the room, with the large man grunting with exasperated breaths like he couldn't breathe. Dabi was still bellowing and laughing like a maniac as they left the room, shutting the door behind them. Author's notes. Dabi has been in there for 32 days if you were curious. I haven't made Arasergic a thing for a while as it was kind of unimportant. But here is a small mention of it again, the duo gaining ownership over Sweet Eerie. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Beware though, next one will mostly be filler, as the final exams were coming up then the training camp. Improving heroes. Izuku was currently in the UA staff room alone. He was currently preparing tomorrow's lesson plan for both Class 1 and Class 1B. It would be a combined lesson as the final exams are coming up which would lead to the training camp. So Izuku thought a good idea would have the classes communicate with each other beforehand. Izuku does know Class 1B feels slightly inferior to Class 1 as they have garnered more attention. The USJ being a huge reason for that and their superior performance in the sports festival, 12 out of the 16, and now they have an additional member from the general course. It does make sense, but it still is petty, especially from Nido. Izuku has to be honest, it does seem rude, but it is simply the truth. Class 1 is a lot better to actually teach than Class 1B. Class 1 is vibrant, several personalities that clash and run together, and they all seem to have a connection. Minor at most, but it is still more than Class 1B. Only seems like Itsuka, Niranjeki and Satsuna actually interact with everyone, while the rest seclude themselves in small groups. The atmosphere is also just severely dull in comparison, a lot more frowns and serious people. It also doesn't help that some of them still aren't very fond of him and Himiko. Izuku sighed but shrugged his shoulders, it wasn't his problem. It would be a simple exercise, problem solving then a small physical activity at the end. Because the main task of the lesson would be for Izuku to gather notes for improvements in hero costumes and support items for them to be able to utilize in the final exam. Izuku already had notes down to give them, but he also wanted their input as this would be for them when they become heroes. Suddenly, Izuku hears a knock on the door, no window. Izuku spins himself around. He was confused on who would be at the window. The only person that would be at the window is Himiko as she is quite an eccentric person. But currently she was annoying Vlad King so it wouldn't be her. Izuku craned his head around his desk to look at the hero. Who he didn't expect was the number 3 hero himself, Hawks. Izuku's eyes widened, Hawk smiled and waved before pointing down at the locked window. Izuku nodded his head, confusion still etched over his features. Izuku walked over to the window, he moved his hands to the lock and unlocked it for the bird hero. Izuku gripped the window and lifted it open. Hawk smiled and waved but did not come in. Thanks Hope, I can't come in otherwise the alarms will go off. Nezu has just disabled the air alarms for the time being. Hawk said. Izuku nodded his head but was still confused on why the hero was here. Yes but why are you here? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. Hawks laughed and looked away, trying to look casual and wearing a slightly sheepish expression. It does fit with his hero personality, effortlessly casual and flirtatious with the people he saves. Izuku has also heard he becomes deadly serious and against challenging foes, but Izuku nor the public has seen that side of him. Well, during your class's internships I got to take Tokoyami under my wing. I asked him a few questions about the USJ as I have heard something about it. Such as you and your partner helping to protect the students against a bioengineered creature. Hawk stated. Izuku still looked at him oddly, a frown coming to his face. So Tokoyami told you I worked here? Izuku asked, being slightly disappointed. Hawks chuckled and shook his head. Nah, all he said was that you two were acquainted with Nezu, no matter how hard I pushed. So I spoke with Nezu and was slowly explained that you both worked here as teachers. He does really seem to like you both. Hawks chuckled at the end. Izuku nodded his head, the disappointment washed away for thinking Fumikichi exposed him. But Izuku was still wondering why he was here. Hawks put his hand up to prevent Izuku from talking, being able to guess the boy's question. I'm here because I want in on the case. I know virtually nothing of it, but if it involves a vigilante that possess multiple quirks fighting creatures that possess multiple quirks, I want to be there to help. I'm not the number 3 hero for nothing. Hawks replied with a grin. Izuku sighed and shook his head. If you're required for the case you will be called. Until then, keep protecting Japan. Izuku replied. Hawks frowned and shook his head. Look Hope, I know there is a problem between you, All Might and Endeavor. But listen, I'm on your side. You have been such a huge impact for the communities of the abused, forgotten and discriminated. Something horrible is happening. My job as the number 3 hero is to protect the citizens all across Japan. Hawk stated. Izuku looked up at him, seeing sheer determination and earnestly in his eyes. But that doesn't change the facts. Look, several completely capable heroes are on the case. You will be contacted if your assistance is necessary. I appreciate the support and you also do excellent work. Now if you excuse me, I have to finish my work, final exams for the students are coming up. Izuku stated, turning around. Hawk sighed in defeat and nodded but quickly shot a feather forward. It quickly moved in front of Izuku and pointed towards him. Izuku flinched back, his eyes locked on the red feather hovering in front of him. Wait, I have one more thing to ask. Hawk yelled. Izuku his head, not changing the direction of his heels. I would like to speak with Tokoyami. I am interested in properly interning him. Hawk said. Izuku rose and eyebrowed him. He had noticed that Fumikage got slightly agitated every time the internship was mentioned. His hands clawing into his thighs. Something had upset him during internships. Knowing Fumikage, it was probably not learning enough. Izuku frowned and looked away. You can ask again when he gets his hero license, so you'll have to wait. Izuku stated calmly before walking back to his desk. He started doing what he was doing before. Hawk sighed, he closed the window before jumping off and began flying away. Itsuki huffed as he pulled his shoulder guard over his arm. He twisted the crappy aluminum coat until it made its click sound. Kitsuki let out a breath to release his building frustration. He'll need to get his costume refit. He considered himself pretty muscular when coming into UA, but he has been growing in both height and muscle, so now his already tight costume was squeezing the life out of him. He did some breathing to control his rising temper. He had needed anger management therapy for a while now. Since his relationship with his mother shifted since that horrendous day, any chance of him actually obtaining that is out the window. The best he's got is the internet and hard advice from Eraserhead. Itsuki bent down into his bag and grabbed his mask. He grabbed the small band that goes behind his head and clipped the magnetic clip. He shoved it into his hair that hid it. After the clip was in and the mask resting comfortably on his nose and around his eyes, he reached for his grenade gauntlets. He managed to shove the first one on before tightening it. Sometimes he was worried that it would cut off his blood flow. As Kitsuki was shoving his second gauntlet on, he felt a firm and rough hand grab his shoulder, shaking him. Kitsuki put his hand with the tight gauntlet over the other person's hand. He turned his hand to see the smiling face of Ijiro. Hey bro, you got it? He asked. Kitsuki nodded his hand and stood up. Tightening his second gauntlet as he stood up. He quickly scanned around the room, him and Ijiro being one of the last ones left as his costume has a lot of components. The only other ones are Tenya, Hanta and Yuga. Ijiro obviously staying behind for him. Alright, let's get a move on. Kitsuki grumbled, his eyes meeting Ijiro who smiled wider at that like it was some type of achievement. Hanta flipped up his visor that covered his face and top of his hair. He turned to the two of them and gave his signature flat blazing white teeth smile. The trio all walked out together, Kitsuki being in the middle. Ijiro and Hanta carried the conversation and dragged Kitsuki in when he could. He did try to add some things and keep the conversation going, but most of his answers remained short. Hey wait up. A voice shouted. All three boys turned around and saw the class president Tenya shooting out towards them like a truck. He stopped a few feet away, but his posture was still stiff and straight like a board. Hey Ida, what's up? Hanta asked, resting his chunky elbow on Kitsuki's shoulder who let it happen. Tenya bowed quickly before looking up. He still had parts of his costume in his arms. His elbow guards, arm guards, gloves and helmet. He wasn't wearing his glasses as his helmet would be put on his head instead. His razor black eyes rolled over the three before locking onto Kitsuki. Kitsuki raised an eyebrow at his robotic classmate. Apologies for slowing you all down. But Bakugo, I have a question that has been plaguing me for a while now. Tenya stated, his face unmoving in his position. Both boys nodded and looked over to Kitsuki, probably guessing what the question was. Kitsuki grunted and crossed his arms. Yeah, what is it? Kitsuki asked. Tenya looked slightly nervous, an expression that Kitsuki has never seen on his logical and stern class president. He shifted his eyes to his two friends next to him and could see that they looked slightly sheepish. Well, I have noticed of your brash and cruel attitude to our new classmate Yagi. Usually I would be appalled at this type of behavior from a Hero Corps student to a fellow classmate. However, I have gotten to know you a lot better since the start of the year, and I know you do and act with the best of reasons. So could you give me an explanation? Tenya asked. Itsuki felt his throat tighten. A soft growl emanated from him. He thought he was doing a good job at keeping his cool around Izumi. Kitsuki cracked his neck and looked away. He felt like an angry toddler for his current actions, and that was serving to piss him off more. What the fuck does "I know you do and act with the best of reasons" mean? It sounds like an insult disguised as a compliment, Katsuki thought. Katsuki was gritting his teeth, shoving all of the noises and words that he wanted to yell out and say. They deserved to know. Well, at least a reason or some minor explanation. He didn't trust them like he did with Denki, Achako and Kyoka. Well, maybe Ejiro. No, wait, yes, Ejiro. Hanta and Tenya just didn't understand him like those four. Denki, despite being slow and confused 95% of the time, he could understand others and think quickly. Achako was kind and cared about him, also having a strange vigilantism sense of justice in her that idly reminds him of Izuku. Kyoka was always that serious, trustworthy girl. He had never really communicated with her outside of Denki dragging her around with him. Despite her accidentally finding out about his secret, she thought clearly and was on his side. He knew he could trust her. The Ejiro was exactly like Denki, not academically smart but amazing at reading other people. He always seems to see the best in people, overlook the bad or mistakes they had made. He deserves to know. Katsuki lets out a breath, releasing his frustration. He nodded his head, a sneer still on his face, but his eyes not looking anyone to the eye. He coughed out all of the saliva clogging his throat, clearing it. I knew her, we went to the same school since kindergarten. Great friends along with my twin and another set of twins. They both had hero parents and already wanted to be exactly like that. Being a kid, me and my sister also had that dream, but since we were friends, we already had that idea increased. It only grew larger along with our egos when we all had powerful and flashy quirks. We were praised by everyone, it got to the point that we basically got away with anything. Seen as the next best heroes, we couldn't do any wrong. So when someone who also wanted to be a hero but didn't even possess a quirk, we thought it was laughable, so we had to put him in his place. Katsuki strained, his voice croaking as he face cringed at his own words. The other boys gasped at what Katsuki had said. Hanta raising a hand to his mouth. You discriminated and bullied a fellow classmate? Tenya asked shocked. Katsuki sighed and dropped his head. Bullied is light for what happened. It got to the point of the boy attempting suicide. He's fine, doing great now as well. Katsuki said, raising his hands before the other three could react poorly to his statement. They had already started to react but calmed down after he said those next words. Were you guys punished at all? Hanta asked, alarm was clear in his voice. Katsuki grunted and nodded his head. We were all blacklisted from every hero school except UA. 2 years of community service and volunteering at a villain rehab institution to connect and help out with juveniles trying to reform their lives. We had to keep a constant record on what we did. Detention, being late or getting a warning in class or the reform program would prevent any chance of getting a second chance. The rehab kids voted if we could take the entrance exam. I was the only one, Katsuki stated. The other boys looked shocked and slightly appalled. Tenya took in a deep breath and rubbed his eyes. He then looked over to Katsuki, his eyes had a certain look in them. Why weren't you all sent to juvie? Tenya asked. Katsuki snarled, his face turning to the wall and still facing away from the group. They had hero parents, well known and respected ones. They had enough power to deny that. Look, I was going to give up on being a hero, but the boy who I had abused made me continue on this path. Katsuki explained. Wait, the quirkless kid you Hanta started, his shocked tone slowly going down as the situation tensed, but Katsuki continued, nodding his head. Yeah, I apologized to him and reconnected. We are friends at this point. Katsuki said, a smile appearing on his lips as he remembered his encounter with Izuku. Okay, but why are you acting so cruel to Yagi despite acting the same? That is hypocritical. Tenya stated. Katsuki sneered and his smile fell. Yeah, but the difference is that I changed. She felt guilty for the result of her actions, but never tried to alter herself for the future. She is still the same Yagi I knew those years ago. Not only that, I was given a second chance by other people by changing, becoming better, and no longer being that egotistical asshole to those teens in rehab. She didn't change for other people, treated them the same as she always did, and managed to get in from her parents. She doesn't deserve to be here. You don't have to share my opinion, but for now, this is what I think. Katsuki finished. The group were silent for a while. The air thick and the tension teetering, like saying the wrong could set off the bomb. Ejiro grabbed Katsuki's shoulder and smiled softly, patting the ash blonde's back. That's manly man, not what you did but what you are doing to change. Now let's go before Izawa-sensei yells at us. Ejiro said, moving the group along. The others agreed and followed along. Katsuki and Ejiro slightly behind the other two. Softly he elbowed his friend's ribs, then whispered. I'll tell you the full story later. Ejiro's eyes widened before smiling and raising a thumbs up. The Chako wiggled her way into her tight costume. She is hoping to get that fixed soon. She gets red marks on parts on her skin from it. She put on the other parts of her costume. She had more components to her design the others, but they weren't difficult to go on and slid in with an easy click. Ichako had finished getting dressed and was putting her stuff back in her bag to leave when the other girls started to talk. "Hey Izumi, what's the deal with Bakugo and you? He seems to hate your guts," Mina asked, turning to their newer blonde classmate. Izumi flinched slightly as she turned to the pink alien girl. She looked incredibly sheepish as she rubbed the back of her head. Ichako was incredibly intrigued on what she would say. "Well, Bakugo and I used to be friends back in middle school, but we didn't end on good terms," Izumi answered. "Oh, gossip. What happened, girl?" Mina squealed excitedly and bounced to the very nervous and scared blonde. Ichako turned and left before she could hear anything else. She understood about what Kitsuki had said about her. She didn't like the fact that it happened and doesn't want to alter herself, not admitting it. It would be her future problem to deal with, so Ichako walked out. Izuku waited with Himiko at ground gamma. He was setting up his table where he would be sitting for most of the lesson. He wanted to give Himiko a shot at teaching as they were technically a teaching duo, despite Izuku being thrusted with most of the responsibility. Which does make sense, Izuku is more than capable to teach people in school, while Himiko needs to be taught. But he and Eraserhead have been helping her get her academics up. Himiko poked Izuku's shoulder. He looked over to her, who smiled widely and pointed in another direction. Izuku looked over and saw Eraserhead and Vlad King leading Class 1 and Class 1B, both classes sending a few glances to the other. Izuku shook his head but smiled. He gave Himiko a thumbs up and kissed her on the cheek before she bounced over to the groups. "Hello Class A and B," Himiko yelled, bouncing on the balls of her feet. The class all nodded, their eyes drifting over to Izuku, who had a regular table out in a training field. They all looked over to each other, confused as to why they were training together. The day is a simple lesson. As you all know, final exams are coming up and after that is the training camp. You all are going together, so I thought it would be better to get you all acquainted with one another. So everyone will find a partner, and it has to be with a member of the opposite class. During the lesson, Hope will call you over and talk about improvements you can make to both your skill and items just before the finals," Himiko said with a bright toothy smile. But there is an uneven number," Itsuka said, raising her hand with an uncertain tone to her voice. "Yeah, Shinso will be first and will swap with Class 1A members first, then Class 1B will be second," Himiko answered. Class 1B was confused and looked over. Shinso gave a tired wave, a capture weapon mimicking Eraserhead's around his neck. With him being here, the confusion of numbers threw Class 1B off, as they should have 20 students now. Momo then speaks up, noticing their confusion. "We have a new classmate," she said, motioning towards Izumi. The class all looked at her, and Izumi responded with a shy wave. Himiko shook her head, upset that they were getting off track. "You all heard her, find a partner from the other class. Shinso, go to Hope." Eraserhead spoke up, his voice showing his annoyance, although it was often there. The classes nodded and shuffled around, going to find some people they aren't familiarly with. Well, most of them. "Testu, bro," Ijiro yelled, walking over to his silver-haired friend. "Kiri, bro," Tetsu yelled back. The two came together and gripped each other's hands in a firm grip and pulled each other together to be in some sort of bro hug. "Hello Yaoi Rozu, would you like to be my partner?" Itsuka asked, walking up to her raven-haired friend she met at internships. Momo turned to her and smiled. "Of course, and you can just call me Amomo." She smiled at her friend. That was the last of the friends between the two classes. Awkwardly, the students managed to find someone to interact with. Denki paired up with Pony since he was actually pretty good at English and could communicate well with her. Mina and Satsuna connected with their weird personalities. Manga went to Koji as he seemed to be nervous and wanted to befriend the anxious boy. Sayu paired with Abara from their blunt and mostly expressionless personalities. Mizo and Jiroda paired since they had an intense battle in the sports festival. Fumikage and Shuhei paired with their quirk similarities and gothic style. Kaneko and Toru paired together with their weird and quirky personalities. Thenya and Niranjeki paired up with their logical minds and status in their class. Yui and Kyoka paired up since they both perfected and look extremely bored and uninterested. Mashrao and Tageru paired up with their different appearance from their quirk. Izumi paired up with Ryuko from Izumi going up to the shy girl standing off at the back and realized they had similar quirks. Isetsu and Hanta paired up with their happy-go-lucky personalities and relaxed nature. Rikido and Kajiro paired up together with Rikido approaching the other silent male. Ichako was approached by Rin, who then partnered together, but she has a sneaking suspicion that he is trying to flirt with her. Fyoki paired with Sen, with them mentally agreeing that the other options they had were horrible. Itsuki paired up with Juzo since the later saw him as the strongest in Class 1 and wanted to beat him. Kasei paired with Yuga since his last option was worse. Finally Minoru and Nito paired up because no one liked them. Hitachi walked over to Hope as his classmates found pairs. Hope sat down in his chair and looked over and smiled at the approaching Hitachi. Hitachi gave an awkward smile before sitting down. He had a folder in his hand that was translucent, letting Izuku see a few sheets of paper inside. "So Shinso, I hope you've enjoyed your time here in the heroics course," Hope said, grabbing a small book. Hitachi hummed and nodded his head, raising his hand and pulling his capture weapon down for his mouth to no longer be obscured. "Yeah, certainly interesting, but I'm happy to be here," Hitachi answered. Hope smiled and nodded his head. "Great, well first things first, did you make those costume designs I asked you?" Hope asked, motioning towards the folder Hitachi held. Hitachi nodded his head. "Yeah, they aren't drawn great though," Hitachi replied, unclipping the small button clip that held it closed. He grabbed out 4 pieces of paper and turned them to face Izuku so he could look at them. His drawing skill, well not certainly an artistic level, was certainly done well enough to see clearly what is illustrated. He had 4 different designs, which is more than what Hope had asked, but he was glad he had several references. Each one had a mask, as Hope said he would be getting one as a support item. He obviously didn't know what it would look like, so the mask looks like a simple face covering. The first design was a simple jumpsuit, a deep purple color with small bits of whites on the gloves and parts of the hood the design had. The second one reminded Izuku of a fantasy rogue or the character of Assassin's Creed. Black and gray with a hood cloak. He had a deep red V-neck that was mostly obscured by the cloak. The third costume was a lot heavier. It was obviously drawn to be baggier, and Izuku can see some attempt at protection over his clothing. Like large boots, elbow, wrist and knee guards. This design also didn't have hood like the other two, instead having a large black collar type design that surrounded his neck, which Izuku presumed was also protection. The fourth design was extremely lazy and less detailed compared to the previous 3. It was obviously simple like eraserheads, maybe even resembling pajamas. But Hope couldn't tell from the drawing. The one interesting thing Hope noted in the drawing was the sunglasses it had. Hope then looked back up at Hitachi. "These are all great, I can see the aesthetic you are aiming for. You are planning to become an underground hero, correct?" Hope asked. Hitachi nodded, confirming what Hope had just said. "Well, about the designs, I would like to sort of combine the first and third design ideas. Also the sunglasses are interesting. Perhaps having visors to protect your vision and eyes in battle," Hope explained, grabbing the first 2 sheets of paper. "Yeah, that sounds good," Hitachi replies, trying to hide the small bits of excitement welling up in him. Izuku grins. "Great. Next, how do you feel about this mask design?" Izuku said, opening the small book he has in his hands. He opened the page, and Hitachi saw a design of a mask. It was black and looked a bit chunky, knobs were on the side, and the front was like a shield, having the design of a speaker. There were a few cords or tubes on it, Hitachi couldn't really tell. But it looked badass. "That's awesome," Hitachi replied, his eyes wide in awe. Hope smiled with pride. "Excellent. Now that your costume design is sorted out, now your quirk improvements. Eraserhead told me that you've been testing the time of when you can take control of someone after they respond to you, the distance you can do it, and the duration you can keep them controlled," Hope said, scanning a page in his book. "Yes, I can wait about 2 minutes before taking control. As long as someone can hear my voice not distorted by electronics, I can take control even when they are far away and can't hear me. Although I can't command them. Then the duration is endless, but the more I activate my quirk and prolong the time of activation, I get a splitting headache," Hitachi replied. Hope nodded his head, dotted one thing down. "Great. I understand that your quirk doesn't work with higher brain function, but I think it's something with wording of your commands, so I have a few things you can say in this book," Hope explained, and Hitachi nodded. "Then, I also know that you want to go underground, but having connections with others is vital. Both heroes and villains. So try testing your quirk on other people here. I theorize that you can help teach others to do things while they are mind controlled and push their abilities to the max they can possibly do," Hope explained while sliding his small book over to Hitachi. Wordlessly, Hitachi grabbed it and opened it. The first few pages were designs and drawings with notes on what his costume should be. Next were questions on his quirks, on what could be achieved and what he needs to train in the future. The last note being, make friends. Hitachi looked behind, his eyes scanning the other students. But specifically he looked at Kitsuki, Achako, Denki and Kyoka. Those were definitely the 4 he was closest with in the hero course, but he wasn't really friends with them. Denki and Achako were really trying, but he wasn't doing the same. He used to believe that friends were unimportant and would inevitably be pointless, thanks to his villainous quirk, but maybe he should put his past permanently behind him. He heard Kitsuki say that and perhaps he should follow his lead. Rikito sat down at the other end of the table of Izuku. His large and broad body obviously making his posture stiff and awkward. Yet he still was calm and looked at Hope, waiting for what he had to say. Hope smiled up at him and grabbed another small book, similar to the one he gave Hitachi. "Hello Rikito, you ready?" Hope asked. Rikito smiled and nodded. "Yes, sensei," he replied. Hope smiled and opened his small book, flipping through the pages. "You have been making great progress with different techniques. Your uses of your breath is coming along well, but your fighting style is slow and messy. You have shown me that you can move and act quickly despite the speed issue your quirk has. But you are still sloppy, something we'll have to improve in the future. Blocking and countering is the main things that should be worked on." Hope listed, scanning the pages. Rikito nodded his head, agreeing with what he was being told. He feels like he isn't improving as fast as his classmates and needs to catch up, get better. But with those improvements that needs to be made, I have some questions about what else your quirk can do. Hope added, turning to the next page of his book. Rikito raised an eyebrow, wondering what he had to say. "Your quirk is specific on sugar, not just sweet items, right?" Hope asked, looking up at Rikito. "Yes, that was tested by scientists when I was young." Rikito confirmed and Hope nodded. "Great, well I'm sure that you've tasted all of these, but I want to see if there are specific differences in the 6 types of sugar, as well as how they are prepared in food." Hope stated, turning the book towards Rikito. Rikito looked curious and looked down. "I'm sure you have heard of all of these different types of sugars before as you are a baker, but I would like to see if there is a confirmed difference in benefits of what they give you. Also grab items like honey and fruit to see how it being prepared affects it. I would have mentioned this earlier, but different types of sugar really never came to my mind at the time," Hope explained. Rikito nodded and reached for the book. He grabbed it and quickly scanned the pages before smiling at Hope. He stood up the book, putting it down into his pocket. "Thank you Hope, I will certainly let you know of the results," Rikito replied, flashing a thumbs up before walking away. Aoki came over next, sitting down. Hope noticed how she was a lot less tense around him than when the year had started. She was obviously scared of him, more so than other students. Obviously intimidated by his ability to take quirks from others. He's glad she has become more trusting of him. "Hello Nanami." Hope greeted and Aoki smiled in return. "Hi Hope sensei. So, what do you have for me?" she asked, sitting down and moving her lavender hair out of the way. Hope nodded and turned his head. He grabbed his another small book and flipped through a couple of pages. "Well your quirk control has immensely improved. Going from spreading your heat everywhere or in bright lasers. Now you can make a proper heat wave attack, a wall of immense concentrated heat. Even created a super move by concentrating your heat into the ground to the point of spreading fire from where you stand. Also making the ground incredibly hot to the point of melting soles of shoes," Hope stated, before taking a pause and flipping to the next page. Aoki was smiling with a proud grin, happy with the praise Hope was giving her. "I mean, there isn't much else I can say. You don't need support items, and your costume already does an immaculate job at cooling your body. Other than Ajiro, you are the best student here at hand-to-hand combat, and you are incredibly strategic and have the ability to think on the fly. The only thing that can be improved on comes with experience. So put it in short, keep up the good work and don't slack off," Hope said, giving her the book. Aoki smiled proudly and bowed her head. "Will do sensei and thank you," she replied with a bright smile. Yuga came hopping to Hope. He grabbed the chair and vigorously yanked it out before slumping onto the chair. He held the back of the chair with his arm and leaned back, sitting sideways on the chair. The boy had a bright smile on his face and held his bright red glasses. "Bonjour Hope sensei," Yuga greeted. Hope is at this point unfazed by Yuga's eccentric actions and smiled at the blonde-haired boy. "Hello Aoyama, now let's get started," Hope said, not wasting time. He grabbed yet another small book and flipped open a few pages. "You've done several things with your quirk, it is powerful, possess long-range capabilities, the ability of mobility, along with stronger and larger attacks. I do suggest you add mirrors to the tips of your fingers and palm of your hand to direct you laser. But you still have 2 key issues," Hope stated. The final sentence making Yuga frown. "What would they be?" Yuga asked. "First of all, you hesitate a lot and seem to get scared very easily. Hesitation is a skill you have to unlearn as that is very dangerous when in a life or death situations. That will have to be unlearned through time. The second one is your quirk stamina. Despite having a strong quirk, you have very limited time of use. Extremely limited in comparison with most quirks, and I think I may have found the reason," Hope stated. At those words, Yuga perked up. Getting up on the chair, he slammed his hands on the table and leaned forward. "Really, what is it?" Yuga pleaded, his eyes wide. "Your diet," Izuku said, he then handed Yuga his small book. In here is a diet you should stick to, and it will greatly increase the limit you have on your quirk," Hope stated. Yuga excitedly grabbed the notebook and pocketed it. "Merci Hope, merci," Yuga replied before bouncing away. Fumikage arrived and wordlessly sat down. Dark Shadow sprouted up and laid its beak on Fumikage's shoulder. Hope smiled and grabbed the second notebook. "Thank you for speaking with me, Hope-sensei," Fumikage thanked, making Dark Shadow roll their yellow eyes. Hope chuckled and smiled at the raven-haired teen. "No problem Tokoyami, I'm always happy to help," Hope replied. He then cleared his throat and looked down at the small book, opening it up. "Alright, getting down to business, you have done very well. Learning different techniques in molding Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow can now drill and sharpen their fingers, cover you to increase your strength, speed and durability. Also I've noticed that you are attempting flight. Keep it that," Hope said, and Fumikage smiled, bowing his head. "Thank you," he replied. "No worries, but you still tend to focus on weaknesses, so your strengths aren't as strong as they could be. You have great ability to attack at ranges you can't even see, yet you tend to keep Dark Shadow close to you. You also are still worried about your control over Dark Shadow. I have informed you that your attunement with your emotions will power and control him, just trust yourself," Hope stated, and Fumikage nodded. "I understand Hope-sensei," Fumikage replied. "Alright, with that done, I have a question I want to ask you," Hope asked. Fumikage looked at him confused but jerked his head up. "Yes, what is it?" Fumikage replied. "What is your plan after school? Do you want to be Limelight, an underground hero, a nighttime hero?" Hope asked Fumikage. Fumikage looked over to Dark Shadow, both telepathically communicating with each other. They both looked in thought before Fumikage turned back to Hope. "I had never really thought about that. I had to overcome a lot of things to prove my worth to become a hero, so what came afterwards eludes me as it had yet to be important," Fumikage stated, Dark Shadow bobbing its head alongside him. Hope nodded and turned a few pages in the small book. "Understandable. So can I make a suggestion on what you should do?" Hope asked. Fumikage nodded. "Please do," Fumikage replied. Hope nodded and turned the book towards Fumikage. "Alright, I believe you should become a nighttime hero, but not entirely underground. Not enough heroes take nighttime shifts, and the ones who exclusively work at night are underground heroes. I believe having a looming threat of a powerful hero at the most crime-ridden time of the day is important, and I believe you can pull it off," Hope stated. "So if you are thinking of that, I suggest a costume redesign. It will still look almost exactly like the one you have now, but underneath your cloak will be tuxedo-like design seen in medieval vampire media. I think it would fit your aesthetic," Hope stated. Fumikage reached forward and grabbed the book. He brought it closer to his face to get a better look at it. Dark Shadow peered at the image as well and seemed incredibly impressed, making up for the lack of reaction from Fumikage. "Thank you Hope, I will do that," he replied. Hope nodded but suddenly remembered something. "Wait, the next page is the support item I suggested for you. The small finger holes to form Dark Shadow's claws into dark tendrils," Hope quickly yelled. Fumikage nodded before standing up and bowing his head. "Once again, thank you," he said once again. Toru sat down next, the only indication Hope got was her glove hitting the table. Hope turned and smiled at her. "Hello Hagakure, are you doing well?" Hope asked. He couldn't see her reaction, but her hands shook with excitement. "Well thank you, I've been getting a lot stronger and better at fighting," Toru exclaimed, and Hope nodded his head with a smile. He had to agree, Toru has improved a lot. "I could tell. Your fighting abilities still need to be improved, but you have made incredible progress from where you started. I do have one thing to say and one thing to test," Hope said. "Yeah, go for it," Toru exclaimed. Hope smirked, grabbing the small book he must have for every student. He then also pulled a coin from his pocket and moved over to Toru. "Can you give me your hand?" Hope asked, and Toru gave an affirming hum. "Keep your palm open," Hope told her as he removed her glove with one hand while still holding it with the other, so he doesn't lose it. He then placed the coin on her palm before letting go of her palm. Toru was curious and happy obliges to see what Hope was trying to see. "No close your hand," Hope asked, and Toru obliged, concealing the coin in her invisible hand. But to her surprise and Hope's delight, it disappeared in her hand. "Wait, what? But that doesn't happen when?" Toru said, shocked, before moving the coin. So it was visible again, yet Toru was still holding it. "I thought so. When you eat food, as soon as it goes down your throat it does become invisible. That is because your entire body is invisible and transparent to light, able to conceal things you hide as if it wasn't there. But if a little bit of light can see the object, it will be reflected and exposes the object," Hope stated. Toru bounced up, pushing the chair back as Hope presumed she stood up. "Wow, you are incredible Hope-sensei. I can't believe you know so much about my own quirk," she said excitedly, making Hope chuckle. "Why thank you," Hope replied. Well, that was the test. I have a suggestion you can choose to have or ignore. Hope said. Yep, what is it, sensei? Toru asked. Hope opened the book and read a few of the notes he writ down. The student here has quirk that makes him unable to wear his clothes while activating his quirk. To combat that, his hero costume has been entirely made from his hair. Your costume has you practically naked, which is quite dangerous in all situations. No advantage other than making you fully invisible. I'm suggesting you give it a go of having your hero costume constructed from your hair. Someone with a hair will give you incredible hair before taking it off and making it into a costume. Hope suggested as he handed the book to Toru. I will definitely consider it, Hope-sensei, she said excitedly before turning and hopping away. Denki came walking down to Hope's table with his signature bright smile. Hope looks up and smiles at his approaching student. Denki waves over at Hope. Hey sensei. Denki yelled. Hope waved over at Denki as well. Hello Kaminari. Hope replied. Denki then sat down in the chair, pulling it up to be way too close to the table. Hope reached over and grabbed another small notebook. Hey Hope, before we start. Can I ask if you have an idea on what I can do to my attacks a lot better? Denki asked. Hope smirked as he skimmed through the book in his hands. Once he found a page, he punched his thumb into the page and looked over to Denki. Why, what a specific request that I have somehow met. Hope smiled as he turned the direction of the book towards Denki. The idea is to make fire out a copper disc that acts as a powerful lightning rod. You can pick what disc to aim at with a knob, so it doesn't matter if you miss. Hope explained, pointing at several parts of the support item. So it requires thought? Denki sheepishly asked. Yes. Hope quickly replied. Arg, damn it, well, if I can avoid shocking my teammates, it will be worth it, Denki said. Hope sighed and shook his head, putting his hand on Denki's shoulder. Hey, look at me Kaminari, you are not stupid. You are a lot smarter than what you believe and look at things different than what others see. You aren't stupid Kaminari, Hope said sternly, hoping to get that across to him. Denki nodded his head and smiled at Hope, but he can't tell if he got across to him. Thanks sensei, Denki replied, flashing a thumbs up. Hope sighed and nodded his head before sitting back in his chair. Alright, what's next? Denki asked. Hope hummed as he grabbed the book again. Not a lot. You've done well with learning about your quirk and new things you can do. Although control is still difficult, that isn't something I can fault you on. You also have gotten extremely good at quirkless combat, especially with a bow staff. So all I can do is ask you a question. What is your idea of what type of hero you want to be? Hope asked. Denki pondered for a moment before answering. Yeah. I want to be someone who gives the young kids smile who struggle to get up. Who are stuck in a hospital or feel like their parents don't love them. I want to give all of the kids in the world a reason to smile and be happy, Denki stated. Hope nodded, slightly taken aback by his answer. It seemed oddly personally, but Hope wasn't going to question it. Not yet at least. Amazing, I fully support that idea. So how about a costume redesigned to be more appealing and eye-popping to kids? Hope suggested. Denki tilted his head to the side. You are very eye-popping and bright, but your costume is black and simple. It doesn't have to be anything complicated, but perhaps a different color palette and pattern. I suggest going for something more white and orange with your jacket being split with a lightning bolt design. Hope suggested, showing Denki the design he came up with for Electric Blonde. Denki in response had his eyes go into saucers. Enya came running down and quickly greeted Hope, who greeted him in return. Then statically like a robot, bowed, pulled the seat out, sat down and pushed himself in. The seriousness in his expression worried Hope as to how much a human can resemble a robot. Straight to the point, I see. Well Iida, you have greatly improved your battle mentality from when you started this year. Also broadened your abilities to not be a one-trick pony. Grabbing, punching, kicking and even your abilities to leap have immensely improved. But you still struggle against multiple opponents, really thriving in one-on-ones. So I have a support item idea, Hope stated. Enya raised an eyebrow, obviously intrigued. Hope opened the small book he had and showed his concept to Tenya. This will go on your calf, these parts connecting to your exhausts. They produce quite a lot of flames, and this will amplify that, allowing you to swing your leg and create a wave of fire 10 meters away, Hope stated. Tenya blinked and nodded his head, clearly impressed. That is an excellent idea, Hope-sensei, I will ensure you I will make great use of this, Tenya stated stiffly. Hope nodded and smiled. I know you will Iida, but work on your problem of right and wrong. You still see the world in black and white. Broaden your spectrum and maybe volunteer at a villain rehabilitation center. That might help you see things clearer, Hope suggested. Enya paused when Hope mentioned the villain rehab. He remembers that being a punishment Bakugo participated in after his villainous deeds he did. He also remembers Bakugo saying he enjoyed the experience and it was eye-opening. He wonders if he should ask Bakugo for pointers on which one to go to. I will definitely consider it, sensei. Tenya said. Mina slipped down into her chair, wearing a happy and bright smile. Her hero costume had been slightly altered as she requested it to be changed a while ago. She now had white gloves with a gold highlight at the end. Her dress was actually less splotchy in large areas, but still having the same colors, and her small jackets actually fit her. Hello Hope, what do you have for me? Mina asked, shooting Hope finger guns, which he happily returned. Positive feedback. You have an excellent style with your dance and have a great ability to both move and attack. Your acid consistency still needs some work, but you're doing great. Hope praised. Mina smiled and raised her fist into the air before pumping it down with an excited grin. Hell yeah. She said, happily, making Hope laugh. Yes, you are. But I have one suggestion that you could do. I've noticed that you have the ability to harden your acid, and I've read up on it. I believe you can make constructs from your acid like walls and barriers. Try doing that. Hope suggested. Mina smiled and raised her thumb. Yes sir. She salutes. One more thing before you slide away. I know that this hero business isn't a joke to you, but you need to make sure others won't think that way, okay? Hope told, and Mina nodded. Will do, sensei. She then waved before sliding away. Ioka came walking over, her hands in her jacket pockets. She wore a tired expression on her face, which is a mix of boredom and actual exhaustion. Himiko has really been keeping them on their toes while he handles this. She sat down and tried wiping the tiredness from her eyes. So, how am I doing? Kyoka asked, looking over at Hope. Hope hummed as he grabbed another small book. Well, in both quirkless combat and quirk utility. Also, being the best at stealth in the class is an incredible achievement. But you are struggling to communicate with your classmates. Hope stated, skating through his notes. Kyoka raised an eyebrow at what he said, confused on what he was saying. What do you mean? Kyoka asked, trying to get clarification. Both you and Bakugo suffer from this. Deviating from being kind and nice. I'm not saying change how you act, but understand that you come off crude and uninterested. Just learn what situations you need to be kind in, so you can make your teammates trust you and resolve the panic in civilians. Hope said. Ioka slowly nodded, accepting that feedback. Hope then opened the book and showed it to her. I also have an additional support item you may want to use. These attach to your jacks, and when you jam them into someone, you can pulse your heartbeat into them. Hope stated. Kyoka nodded her head before standing up and leaving. Minoru came running over. He had to jump a bit to even make it onto the chair because of his ridiculous short height. Hope was still weary on this kid because of his past actions, but he is willing to give the boy the benefit of the doubt. Alright, let's start, Mineta. Alright? Hope asked. Minoru gulped and gingerly nodded his head. He was still scared of Hope, but Hope couldn't tell if it was from his quirk or the death glares he has given the boy on several occasions. He would feel bad if the grapehead didn't deserve it. You clearly are intelligent and have shown great uses of his quirk. But you kind of are a coward and need motivation to perform actions. If you are serious about becoming a hero, please get serious or you will have to be expelled. Do you understand? Hope stated seriously. Minoru squeaked before gingerly nodding his head. Hope sighed and shook his head, disappointed once again. That's all I had to say, you can go now. Hope stated. Minoru nodded and quickly left. Ejiro walks over with a bright smile. His face was bright red and sweat was dripping off of him like water balloons. Looks like he has been training hard with Tetsutetsu. Hope smiled as he came over and sat down. Hey Hope sensei. Ejiro greeted, wiping the sweat off of his face. I see you're training hard. You also are doing incredibly well and have been learning how to increase your hardening and fusing parts of your body together. The only thing I can say is keep being manly, Kirishima. You've been doing amazing. Hope praised. Ejiro smiled and flexed his guns. You got it, Hope sensei. He said with a bright smile. Masharao came over and sat down. He did it in a slightly awkward position because his tail would be pressed up against the back of a chair. Hope grabbed his small notebook and looked over at Masharao with a grin. Hello Hope. Masharao greeted. Hello to you too, Ejiro. Getting this over quickly as I'm running out of time. You've been doing incredibly well. You can match Carmilla in quirkless combat and your tail packs a powerful punch. You've also learned to use it as an incredible pivot and boost of speed to keep up pressure. You've been incredible. The only qualm I have is your terrible costume. Hope smirked. Masharao groaned and laughed playfully. He nodded his head and looked over to Hope, who was holding out a small book for him. Yeah. Masharao sighed. Look over those designs I made and change them to how you see fit. Hope stated. Masharao thanked him before standing up and walking away. Momo was next to come over. She sat down with a soft smile and Hope gave her one in return. He cracked his fingers and grabbed his small book that he has been randomly pulling out this entire time. So Yayoi Rozu, have you constructed any more complicated objects? Hope asked. Momo nodded and turned around and grabbed the book she had sitting on her back and opened the page. Yes, I have. Momo smiled as she handed the book to Hope. Hope took it and started flipping through, going to later pages as he had already read the first couple of pages. She had a drone, camera, motion sensors, tripwires attached to explosives, a flamethrower, even a gun for just in case, and she has been writing notes and what to create before forming elements like fire and smoke from her body. Hope smiled before handing it back. Excellent, exactly what I wanted from you, Yayoi Rozu. Hope grinned. Momo have a shy smile as she took the book back. Thank you. She replied. Okay, Yayoi Rozu, you have been an incredible student. Intelligent and strategic, and you also have a great sense to lead. You'll make a great pro hero. Hope said. Momo smiled, but it dropped when Hope started talking again. As soon as you get over your confident issues. Hope said. Momo dropped her head, looking upset. Hope sighed, he leant forward and put his hand on her shoulder. Hey, you are amazing, Yayoi Rozu. I know that, your friends know that, and every single one of your classmates know that. Everyone knows except for you. You don't have faith in yourself, and that is what's letting you down. You intelligent, strong and reliable. Stop letting those dark thoughts in the back of your head bring you down, okay? Hope said. Momo sniffled, tears were pacing on the lip of her eyes, but she wiped them away. She then looked up and smiled at Hope. Thank you, sensei. She said softly. Hope smiled and helped her up. He then reached over and grabbed a small book and handed it to her. Before you go, look at the costume designs in here, and yes, you have to change your costume. It is not negotiable. Hope said in a joking tone, but he was still serious that she didn't have a choice. Momo gave a sheepish laugh and dropped her head. She then turned and waved to Hope before going back to training. Sai walked over to Hope for her turn. Hope was currently sorting things out on his desk as he moved a few things around. Sai grabbed the chair and pulled it out. She was about to sit down, but Hope raised his hand and stopped her. Don't bother sitting down, he said. Sai was surprised but didn't sit down, letting go of the chair. You are an acrobat, incredible technique and skill. You are aquatic and have mastered your camouflage ability. The only thing I can tell you to do is work on your upper body strength if you have to push or carry someone, Hope stated sternly. Sai's eyes were more wide than usual but nodded her head. She then spun on the balls of her feet and walked back. Koji captiously walked over before sitting down. Hope smiled kindly at him as he took a seat. The boy shaking raised his hand as a small wave, and Hope waved back. Hello, Koda. You are doing well, being able to work around your animals efficiently is incredible. I know bugs still scare you, but I promise they aren't bad. Just work on that, okay? Hope asked. Koji gave a small nod. He was making eye contact with Hope, so that was progress on his crippling social anxiety. Hope then turned and grabbed a small book he has been using with everybody. He then handed it to Koji and he slowly took it. In here is where you can find a support dog. I think you might need it, Koji. Talk about it with your parents, okay? Hope asked. Okay. Koji answered in a soft voice, making Hope grin madly. Without the boy seeing, of course, it would probably scare him half to death. Hanta strolled over to Hope and sat down. He jerked his head up and gave his signature triangle grin. Sup? He greeted, making Izuku roll his eyes. Hello, Hanta. Hope greeted back and grabbed his small book. You are doing well, but you become clumsy when you don't take someone out quickly. You need to focus on other ways to take others down than just wrapping them up in tape. You can pull them towards you or pull yourself towards them. Also, here are some ways you can make an enemy fumble by tape placement on them. Hope explained, handing the small book over. Hanta grabbed it and opened the book. He read the words and looked at the drawings, understanding the latter on what to actually do. He then smiled widely and pocketed his book. Thanks, Hope-sensei. He smiled before getting up and walking away. Mizo sat down, his large stature making him loom awkward. He certainly was sitting weirdly to make up for it. Hey Shoji, you ready to start? Hope asked. Mizo just nodded his head in response. Hope grabbed a small book and opened, licking his finger as he turned the page. Shoji, you are an extremely capable student, serious and calculative. Your fighting style has immensely improved and you have gotten a lot better at protecting your legs and using that in combat. But don't be shy at kicking someone, it isn't a bad thing. You have used your senses well and effective and now can climb by stretching your arms. I do have a support item idea I want to run by you. Hope stated. Yeah, show me. Mizo said, leaning in closer. Hope nodded and turned the book for Mizo to see. These are shield knuckledisters. They look like an iron ball with a few spikes. While that is active, you will have a fist. There are lenses inside that come out when you switch them to an eye and also noise amplification to hear better when you change them into an ear. Hope explained. Mizo nodded, his eyes surprised and expressed. Well, thank you, I would love to make that of use. Mizo stated. Hope smiled and handed him the small book. Mizo grabbed the book, thanked him one more time before leaving. Ichako walked over and took a seat. Her cheeks were bright red and her eyes were slightly unfocused. She was pushing herself and testing her limits. She seemed to be getting better at managing herself to not break her. I see you've been training hard, Uraraka. But remember to not push yourself to the extreme. Hope reminded. Ichako huffed and nodded her head. I know, Kaken will tear me a new one if I did that. Ichako sighed. It took her a second, but she suddenly sprung up and covered her mouth with her hand. Hope was confused at why she suddenly panicked before he got an idea. I already know Bakugo is staying at your place, Uraraka, like how I know you know about me and him. Hope said. Ichako's eyes widened before realization dawned her. She removed her hand from her face and put her hand over her chest, taking a deep breath. She then looked around cautiously before looking back at Hope. She went to open her mouth, but Hope interrupted her. Not here, we can talk at a later date, but it isn't the time nor place here. Hope said. Ichako nodded her head, sucking in a breath that had previously escaped her. Now you have done incredibly well at managing your quirk. Flying and quirkless fighting you practically become a master at. Keep working on your quirk skills and you'd be an amazing hero, Uraraka. Hope smiled at her. Ichako gave a bright smile in return, bouncing up from her seat. Yes. Thank you, Hope-sensei. Hope handed her the small book before she sprinted off. Itsuki came walking down. He pulled the chair out before taking a seat. He sighed and cracked his neck. The scent of caramel steamed from him and it filled Hope's nostrils. Yet he didn't waver at the boy. Hello Kitsuki, how have you been? Izuku asked, grabbing another small book. Kitsuki hummed and cracked his fingers, slapping his cheeks to wake him up. I've been doing good, living with round cheeks has been great. Kitsuki said offhandedly, trying to be casual, but Izuku caught the slight redness in his cheeks. That's great. Your quirk skills are impeccable, so all I have are costume improvements. Izuku stated, opening the book and turning it towards Kitsuki. Kitsuki shifted in his chair and moved forward, twisting his head to see. Some cleats for your boots to stay in the ground as you let out powerful explosions. More protection on your back if you are slammed into things, and some air plugs that turn on when you are about to activate your quirk. Izuku explained. Kitsuki hummed and nodded his head. Great, I'll take those. Kitsuki said as he grabbed the small book and pocketed it. He then looked back to Izuku. Is that all you wanted from me? He asked. Nope. Izuku said, a smiling pulling onto his lips. Kitsuki nodded and looked back to him, waiting for Izuku to speak. Ask Uraraka out. Izuku smirked. Kitsuki eyes widened, he went to open his mouth but started coughing as he choked on his saliva. He huffed before glaring at a smirking Izuku. It's not like that. He growled. Hope laughed and shook his head. Tell me that when you aren't blushing red. I want it done before next term. Izuku continued, his confident smile never leaving. Kitsuki growled before stomping his feet and walking away, making Izuku laugh. Izumi slowly walked towards the table Hope sat at. She was nervous and terrified. She had her head down and forced her shaking legs to move. Izuku was focused on everything that was on his desk that was not the approaching student coming to his desk. Izuku heard a chair scraping before someone sitting down. He did not look up, instead flipping through his book that was on Izumi. So let's make this quirk. You have good quirk control, but can't pick out small parts in an object, so I suggest having a cloth on you to act as a hand so you can flip things at a distance. Also, I suggest wearing some visors to protect your eyes as you become powerless when blind. Izuku simply stated, passing the book over to her. Yes. Izumi replied quietly, taking the book and putting it in her pocket. Izuku looked away, refusing to even meet her eyes. Izumi gulped and calmed her breathing. She was not going to cry, she did not deserve to cry. If anyone deserved to cry right now, it would be her brother sitting in front of her. Izumi looked over him, indicating his features. He was wearing a mask that obscured most of his face, but she could still see how much he has changed. He was no longer shorter than her, now being at least 5'8" and now visibly muscular. She can see his red horns and purple patches of skin. It still is incredible that the person in front of her is the same brother she knew over 2 years ago. Well, same is vague. This wasn't the feeble Izuku she used to know. He was stronger, smarter and better. She had to do this now, she knew it wouldn't change anything, but it is at least to say something rather than nothing. Listen Izuku, I know this won't change how you feel or what happened. But just now I am terribly sorry. If I could, I would go back in time to change what had happened in a heartbeat. I know we may never be family again, but I just wanted to tell you that I am sorry. Izumi explained, getting that rant off of her chest. Izuku had not once looked up at her. Izumi looked down sadly, but she did not expect anything different. She stood up, turned around and walked away. As she was leaving, Izuku finally looked over to her. He sighed and shook his head. "You still have a long way to go," he thought as she walked away. He then looked around at the other students. "Well, Class 1B is next," he thought. Shigaraki looked at the three people in front of them. All of them being vastly different from the other. He looked over to Kurogiri, the one who brought them here, with an unamused look. Kurogiri shook his head, making Shigaraki growl. He squared up and looked at the three villains who were interested in joining the league. The first person was a girl, her hair long and black, but the very tip being yellow. A black band holding the end together, separating the yellow and the black. She was about 5'8" in height and she had dark eyeshadow under her eye. She seemed stern and had a resting bitch face, making Shigaraki sneer behind his mask. She had a fiery red jacket with a maroon undershirt and red jean pants. She basically screamed fire. She seemed to be trying too hard to be edgy. The second one was a male, Shigaraki thinks. He really couldn't tell, they were acting disgusting and proactive, and it was pissing him off. They were standing at 5'4", and they have white hair like ice and lightning blue eyes. They also had a white crop top with small jean shorts. Knives obviously poking out of their pockets. But the interesting part about their looks were the glowing blue veins covering their entire body like cracks. They also wore long gloves, so perhaps their quirk was based off of touch. The last man was a giant compared to the other two, standing at about 6'10". They were hugely broad and wore a large black leather jacket, but it did little to conceal the muscular figure of the man. They had bright orange crab claws instead of hands and had a metal mask that covered the entirety of his face, minus the mouth. It kind of looked like a crab head. He seemed like the takes no shit type of guy. Shigaraki looks around at the three with narrowed eyes, despite only one being visible. After about 30 seconds of silence, he crossed his arms over his chest and lifted his pinky in the air. In his raspy voice he opened his mouth. "So what reasons do you rats have to join us?" Author's notes. Okay, more unimportant ox, but they are needed because both Dabi and Himiko aren't participating in the training camp raid. Are you guys also interested to see Class 1B final exams, or do you not want me wasting time on a pointless chapter? Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, tentacles, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, rock manipulation, echo, hacked, stasis, storage, resilient, ember, hard blood, focal vision, energy consumption. Not active. Overhaul. Quirk limits. Izuku sat in Dragaba Beach, a clearing had been made so now the ocean was visible from the caravan. Izuku and Himiko had been cleaning the beach, but it was mostly still a dump. It was intentional in order to not bring tourism back, as if that happened, they'd lose their home. Currently Izuku was alone as Himiko went to the shops to buy sweets. To pass the time, Izuku was messing with his quirks. He had been desperately trying to improve them, but to no avail. He wonders if the original All for One was a lot better and quirk fusing and buffing than he was. He was trying to buff or fuse his quirks. Take elements out of one and implement them into another. But he was having little success. See, you can't just fuse any quirk, they have to connect and relate. You can't combine a cephalopod quirk with laser eyes quirk. Currently Izuku only had 4 combined quirks. Heavy skeleton was a mixture of metal bones and bone manipulation. 2 bone quirks that did different things but melded into one, otherwise they contradicted each other. Strong impact was fueled with 3 different strength quirks, as strong impact was a large rush of unrivaled strength. Echo was a scream quirk mixed with a ricochet quirk. Working out as the ricochet quirk could work with most of his quirks. The hacked, well, they were 2 specific technology-based quirks, and usually they are easily combinable. But no matter what Izuku did, he couldn't just alter the quirks. Maybe he could combine those quirks because they were easy. The Todoroki twins do have opposite quirks combined into one, so it shouldn't be impossible to do. So why is it being so difficult? Does he have to do it a different way? Izuku paused as he went into thought. Could he do what he was trying to do better? He honestly has no idea, but it wouldn't hurt to at least try. Izuku sat down and opened his palms. He steadied his breath before he dived into his own quirk. Izuku felt the rush as he usually did as he accessed the quirk potential of someone else. Izuku moved towards the spiky rainbow-colored quirk as dark tendrils tried to attack him. These tendrils were too slow to even come close to hurting Izuku. It wasn't like Dabi's as the fire burned everywhere to try and kill you. Izuku simply dodged the wild flailing and moved through the gaps in All for One. Izuku entered an empty space which was different from entering the quirk potential. He looked around and spotted all 19 of his quirks. They all glowed and moved around freely, acting differently depending on what they did. The only exception was the quirk overhaul, completely emotionless and emitting no light. The reason for that was it was yet to be active. Izuku floated around and tried looking into quirks. He wanted to improve them, enhance them further. Test the absolute limit of what his quirk could achieve, but he didn't know how. He couldn't just shove two quirks together to form a new one. He could with the previous quirks because they were similar. Now, he only had items with similarities that act differently. Izuku continued to try and test everything, but nothing was working. As time went in, he was increasingly getting more frustrated. As Izuku's anger rose, he grabbed a quirk. Tentacles. Another quirk was rolling towards him, and Izuku picked that quirk up and grabbed it too. Rock manipulation. Grunting in annoyance, Izuku shoved the quirks together, growling in annoyance. The two quirks clashed and refused to cooperate, but Izuku was so worked up that he continued to use brute force. The manipulation was struggling to cooperate against the body augmentation of the tentacles. The fact the tentacles were flesh also struggles, but Izuku continued to press. The light of the quirks expanded brightly that would be equivalent to blinding. But Izuku was currently in the empty space of quirk potential. Izuku decided to become more ruthless, deciding to damage the body augmentation of the tentacles and the flesh of it. But as Izuku was going to attack the rock manipulation, quirk pain erupted through him. Izuku's eyes shot open and he felt sweat covering in. Groaning at the weird tingling feeling that was buzzing throughout his entire body. Izuku rubbed his eyes and slowly lifted himself up. Izuku raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Izuku shook his head and tried to startle himself awake, but something caught Izuku's eyes. His hands, something Izuku has recognized to be purple. He had gotten so accustomed to his purple hands that it was shocking to not see them. Instead of the bold purple he's come to love, his hands were a dull beige, almost gray color. Did it work? Izuku slowly stood up, staring at his hands as he did. He then pointed his left hand forward and concentrated it into a tentacle. He felt his hands ache, but nothing was happening. He couldn't feel his quirk pulsing or even anything. Sudden panic washed over Izuku. Did he break the quirk? Izuku then attempted to activate rock manipulation. The ground around him moved and rocks started floating around him. Izuku was confused. Did that quirk explosion not harm rock manipulation? Is it because it is rockier and harder? Is his hands being dull now a result of him losing tentacles? Izuku bent down and put his hands to the ground. He tried to summon the tentacles on the ground, but it had a different result to what Izuku was expecting. The ground converge emote being created as the rocks turned slimy and extended out of the ground like a tentacle. Izuku's eyes widened and tried making more. 5 more tentacles sprouted around him. Izuku smiled, his eyes glistening. Izuku was excited. Previously his quirk limited to the tentacles he could create. There didn't seem to be a limit now. But as Izuku got distracted by this newfound knowledge, another new quirk fired up. Running up into his hands, suddenly the ground around Izuku broke, small particles flying upwards, and Izuku's eyes widened. Overhaul now had room. Izuku was currently playing with Eri, getting her comfortable with toys. She was so excited to see her savior again she could barely contain her excitement. Himiko had come as well, but Eri was still cautious around new people. Fear of strangers still striking fear to her, so Himiko was idly standing off to the side. She was smiling though. Watching Eri and Izuku play was cute and pleasing to watch. Izuku was incredible with other people, and she struggles to see people finding reasons to dislike her boyfriend. But Himiko couldn't keep her attention focused for long as his eyes started to wander. They were currently in Eraserhead's apartment. Honestly, it was bigger than what Himiko expected, seeing as the man mostly ate jelly packs and sleeps wherever as long as he has his sleeping bag. It was a nice living room, something that reminded her of her old family. The kitchen was tiny but was in plain view of the living room. From the kitchen was a hallway that led to a bedroom, 2 spare rooms and the bathroom plus toilet. Himiko's continued searching and noticed a few weird things. There were random boxes lying around. Now, Eraserhead isn't a neat freak by any means, and honestly wouldn't care if things become disorganized if they weren't related to work. But the rest of his apartment isn't like that because the tired hero just doesn't have a lot of stuff. With a question in mind, Himiko spun on her feet and walked over to Eraserhead, who was currently making popcorn. She tapped him on the shoulder, which caused the tired hero to turn towards her. Himiko flashed a bright smile and excitedly waved. "Hey Grumpy, why are there boxes randomly sprawled around?" Himiko asked. Eraserhead swore under his breath, which made Himiko raise her brow, becoming intrigued. He sighed before turning towards Himiko. "This joke is moving in to help with Eri," Eraserhead said, trying to be as serious as possible, but that doesn't prevent the bright cheeky smile erupting onto Himiko's mouth. She snickered before grabbing him into a hug. "Oh, you and Emi are finally becoming parents," Himiko teased. Eraserhead growled and pushed Himiko off of him. This is for business. Nothing else." Eraserhead scowled, turning his attention back to the microwave. Himiko just smiled and shook her head, leaning back and crossing her arms over her chest. She looked at Eraserhead with an amused expression. Keep telling yourself that shoddy, but seriously you should totally date her. Himiko replied happily, which only enticed a grumble out of the raven-haired man. Eraserhead was driving a car with Izuku and Himiko in the back. He told them to get in, but gave them no explanation to what they were going, or why they had to get in the car, as they all knew fully well that they could get to their destination faster than a car. The duo tried asking Eraserhead questions, but he only replied with, "Be patient. Or you'll see when we arrive." So the duo just sat quietly. They didn't talk because the only thing on their mind is where Eraserhead was taking them. So they stubbornly waited for them to arrive at their destination. Oddly enough, Eraserhead takes them into a quieter part of the city that also seems around middle class. But what catches their attention is Eraserhead pulling up in front of one of the houses. "Alright, get out. We're here," Eraserhead said with a tired voice. "What?" Izuku and Himiko respond, equally as confused, but Eraserhead ignored it as he hopped out. Nevertheless, the other two followed out. Eraserhead walks up the stairs, walking to the door of the house. Izuku and Himiko follow but are extremely hesitant. They still have zero clue on what they were doing or what was going on. Eraserhead reached into his pocket and grabbed out some keys. He put them into the door and twisted the lock open. He opened the door but he didn't walk inside. Instead he turned his head and looked back at Izuku and Himiko. "Stop wasting time, get in," Eraserhead said in an annoyed tone. The two nodded, but the confusion was still incredibly evident on their face. The two cautiously stepped inside the house. It looked plain, 2 rooms were visible from the entrance, but that was about it. Literally it, there was no furniture or evidence that anyone lives in this house. Both turned back to look at Eraserhead. "Shoda, there's nothing here?" Izuku asked, completely bewildered. Eraserhead nodded his head, understanding the confusion. "Because no one lives here. You guys haven't moved in yet," Eraserhead answered, throwing Izuku the keys. Using both hands, Izuku cupped the keys and brought them to his chest. His brain had to take a second to process, but when he did, he looked back up to Eraserhead with his mouth agape. "Me and Nezu did tell you we'd get you both an actual place to stay," Eraserhead stated. Himiko came up to Izuku, giving him a side hug as her eyes were glued to the keys. Izuku covered his mouth with his hand, tears running down his cheeks. Himiko had spots welling up around her eyes as well. The two rushed forward and engulfed Eraserhead to the ground, crying their eyes out while giving the man their thanks. This would be one of the few times you will be able to see Eraserhead smiling. Author's notes. Sorry for the short chapter, but I wanted to get some of the filler things out of the way before shit hits the fan. I also wanted to explain the limited fusion Izuku has done, as you can't just fuse any quirk you want together. Although he now can do different things with his quirk, he now has regained feeling in his patches of skin and no longer can form tentacles from his body. So he gained and lost with the fusion. Also, if you are interested in my story, go ahead and read To Prove Myself, which is Izuku as a quirkless vigilante. Izuku's quirks. Underlined equals combined. Bolt, heavy skeleton, earth tentacle orbit, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, echo, hacked, stasis, storage, resilient, ember, hard blood, focal vision, energy consumption, overhaul. Not active. Final exam. A. Class 1 all sat in class with present Mick teaching English. The students were stressed, not because of English, but because what class they have next. The hero final exams. This test was not like all the others of studying and making sure you understand the material. This was physical training and awareness. No two students would have the same test, so they would have to adapt. Worst part was that none of them knew exactly what would be happening for the test. It was most likely destroying the test robots in the entrance exam. But would it just be that? Would they have to save civilians? Find what robot was the mastermind? Sneak into an area undetected? What is even the criteria they are being marked on? That was what was worrying the students, yet they were excited. Hero lessons were always their favorite. The bell rung and all of the students sighed, but the tension in the air was thick and everyone was feeling it. Anxiety was pooling in and pressure to perform well for the next test. If they failed, they would be doing makeup lessons instead of going to the training camp. It would not be fun. The class all got up out of their chairs, but Present Mick rose his hand signaling for them to wait. Before you go, Hope and Carmilla wish to see you all in your hero costumes in the observatory. Present Mick announced. The students all thanked their teacher before heading out towards the changing rooms. The students all got in and changed their outfits and started walking to the observation room. Momo's classmates noticed her change in outfit. Instead of her thick cream skirt, she was wearing a red pair of shorts, stopping just above her knee matching with her crop top. There are small cutout triangles in the shorts just above her knee and joint. She also now had a crop top instead of a jacket revealing parts of her breasts. There were no sleeves and stopped just after the breast. There was also a hole in her cleavage area that would allow Momo to pull out staffs and thin weapons. She also had a small belt holding a thick and bulky tablet case that probably held a tablet. Momo was receiving several compliments on her new outfit. It was obvious that Hope had this made as soon as possible because of the large problems her previous costume had. While others were talking with Momo, Achako sped up her pace and ran up to Kitsuki. "Hey Kaken, are you nervous?" Achako asked, skipping next to him. Kitsuki turned his head over to Achako and smiled. He rolled his shoulder and moved his hands in front of him, cracking his fingers. "Nah, a bit intimidated, but it shouldn't be too bad. We all did the best in the entrance exam after all. Can't picture it being too much harder," Kitsuki stated. Achako nodded her head, agreeing with Kitsuki, but can't shake the feeling of anxiety. "I know, but what if we're wrong and the test is completely different? Also, that small mistakes can result in a loss. I was almost crushed in the entrance exam," Achako reminded. The students all made it into the observation room. Kitsuki went to open the door, but Tenyu tried stopping him, telling them to wait for the teachers to arrive. Kitsuki glared and groaned at Tenyu before ignoring him and opening the door anyway. Inside was Hope and Recovery Girl waiting for them. "Ah, good, you are all on time. I was about to come drag you all here. Come inside, we're going to start once Carmilla comes back," Hope stated happily, ushering the class inside. The students all came in and were mesmerized by the multiple screens. The green lines around the metal parts of the compute they now all recognize as one of Hope's quirks. All of the screens showed something different. The cameras were looking at entrances and exits of training grounds. The exits being new, a large gate with a buzzer that had speakers and lights. It was part of the exam, but the students just didn't know what. The door then opened, the class all looked back. Himiko skipped in with Hitachi right behind her. Except instead of wearing his normal gym uniform, he had a proper hero outfit. He had a purple shirt with a black thick vest. He had dark purple pants, and Hitachi had a black hood that was currently down. He still had his capture weapon strung around his neck, but now on his face was a thick black mask with a few purple highlights. Knobs and vents were clearly seen on it. "Ah, thanks Carmilla, now that we are all here. I think it is time I explain the test you will now take part in," Hope said, Carmilla bouncing over to him. The students all turned and straightened up at what Hope had said. They all waited for him to start. "This year, I will be doing something different than what we have done previously. In the past years we used the entrance exam robots acting as villains. But now we are trying something different. In teams of 3 you all will be fighting one member of our staff acting as a villain," Hope informed. The class's mouth went wide in a gape. Suddenly more of them became nervous and afraid. Even though the number of enemies are less, they are fighting full pro heroes. Not only do they have better quirk control, experience and fighting capabilities, they also have the advantage of the landscape they'll be versing them in. Your job is either to incapacitate them, place these cuffs on them, Hope showed by raising bulky yellow and blue handcuffs, or make it from one side of the training ground to the other. You lose if one of the staff manages to restrain you or you fail to perform one of those 3 winning conditions in the hour provided, Hope stated. The class all nodded, understanding the task, but not feeling any more confident. Carmilla then grabbed a piece of paper from her pocket and stood in front of Hope. "Alright, we'll get you into your teams. I'll tell you where you all need to go and you can talk about strategy on the way there. You will start when we sound the horn, so try and think quickly. Alright, the first group, Tokoyami, Asui and Nanami, and you will head down to Training Ground C. The next group is Kirishima, Bakugo and Sato, and you all are heading down to Training Ground A. The next group is Shinso, Mineta and Siro, and you all are heading down to Ground Beta. Jiro, Shoji and Kota, you guys are next group and are going to Ground Alpha. The next group is Yaoi Rozu, Iida and Yagi, and you 3 are going to Training Ground B. The next group is Kaminari, Ashido and Aoyama, and you all are heading down to Ground Delta. The last group is Uraraka, Ajiro and Hagakure, with you guys heading down to Training Ground D, Carmilla informed. The class all shuffled around and moved next to their team. Ijiro put his arm around Kitsuki, and Mina grabbed Denki and Yuga by the neck and yanked them in close to her, almost choking them with her arm. Once they all settled down, Hope spoke up again. "I don't want to waste any more time as this will be a long and hard test. So if any of you have questions, ask them now before heading down," Hope asked. Tenyu immediately shot his hand up. "Yes, who are we facing against?" he asked. Hope smirked and shook his head. "You are going to have to figure that out. You won't always have all of the information, but you have a duty to protect." "Any other questions?" Hope asked. The students all looked at each other and shook their heads. Hope smiled. "Alright, out you go. If you finish early, come here as Recovery Girl will be here to help you if you are injured. Hurry up." Hope ushered and the students quickly piled out, the groups all walking and making their way to their fighting grounds for the upcoming test. All were anxious but had never felt more determined. Ichako, Masharao and Toru all walked down towards training ground D. They were mostly silent, as what were they supposed to say? They didn't know who they were fighting against or how to incorporate their abilities with one another. They hardly even knew the battleground they were going to. But Masharao was the one who broke the ice. So why do you think we are a team? I mean, it makes sense that it would be random, but I think Hope would want more than just that. Masharao asked. Toru nodded in agreement, but no one could see it. Yeah, I mean, just because we can't make combos with our quirks won't make us a bad team. You and your Raka can give whichever hero we are versing a hard time. You are super versed in hand-to-hand, and your Raka is pretty good at it too, with a quirk to both help us and hinder them. Tori stated, inputting her thoughts. Ichako had her hand to her chin, thinking of reasons on what Hope was testing, and a thought came to her. What if it was because we are in a permanent disadvantage? He wants to see if we can overcome it. Because think about it, training ground D is a lot of open space, and none of us can take use on a ranged fighter. Ichako input. The two looked over to her, Masharao pointing at her. Yeah, but you're not too bad at range. You can also make basically anything a projectile or a shield. Masharao added. Ichako shook her head. I get that, but my quirk isn't a ranged quirk. I need to get close to something for my quirk to work, and there is a size restriction. If I had to guess what teacher we are up against, it would be Snipe. He can hit us if we are in the air, attack us even if we can't see him, and I'm pretty sure he has a way to track you down, Toru. Ichako stated, analyzing what would be the best way to put them at a disadvantage. Crap, I hope he doesn't. Wow, if that is what Hope-sensei is doing, we might be screwed. Toru said, becoming a bit worried. Snipe's quirk allows him to manipulate his bullets. While she doubts he has real bullets to put holes in them, rubber bullets will still be incredibly painful. Masharao put a hand on Toru's back and smiled at the invisible reassuringly. Don't sweat, Hagakure, we'll be alright. Masharao said. The trio made it to the entrance of training ground D. Ichako turned to the other two to say something, but a siren made her pause. The training ground door swung open, and the speaker above it started to play. Alright students, your time starts now. Carmilla yelled through the speaker. The three all looked at each other before hesitantly stepping inside. They don't even know who they are up against, and they most certainly don't have a game plan. Izuku, Himiko and Recovery Girl were all watching from the observatory. Himiko had just shouted into the microphone and announced the beginning of the test. The students have 1 hour to complete the exam. Izuku watches everyone enter. Some more confident than others. Recovery Girl points at one of the screen. I don't these three have a clue on a plan. She hissed disappointedly. Izuku and Himiko looked over and saw Toru, Masharao and Ichako all walking into the training ground. They were clearly nervous and unsure of what was happening. Izuku hummed and faced that screen. It seems so, but I wouldn't count them out. They all are very capable and quick and capable thinkers under pressure. Izuku mused. Okay, Hagakure, you go out in front and scope out the area we are heading. Hopefully you can find them first before they find us. Ichako said to Hagakure. Will do. She replied and swiftly removed her gloves and shoes. The three then all walked through the city. They were standing next to the buildings as the area around them was extremely open. The road was wide, able to fit 6 lanes, and that is not including the footpath connecting the buildings to the road. They were long and wide with no places to hide. They could go to the roof, but if they did, they would really be stranded if their opponent was Snipe. This didn't help that a few of the buildings had broken glass over the ground, as well as water running down everywhere. Also near the end of the training ground was a huge park which was mostly grass. There was a few pieces of playground equipment and trees, but they hardly served as cover. The three continued to sneak, but flinched and paused all movement when they heard gunshots followed by things breaking. Ichako and Masharao turned to each other. Yep, definitely Snipe. Ichako said, stating the obvious. Do we engage or sneak around? She asked. Sneak, away. We know he is somewhere to the left. If we went that way, there is no chance we'd get there to get in range where we can do something. Let's hope we can avoid all confrontation, but since that isn't likely, let's make it minimal. Masharao stated. Ichako nodded her head. She cupped her mouth and yelled out. Hagakure? We're going right. She said, trying to be loud enough for the invisible girl to hear, but not too loud to alert Snipe. Masharao and Ichako got up and moved around the right. The two were coming up to a T intersection. They would be in the middle of the open, but they couldn't afford to lose time. They needed to get to the exit as fast as possible. Ichako and Masharao stepped past a building, and their eyes instantly saw Snipe standing over to the left. Get down! Toru shouted. Ichako and Masharao suddenly felt an invisible force slam into them. They were pushed to the ground and back behind the building. A bullet zooming above them. Come on, move, he is too far away. Toru said urgently. She grabbed the two's arms and urgently forced them up. But that proved to be a mistake. A bullet whizzed around the corner, and before they could even process that Snipe had shot, a hard force hit Ichako in the forehead. She gasped as her head snapped back. She slipped and fell on the hard ground, hitting her head on the cement. Blood trickled down her forehead, running down the left of her nose. She groaned, her eyes half-lidded opening, but abruptly shutting. Shit. Mashiro cursed. He grabbed Ichako's hand and pressed it to his chest, causing a spark of pink light to illuminate from her fingertips. Still controlling Ichako's hand, he touched Toru and caused another pink glow to emanate. He then grabbed them both and jumped up to the roof of the nearby building. Having no trouble as he was now weightless thanks to Ichako, he pulled them up. Slamming his tail against the ledge of the roof, he propelled himself forward. Mashiro dropped Ichako and Toru and continued pouncing forward across the roofs. Thanks to his powerful tail and zero weight, he was zooming quickly. He jumped over a large gap, making Snipe's head spin. He pointed his gun up and fire, but wasn't able to hit thanks to misjudging Mashiro's speed. Mashiro then disappeared, jumping further back so he wouldn't get shot. Snipe still fired but let out a huff when he realized he'd have betting chance at hitting lightning from where he was. Snipe ran to the closest building and started to scale it using the water pipe alongside it. He clambered up with a huff, throwing his arms just over the ledge so he could pull his head over. He rested at the top but didn't wait long before pointing his gun. He looked for Mashiro and saw him jumping out of an alleyway. He aimed at him, but before he could fire, someone shouted right next to him. "Over here." Twitching his head to the sound, he shouted at the invasion of bright light, his goggles not doing enough to protect him. He moved his hand to cover his eyes and pointed his gun over to shoot. He fired 2 bullets before he suddenly felt himself falling. Realizing his stupidity, Snipe shouted as he fell down off of the roof. He grunted as he hit the ground. He groaned as he moved himself up before gasping as a force slammed into his stomach. Snipe wheezed as he was forcefully made to hit the pavement a second time. Becoming annoyed, Snipe swung his fist up. Toru yelled as she was punched in the face and was then thrown off of Snipe. But she was not deterred despite the burning sensation of cuts covering her body. Glass shards were covering the ground from a nearby broken window, and she kept squeaking in pain. If her blood was visible, she'd be a mess right now. Snipe chuckled as he sat up, wiping the dirt off of him. "You notice all the glass and water on the ground? Well, I put them there for you," Snipe stated. Toru's eyes then widened, although no one could see it. She looked down at the ground and understood what he meant. If she stepped in water, she'd leave a trail. Stepped on the glass, it would move. "Looks like it is working like a charm, I can see you clearly," Snipe said and raised his gun at Toru, pointing it directly at her chest. Toru gasped and looked down and noticed what he saw. Small glass shards were in her chest. They were tiny and virtually invisible, but it was certainly a lot clearer to see when they were floating. Toru quickly covered them with her hand. It was too late. Snipe fired 2 shots and Toru screamed. She bolted to the right to help to get away, but she was shot a following 3 times. Luckily for Toru was that they weren't in vital areas. Snipe couldn't see them as she was invisible. Snipe then felt his gut flare up. Snapping his head and re-aiming his weapon, he saw Mashiro barreling through the air, performing somersaults in very quick succession. Snipe fired and hit Mashiro's tail. It stung, but it was a big hunk of meat, and Mashiro easily took it. Snipe jumped to the side to barely avoid the spinning man of death that Mashiro currently was thanks to Ichako's quirk. But it did not stop the boy as he slammed his tail in the ground and maneuvered towards Snipe. Snipe raised his arms and pointed his gun at Mashiro. He fired as Mashiro swung his tail. The bullet hit Mashiro's neck. He gagged and recoiled in pain, holding his throat. Snipe was slammed back and he felt his shoulder pop. He was knocked on the ground and rolled. Snipe huffed and with a strain, pushed himself up. He was getting tired of constantly being knocked down. Mashiro spat on the ground, trying to clear his throat. He looked over to Snipe and realized he was in trouble. If he wanted to pass the exam, he has to attack Snipe head-on, as running now was not an option. Using his tail as a boost, he shot himself forward and started attacking Snipe. Ichako moaned as she wiped her forehead. She felt something wet and fluttered her eyes to try and see what it was. She kept blinking the blur out of her eyes to try and make out her hand. After a few seconds, she gasped. Blood was dripping down her hand. Now suddenly being awake, Ichako sat up. She wiped her face and felt the blood dripping down from it. Ichako took a few seconds to wipe the blood away and get up. She then heard a gun being fired. She looked around and didn't see Mashiro or any signs of Toru. She doubted she'd see the invisible girl anyway, but maybe she's get an idea that she was around. Not going to waste any more time and worried that she was out for a while, Ichako rushed over to the sounds of the gunshots. Ichako hit the edge of the roof and looked over it. She saw Mashiro and Snipe in a close-range brawl, and oddly Mashiro was almost flying. She then realized he was under the effect of her quirk. Funny she didn't remember touching him. Mashiro had been trying to use his zero weight to his advantage, and it was working. But Snipe was adapting to Mashiro's style and strategy, which is now becoming an issue as he could easily be thrown around like a ragdoll. The only current saving grace was that Snipe's dominant arm was currently popped out of its socket. Mashiro noticed a Chaco on the roof and wanted the chance to recuperate. He winded his tail and slammed it into the back of Snipe's leg. The man yelled as his feet were taken out from under him. Mashiro then went to jump away, getting all the way to the top of the roof. But Snipe reached his hand up and grabbed Mashiro's leg. He pulled him back down but not all the way. He then rolled and left Mashiro floating uselessly in the air. Snipe then raised his gun and fired it, the bullet hitting Mashiro's knee. Mashiro yelled as he started spinning in midair. He felt his knee crack and pain erupt through him. Achako gasped and looked all around her to see if she can find something to try and help Mashiro with not being caught. She saw a spinning wind vent and ran over to it. Putting her fingers on it, she got rid of the gravity on it and ran back over to the edge of the roof. She lifted the vent over her head and threw it down at Snipe. Snipe was walking over to Mashiro with cuffs in his hand to get him out, but suddenly something hard hit him in the chest. He shouted as he was knocked to the ground yet again. Achako inflicted herself with her quirk and jumped down. She grabbed Mashiro, then jumped back up to the roof. Snipe saw this and fired some bullets at them. It hit the two in back, making them shout in pain some more. "Ugh, stop knocking me off of my feet," Snipe shouted, clearly annoyed as he scrambled back up. He ran to the side of the building and started to climb it. He made it to the roof and saw the two students jump down. Groaning in frustration, he chased after them. He made it to the edge of the roof and looked down. He saw the two sprinting and raised his gun. He fired a shot the two barreled behind a bin. Mumbling some swears, he didn't move. "Give up, heroes, you are trapped," Snipe yelled out. Mashiro and Achako were backed up against the bin looking worried. He was right, if they moved, they'd get shot and there would have to be a point where Snipe just say they failed. The bin was bolted to the ground so there was no escape for them. All of a sudden, Snipe felt something grab his wrist. Looking down, he saw that he was now handcuffed. Looking back, he saw the cuffs floating. "Yes. I got him, we win," Toru exclaimed, shouting out to her friends. The other two students moved behind the bin and up at Snipe. He had his hand cuffed by the handcuffs they were given. The two then laughed and started celebrating. Snipe hummed, impressed, and lowered his gun, putting it back in his holster. "Congratulations. You all passed." Izuku smiled as he looked over at Achako, Mashiro and Toru. They were the first team to finish. He then looked over to Recover Girl and gestured to the screen. "See, they all are very capable and able to do well in bad situations. They just were confused at the start," Izuku said, before looking back. Fumikage, Sayu and Fyoki all walked down to training ground C. Unlike Toru, Achako and Mashiro, they were talking about strategies that could use. "Damn, this is unfortunate. My quirk both hurt yours. I not only create heat but also light when I concentrate my quirk." Fyoki sighed, walking with her group. "I feel like that was intentional. Perhaps Hope wants us to be at a disadvantage to see if we can overcome it," Fumikage spoke. Sayu nodded her head. "That would make sense. Although he said we were up against UA staff. I can't think of an opponent who takes all of us down, Kiro," Sayu stated. Fumikage hummed as he continued walking forward. "I feel it may be someone to take advantage at our close proximity weakness. I would say Cementus, however I believe Bakugo's group will have him, so I believe we have ectoplasm," Fumikage answered, saying what he thought. "Yeah, despite Dark Shadow being fast, he isn't agile, so if someone gets past you'll be in trouble. Sue, you're good at escaping and moving people around while leaving yourself with zero risk of injuries. Then I need a bit of time to get my quirk to work on opponents, so range is needed. Ectoplasm has several chances to get up close," Fyoki said. Sayu put a finger to her chin. "So we'll need a plan to escape as we could easily be overwhelmed," Sayu stated. Fumikage nodded. "Indeed. I believe the best course of action is either for you to jump away or I use Dark Shadow to fly you further away so you can reel us in with your tongue," Fumikage planned. "Great, so that is one idea, but what will we do? Try and beat him, get the handcuffs on him, or escape the city?" Fyoki asked. "I don't think beating him is an option, Kiro," Sayu said, tilting her head. "We should go to the other side of the city. If we can get the handcuffs on him then so be it," Fumikage answered. The three continued to walk until they made it to their entrance gate. They didn't have to wait long as sirens sounded. "Alright students, your time starts now," Carmilla yelled through the speaker. Without wasting time, Sayu, Fyoki and Fumikage all entered. Recovery Girl saw this on the monitor and smiled. She raised her needle cane and jabbed it over to the screen where those three were at. "See? That is the approach I expect," Recovery Girl stated. Izuku nodded. "Not surprising. Those three are rational and very capable students. If it wasn't for Fyoki's quirk hindering her teammates, they'd probably be the best team of the class. But let's see if they can get a bit creative. Izuku smiled. Sayu, Fumikage and Fyoki entered their training ground. Training ground C was like a labyrinth. It resembled a shopping center, but there were no stores or direct path. It was all essentially a maze with 8 levels. It was a lot of open space with the hallways having ledges you could jump out of. They moved forward and maneuvered around the maze. Dark Shadow popping out of Fumikage and acting as extra eyes, watching behind them and looking around corners to make sure they didn't get jumped. Dark Shadow turned a corner before squawking. Ahaha! Ectoplasm clones down the hall. Dark Shadow yelled. The 3 hero hopefuls ran up and stood next to the Shadow Bird. At the end of the hall was their 4 clones of their math teacher Ectoplasm. His hands in his trench coat pockets and standing with both of his peg legs spread. Then without warning, they sprinted forward. Dark Shadow! Fumikage shouted and Dark Shadow quickly dashed forward. He growled and swung his claw at one of them and instantly turned it into blue goo. Dark Shadow tried attacking another one, but they dodged and ran past. Dark Shadow slammed its head into another one, but let the final clone sprint past. Fyoki then moved in front of the group. "Get behind me." Fyoki yelled and moved her arms in front of her. Heat emanated from her body, and the area in front of her got an orange hue. The clones huffed and run groggily and struggled but kept going. Fyoki then moved forward and spun her foot into one of the clones' head, destroying it. Sai then jumped forward and kneed the other ectoplasm clone, destroying it. She then turned to her teammates. "Come on, keep moving," she said. The other 2 didn't argue and sprinted forward while Tsayu hopped. They had to fight several more clones, but there never was enough to overwhelm them. But they had yet to find the exit or even see the real ectoplasm. The group ran into an opening on the ground floor. There were so many directions they could go. They looked up the levels around them and at the dark corridors. "Which way?" Fyoki asked. "Up," a deep static-like voice said. The 3 looked up. Ectoplasm was at the top of one of the levels and opened his mouth. The blue goo poured out of his mouth like it was overflowing, and from that goo came several ectoplasm clones. The clones fell down towards the group. Dark Shadow erupted from underneath Fumikage's cloak and shielded him from the falling ectoplasms. Tsayu hopped out of the way but grabbed one of the clones with her tongue. She spun in midair and threw them at another incoming clone. Fyoki blazed heat out in front of her that was strong enough to make a clone disperse. She then flipped backwards, cartwheeling away before concentrating her heat into beams and destroying the landing ectoplasms. But more ectoplasms kept coming. Dark Shadow was not nearly large enough to cover the group of 3. Fyoki was becoming tired from fighting and using her quirk, and the added heat was starting to affect Tsayu. Fumikage grunted before focusing his attention to Tsayu. "Asui!" Fumikage shouted. He sent Dark Shadow over to her and lifted the frog girl up into the air. Tsayu pulled out her tongue and wrapped Fumikage and Fyoki together. The 2 then jolted into the air, barely avoiding the incoming attacks of the ectoplasm clones. The team landed on the 3rd floor. Tsayu looked down and saw that all of the ectoplasm clones were looking up at them, while the real ectoplasm had disappeared. "Come on, let's make our way to the exit." Fyoki shouted and grabbed Fumikage's and Tsayu's arm, taking the lead. The 3 continued to run and defeat the few ectoplasm clones running around. The 3 then made it to a large opening. They ran to the edge and looked down. Below and behold, the exit was at the bottom, but ectoplasm was standing there on guard. His cheeks were inflating, and it looked like liquid was being sloshed around in it. Blue goop was dripping from the corners of his lips. The 3 got down and were about to talk about strategy, but they were interrupted. Several ectoplasm clones started to converge on them from both sides. Dark Shadow flew out and started to attack one side, while Fyoki tried burning the other, but the clones were doing a good job at avoiding them. Sai looked at 2 before shouting. "Jump down," she yelled as she hopped from the 3rd floor. Fyoki and Fumikage didn't have much time to waste and jumped down after her. Fumikage controlled Dark Shadow to soften the landing for both him and Fyoki. But the ectoplasm clones were still chasing after them. So the 3 sprinted forward towards the exit and where the real ectoplasm was waiting. "Distract him, Dark Shadow," Fumikage commanded. Dark Shadow squawked and lunged forward, flying at the hero. But then Ectoplasm opened his mouth and a wave of the blue goo spewed out at incredible speeds. Dark Shadow yelled as he was pushed back. The 3 teens stopped in their tracks as the wave of liquid rushed over to them. Fyoki attempted to try and heat it up, but it was ineffective as the liquid crashed down on them. The liquid started to gurgle and moan and shift in shape. Suddenly it slowly took form as a massive ectoplasm head. The teens were shuffled around but were forced to the outside of the head, yet they were still stuck in the collar of the head. The other clones of ectoplasm jumped into the head and made it slightly bigger. Calmly, Ectoplasm walked up to the struggling students. "Well, heroes, looks like this is the end for you," he mused. Fuyuki was panting, she wanted to try and attack him, but her arms were constrained and she was heating up from exhaustion. But she would not give up. "It's not over yet," she shouted. At her words, Dark Shadow appeared from underneath Dark Shadow's cloak. "Because I am still standing," the Shadow Bird shouted. "Dark Shadow, you need to make it to the exit," Fumikage said. His quirk flipped him the thumbs off before flying down towards it. But ectoplasm jumped in the air and kicked him away. Dark Shadow yelled as he was forced back, but shook off the force of the impact and tried again. Fuyuki was grunting while she was stuck. She was heating up her arm to try and get it out so she could escape, but the pain and sleep that was overcoming her was only getting stronger. Dark Shadow continued to fight ectoplasm, but it was clearly a losing battle. "Well, I think it might be over for us," Fumikage stated with a disappointed sigh. "Well, not exactly," Psy quipped, followed by a deep croak. Fumikage looked over towards her. "You see, I thought something like this might happen, so I prepared something just in case. Don't look, it is kind of gross. Just bring Dark Shadow back up here, Kiro." Psy groaned, her throat making sounds like she was about to vomit. Fumikage was worried for her but did what she said. He withdrew Dark Shadow and sent him over to Tsai. She spat something in Dark Shadow's hand before the bird creature zoomed back towards ectoplasm. "Still trying?" Ectoplasm asked. "You've been doing nothing but losing," Ectoplasm said with a teasing tone. "Shut up," Dark Shadow roared. The beast reeled its shadowy claw back and prepared a punch. It shouted a war cry as they approached. Fuyuki grunted as she pulled her hand out. She pointed it at Ectoplasm and concentrated her heat into a laser. Just before Dark Shadow and Ectoplasm were about to collide, she fired a beam at Ectoplasm's eyes. He yelled and recoiled, allowing Dark Shadow to cuff his leg. Ectoplasm rubbed his eyes and opened them. He went to step but couldn't as his legs were restrained. He looked up and saw Dark Shadow looking at him with a smug smile. "Haha, look who won," Dark Shadow said with mock pride. Ectoplasm chuckled and nodded his head, clapping at Dark Shadow. Guess you did." Itsuki took the lead down to his exam ground. Ijiro jogged to keep up and wrapped his arm around Kitsuki's neck. Rikito followed closely behind them. "Bro, we got this," Ijiro exclaimed, pumping his fist up in the air. Rikito came up behind them. "I don't know. These are full pro heroes," Rikito said. Kitsuki huffed and shook his. "Loving the positivity. But seriously, we are going to need to go fast. Hope has put us in a team as we all have a disadvantage on the hero we are facing. Which will probably be Cementus," Kitsuki said as he still paced forward. Ijiro raised a brow. "Alright, I get why we'd be facing Cementus-sensei, but why do we have to be fast?" Ijiro asked. Kitsuki growled, but didn't move further with his annoyance, instead he turned his head towards the other two. "The more tired I get, the less control I have. Sugar Puff, you've got a time limit for your super strength. Since your strength doesn't affect your speed, you'll be on borrowed time. He can keep you away with ease, so if we want to pass, we are going to have to be incredibly aggressive," Kitsuki said. Ijiro and Rikito looked at each other before facing Kitsuki with a grin. "Alright bro, let's do this." Kitsuki smirked and nodded his head. The three made it to the entrance and waited approximately 0.1 seconds before the siren sounded. "Alright students, your time starts now," Carmilla yelled through the speaker. The gate swung open. Ijiro and Rikito were surprised, but Kitsuki rushed in. The other two quickly compassed themselves and followed Rikito. Itsuki, Ijiro and Rikito ran across the city, but after 10 minutes the ground started to shake. Looking around, Kitsuki couldn't see where Cementus was. "Wah, hey!" Ijiro yelled as the ground beneath him was raised. He was shit in the air. The pillar that Ijiro was stuck on now started to move and tried to restrain Ijiro. So he quickly jumped off and hardened his entire body. Itsuki and Rikito was suddenly being attacked on the ground. They were suddenly raised then dropped, then attempted to be squished. Kitsuki exploded himself up in the air and broke some of the oncoming cement blocks. Rikito was forced to consume some sugar and easily broke the cement. But with being launched in the air and suddenly the ground Hai is standing on disappears, he is getting a lot of bruises. Ijiro was flying down like a missile. But as he was falling, he spots Cementus hiding out in an alley. He slams into the roof of the building. His body reverberates, but he is able to take it thanks to his hardened body. He stumbles up and shouts, while pointing at the alleyway Cementus is hiding in. "He's over there," he shouted. Kitsuki and Rikito both turned their head and looked over, and were just able to see the form of Cementus. Kitsuki fired himself over and dived down toward Cementus. Cementus raised a wall in front of him. Kitsuki pointed his hand in front of him and pointed his gauntlet at the wall. He then pulled the pin, and an explosion erupted from his palm. Smoke covered the area where he hit, but it didn't matter. Kitsuki was hit with a heavy cement block and was knocked away. He rolled and bounced on the ground before landing next to Rikito and Ijiro. Cementus was in the air as he launched himself up to avoid Kitsuki's explosion. He hit the ground and slammed his hands back on the ground. Waves of cement walls and pillars sprouted from the ground and tried to crush the group of three. Rikito then started punching all of the cement, trying to attack them, with Ijiro following suit. Kitsuki slowly got back up, gripping his stomach and trying not to make himself vomit. The cement that Ijiro and Rikito was punching suddenly turned soft and moved upwards and completely shielded the light. The group started to panic as suddenly cement was enveloping them. But Rikito took in a deep breath before letting out a loud burp. The power and shockwave from his burp made all of the wet cement spread away. He then kneeled on the ground and started breathing heavily as that move took a lot out of him. Kitsuki growled and got himself in the air. They were losing and he was becoming exhausted, so he needed to end this quick. Kitsuki took the air and flew over to Cementus. Walls and pillars of cement tried stopping him, but he dodged or blew them up. He created a smokescreen to try and get surprise attacks, but Cementus just kept covering himself with his cement. Cementus got a lucky hit and knocked Kitsuki out of the sky. He hit the ground and rolled around. He forced himself up. Walking out of the smoke, Cementus narrowed his eyes at the blonde teen. He raised his hands up and lowered his legs. Kitsuki raised his gauntlets and reached for his pin, but before he could, someone ran out of the smoke. Ijiro jumped out and grabbed Cementus's waist. He picked Cementus off the ground to prevent the hero from touching the ground, rendering him quirkless. Ijiro smiled as he looked over at Kitsuki. "We did it, bro. We won," Ijiro shouted. Kitsuki looked at Ijiro stunned before shaking his head in disbelief. He then dropped to his knees and nodded his head with a breathy laugh. Cementus looked at Ijiro. "Wow, I thought I trapped you." "Well, I did get one," Cementus said. Ijiro looked back as the smoke disappeared. Rikito was currently asleep, stuck in a block of cement. He failed. Hitachi, Minoru and Hanta were all heading down to ground beta, Hanta being the one to carry the conversation. "So who do you think we're up against?" Hanta asked. Hitachi shrugged his shoulders and hummed something that Hanta couldn't discern. Minoru was looking up with a lustful look. "I hope it's Midnight Sensei," he said dreamily. "Dude," Hanta said with disgust, his face morphing as he looked down at the pervert, Hitachi doing it as well. The three made it to the gate of ground beta, which is quite a small field. It is rocky with places to hide, but if they had to escape, they would have to run to the open area. Siren sounded and the door opened. "Alright students, your time starts now," Carmilla yelled through the speaker. Hitachi moved in first, heading behind cover. The other two were confused, but quickly followed after their classmate. Was he their classmate? Well, it didn't matter right now. The two other boys followed their classmate around. They were looking for who their opponent was but came up with nothing. They were getting closer to the end with Minoru suddenly sneezing. Both boys turned to him and suddenly heard footsteps. Turning their heads to higher ground, they begin to see Midnight walking over. My, where have you boys been hiding? Guess I'll have to punish you." Midnight smirked seductively and cracking her whip. Minoru started drooling but was pulled out of it when Hitachi and Hanta started running away. He then scrambled away and tried catching up to them. Midnight only laughed as they ran away. "Were you boys running away from a woman?" Midnight teased, moving her whip. "That's where we're going," Hitachi yelled back. Midnight chuckled but did not speak. She then sent her whip to the side and moved it forward, throwing a rock with it. She did this the following 4 more times. Minoru screamed as the rock came flying at him. He closed his eyes and ducked his head, but luckily Hanta pulled him away just in time. Hitachi skillfully dodged a rock flying at him and wrapped his capture weapon around another, tossing it away from Hanta and Minoru. Hanta proceeded to shoot tape at Midnight, but despite her wearing heels, she jumped and flipped over easily. She cracked her whip and hit the tape, causing it to snap. She then pulled up her cuff and purple gas leaked from her skin. "Shoot, we better run," Hanta said. Hitachi didn't say anything but agreed with Hanta and clambered away. Minoru and Hanta chasing after him. Midnight laughed and licked her lips. "You boys can try and run," she yelled. Midnight raised her thorn whip above her head and cracked it forward. The whip slashed Minoru's, but making him scream and jump forward, grabbing his ass. Midnight then hit Hanta's leg and made him trip. Hanta fired tape at her, but Midnight sliced and continued rushing forward. Hanta pulled himself away, but Midnight threw a rock at him and he hit the ground again. She then caught Minoru in her whip and brought him closer to her. He yelled in fright, but luckily again Hitachi caught Minoru in his capture weapon. He was now on higher ground and he flung a rock over his head at Midnight. She gasped and reeled her whip back to avoid the ensuing attack. Hanta got back up and flung his tape at Minoru, who was face first in the ground. He swung Minoru like a ragdoll and threw him over towards Hitachi. Hitachi's eyes widened and motioned his hands for Hanta to come towards him. "Zero, get over here," he yelled. "Humming dude." Hanta pointed his elbows up towards where Hitachi was standing, but then felt someone grab his helmet. The visor he had over his face lifted up and suddenly he was filled with drowsiness. With no attempt to fight the feeling, Hanta fell limp against Midnight. She grabbed out some cuffs and restrained Hanta. "That's one boy down." She laughed and carried Hanta away. Minoru looked over by starting to whine again. "Damn it, Zero, I'll never forgive you for getting to be in the arms of our beautiful Midnight Sensei," Minoru said while clutching the tap that was still wrapped around. But after he said that he got a hard slap across the cheek. Hitachi bent down and glared at the small boy. "Can you buy a little useful?" he asked in a clear angry tone. Minoru looked at him and gulped. His body starting to shake a bit in fear. Midnight now stood just before the exit gate, Hanta sleeping calmly at her feet. She was looking around for the sight of the last two students. She wasn't really worried about Minoru, but she was worried about the boy that Eraserhead was personally training. Or who she calls Shota 2.0. Minoru wrapped the tape around his mouth for a bit of extra protection to Midnight's gas. He ran backwards to get a running start. He then sprinted at the massive pile of purple balls he made, with more of his sticky purple balls in his arms. Thanks to his ability to bounce away from his purple balls, instead of sticking he jumped high in the air. Midnight's eyes widened as she watched Minoru jumped high in the air. He then fell down towards her. Midnight took a step back and prepared herself to catch the teen. She fired her whip in the air and when she did, Minoru threw all of his balls down at her. The balls collided on the whip, so Minoru bounced away. He moaned when he hit the ground but still got back up. Midnight's whip then hit the ground, however it was stuck. The tip of whip at a purple ball which was connecting the ground to the whip, so she no longer had a weapon. She laughed and looked over to the small boy. My wasn't expecting that," she mused with a grin. "You'd be surprised what this small body could do," she heard Minoru say. She laughed and shook her head. Uyurichi, her thoughts then stopped and her face goes blank. Hitachi smirks as he walks out from behind a wall. He walks over to Minoru who looks over to him with a grumpy look. "I don't sound like that," he whined. Hitachi ignores him and walks over to Hanta. "If you didn't, she wouldn't have fallen for it," Hitachi replies. He picks Hanta up and puts him on his shoulder. Minoru pouts, but it then turns into a sick grin as he walks over to Midnight. He reaches his hand up with wide eyes, but it falls short as a hand grabs Minoru and hauls him off the ground. "Hey, let go of me," Minoru screams, kicking and hitting Hitachi's shoulder. Hitachi gives zero fucks as he walks out of the exit with his two teammates in his arms, passing the exam. Well, except for Hanta. Mizo, Koji and Kyoka all walk down towards Ground Alpha. These three are obviously non-talkative students, but they still have two strategies. Besides, they don't mind their teammates. "So what's the deal?" Rustling of leaves and sticks making it hard for us to hear. Kyoka asked as the group arrived at the gate. "Maybe, but I think it is more us having vocal and hearing issues against Present Mick. I have a feeling we were all put together as we have a disadvantage against him," Mizo simply stated. Kyoka thought for a moment and nodded her head. The three waited for a bit longer and finally the siren sounded. "Alright students, your time starts now," Carmilla yelled through the speaker. The door moved open and revealed the luscious greenery of Ground Alpha, filled with trees and vegetation which were surprisingly real. The three headed inside with Koji lagging behind. Kyoka pointed their earphone jacks forward and Mizo extended out his tentacles and made them into ears and eyes. He searched the woods while Koji talked to a few pigeons and made them fly around and scout. He then walked by a tree, but something on it caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw a few beetles hanging around on the tree. "Gee." Koji squeaked and jumped back and covers his head. The two turn to him but don't see anything wrong, so they walk over to Koji. "You okay, man?" Kyoka asked. Koji nodded and tries to recompose himself. Mizo looks over from where he was hiding. He saw a tree with beetles on it. He then turns back to Koji. "Hey, are you afraid of bugs?" Mizo asked. Koji shamefully nodded his head. Mizo patted him on the back and extended his tentacle and created a mouth. "It is alright, Kota. But remember, they can't hurt you. They are creatures just like animals and humans, they may just have an extra pair of legs." Mizo smiled with his tentacle mouth. But the moment didn't last long. Because suddenly a loud shout of "yeah." The sound wave of Present Mick's scream moved the trees around the three. Kyoka and Koji covered their ears and were lifted off the ground, slamming into a tree. Mizo rolled over but planted his hands firmly in the ground to keep himself steady. When the scream passed over, he looked back over to his teammates. "Well, we know what his game plan is now. Let's figure this out," Mizo said as he picked his teammates up and moved away. Present Mick was standing right by the exit. He only screamed once because he only got one indication of where his opponents were. Maybe he should have made a better strategy. Two of them are incredibly adept at stealth. Present Mick then heard someone running, twigs breaking and leaves being crushed. Smirking triumphantly, he turned towards the sound. He took a big breath before letting out a scream. The sound waves of his voice bouncing through the air. But what he didn't expect was for it to disappear. The deep buzzing sound of waves opposed his voice, and they both disappeared after colliding. Present Mick was confused on what happened, but he didn't get the chance to think as he heard stomping footsteps. Turning his head, Present Mick saw Mizo sprinting towards him at alarming speeds. He mentally cursed himself for letting himself fall for the distraction. Present Mick breathed in again to prepare another yell, but suddenly flies threw into his throat. He started coughing and gagging at the sudden intrusion and disgusting taste. Mizo continued to approach like a bullet train. He reeled his hands back and prepared to punch Present Mick. The man yelled and dropped to the ground, raising his hands in front of him. Present Mick continued to cough until he got the last fly out of his mouth. He then steadily looked over to Mizo, who was looking down to him. He lowered his hand and offered it to Present Mick. "Sorry about that, sensei." Mizo apologized. But Present Mick responded with a bright smile and gladly took the hand that was offered. "No harm done. That was a good plan you kids had. Because you all passed," Present Mick announced with a wide smile. Denki, Mina and Yuga were walking down to Ground Delta. Currently they were all running as these three like having fun, and their exam ground was the furthest to go. But mainly because this is entertaining to them. "Guys, we need a plan. I'm not confident in our abilities to go guns blazing," Denki stated, slightly out of breath as he followed behind his energetic friends. The two look back but have wide smiles. "Nah, we'll be dazzling along," Yuga announced, flipping his hair. "I couldn't agree more," Mina yelled out and continued to run. The group were running to the gate and suddenly a siren sounded. "Alright students, your time starts now," Carmilla yelled through the speaker. The door to the exam opened and revealed the training ground that was mostly construction and dirt. The group suddenly ran faster into the gate. Once they passed it, they sighed in relief as they were slightly late. "Am I glad you guys made it on time. I was worried for a second," a voice said. The trio all turned their heads towards the voice. At first they didn't see anything until they looked down. Looking up at them innocently was Principal Nezu. "Principal?" Mina asked, slightly confused. He continued to smile. "Hello students, I will be your opponent for today. I wanted to give you three a head start before to make this a little bit more interesting." Nezu smiled before turning around and walking away. The three looked at him confused. What?" Denki asked, but Nezu didn't acknowledge it as he entered through a tiny door to what looked like a garage. The three teens looked at each other, both confused and worried. Do we run?" Denki asked, backing away a bit. After another second of silence, they heard an engine start. They all flinched at the noise and took a step back. But it didn't help as a massive front loader busted through the wall with Nezu in the driving seat with a psychotic look. "Yes, run," Mina yelled. She then lobbed her acid in front of her and started to slide. Yuga and Denki quickly turned on their feet and ran. Nezu was cackling like a maniac in his vehicle as he made his way out of the now broken garage. The people in the observatory were very concerned. "Run if you can, heroes." Nezu laughed and his vehicle started to speed up. Yuga huffed and turned around. He pointed his belly button up and towards Nezu. His mirror belt shined and unleashed a laser. He was flying back from his laser and was propulsed far past Mina and Denki. The laser hit the front digger of the machine, but it only dented the metal. Denki then paused and allowed Mina to get ahead and the machine to get closer. Electricity coursed around him and shot out from all over Denki. Except the direction changed and all of Denki's electricity was directed to the lightning rod at the top of the machine. Nezu laughed as the machine got closer. Denki panicked and yelled in fright. Electricity coursed through his body and he turned, using it to power up his muscles to move as fast he possibly could. Yuga stopped right in front of a building that was currently under construction. He looked back and saw Mina heading towards him with Denki panicking close to the machine. He turned to the door and opened it. "This away," Yuga yelled. Mina went inside and Yuga followed. Denki shot himself in after them, but Nezu was close on their tail. The building was currently being destroyed as Nezu mercilessly bashed through walls. Denki was keeping up, but the machine was only getting faster. Mina and Yuga were up ahead and trying to keep their lead to not get run over. They turned the corner and their eyes widened at the end of the hallway. It was only a wall, a dead end. "We're trapped," Yuga screamed. Mina rushed forward and coursed acid around them. "No, we're not," Mina rebutted. She threw the acid at the wall and made a hole. She climbed through it and Yuga came up behind her. They looked back and saw Denki screaming his lungs off as Nezu's death machine gets incredibly close to him. They both turn and run. Denki pushes everything in his body to move faster and pushes himself through the wall. He then jumps to the side and curls in a ball in hopes to not get run over. Instantly after, Nezu crashes through the wall, sending dust and rubble flying everywhere. Nezu looks around and can't see Denki anywhere, but he does spot the acid trail that Mina was leaving behind. Smirking, her follows it. Yuga and Mina could see the exit, but they still had almost 5 meters to go. But then they hear something breaking. They look back and see Nezu speeding in at an incredibly fast speed. On the back of his machine was a crane, and it had a huge rock in. It was spinning as it was being ready to be thrown. Nezu laughed as he pushed a button, and the rock came flying off. Mina and Yuga screamed as the shadow of the rock covered them. Yuga turned to Mina and hugged her tight. He pointed his belly button away and used the momentum to be launched away. Yuga and Mina flew and narrowly avoided the rock. They hit the ground and were practically out of breath. The two pushed themselves up with their eyes wide. Nezu was still driving at them with evil intensity. Mina sprayed her acid everywhere and created a huge ditch. The two then turned and ran to helpfully escape through the gate. Nezu saw this and smiled. He changed the angle of his machine and drove with full force at the ditch. His machine jumped up in the air. He pulled a lever, and the digger of the machine was launched off. It flew high in the air before spinning down. Yuga and Mina were now about 150 meters away from the exit, but landing right in front of them was the digger of the machine. The two couldn't stop in time and slammed into the piece of metal. The two fell back onto the ground and groaned in pain. They heard the machine slowing down, and they moved their head to try and look at Nezu. They see him on the dashboard of his machine looking down at them. Well, looks like you two are done. But now the question is, where is Kaminari? Nezu mused. As he said that, a loud bang slammed onto the roof of the machine, making Nezu's yes pop and perk his ears up. He looked up and saw 2 dents in the roof. Ah god gosh it. Denki whined. He limped over the roof and had his hand over the roof. Electricity pulsed around the hand and widened. The electricity shocked Nezu and made the fuzz around Nezu fizz and stand on end. He then laid limp. Denki moaned as he gripped his knees, moaning in pain while the other two could only look. Izuku looked at the screens. He just watched Denki smash his knees to take Nezu in. Reckless, but impressive. All of the exams are now done. Well, except for Momo's, Tenya's and Izumi's. But Izuku knows they are going to win. Momo finally decided to step up and make a plan, and it truly is as brilliant as Izuku thought it would. She covered herself and Tenya in a cloth to keep their quirks. She also created a fake Izumi, so Eraserhead will think he knows where they all are. They'll distract while Izumi's get up high and covers Eraserhead's eyes to be able to cuff him. Himiko sighed as she sat down in a chair. Wow, same as 1B, 2 fails. She said, obviously referring to Nito and Hiryu. Izuku was overall impressed with the abilities his class showed. He wonders if they'll improve at the training camp they'll be going to. Abi was breathing heavily. He wanted to just sleep, but the amount of chemicals in his body was forcing him to be wide awake. He groaned and turned his head over to his hand. He snapped them and created a small spark of blue fire, making Dabi smile. All for one, and the stupid doctor managed to figure out that the second quirk in his body was an adapting quirk that gives him resilience to injuries he sustains. Since they keep trying to suppress his quirk, Adapt has been working to become immune to that. They figured that out and have tried several different things to make his quirk null, as they figured out a way to extract his quirk. He hopes this pain will end soon, but he doesn't even know if he has been in this warehouse for more than a month. With all of the drugs, chemicals and bacteria forcefully injected into his body, he feels sensitive and numb at the same time. Everything hurts but differently, and he can't figure out what those parts are. In all honesty, he probably wouldn't have even known he was breathing heavily if his breath wasn't visible. He noticed this a while ago, and at first he presumed this to be them turning the temperature of the building down. This was to either test or torture him, or it was because he was radiating immense heat. But as time went on, his breath was getting heavier and physically turning into ice and landing back on his chin. A cold room doesn't do that. What the fuck were they doing to him? Author's notes. 10,273 words, Jesus Christ. This took me so long to do and get the ideas to do. Well, I only started it a little while ago as I had exams for school, but still. You can see what parts in this chapter 1 physically gave up. I am never doing a chapter like this again. But still, thank you for taking the time of the day to read this book. Really appreciate it. Defeating Shigaraki. Izuku and Himiko sat next to each other at a large round table. The two looked around and gazed at the other people he could see. Most of them were heroes, top ones too. Mariko, Headshot, Best Jeanist, Gang Orca and other ones as well. But there were also some hero committee members, probably people high up in the ranking. Izuku wasn't sure if he should hate this people or just be indifferent, as the hero committee is the biggest factor in why people with villainous quirks and those who are quirkless are treated the way they are. But Izuku wasn't sure if they were a direct part of it and had any say in it. Oh, but he definitely hated Chikara Irajak. He was the head and face of the hero committee. If you want to be a hero, or whatever publicity you gain is managed by him. If anything bad to facing heroes appear, he removes them within an instant. Izuku would like a few choice words with him. But he would have to hold off on that though, as he was arriving with Nezu. Currently the heroes and hero committee members were all waiting for those two to arrive, as none of them knew why they were here. They were called. Izuku and Himiko were currently in their vigilante gear, hero gear. It still is a bit iffy, but they aren't in trouble with the law. Other heroes and committee members were side-eyeing them, sending them glares or glances. Himiko glared back at all of them while snuggling up to Izuku. Izuku had his arm wrapped around her back and grabbing her waist, pulling her in. However, they weren't alone. Miss Joke was here as well, and she was happily talking with them like everyone else didn't matter. Izuku and Himiko smiled and talked back with her. Unfortunately, Eraserhead couldn't be here as he was currently on the training camp trip with Class 1 and B. Izuku wondered how they were going and if they were getting along. He knew some Class 1B members were a bit jealous of Class 1 as they are known to have survived a villain attack and did far better in the tournament. Also, Nito was an asshole already, so he may spur up some things with the other class. Mainly Katsuki. Izuku did wonder why Endeavor, Ice Queen, Green Tornado and All Might weren't here. They were top heroes and all other big heroes were as well. They probably will be a part of whatever they were doing, but left out of the room since Izuku and Himiko would be in here. Izuku was thankful for that as he hated all of them. Not too long later the door opened. Two people walked in. Nezu trotted along with his innocent gaze and small upturned lips. But the tall man behind him wasn't nearly as cheery. He had a green suit and red tie. His hair gelled cleanly except for a clump of dyed yellow hair standing up straight. He had plain black glasses with a resting bitch face. Izuku and Himiko caught his eyes looking at them, and they narrowed into a glare. The two glared back with ferocious intensity which everyone else missed except for Miss Joke and Nezu. Nezu ignored and walked forward. He made it to his step stool and walked up of it. Nezu looked around the room and nodded his head. He raised his paw to his throat and coughed a bit to clear it. Hello everyone. You are all here in hopes of eradicating the threat of the League of Villains. Tatsuki sat next to Ejiro on the boss and talked a bit. Nito Monoma, otherwise known as Whiny Baby, dubbed by Katsuki. He tried to get a rise out of the explosive teen, but Katsuki just ignored him. Izumi was speaking with Momo, talking about some new fashion media that has popped around. Izumi felt happy that people were still talking to her, but she knew she wasn't really clean with them. But could you blame her? She didn't want to be hated, but she was confused why she wasn't. Tatsuki was loved by his classmates and looked up to. He was a type of leader. Izumi knew that most of them didn't know about what her and Katsuki did, but she did know that at least some of them did. Mainly Kyoka and Ichako. Those two aren't rude to her, but they ignore her, which is better than being mean. She is also sure that Denki and Ejiro know as well, seeing as how often they hang around the explosive teen, but they still are nice to her, although less so than how they are with others. Also, she can't tell if Itachi knows or if he just dislikes her. He seems to be bored and uncaring to most people, but comes out of his shell with Denki and Kyoka. Why isn't he telling them to hate her? It is confusing the hell out of her. Katsuki has refused to talk with Izumi at all, or even look at her for that matter. He could turn the entire class against her while still having people love him. He has done it before. Izumi helped him do that exact thing before, and he should have no problem doing it now. Izumi sighed and looked down at her hands. He really has changed. Well, she is still the same asshole despite saying that she would become different. Wait, who are you? I remember seeing you when we all trained together, but that makes 21 Class 1 students. Setsuna asked loudly while pointing a finger over towards Izumi. Izumi flinched and perked up. She felt nervous all of a sudden with the change of atmosphere and all of the attention unwillingly being thrusted upon her. Yeah, who are you, cutie? Hiryu asked, peeking around the seat and smirking at the unfamiliar blonde. He then squeaked as an invisible hand grabbed his hair and yanked him back. Izumi looked around with a slight flush to her cheeks. She is used to a lot of attention being on her, but she normally created that. Now this was other people wanting to know her, not because who she was, but because they didn't know who she was. She smiled and gave a small wave. Hello, I'm Izuku Yagi. I was accepted a bit later than everyone else because of a schooling issue. This was allowed as there was only 19 members of Class 1A. Izumi answered. Class 1B looked confused and turned their heads to the back of the bus. The bus had 20 rows that could fit 2 students each. The back of the bus was one long row that could fit 5 people. So in total the bus could fit 45 people. However, Eraserhead and Vlad King take up the 2 seats at the front, leaving a perfect 41 seats for everyone else. Itachi was at the back of the bus, sitting over at the left side of the window. To his right was Kyoka, then Denki, then Mina, then Hanta taking the back row. Their focus went to Hitachi as he had his head against the back of the chair trying to fall asleep. But didn't he get into Class 1A? That makes 21. Niranjeki asked. Without moving or opening his eyes, Hitachi spoke. No, I am still technically in general studies. I just take heroic lessons with 1A. Hitachi answered. Class 1B was shocked with Nito seemingly getting upset by this. He got on his knees on his seat and turned to look at Izumi and Hitachi. How is that fair? You 1A scrubs really are trying everything to pull ahead, huh? Nito mocked, giving a shitty confident smile. Shut up. Most of the bus yelled back, getting tired of his shit. Eraserhead groaned and unzipped himself from his sleeping bag. The bus quickly got real quiet when Eraserhead turned and glared at them. They all slipped down into their seats, expecting his eyes to glow and threaten to kick them all off the bus. Something that they aren't exactly sure if he will do yet, but they don't want to find out. If it was my choice, she wouldn't be here. Now all of you off and get off the bus. Eraserhead said grumpily. Most of the students didn't know what to make of what Eraserhead said first, but were confused when he said get up. The bus rolled to a stop and the students all looked around to see the environment. They were still on a road with a forest about 120 meters down from the edge they were on. It didn't look like a campground. Denki, who was in the middle at the back and couldn't see, asked a question. Are we already there? Eraserhead shook his head and pulled his sleeping bag over his shoulder. No, we are having a bit of a stretch, no everyone out. Eraserhead said, his hair and eyes flaring up in intensity. Without any further questions or debating, the students filtered off the bus. Mina and Ijiro ran over to the railing of the road and looked down. They then looked back at the rest of the class and yelled out. How far do you think we have to go? You all still have a ways to go. A female voice said from behind them. The class all turned and looked at who just approached them. The wild pussycats. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll and Tiger. But some of the students also noticed a young boy with a red cap that had yellow horns standing a bit behind them. Whoa, it's the wild pussycats. Kinoko said with a smile on her face. Yeah. Minoru drooled with a different kind of smile. Indeed we are. I am Mandalay, I am Pixie Bob, I am Ragdoll and I'm Tiger. All of us together make up the wild pussycats. The group of 4 yelled. They jumped around each other and swirled around until they ended in a dynamic pose. Some of the students of both classes clapped their hands at their semi-performance. Sir, are they coming with us? Tenya asked. Eraserhead groaned and nodded his head. Yeah, we get a group of heroes to join us here everywhere. Sometimes they are the same, sometimes different. The pussycats have been with us for the last 3 years. Eraserhead answered. Pixie Bob hummed and dashed forward towards the students. Getting close in particular with Denki, Ijiro, Tenya and Kitsuki. When we have students this gorgeous, how could we say no? She giggled and dashed around the 4, constantly touching them and getting really close. The other students look at her with a very confused and concerned expression. Mandalay sighs and shakes her head with a guilty smile. Yeah, sorry, she does this a lot. She admits to the rest of the class. Hanta looks over to her but points his finger over at Pixie Bob. But isn't she like 3rd millimeter? Hanta squeals although it's muffled by Pixie Bob's paw glove. She glares threateningly at the teen. I am still a teenager on the inside. She growls at the boy. Vlad King rolls his eyes. But the law will say otherwise. Vlad Kind whispered to Eraserhead, who let out a snort of mild amusement. The pussycats then continued to talk with the rest of the class about things they'll be doing, what is going on and other things about the camp they'll be staying at for the week. However, the young boy that a few noticed still stayed near the back, head down and hands grumpily in his pockets. Ichako was one of the few who noticed the boy. He looks so gloomy and grumpy. She wonders why he is here. He has to be here with the wild pussycats, but who was he? As far as she was concerned or knew, they all have been single and certainly never been pregnant. She looked around and no one else seemed to paying attention to the kid at the back. Deciding to figure out who he was, Ichako walked up and over to him. She got close to the kid, but he was still looking away with his hands in his pocket. Ichako bent down and put her hands on her knees. She smiled kindly at the boy. Hello, I'm Uraraka, who are you? She asked. The boy slowly turned his head and side-eyed Uraraka with a glare. Uraraka was taken aback by the attitude of the boy. Slowly, he stepped to be facing her head-on, his eyes looking up at her, but not his face. Before Uraraka could even react, the kid kicked her knee extremely hard. Uraraka squeaked and hopped up. She bit her lip to stop any noise from escaping her mouth. She brought her knee up and grabbed it with her hand. She started hopping backwards while gripping her knee. The boy then turned around and walked away. Kitsuki, who saw this, ran up to Ichako. He grabbed her shoulders so she could stop hopping. He then turned to the boy. Hey, what the hell? He yelled angrily. Mandalay turned and ran over to the boy. Hey Kota. You can't do that to other people. Mandalay said, but it wasn't laced with anger, just sadness. Kota just scoffed and kept walking. Mandalay sighed and walked over to Kitsuki and Ichako. Sorry about him, he recently lost his parents from a villain. I'm his closest relative, so that's why he is with me. Mandalay explained, looking down sadly. Kitsuki's glare at the boy stopped and he looked away when he heard that. Ochako gasped and covered her mouth. A small boy losing his parents must be so hard. Oh my god, what happened? Ochako asked. Mandalay sighed and she looked back to see Kota climbing in the car the pussycats probably took to get here. His parents were the duo heroes Waterhose. They sacrificed their lives to stop a villain going on a rampage. Mandalay explained. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ochako said. She then looked sadly over to Kota. That poor boy. The group keep talking, but as they do the sun starts to set. Vlad looks back. Well, we better get going, he said. Tenya ran to the front of the bus and started chopping his arms. Alright everyone, single file lines. Tenya ordered while wildly chopping his hands. Well, not for you guys. Tiger smiled evilly as he walked forward. Huh? The heroic students all said. Well, that's because your training starts now. Pixie Bob yelled. The students all looked over to her. She flung her hands in the air, the pink circles on the paws glowing. She then slammed her paws on the ground with a wicked smile. The ground where her paws are started moving, swashing around like liquid. The earth all around the students growing and covering their legs. They all started panicking, but before they could do something, the ground started shifting before becoming a tidal wave of earth. The students all screamed as they were pushed off the road and fell off the ledge down into the forest. Eraserhead smiled as he looked down at all of the students. He chuckled as he turned around, walking back over to the bus. It gets better every year. Itsuki grunts as he rolls across the ground roughly. He pushed himself up and turned to look around. He was covered in dirt and he had piles resting on top of him. He could see some of his classmates also on the ground, covered in dirt. Itsuki then heard a sloshing noise. He turned to face it and saw the ground was swirling like liquid again. Slowly the ground started to form, becoming bigger and bigger, until it looked like a mix between a cat, rhinoceros and tyrannosaurus. Kitsuki groaned as he looked at the thing, becoming extremely pissed off. Izuku and Himiko followed along the pro heroes Edshot and Mariko as the vigilantes Hope and Carmilla. The four were all going together despite each of them possessing different speeds. Hope being able to go the fastest with Edshot not too far behind. Mariko, although was incredibly fast thanks to her strong legs, couldn't get much farther than Carmilla. The group of four were to be the ones to attack from the back, all of them being good at locating enemies while keeping their position hidden. Although it isn't Mariko's specialty nor what she likes to do, she can do it when she wants to. Right now, with the whole situation resting on them. The threat that Shigaraki and the Nomus his master is creating is dire. No funny action can take place. Edshot reshaped the top half of himself and placed his hands on the ledge. Mariko hopped down next to him, her huge feet making no noise as she squats. Izuku and Carmilla then appear right next to them, their eyes set onto the large area of water. It was mostly large empty space next to them, but there was some buildings. Himiko formed some binoculars in her hands and looked into them and scoped around. Izuku pulled out an iPad. Green lines started to cover the device and it turned on. Screens of cameras showed on it, and with the use of Izuku's hack quirk, he looked through them. Mariko and Edshot kept watch, keeping their eyes and ears locked for any sort of disturbance. So what will we see, Nomus? The handjob guy, his minion or the big bad himself? Mariko asked, slowly getting bored. Izuku hummed and looked up. He could see the drains on the ledge of the water banks, a floating warehouse and a bunch of fishing boats. There was no sign of any life which made this all the much harder, but Izuku would not easily give up. We could see those. Hope spoke up, focusing his attention to a certain camera on his iPad. He then stood up and activated one of his new quirks, focal vision. His vision turned blue, giving everything a deep hue that is making the ability to see in the darkness difficult. But that wasn't the point. He looked up from his iPad and looked around. In the distance, near an alley was a small speck of orange underneath a garbage dumpster. Hope smirked and put his iPad away. But what we are looking for is the real entrance. Hope replied. He then turned to the group and waved his hand for them to follow. The three looked at him confused but stood up without question. They followed Hope as he swiftly made his way over rooftops and continued to stare right behind him as he jumped down into an alleyway. Hope looked around and could still see the small orange specks of dirt near the dumpster. Hope got down on the floor and looked underneath the dumpster. He then smiled as he spotted the small camera hidden underneath it. Using Earth Tentacle Orbit quirk, Hope reached under and grabbed it. Pulling it out, Hope lifted it up and smiled. The other three saw that and their eyes widened. How did you know that was there? Edshot asked. Hope turned to him and stood up. Well, with my hack quirk, I managed to get into the connecting system with a bunch of cameras. They were everywhere and made no sense, and I had no clue what they meant until I got notified that this was Shigaraki's base. I used my focal vision quirk to find this thing. Which means if they have this here. Hope answered and activated his focal vision quirk again. But instead of for the camera, he wanted to find Kurogiri. An orange fingerprint appeared on the now blue camera to Hope. He then looked around and spotted orange wisps of air floating faintly from a vent on one of the buildings. Hope deactivated his quirk and stood up. He walked over to the vent while enhancing the size of his arms with heavy skeleton. He squatted down and gripped the bars. Grunting a little, Hope ripped the bars out. He then turned to the other three. Their true entrance might not be too far behind, Hope said. He then dived down into the vent. Carmilla quickly followed behind him. Edshot and Mariko looked to each other before Edshot shrugged his shoulders. He folded himself down and zoomed himself into the vent. Mariko grunted in frustration as she got down on all fours. She then wriggles herself in with a lot of effort. After a few hard moments of struggling, she fell as the walls that were constricting her disappeared. Quickly doing a somersault, she landed on her feet. Carmilla, Hope and Edshot were already at the bottom, waiting for her. The area was similar to a sewer, but a lot more clean and done up. There is a dirty water stream in the middle that is moving all of the water going down the halls and continuing down each intersecting path. Hope looked around, his quirk focal vision still active and looking for Kurogiri. But the faint orange air all around him is everywhere, making it impossible for Hope to try and track down the misty villain. So Hope switches his vision to Shigaraki, but weirdly the opposite is true, as there is no trace of Shigaraki anywhere. I don't know where to go from here. I can't get a read on Shigaraki, and Kurogiri seems to be everywhere, Hope admits to the rest of the groups. Carmilla groans and holds her nose with 2 fingers, closing her nostrils. Ugh, this place stinks, she complains. Well, it is a sewer, Edshot replied monotonously, explaining the obvious. Carmilla turned and narrowed her eyes at him. Well, let's look around. They've got to be somewhere here, Mariko adds grumpily, slowly getting frustrated at the lack of action. Then lead the way, Hope gestures. Mariko growls but turns and starts walking with the other 3 following behind her. The others follow and walk behind the smaller rabbit hero. The quad didn't have to move for very long as suddenly Mariko stopped. Before the others could ask her why, they noticed her ears started to twitch. They went from left to right before pointing forward slightly. Mariko then turned her head and faced the rest of the group, but her ears stayed pointing towards the right slightly. I hear Nomu's this way, she whispered. She then turned back around before jumping across the small sewage stream. The other 3 followed her lead and chased after her. Mariko hopped at extreme speeds, but the others were able to keep up. They reached a door and they stopped right in front of it. Hope moved to the front and activated hack again. He forced the door to slowly push open without much effort, and the group looked inside. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were at a desk with a bunch of buttons and a screen. Their backs were to the fore and they seemed to be distracted. They all looked over to Edshot, who nodded his head. He quickly folded his body and silent pounced forward. Faster than any of them could blink, Edshot was gone and was about to reach Shigaraki. But then suddenly a large black hand chopped down from the side of the door. The line that was Edshot's body suddenly stopped. The quick movement suddenly coming to a stop, which revealed the tip of Edshot's body inches away from Shigaraki. Hope, Carmilla and Mariko all gasped as Edshot's body started to unfold. As quick as the sound of something snapping. Edshot yells in pain as he unfolds in the middle of the room, with a large black hand pinning him down. Instantly Mariko kicked the door open with the 3 jumping in. Shigaraki and Kurogiri turned around. A hand covered Shigaraki's head, which allows the only facial feature to be seen as a single red eye. Shigaraki growls like a child and turns to Kurogiri. I thought you said no one would find this place. God, you're useless. Shigaraki whines as he stomps his feet. He turns to the heroes and removes his gloved hands. This is over for you, Shigaraki, and your master, Hope shouts. Shigaraki laughs and pushes his hands forward, his fingers twitching in anticipation. Kurogiri's mist-like body grows in size and quickly covers half of the back wall. It is hilarious that you believe that you can even match a fraction of his power. Izuku Yagi. Shigaraki giggles evilly. Hope glares hardened. Slowly his body starts to shift, metal grows over Hope and his red horns becoming even larger. The ground around Hope shift before breaking the ground and form into a light brown tentacle-like thing. The Nomu in the room was 12 feet tall, and their skin was a deep black. Its joints in their body where the knees, elbows and shoulders is a bunch of scrunched and pulled up skin, giving it rounded and flabby skin in those areas. It had a large stomach but small hips, and its stomach sagged down past its groin. The fingers of the Nomu were all different in size, and it had 2 extra fingers on its palms. The Nomu had no neck with a regular sized head that didn't fit right on its body. The areas from the eyes and nose was scrunched up, removing all facial features in those areas. It had a long beak like a toucan with several sharp and twirly teeth hanging out of the open mouth. Mariko let out a battle cry and jumped forward, creating a gust of wind from where she just was. She then kicked the hand that was locking Edshot down onto the ground. The hand was slapped off, and Mariko grabbed Edshot by the back of the shirt. She then jumped away to the left wall with Edshot with her. Hope then sucked in a large breath. He pointed his arms forward, and small embers emerged all around his wrists. Hope then screamed, and the sonic ball of sound bounced out his lungs. The embers flew off the wrists and shot outwards, but now are slowly turning inwards towards the Nomu. But before either of them could land, a purple misty portal formed in front of all of the projectiles. They entered the portal. Hope and Carmilla heard the sounds of the screams to his left and quickly turned. The fire pellets and echo scream all shot towards them. Hope enlarged his metal hand and backhanded the echo scream. It bounced away and hit the floor before bouncing up at the Nomu. Hope then put both of his arms in front of his face to protect himself. The small pellets of fire all converged together at Hope's arms. At the conversion, the flame pellets then expanded and exploded. Hope grunted as he took the attack. The echo scream bounced underneath the portal Kurogiri created and hit the Nomu. It was knocked into the air only by a foot before landing back onto the ground. Their feet crushed the ground and created small craters for them. It made no noise or acknowledgement of being attacked. Carmilla growled at the beast. She knew this thing would be more of a challenge than the Nomu at the USJ. Carmilla reached into her pockets and grabbed her daggers. She then made small cuts on both of her arms with the tip of her blades. Blood started dripping onto her daggers. Electricity buzzed on one while the second one light on fire. She got down, ready to pounce, but before she could, claws dug themselves into her back. She shrieked at the pain as she was pushed to the ground, but it was barely heard as the screeching Nomu on top of her made its presence known. Hope and Mariko looked over to Carmilla and looked at the Nomu on top of her. The Nomu was a green creature with 3 bulging eyes on its small head in every wrong spot. The Nomu was 3 feet tall, and its beak was split in half from the tip of the mouth to the base. It revealed itself to have human teeth along its beak and a purple tongue. It had bat-like wings that was way too small for it to make use of and long noodle-like legs with snake-like heads for the feet and teeth as its claws. Hope narrowed his eyes and manipulated one of the earth tentacles he created earlier to smack that creature off of his girlfriend. Himiko growled as she stood up and changed her sights to the Nomu. She then raised her knives and dashed towards it. Hope then turned back to the other 3 villains, but his eyes widened. A black portal was right in front of him. Electricity spawned around him, but he couldn't fully activate his quirk. Suddenly a large hand with too many fingers grabbed him. Hope could only squeak as he was pulled inside the portal with 0 effort on the other side. When Hope could see again, he was face to face with a large Nomu. Mariko saw this and got up. She then sawed all the way to the Nomu. She pushed her kick forward at the Nomu, but before it even landed the Nomu countered without even looking. Its flab of skin at the elbow suddenly blew up and its hand moved at sonic speed, slapping Mariko away. Thinking quickly, she flipped over and landed flat on her feet. She looked back up with an angered expression, flipping her hair out of her face. But Hope had already freed himself. Manipulating his metal bones into a sharp blade, he cut off the hand of the Nomu. But it almost immediately regenerated a whole new hand. Hoping that Hope could take care of that beast, she set her sights onto Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Leaping forward with a powerful knee, she went towards Shigaraki. Expectedly a portal formed in front of her. Mariko was no idiot, so she expected this. Pushing her second leg down, she pushed herself higher into the air. Using her hand she pushed herself back down. Shigaraki has now decided to join the fight. Shigaraki raced towards Mariko with his hands out behind him. Portals formed in front of Mariko, but she was too quick and kept dodging them or smacking them from the side, destroying the portal. Shigaraki then shoved his hand through one of the portals. Mariko then saw crusty fingers with yellow fingernails coming at her face. She reacted quickly and moved her head to the side. She then reached forward and grabbed the wrist of Shigaraki. Mariko yanked his arm out and started crushing his wrists, which made Shigaraki writhe in pain. Mariko moved her arm above her head to slam it down on the villain's elbow, but another portal opened up near her arm. She could feel the ground disappearing beneath her as well. So Mariko forced herself to let go of her assailant's wrist and jump back to the wall, creating an impact crater in it. She smirks as she looks up at the 2 villains before hopping back into the fight. Shigaraki rushed at her and threw his hands at her. Mariko put up her arms and knocked his arms away to protect herself from Shigaraki's quirk. She threw some kicks at him as well, but Shigaraki was surprisingly fast and adept at combat, so he was keeping up with the number 6 hero. But Mariko's experience far surpassed Shigaraki's. Mariko stuck her foot out. She put it underneath Shigaraki's groin, causing pain in the nether region. She brought her foot closer to her, which pulled Shigaraki at an awkward angle, causing him to lose balance. Mariko smirked as planted her foot firmly on the ground. With all the power she could muster, she jumped her foot up high in the air, aiming for the villain's chin. She was using her signature wind-up axe kick. No villain has stayed standing after being hit by this. But that only applies when villains are hit. Some have managed to dodge. Shigaraki now being a part of that small list. Shigaraki moved his entire body back and avoided the upward strike of Mariko's wind-up axe kick. Now usually Mariko could slam her foot onto Shigaraki's stomach, but doing that would kill her, thanks to Shigaraki's quirk. Mariko's eyes widened as Shigaraki raised his hand up. Mariko moved back and changed the course of her kick. Shigaraki's fingers brushed onto Mariko's thigh as she swung her leg back. Despite it behind her leg that is touched, her entire body could be turned completely into ash within 10 seconds. Mariko could feel one finger, then two, then three, then four. Shigaraki's eyes widened as he reached for his thumb to touch the leg. He pushed his arm forward to close that last tiny bit of distance. But Mariko's leg swirled back down, so his fingers brushed off of her leg. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Before he could feel any type of anger, Mariko hopped up with her foot that was on the ground. She twirled in midair, hopping away so Shigaraki's second hand also missed as he flung it up. She spun around and using the foot that she just hopped off of the ground, she kicked Shigaraki in the stomach. He was sent flying back, but before he could hit the wall a portal was created behind him. He came out of another portal and he flew up into the air. The momentum however stopped and when he started falling back down, another portal was created beneath him. He then popped out and landed flat on the floor on his stomach. Mariko laughed at him as she looked at the two villains smugly. "Is that all you got? From two of the most wanted villains in Japan, you sure are quite easy." Mariko laughed. Shigaraki growled before lunging back over to her. Carmilla lunged at the small bird Nomu with both of her daggers. However, the bird Nomu was able to avoid it. Leaping up and high into the air, Carmilla dug her daggers into the wall. She growled and looked up at the bird Nomu. It squawked, which sounded like the devil screaming at her. The feet of the bird slowly started to change. The already snake-like feet and legs suddenly full shifted into snakes. They hissed in Carmilla and lunged down at her. Carmilla's eyes widened. She let go of the right dagger that was buzzing with electricity. She pushed her back to the wall by spinning around, keeping her left hand on the fire dagger. She dodged the snakes. They hissed awkwardly in the air as they tried to move to attack Himiko. Carmilla yanked the flaming dagger out of the wall and stuck it into the snake's head. The snake hissed in pain as fire erupted all around it. Carmilla then pulled hard on the blade. The Nomu screeched as it was pulled out of the air. It roared as it was flung and hit the floor. Carmilla stepped on the head of the other snake as it tried to attack her. She brought her flaming dagger out of the other snake and swiftly cut off half the snake. She then kicked the snake away before turning her attention to the body of the Nomu. It writhed as it tried to fly away. Carmilla moved forward and raised her fire dagger above her head, preparing to kill this beast. But then something bit the back of her calf. Carmilla looked down and saw the head of the snake. She looked back properly and saw that their legs are growing back. Carmilla growled and made the blood around that leg combust into flames, removing any chance of venom, as well as getting the head of the snake off of her. But the snake wasn't done. It started wrapping around Carmilla's leg and the other one was doing the same. Carmilla tried cutting them but ended up tripping and falling on her butt. The bird Nomu then started screaming and flailing around. Carmilla was surprised as she was lifted in the air. Her face was then slammed in the ground. Carmilla grunted, but she kept on being moved around. Her and the bird kept on writhing around as she was flung around, unable to provide much resistance. Carmilla yelped as she was flung into the back of the wall. She groaned but then heard the sparks of electricity. Looking up, she saw her electric dagger buzzing in the wall. She reached up and grabbed it, then proceeded to yank it out. Carmilla was then dragged across the floor, but she jabbed her dagger into the snake's body. Suddenly the entire Nomu buzzed in pain and started seizing. Carmilla managed to escape her confines and get back up. She cut her hand open and dashed towards the Nomu. Blood dripped on her hand, but she was numb to the pain. She stuck her hand forward near the bird Nomu's face. Parts of her blood transformed into sharp hits of metal, and the rest of it became a mix of chemicals to create an explosion. The Nomu screamed as their face blew up with shards of metal piercing their face with deadly power. Carmilla pulled their dagger through the body of the Nomu. They screamed and writhed in pain before becoming slump. Carmilla waited for a second, but the Nomu wasn't regenerating, making Carmilla smirk. Hope headbutted the large Nomu with his horns. The Nomu was knocked back slightly, but didn't make any indication of pain or discomfort. The Nomu stared down at Hope. It raised his hands towards Hope, but it wasn't nearly fast enough. Hope dodged and opened his mouth. He fired his echo scream as well metal tooth missiles. The Nomu was nudged back as the scream hit his chest, but its feet did not move. The missiles punctured the Nomu's chest, but it did not seem phased. The Nomu then opened its mouth and roared. Hope's eyes widened as the roar was deep and powerful. It gave off a presence that prevented him from moving. Suddenly the shoulders of the Nomu exploded and they exploded forward. Hope was shocked as he suddenly got flattened as the Nomu landed on top of him. Hope gasped as the air was knocked out of his lungs. Hope punched the Nomu with strong impact which moved the Nomu a lot. It allowed Hope to move. He tried activating Bolt, but the Nomu roared horrifically again. Yet again Hope felt frozen. He looked around and noticed that only he was being affected. The knees of the Nomu, then the elbows of the Nomu exploded. The beast slammed into Hope which caused a heavy blow, but Hope took it with ease. Heavy skeleton, hard blood and resilience proving to make Hope an iron wall of defense. Hope shifted the ground beneath him and formed 4 earth tentacles. The tentacles pushed the 12-foot Nomu into the air and slammed him into the wall. Hope finally turned into Bolt and zapped away. The Nomu wasn't wasting more time as it quickly broke the tentacles and landed back onto ground. Its knees burrowing into the ground. But it slowly stood back up normally. Hope had electricity engulf around him as he manipulated his bones into blades. He then shot towards the Nomu. He sliced and cut the Nomu apart. The Nomu kept regenerating, but it never showed signs of exhaustion or anger. But despite its inability to give in, it could not catch Hope. Hope kept gracefully sliding around the Nomu and sliced it up. His idea was to find the limit of the quirk or a weak spot in the Nomu. Hope punctured his arm through the Nomu's stomach. He then pulled his arm up, however the Nomu's arms exploded. Their hands gripped Hope's arm and prevented him from moving it. Hope attempted to yank it out or continue cutting the Nomu, but his arm wouldn't budge. Shigaraki noticed the struggle Hope was having before smirking. He then turned to Kurogiri and sprinted towards him. Kurogiri summoned a portal in front of him and Shigaraki dashed into it. The portal appeared next to Hope and Shigaraki sprinted out with his hand outstretched. Hope's eyes widened at this. He pushed his second's hands outwards and activated strong impact. Hope punched Shigaraki in the chest and launched him to the other side of the room. He went limp as he crashed into the large television screen, electricity spurting out from it. The hand covering Shigaraki's fell off, revealing his smile. Hope's eyes widened as his metal enhancement slowly started disintegrating. Despite having the quirk resilience, it didn't stop the excruciating pain. Hope screamed at the top of his lungs in absolute agony as his arm slowly disappeared. Carmilla and Mariko turned to Hope and their eyes widened at what they were seeing. Izuku. Carmilla screamed, completely ignoring the fact that she was supposed to keep his identity a secret. Not like it mattered too much as Ed shot and Mariko heard Shigaraki call Hope Izuku Yagi at the start of this battle. Not like it mattered too much, Mariko was much too focused on the fact Hope was screaming. Ed shot, finally waking up from the harsh blow from the Nomu, pushed himself up from off the ground. He saw Hope was trapped by the Nomu and immediately went to help. He dashed forward and folded himself down into thin and sharp. He pierced through the Nomu and moved himself cleanly through the despicable beast. He blocked the major blood vessels causing the Nomu to freeze. Hope cried as he ripped his arm out of the now frozen Nomu. His arm was almost nothing and it was quickly eating away at him. Hope turned his eyes to his almost disintegrated arm. With no hesitation, Hope swung his other arm and cleanly sliced off the remaining part of his disappearing arm. The group's eyes all widened. Hope gasped as he dropped his knees to the ground. He embedded his bladed arm into the floor to keep himself upright. Hope was gasping for breath, tears streamed down his eyes and blood pouring onto the floor. The chunk of arm that now laid on the ground quickly turned into dust. Hope then screamed. A gold light appeared in where his missing arm should be, and then it formed back into an arm. Hope continued to wheeze and gasp in pain as he just lost a large amount of energy. The Nomu was still standing but currently frozen. Hope then turned back to the beast with fury in his eyes. Hope outstretched the arm that wasn't disintegrated and touched the Nomu. He then activated Overhaul. Izuku hasn't gotten used to using Overhaul yet. It is a complicated quirk. Able to destroy items and people down to the molecular level and then rebuild them how the user wants. Izuku has trained with the quirk, but most of the time he just leaves holes in items while hurting his hand. But right now, he was pissed off. The light of the quirk Overhaul lit up. Hope looked over at the Nomu and activated the quirk. Within the blink of an eye, the mammoth of a creature suddenly no longer existed, becoming tiny atoms in the large space. Edshot's eyes widened, he wasn't expecting the creature he was constricting to suddenly disappear. He then noticed that Kurogiri was still standing. Edshot then pounced forward and dashed at lightning speeds. Kurogiri created a few portals too and teleported him away. Hope then created an earth tentacle and covered the yellow glowing eyes of Kurogiri. Kurogiri grunted and struggled, reaching his arms up to try and get the tentacle off of him. Several more purple portals of mist formed around Kurogiri, but because he couldn't see, they were ineffective. Edshot tried again and attacked Kurogiri. He went into his body and cut off blood circulation. Kurogiri tried resisting, but quickly fell limp to the ground. The group of four all panted, tired and hurt. But then they heard chuckling. They all looked over to Shigaraki who was somehow still conscious. He was bleeding everywhere but still had a sick smile on his face. The group of four finally walked over to him as he chuckled. "It's over, Shigaraki, tell us where All for One is." Hope commanded with narrowed eyes. Shigaraki looked at him, his eyes dazed and insane. He just laughed and shook his head. "Ah, you heroes are so easy to fool, don't you see?" Shigaraki laughed. The group of four all turned and looked at each other confused. They got ready for another type of attack, not lowering their guard. "You haven't followed the main story. This was just a side quest." Shigaraki smiled, stretching way too wide for his face. Then slowly, he started to melt. The group of four eyes widened. Hope ran forward and grabbed Shigaraki. But all Hope grabbed was gunk of grey goop. Shigaraki laughed as he slowly melted into puddle. Mariko stepped forward towards Kurogiri. She raised her foot and slammed it down onto the mist man, becoming grey goop as well. "They, we're clones," Hope said after a 10 silent moments. "But if they're not here, then where are they?" Carmilla added. "Students, we are under attack by villains. You have authorization to use your quirks to defend yourselves." Author notes. Well, got another chapter done. The next chapter will be on the training camp attack. I am planning to make that part though 3 chapters, so I don't lose my sanity, making one chapter really long yet removing tons of parts in it. Bolt, heavy skeleton, earth tentacle orbit, fat inflammation, pitch, horns, strong impact, tooth missile, echo, hacked, stasis, storage, resilient, ember, hard blood, focal vision, energy consumption, overhaul. Not active. Attacked. Fires were burning in an opening in a forest. 41 students were all cooking food for themselves, as the teachers had others matters to attend to during the time the sun was going down. The students all got themselves into groups to help others in making food. A few of the students know how to cook, but most of them are clueless, so a leader is in every team. "Brown cheeks, can you stir this while I do some cutting?" Kitsuki asked. Achako bounced over with a large smile. She grabbed a spoon and moved over to the cooking pot. "Of course, Kachan, I got it." Achako smiled as she started to stir. Kitsuki nodded his head with a smile before grabbing a knife. He moved over to some zucchini and started slicing them thinly. However, he was doing it at incredible speeds. Ijiro was walking over with a few dirty dishes in his arms to help Kitsuki and Achako, as he didn't know how to cook. He passed by Kitsuki and his eyes widened. He turned his head and looked over to his blonde-haired friend. "Whoa dude, how are you so good at that?" Ijiro asked. Kitsuki rolled his shoulders and looked towards his friend. "Yeah, I've been doing this for a while. Just practice, I guess." Kitsuki replied nonchalantly. Ijiro nodded and kept walking, but he passed Achako along the way. He moved his arm and tapped her shoulder. She turned towards him. "Hey, does Bikubro do that at your house too?" Ijiro asked. A few close friends of Kitsuki's and Achako's know about them living together. They haven't said a word to others as it would cause a lot of rumors, but it doesn't stop the small hints they push at the two. "Yeah, he's really good at cooking. I try to help but I'm clueless on what to do in the kitchen," Achako admitted with a blush. Ijiro laughed and nodded before moving towards the makeshift sink to clean the dishes. Benki, Kyoka and Hitachi were all also a group. The 3 of them all had a decent knowledge of how to cook, but not extremely well. Just simple meals, nothing amazing. While they made some tacos for themselves, Denki noticed Kota, the small boy that came with the wild pussycat, sitting all alone. He could see what the heroes were doing. Exactly what, not sure, but they were discussing something. They all had plates in their hands, being empty. On a chair was still a full plate of food that was untouched. Denki could guess that it was for the kid. He sat near a tray, curled up into a ball and looking down. Denki was worried for the small boy. "Hey, is he alright?" Denki asked his 2 purple-haired friends. The 2 turned to the boy. "Don't know. He seems mopey and doesn't want to be here." "Like, I get that, but not sure what's with his attitude," Kyoka commented. "A mystery, I'd say. He can't be their kid, it would have been an uproar if any of them got pregnant." Hitachi spoke, giving his thoughts on the topic. Denki nodded his head, but he couldn't get that boy out of his mind. The students then all gathered around to eat their dinner together. This was the real first time both classes were properly interacting with each other. They talked and laughed. Someone asked about Momo's quirk, which Hanta made a comment about. He ended up getting a punch in the face for it. Denki looked around because he noticed that the teachers were close by. Yet he couldn't spot Kota anywhere. Deciding to investigate, Denki excused himself and walked over to Mandalay, the leader of the wild pussycats. "Hey, Mandalay." Denki called to her, making the hero turn to him. "Yes, sorry I don't remember your name, but what did you want to ask me?" Mandalay smiled. "That kid, Kota. Where is he okay?" Denki asked. Mandalay sighed and shook her head. "No, Kota is kind of okay. He recently lost his parents and he hasn't been too happy about it. They were heroes and were killed in the line of work, and because of that, I think he has grown a sort of disdain for us. I'm still worried, he hasn't eaten anything. Mandalay told sadly. Denki frowned before smiling. Okay, I'll see if I can get him to eat something. Besides, it isn't good for a young kid to be alone at night. Denki smiled before walking away. Mandalay was confused at Denki's sudden change. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what, so she let him go. She sighed and muttered to herself. Please don't make it worse. Denki grabbed a plate of dinner that he had made with his group. He guessed where Kota had run off to from where the kid was sitting before and where Mandalay was looking off to. Denki walked through the dark trees of the surrounding nature of the camping ground. He made it to a wall of a steep cliff. It wasn't that big though, maybe 9 feet. Denki continued to look around and saw that Kota was sitting at an edge of it. Balancing the plate with one hand, Denki started climbing up. He reached the top and looked towards Kota. But he noticed that the area he was at was like a path. It was like a wall that kept stretching around where the students were camping. Denki could also see another ledge on top of the ledge he was already on. That one being about 20 feet high. Denki ignored those random thoughts that was suddenly coming into his head and walked towards Kota. Hey Kota, I brought you dinner. I noticed you didn't eat. Denki smiled at the boy. Kota turned to Denki, shocked. He then grumbled and glared at the cheerful hero hopeful. He then turned back to glaring down the cliff. How did you find me? Kota asked harshly. Denki ignored the tone of the kid and set the plate down. Denki then sat behind Kota but a little further away, thinking the boy would want some space. Well, I noticed you sitting alone, and Mandalay was looking at that area when you disappeared, so I guessed. Denki admitted. Kota huffed and brought his legs closer to himself. Well, you can leave now. I don't want anything to do with stupid heroes. Kota growled. Denki's eyes widened at that statement. He frowned and leaned forward at the boy. Not to be rude, but weren't your parents heroes? Denki stated. He heard the boy growl. Yeah, so what? They were my parents and now they're gone. I don't care that it was their job to protect. They stood up to danger while everyone else ran away. I now don't have anyone to call mom or dad anymore. Kota yelled at Denki, turning to the blonde with tears falling down his cheeks. Denki's eyes widened in surprise at the outburst. Kota then whipped his head back and violently sniffled to try and get rid of the wet snot that may be emerging from his nose. Denki could tell the boy was in distress, but it took a bit for his brain to process it. Then even more to try and think of a response. So Kota was upset because his parents were dead, obviously. But that doesn't explain his hatred for heroes. But maybe it was from everyone else around him. Your parents were so brave, you should be so proud. Your parents were heroes, kid, and saved a lot of people, never forget that. They were amazing people and parents, but being a hero has its consequences. It was a good thing they stepped in. The casualties could have been a lot higher otherwise. Maybe it is from everyone telling him that his parents dying was a good thing. Denki couldn't be sure 100%, but several things must have caused him to make that conclusion. Maybe it was because only his parents stepped in to help. Was Kota there? Did he see other heroes back away or something? Denki didn't know for sure, and nor would he ask, but he wanted to help. Helping the less fortunate children is the reason he wants to be a hero. Yeah, it is unfortunate how our world works. Denki started speaking. Kota took a deep breath. He didn't turn his body to make it look like he was listening to Denki, but he was. People weren't equal before, but quirks make that division line so much shakier. Cruel people abuse this, other not caring what others think or pretending to be good while laughing at other misfortunes. The world is not fair, and as long as we are here, it never will be. But as a hero, we want to create opportunities for everyone. To make society just that little bit more balanced. Denki stated, looking up at the sky with a smile. Kota slowly turned and looked back at the hero hopeful. I'm glad that you love your parents. I'm sorry that they left this world too soon from something that they did not deserve. But even though they aren't here, they'll always be your parents, rooting for you and hoping you do the best you can. Denki finished. Kota was staring at the electric blonde with wide eyes, but Denki was not looking back. He was sitting down with his hands flat on the ground and he was leaning back onto them. Denki then sighed. He stood up. He brushed his hands on his shirt before looking down at Kota. You should eat up. When you're done, come back and I can wash your plate if you want. Denki replied before walking off. Carefully Denki climbed down and walked back to the camping ground. If he had looked back he would have seen two black eyes watching him go. Alright students. I need class 1B2 over towards Tiger. This activity tonight is something simple to let you all have a bit of fun after a full day of grueling exercise. Class 1B will hide in the woods and attempt to scare class 1 who is walking through. You will all be in groups of 2, except for one member of 1A. Unfortunately, one of you will have to be in a group of 1. Mandalay announced to the hero hopefuls. Woo. Some class members shout from both classes at the activity they were doing. But then Izawa flung his capture weapon forward. The cloth wrapped around 4 students and trapped their arms. Rikido, Hanta, Nieto and Hiryu were all ensnared by Aizawa. Not you four, you all have lessons to help you after failing. Aizawa said sternly, making the four sigh defeatedly. Eraserhead then grabbed off with the four students that failed the hero exam, with Lad King walking behind them. Ragdoll came around to the students with a bag. She pressed it towards Class 1B first to split them off into groups. Your number correlates with who you will be, people who have 1 will be together, people with 2 and so on to 9. Except for Class 1A, one of you will have 10 so you will be in your own group. Mandalay explained as Ragdoll pranced around. Tiger then picked up a bag and walked over to Class 1A and a lot more forcefully made them grab their number. Class 1B. Hinoko, Ryuko, Sen, Jiroda, Babara, Yusetsu, Tetsutetsu, Itsuka, Shihai, Tageru, Juzo, Pony, Satsuna, Kajiro, Bisei, Manga, Yui, Niranjeki. Class 1A. Minoru, Hitachi, Mina, Yuga, Denya, Ejiro, Ichako, Sai, Mizo, Fumikage, Aoi Rozu, Koji, Hyoka, Toru, Izumi, Ijiro, Bitsuki, Fyoki, Denki. Denki looked down at his number, he was the person who was alone. He frowned at that as he would have loved to be with one of his friends or really anyone, he got along with just about everyone with his class. Class 1B entered the forest and were to hide and prepare a plan in order to scare Class 1A. They had 10 minutes so Class 1A just had to wait until the timer was finished. Denki took the time to talk to Katsuki and Ejiro as they would be split off shortly. Well, Class 1A would walk into the forest 1 minute after each other so they would all still be close but still. Alright, the 10 minutes are up, Group 1 may enter first. Pixie Bob yelled out. Hitachi huffed disappointedly as he walked into the forest with Minoru. The two walked in and within a few seconds, only darkness remained. The surrounding area had really begun to get dark. Denki noticed that it was dark and remembered Kota. He looked around to try and see if Kota was around here. He looked for the small child with a red hat that had large yellow horns on top. Denki knew he had about 9 minutes before he had to go into the forest and knew he had time to go see if Kota was alright. But just to make sure he wasn't wasting his time, he jogged over to Mandalay. Hey sensei. Is Kota back yet? He asked. Mandalay sighed and shook her head, she was about to speak before Denki turned and ran off. Alright, I'll go check. He called as he sprinted to the area he knew the boy had been. Wait. Mandalay yelled after him, but Denki didn't hear it as he kept running. She sighed and put her hands in her face. Denki ran out towards the cliff. He reached the place where he climbed up from last time, but he suddenly heard whimpering and a menacing laughter from a person that was most certainly not an 8-year-old kid. Denki felt electricity course around him as he pulled himself up the rocky wall. He looked over to the right where Kota had been but sees nothing. Hahaha. What a coincidence that I met the kid who belonged to those water heroes that gave me this glass eye. I do have to admit, they were brave and feisty, but it doesn't make me happier about my eye. I guess this can give me satisfaction. The man said with a deep evil voice. Denki's head whipped over to see Kota on his, but with tears rolling out of his eyes. He was leaning back with his left hand on the ground while his right hand shaking in front of his face. His lips were quivering and his entire body was shaking in fear. There was a man in front of him, almost 7 feet tall, and that terrified Denki. He was wearing a dark green cloak that shielded most of his body. But Denki could see that this man was large in more ways than just height. He had short ash blonde hair that was similar to Katsuki's, but that was the extent as Denki was looking at him from the back. His eyes then widened and Kota choked as a large arm was raised above the villain's head. It was a lot longer than what it should have been. Something pink and stringy was wrapped around his arm that increased its size to be thicker and wider than Denki himself. The man took a step forward and Kota tried to scramble in the opposite direction. Denki's eyes widened in panic. That man was going to kill Kota. Denki reacted on instinct, his electricity buzzing around him, bright, loud and powerful. Denki could feel his muscles pulsated with power from his electricity as he felt himself able to go harder than he should physically be able to. Denki darted forward as the villain started swinging his arm down. Kota screamed, which only made Denki run faster. The fist of the villain was coming in fast towards Kota and Denki was panicking, so he dived. Denki grabbed Kota and pulled the boy to his chest. Denki hit the ground hard and rolled away. The ground where Kota just was smashed and the force sent Denki into the air and flew further away. Denki smashed into the wall and he let out a loud grunt of pain. He slid down, keeping Kota to his chest as he sat on his bottom. Kota was panting hard and Denki coughed and wheezed while looking up and over to the villain. The villain looked shocked at the arrival of UA's student and also the fact that he avoided his punch while saving the kid. The man smirked as he stood up straight, the pink strings around his arm loosening and wildly flipping around. Well, that is a surprise. I know you're a hero student and all, but to charge into certain death to save a brat is hilarious. You got some nerve, kid, and a large amount of stupidity. Make you death entertaining for me, eh? The villain laughs as he takes a step forward towards Denki and Kota. Denki feels Kota shiver against him and he quickly takes action. Pressing himself against the wall quickly to stand up on his 2 feet, Denki held Kota with one arm. Pain spiked up from all Denki's back and he felt his entire body go numb. It wanted Denki to turn and run, but with the crazed look in his air and the scary strength of his quirk, Denki knew he couldn't. Denki took step backs and placed Kota behind him, urging him away. He reached into his pocket and grabbed a small metal cylinder. He pulled it out and moved a clip and instantly a metal bow staff sprang to life. Hope recommended he get one to practice with as he is interested in using a staff as a hero. Kota, run. Don't look back. Get to Izawa, Mandalay or anyone but alert them. Denki instructed and took a stance, moving his weapon out in front of him and tightly gripping onto it. He felt his legs shaking, but he held strong and glared up at the villain who smiled with amusement down at his foes. But Kota attempted to say. No arguments. Denki hissed, not tearing his eyes away from the villain. Kota breathed shakily, he started with a hesitated step back before turning around completely and bolting into a full sprint. The villain laughed as he watched the kid run away before moving his eyes down towards Denki. Trying to be a hero, hey? That's what disgusts me about you freaks, acting like the bigger man and putting other people first. We live in a world where the strong thrive and the weak die. Put yourself first and forget about the useless that drag you behind. But I can't complain too much, it helps with competition as idiots like you just end up dead. The villain cackled and got down lower, his back at a 45-degree angle and knees almost 90 degrees bent. He had one hand firmly gripping his cloak with his other hand stretched out with an open palm. Strings of what seemed to be organs, or muscles or fiber wrapping around his arm. Denki didn't exactly know what it was. Who are you? What makes you think you're high and mighty enough to attack a child? Denki retaliated with a shout, electricity shooting from his fingertips and zapping through the staff he clutches in his hands. Denki both felt anger and fear racing inside him like feral cats clawing at each other. Because his parents gave me this. The villain said, turning his head and showing a horrid glass eye, yellow plates creating color. And I don't think I am high and mighty. The villain smiled before fully erecting and throwing off his cloak into the air to be taken away from the wind. The same mushy pink mask covered the villain's body and it made him both huge and frightening. I know I am at the top of the food chain. Everyone knows that Muscular is at the top of the food chain. Muscular bellowed. Then without any more talking or time for a water droplet to hit the ground, Muscular dashed forward. His quirk providing an insane boost in speed. But Denki could match it by pushing himself to the max. Denki sidestepped the threatening meat of Muscular's fist. Denki then pulled his staff back and jabbed it into the pink flesh on his arm. The staff pushed through the outside squish but was quickly halted. Not that it mattered though, Denki unleashed his power. Electricity sprung into the staff and surged into Muscular's arm. Electricity quickly encompassed both of the two, but only one of them was being damaged. Muscular yelled and pushed his arm away, knocking Denki. Denki squeaked as he was knocked back. He rolled on the ground before jabbing his staff into the ground. It created a divot in the ground as it was dragged through it. Denki gasped as he felt his feet hanging off the edge, but suddenly the force stopped and he gave a shaky sigh, reaching a hand up to his chest where he got smacked hard. Denki looked back up at Muscular and saw him still yelling and spazzing with electricity around him. The strings that circulated his body were unraveled and flailed off of him, making his figure look a lot smaller. Not that it did much, Muscular was still a giant. However, Muscular was wheezing and coughing as he stumbled around, trying to keep his balance. He stumbled onto his knee and smashed his hands on the ground. The pink muscle around him had depleted and Denki could see him without the quirk. The egotistical villain, panting and struggling for breath. Setsuna and Kajiro were hiding behind the tree, the former trying her best to not giggle. Setsuna moved her eyes away from them to try and track oncomers from Class 1A. She snickered, her eyes returning to her. Setsuna turned to her large comrade. Alright, the brainwashy guy and the annoying midget are coming. Remember the plan of jumping out with your quirk and just bellowing. You're loud and deep, you'll scare the living shit out of the small twerp. Setsuna laughed as she got down. Then the two suddenly flinched. A hand was placed over both of their mouths. It was soft and cold and the new presence made the two jump. Then they were pulled tightly up against someone and slowly more of their body became cold. "Ooh, you guys playing a game? I want to join." A soft voice spoke creepily. The two students looked to the speaker who pushed their head in between theirs. They had fluffy white ice hair and lightning blue eyes. But they also noticed bright blue lines coursing up their neck. The two tried to push this unknown person away, but quickly they realized they couldn't move. Their eyes darted everywhere and they looked at the other person. Bright blue lines that covered the area of where veins would be covered them. They felt cold like ice. Tears started to spread around them as they suddenly became terrified as they were now stiff as statue. Iroha, get ready. More are coming. Another voice from behind spoke. The two couldn't turn to look, but they knew they were a female. They couldn't even whimper or call for help, all the two could do was helplessly watch. Ooh, this was the game they were talking about. I'll go get ready. Iroha said with a sultry voice and ran off. They heard the female sigh and walk over to their right. Now all they could do is sit and wait. Shinso, will you protect me? It's so dark and I feel several eyes watching over me. Minoru sniffled and shivered, trying to get close to Hitachi. Hitachi groaned as he attempted to ignore the boy. He wanted to mind control the brat, but unfortunately he'll snitch and he doesn't have authorization to use his quirk currently. Will you stop it? The only thing you have to do is walk with the knowledge of the other class wanting to scare you. As a hero, you'll be in actual life or death situations, man up. Hitachi grumbled. He huffed and fastened his pace, which made Minoru panic more. The two kept walking, neither of them wanting to be there. Soon the two heard rustling of leaves. They were too high up for it to be an animal, and it wasn't windy. Hitachi's eyes lumped in disappointment. He wasn't expecting to actually get scared as he knew that was their goal, but they could at least do a better job. Hitachi stopped in his tracks and looked into the forest. Him doing so made Minoru freeze and panic again. Hitachi looked into the bush to try and see if the two were separated or together. He quickly saw a figure behind bushes and leaves of dangling branches. What? Is someone there? Minoru stuttered. Hitachi ignored him and walked over to the bushes with a sigh. Wait, stop. Minoru said shakily, too afraid to get to the trees. Hitachi reached the figures before pushing the bushes and leaves apart to reveal the culprits who were incredibly bad at hiding. But his eyes widened. Satsuna and Kajiro were revealed. Their bodies frozen and bright blue lines surrounding them. Minoru saw them and screamed. Hitachi didn't know what to do. His first instinct was to step back, but how would that fix the problem? He didn't want to touch them either. Whatever was happening to them was from a quirk, and he didn't know how it worked. The time Hitachi took to think on his actions, he suddenly saw a hand rush towards him. Acting quickly, Hitachi grabbed it before kicking the culprit in the shin. He went for a head kick, but he lost his grip and the enemy rolled away. Hitachi's gaze turned serious and he got into a fighting stance. But he noticed something. His right hand, the one he grabbed his opponent with, was cold and blue veins were growing over his hand. Hitachi's eyes widened as he looked at it, being identical to what had happened to the two members of Class 1B. He tried to move his hand, but it was frozen like ice. You should chill out, handsome, we seem to have gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm Iroha. The villain introduced themselves with a wide and unsettling grin. Hitachi was also put off by their flirtatious tone. His attire was also concerning, wearing incredibly short jean shorts and a crop top that reveals their nipples. He didn't even know what to say, which is horrible when he needs to speak for his quirk. Not that it matters, Minoru started screaming. Ah! The midget shouted as he grabbed the balls on his head. He threw them like a Gatling gun at Iroha. Iroha's eyes widened and they then started performing acrobatic stunts to avoid it. It was quite impressive at their skill at avoiding the onslaught. Hitachi didn't know how to help, he couldn't speak louder than the girlish shrieks of Minoru, and he couldn't get close without turning into ice himself or getting stuck from a rogue Minoru ball. Ugh, a little help. Iroha called. Hitachi's eyes widened and he looked around for another person who may come to attack him. Fire erupted from the forest and it sprayed like a hose. It moved like it was being manipulated and engulfed Minoru perfectly with his eyes. Minoru stopped his reckless attacks as he screamed in agony. He was then sent flying into a tree and became quiet. The fire ceased and all you could see was a burned, mostly naked Minoru unconscious on the ground. Hitachi took a step back and out from the bushes was a woman, about 5'8". They had raven black hair and heavy black eyeliner. Their hair was long and she was holding in, her hair being braided into a ponytail. At the tip of hair was a nozzle that Hitachi presumed was how they sprayed fire. She lifted the nozzle and pointed it at Hitachi. The tired teen's eyes widened as hot fire spewed towards him. Hitachi ducked and turned around, heading into the woods. He had to run fast as the fire constantly turned and chased him. Hitachi managed to hide in the shrouded darkness, but even though he could no longer be seen, the woman allowed her fire to ignite the trees. You idiot. The heat removes my quirk. Iroha shouted at their partner. The woman in response glared at them. Not my problem. Now hurry up, he's getting away, dickhead. She shouted. Iroha growled but turned and chased Hitachi into the woods. Ah! Minoru screamed. Mina and Yuga turned to each other before laughing. The two had just been swaddling with each other as they walked, wondering when they'd get scared. Looks like Minoru has yelled out when that happens. What a coward, it's so funny. Mina laughed and Yuga joined in. But the two suddenly flinched from the running noise. They looked over to the heavy footsteps, not expecting to have gotten scared at this point. The two jumped back as Yui jumped out of the woods. Blood was dripping from her forehead, but the two didn't notice that. What they noticed was the wild-looking lizard man jumping onto her head and smashing their head onto the ground. They had green scaly skin all over their body and long pink hair. They also seemed to be wearing the same clothes as Stain. "Hey, got off of her!" Mina shouted and flung her acid onto the villain, ignoring the rule that she wasn't allowed to use her quirk. Yugo also took action and pushed his stomach forward. His navel laser became magnified. Both attacks collided with the lizard's face. He shouted as he was burned and knocked back. The lizard rolled and hit a tree. He hissed and grabbed his eye, the sensation of burning being severely damaging. The villain then glared up at the two, his eye being closed with revealed red peeled skin. He grunted and stood up before reaching behind his back. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and pulled it out. Mina and Yuga's mouth became agape as they witnessed what the lizard just pulled out. It was a large sword, but it was built up of several swords. The lizard stood up and raised his weapon before charging forward. "Oob, run!" Yuga yelped. "Crap, crap, crap." Mina grunted as they turned and ran away from the angered lizard villain. Mr. Compress gripped the throat of Kasei. The boy was struggling to breathe. He was smacking the villain's chest repeatedly in attempt for freedom, but Mr. Compress only laughed in amusement. "Now it is time for you to disappear like your friend." Mr. Compress evilly smiled. He held up a marble containing manga inside. Mr. Compress then placed his pinky on Kasei's neck, compressing the boy into a marble. He laughed as the boy attempted to scream, but only quiet wheezing came out. Mr. Compress then moved his mask out of the way and plopped the two marbles in his mouth. He then placed his mask back over his face and continued walking. The UA students thinning themselves out as really helped the villains retrieving them. Mr. Compress then soon heard cursing. Smiling to himself, he got low and walked more. He then saw a boy who resembles a praying mantis. Mr. Compress looked around to see if he can see another student, but comes up blank. He smirks as he walks over. The student seems to preoccupied with his own temper than his own surroundings. With no altercations at all, Mr. Compress grabs the shoulder of the praying mantis kid and compresses him to a marble. Mr. Compress moves his mask and smirks down at the marble. "So easy," he whispers in amusement. Mizo and Fumikage have been walking together and have not encountered anything. They were kind of disappointed as they wanted to see what Class 1B do. But nothing has happened. It seems suspiciously eerie currently. Fumikage spoke, his worry slowly increasing. "Perhaps it is an attempt for them to get us to lower our guard," Mizo replied. The two continued to walk forward, ignoring the absolute nothingness happening. "Help, please anyone," a voice shouted. Fumikage and Mizo stopped. They looked at each other before looking over towards where the voice came from. "Should we go? What if it is their way to trick us?" Mizo said. "But what would happen if it was not?" Fumikage countered. "There, alright, let's go," Mizo replied before running into the forest with Fumikage behind him. Katsuki looked back at where Denki had run off to. He has been gone for almost 9 minutes now, and now he was getting concerned for his friend. He doesn't even know where the bastard had run off to. Mandalay also looks worried. "Alright, you two are up next," Pixie Bob yelled at Fyoki and Katsuki. Katsuki groaned and nodded his head. He cracked his fingers and turned around. Fyoki was looking at him, waiting for the explosive teen to walk. "Come on Sparky, don't tell me you're chicken," Fyoki teased, smirking at the boy. Katsuki rolled his eyes and shoved his hands in his pocket. He walked forward and over to the forest. "Whatever Sunburn, don't get cocky. I've seen what you do when you panic," Katsuki snarked back. Fyoki sighed but walked forward, entering the dark forest with Katsuki. "Say what you like, but I know you're a coward," Fyoki casually stated, putting her hands on the back of her head and walking forward with her eyes closed. Katsuki grunted and snarled at Fyoki, who made no reaction. "Oh, why is that?" Katsuki asked, not appreciating the insult. "You have liked your Raka since the start of the year, just 8 already," Fyoki said. Katsuki grunted and rolled his eyes, becoming absolutely exasperated with the girl next to him. "There's more to it than that. Why don't you do us a favor and mind your own business?" Katsuki scolded. He moved his palm near her face and let out a tiny explosion that mostly created smoke. Fyoki jerked her head back and frowned heavily. She flailed her hand in front of her and attempted to rid of the smoke. Katsuki continued to walk forward, ignoring the plight he just gave Fyoki. He took in a breath but stopped when he smelt smoke. Katsuki pushed his hands up to his nose and sniffed them to see if it was him. Even though he just let out an explosion before, it was tiny. There was no scent of smoke from them. "Hey Sunburn, do you smell smoke?" Katsuki asked. Fyoki scoffed. She shook her head and glared at him. "Of course, you puff some in my face," she replied angrily. Kitsuki shook his head and looked around. Yeah, but there's something out there. Kitsuki shouted. He pointed over the trees at rising smoke from further in the Fyoki. Fyoki looked over and noticed what he was taking about. Kitsuki then quickly sprinted forward, running in the direction of the smoke. Ah, Bakugo, you idiot, wait. Shouldn't we inform the pussycats? Fyoki yelled, but Kitsuki just kept running. He wanted to know what was going on. Author's notes. So the first part of 3 for the training camp arc. Assignments being given out, so there has been a long break and there will be another one. I hope you enjoyed this. Drive to survive. Eraserhead watched over the classroom from the back of the room. He was keeping an eye on Nito, Hiryu, Rikido and Hanta to make sure they weren't getting off task. Although he wanted to sleep, something was stopping him. His gut was turning and on fire, telling him that something was wrong. Lad King was the one teaching the 4 about the catch-up. They were in a proper building that was about 15 minutes away from the campsite. This building is usually used for the third-year students' final term, so it is still clean. Eraserhead waited a bit longer, ignoring the feeling that has been gnawing at his gut. But eventually he couldn't take it anymore. Eraserhead grumbles and stands up. He walks towards the door, having his hands in his pockets. I'll be back. Eraserhead told nonchalantly as he walked out of the classroom. Vlad kind nodded, meaning he heard and understood but didn't question Eraserhead's leave. Eraserhead started walking out of the building, the impending feeling in his gut worsening, making the hero frown. Eraserhead was walking down the hallway towards the door that allowed him to exit the building. He looked out the windows as he passed them, being bored of just looking at the plain grey walls. His eyes then widened as he saw smoke rising over the tree lines. It wasn't a small amount like from the campfire, it was spreading a large way across the forest, and Izawa could even see orange fire rising. Eraserhead turned and bolted down into a sprint. He turned the corner and saw the door and raced towards it. Eraserhead reached down towards the door handle and twisted it. But as Eraserhead pushed the door, his gut flared up. He was about to be attacked. He looked to the left only to see a large crab claw moving down towards him. Acting quickly and mostly on instinct, Eraserhead avoided the strike by getting low. But he had to keep moving. Eraserhead lunged forward, causing his body to be horizontal. He pushed his hands forward to catch himself. The hero then rolled on the ground and twisted his body. He got back on his feet, his capture weapon gripped tightly with one of his hands. He looked at the door that had 2 giants standing in front of it. The first one was someone that Eraserhead recognized. Muscular, a known villain that mercilessly kills anyone he wants. He had been on the run for a while. Muscular has short spiky ash blonde hair with one brown eye, the other one being a glass eye with yellow plates. He had a red singlet on as well as long black trousers. He was ripped, his arms about 3 times the size as Eraserhead's own. The man also looked sick, staring down at Eraserhead with a wicked grin. The second man was bigger than the other guy, 6'10" compared to 6'7". He also looked larger, although Eraserhead couldn't tell if it was more muscle or he had more fat as the guy had a lot of clothes. A large heavy vest with a leather jacket over the top as well as biker pants with knee guards. The man had 2 very large orange crab claws and he had a metal mask that resembled a crab. Muscular smirked down at Eraserhead with his arms crossed over his chest. Nice moves, Tiny, let's see if you can keep that up. Muscular grinned, taking a step forward. He raised his arms and Eraserhead watched him activate his quirk. His muscle fibers shot out of his skin and curled around his arms, increasing in size. Muscular laughed deeply, raising his body to look as intimidating as possible. You can deal with him, I'll get the ones inside. The other man said in an annoyed tone as he turned around and walked inside of the building. Muscular didn't even pay any attention as he kept his insane eyes locked onto Eraserhead. Come on, try and survive for me. Muscular yelled as he dashed forward, reeling an arm back and causing more muscle to swirl around it. Eraserhead got ready. His eyes glowed red and his hair moved up, swaying in invisible wind. Muscular's body enhancements quickly started disappearing. Muscular's eyes widened in shock, but he didn't have time to process it. Eraserhead avoided the punch and kneed Muscular's stomach. He then put his hands on Muscular's chest and stomach and moved him up, making the man flip over Eraserhead. Muscular landed on the ground with a heavy thud. He tried to activate his quirk again, but failed thanks to Eraserhead keeping his eyes on him. Eraserhead flung his capture weapon at Muscular. It wrapped around Muscular's waist and trapping the hand of Muscular. Eraserhead pulled Muscular, making his wrapped hand rip backwards and now awkwardly being forced behind his back. Muscular grunted but kept trying to get away from Eraserhead to try and properly fight him. Muscular, using his free hand, grabbed Eraserhead's capture weapon and forcefully yanked it. Eraserhead was jerked forward. Muscular grinned and turned his body. One of his arms still wrapped behind his back. Muscular charged. He raised one hand and swung it down, but without the enhancements from his quirk, Eraserhead easily dodged. He flicked his wrist, causing his capture weapon to fly at Muscular. It wrapped around Muscular's neck and arm, restricting it. Muscular growled and tried to fight it by pushing the capture weapon off of it. Eraserhead was struggling to not fall while holding Muscular. "Stop making it worse for yourself, who are you with and how many do you have here?" Eraserhead commanded, his eyes still glowing with great intensity. Eraserhead pulled Muscular towards him with all of his strength to try and make the behemoth trip. Eraserhead needed to be above this man to assert power. The grey capture weapon that was wrapped around Muscular shredded through his body, slicing clean through it. Eraserhead's eyes widened as grey globs of liquid splatted out from Muscular. Muscular looked like he was slowly melting, and he just grinned at the wide-eyed hero. "Ahaha, you would have never stood a chance against the real me. Come on hero, do your job, your kids are in danger." Muscular laughed as he shrunk down into the grey liquid. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes and watched as the villain turned into goop. The cloning quirk. Eraserhead muttered to himself. Something rare but was still familiar with since he knew ectoplasm. Eraserhead could only watch in frustration as the crazed villain's laughter ceased. He looked back towards the building where Vlad King and his 4 students were at. He knew that Vlad King was a capable hero, but even so that man's abilities are unknown. But he has to trust him. Eraserhead turned then sprinted into the woods. He reached down into his pockets and grabbed his phone. He pulled it to his ear and called Stand by Hero Centers. Stand by Hero Centers is where calls get directed to if issues that require heroes are needed. Eraserhead usually is called from them to act as backup if serious crimes are happening. Usually you have to call the police first for your call to be transferred, but since he is a hero, he has that capability to call them immediately. The dispatcher of the number tried to say but was immediately interrupted by Eraserhead, not wasting time. "I am Pro Hero Eraserhead, and I am at the UA training camp with 41 UA first-year students. I have Vlad King and the Wild Pussycats also in the area, but we need assistance immediately. We are under attack by villains that were likely formulated by the League of Villains. But them was a notorious murderer and rank A villain Muscular, and someone with the ability to clone other people, so as much help as possible." Eraserhead recited as quickly as he could, and he had a feeling that will all he'd be able to say for a while, as he could hear noise of fighting ahead. Mandalay was looking in the direction Denki had run off to. He hadn't come back yet and she was beginning to get worried. She had no clue what type of boy Denki was, or how he would interact with Koda, but with the few interactions she has had, he was quite clueless. Mandalay then decided to find them, so she went over to Ragdoll. Ragdoll's quirk was Search, which almost everyone who knew them knew what it did. It allowed her to keep perfect track of others people from over 100 miles away, but what Ragdoll did was never say how it activated. Ragdoll has to stare at the full body of the person for a second before she can track their location from practically anywhere. "Ragdoll, can you locate Denki and Koda for me please?" Mandalay asked. "Sure." Ragdoll replied with a smile. A small noise emitted from her that let Mandalay know that she activated her quirk. She then raised her 2 hands and pointed them out in the direction of the woods. The first one was where Denki had run off to, and the second one was probably Koda. "Denki is over in that direction, while Koda seems to be running towards the building that Eraserhead and Vlad King are at," Ragdoll answered. Mandalay looked confused. Why was Koda running over there? She sighed but moved over towards where Koda was. "Alright, I'll go and get Koda," Mandalay said. She started walking in that direction, but hearing her teammate Pixabob scream suddenly made her stop. Mandalay looked back and saw a pink aura surrounding her teammate. Mandalay quickly hopped back as Pixabob flew past her. Mandalay watched with wide eyes as her teammate flew towards the woods. "Pixabob!" Mandalay shouted. But there was nothing Pixabob could do as she was in the air. A large pole slammed out of the woods that was carried by an individual. It slammed the back of Pixabob's head, and her eyes slumped to the back of her skull. The aura that was surrounding Pixabob disappeared and she fell down on the ground and laid limp, unconscious. "Huh, Pixabob!" Ragdoll shouted, running out towards her. Coming out of the woods were 2 individuals. The first person was a lizard and was wearing a costume that the hero killer Stain wore when he was arrested. He had wild pink hair and had the hilt of a sword on his back, but the blade was covering his weapon. The second person was the one who knocked Pixabob out. They had shout maroon hair that hung just above their shoulders. They wore sunglasses and had large lips that seemed to have Botox injected inside. They were tall and obviously had muscle, but they looked like they always hung out at a bar. "Well, one's already down," the larger person said of the 2. They lifted the pole they had used to knock Pixabob out. With one hand, they lifted the pole up and slammed it down on Pixabob's face. Mandalay gasped at what that villain just did to her friend. She growled and started running to Pixabob's aid. "Get away from her," Mandalay shouted. The villain just smirked as Mandalay charged forward. They reached out their hands and activated their quirk. Mandalay was then surrounded in a pink aura and was lifted off the ground. She then flew towards the villain as they turned their pole to slam it into Mandalay. However, Tiger raced forward and punched the villain. Mandalay fell flat on the ground and she quickly pushed herself up. The villain Tiger gasped and held their face, but slowly stood back up with a snarl. Mandalay trusted Tiger to fight on his own, so she looked over towards the lizard villain. He was glaring down at her and had a heavy snarl. He looked back and grabbed the hilt of his sword. He pulled the sword out and Mandalay could see the size of it. The size was bigger than the man who was wielding it himself. It looked like he was struggling. She then watched the lizard and he grabbed the cloth covering his sword. Mandalay's eyes widened as she looked at the weapon the villain held. It was a sword meshed up knives, several knives. It looked stupid and it would be extremely ineffective. He lifted the sword up and lunged at Mandalay. Mandalay smirked and activated her quirk. "What are you gonna do with that useless sword?" Mandalay smirked while talking to the villain telepathically. "Huh?" the villain said and looked around. He didn't see Mandalay talk and the person who just spoke to him. He moved his eyes away from Mandalay and the hero took the opportunity to move. She dodged the pathetic slash and punched the villain in the face. The villain gasped and groaned as he moved away, but he stayed up and kept his grip tight on his sword. "Mandalay, fire. The forest is burning, we need to help the students." Ragdoll yelled, pointing up and above the tree line. Mandalay's eyes widened and she looked behind her. Smoke was rising across a large area of the forest and it looked like it was growing. Villains were attacking the forest. Kota was out alone in the woods, the students were all split up with no heroes. They were in deep danger. Mandalay powered up her quirk to her full strength and telepathically connected to everyone within a 10-kilometer distance. "Attention students, we are under attack by villains. You have authorization to use your quirks to defend yourselves. Return to the campground immediately." Itachi kept running, his breath getting colder as he sprinted as far away as he could as possible. He didn't know if the villain Iroha was still chasing after him, but he was scared if he was. Hitachi didn't like being scared, but there wasn't much he could do in this situation. He couldn't ask for help as the only people he was near are now frozen. Hitachi's right arm was now entirely frozen, icy blue veins. It felt like ice, and Hitachi feels like he was turning into an icicle. His chest was now covered in the blue veins, and they were stretching down to his stomach. Hitachi couldn't move his neck as the veins grow around it, and he could feel his left shoulder becoming stiff. Hitachi could also smell smoke, an intense amount of smoke. He hoped it was Katsuki, but from what everything has been happening currently, he doubts. Hitachi then heard a twig break and he whips his head around and takes a step back. "Ugh, didn't mean to do that. But you can't really run anyway, you're almost frozen." Iroha spoke as they moved out from behind the trees. Hitachi took a step back but didn't run, he had to at least try and fight back and try and get rid curse of growing blue veins. "What the hell are you, some brat who got kicked out of their parents' basement?" Hitachi mocked with a smirk, hoping the villain was clueless on his quirk. The villain laughed, which still activated Hitachi's quirk, as it was just a verbal response to his question. "Nah, Hitachi decided to take control of the villain. Iroha's eyes went slack and they turned into a faint purple. Sighing, Hitachi walked over to the villain and moved in front of them. He looked over around them but had zero clue how to process their attire. Deciding to ignore it, Hitachi just commanded them. "Reverse the effects of your quirk," Hitachi commanded. Hitachi watched the villain in front of him, waiting to see what he would do, but they made no movement. Hitachi looked down to hopefully see if the effects of the quirk were wearing off, but the ice was still growing. That means that Iroha had no way of removing the effects of his quirk. So Hitachi was going to freeze like Setsuna and Kajiro. Hitachi doesn't know what happens when he is frozen, but he hopes it isn't permanent or needs to be death-awed. That may just be a nightmare. Hitachi grumbled as he felt the ice reach his chin, constricting the entire movement of his neck. The veins reached his left forearm and it was becoming difficult to breathe. Hitachi was slowly panicking as he didn't know what to do. Then slowly he started hearing other people talking. They were older people as well, so it definitely wasn't any of his classmates. Hitachi turned his body over to Iroha, who was still under Hitachi's control. "Copy what I do," Hitachi ordered as he crept in the direction of the voices. The two got close to some bushes and crouched next to them. Hitachi could see two people. One of them was the woman he saw with Iroha over at Kajiro and Setsuna, so he has no clue how she is here. But there was a second person walking behind her. They were man wearing a full body costume with most of it being black. The top half of their head is grey with a line running down and past his crotch. The woman was currently setting the forest on fire away from Hitachi and Iroha. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.